In the vast cosmos, amidst the boundless rivers of stars, countless splendid civilizations have emerged, some flourishing while others have vanished into the annals of time. The Gemini star system, one among the myriad star systems in the universe, has birthed a brilliant civilization known as the Gemini civilization. The Gemini civilization originated from the Gemini imperial star. Like humanity on Earth, the inhabitants of Gemini are carbon-based life forms, having evolved from primates. However, through an extensive evolutionary journey, the Gemini people embarked on a distinct path. Due to changes in their environment, and in pursuit of preserving their civilization, the Gemini gradually evolved into hermaphroditic beings, capable of freely switching between male and female forms. With their formidable reproductive capabilities and adaptability to their surroundings, the Gemini quickly expanded, conquering the entire Gemini star system in mere thousands of years. The planet where the Gemini thrived came to be revered as the Gemini imperial star, establishing the Gemini civilization as one of the most renowned civilizations in the universe. The status of the Gemini within their star system is esteemed, not only for their formidable military strength and technological prowess, but also for their unique ability to merge with any life form, nurturing new life that perfectly inherits the strengths of both parents. Over time, the entire biological spectrum of the Gemini star system evolved into hermaphroditic entities, achieving true unity. Yet, fate proved unpredictable. The firstborn son of Emperor Xinyuan Fenghua, the highest ruler of the Gemini civilization and a true scion of their noble bloodline, failed to inherit the characteristics of the Gemini people, displaying only feminine traits. Fortunately, the twins' second son exhibited no such issues, perfectly embodying the royal lineage. To conceal the imperfection of his firstborn, Emperor Fenghua secretly executed all witnesses to this anomaly. He administered one of two specially concocted potions, crafted with the might of the entire empire, into her body before exiling her to the distant Milky Way galaxy, a planet that had undergone a similar evolutionary path to Earth. Upon her arrival on Earth, the planet was engulfed in turmoil. Emperor Fenghua remotely commanded bioengineered beings to land a cosmic battleship on the icy expanse of Antarctica, hiding it beneath the glaciers. Subsequently, he directed these beings to escort his daughter to the Eastern nation, a glorious ancient civilization with a language and culture akin to that of the Gemini Empire, known as Wagwa. As time flowed, a century passed in the blink of an eye. The eldest daughter of Emperor Fenghua had long since departed, yet the bloodline of the Gemini royal family continued to flourish within Wagwa. The dormant potion remained within the lineage, awaiting the day when a descendant could activate the characteristics of the Gemini people. In the year 2020, a young man named Feng He, inheritor of the bloodline of Emperor Fenghua's eldest daughter, successfully enrolled in the prestigious Shanghai University of Science and Technology. On this day, after enduring a month of military training, Feng He lay back in his dormitory, luxuriating in the cool embrace of the air conditioning while watching anime. "Hey, third, are you coming to the social tonight?" called out Zhang Yu, the dorm leader, carefully grooming his hair in front of a mirror. "What? Why didn't you say so earlier?" Feng He retorted, immediately shutting his laptop and rummaging through his belongings to find his most stylish outfit. "Second, hurry up. I need to take a shower too," he shouted, placing his clothes on the bed. "Almost done. Just a moment," Su Lin replied, humming a tune as he leisurely enjoyed his shower, taking nearly an hour before finally emerging. "Come on, Su Lin, you always take forever to shower. Were you indulging in some private activity in there?" Feng He remarked with disdain. "Should it you're the one who indulges." Su Lin rolled his eyes and said, "We're going to social. I need to be presentable. It would be rude otherwise." He flirtatiously flicked his bangs and grinned at his own reflection. "But no one would look at you anyway. You're too effeminate, you lack any masculinity." Feng He shot back, glancing at Su Lin's youthful features with a hint of envy before rushing into the bathroom for a quick wash. "That's just jealousy, third. I'm not saying you're ugly, but if you dressed up a bit, you could find a girlfriend. How can you expect to meet someone if you don't make an effort? Su Lin shouted while applying various cosmetics. I have no intention of becoming a pretty boy. I'm all natural. Feng He responded from the shower. As the three roommates exchanged playful banter while preparing themselves, the clock struck 5, leaving only an hour until their 6 o'clock appointment. Hey, Zhang, who are the girls coming tonight? Feng He inquired with curiosity as they hopped into a taxi. Hee, our department's goddess, Su Yinshan, and her 2 roommates, Zhang Yu boasted. Is that true? You actually managed to get the goddess dorm to come out? Feng He and Su Lin exclaimed in disbelief. The goddess dorm comprised 3 stunning freshmen at the Shanghai University of Science and Technology, Su Yinshan, Lu Sueki, and Lin Xiaoling. Su Yinshan, a freshman from the computer science department, captivated many with her pure and lovely appearance, her delicate figure inciting admiration from countless male students. She was quickly dubbed the goddess of the department, and even ranked 3rd on the university's list of most beautiful women. Lu Sueki, Zhang Ye's high school classmate, matched Su Yinshan in beauty, but her voluptuous figure was more alluring. 60% of the male population at the university fantasized about her, making her the 5th most popular on the school's beauty rankings. Lin Xiaoling, standing at 1.5 meters, embodied the quintessential lowly figure, her voice matching her appearance. With her petite frame and charming features, she drove all lowly enthusiasts wild, landing in 6th place on the beauty list. Of course it's true. I'm friends with Lu Sueki from high school, and with a little persuasion, I managed to get the goddesses to agree to join us, Zhang Yu said, feigning nonchalance while inwardly lamenting the cost of such an arrangement. Without a doubt, Zhang Yu had bribed his former classmate to secure their attendance. As the trio continued their lively discussion, the taxi arrived at their destination, the most luxurious hotel in the university town, the Uli Hotel. Upon entering, they informed the staff, who greeted them with smiles and guided them to a lavish private room on the 6th floor. Stepping inside, they found the 3 beauties engaged in animated conversation. Upon hearing the door, Lu Sueki, Zhang Ye's high school friend, frowned at him, exclaiming, "You're late." Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoling, petite and curious, glanced at the 3 boys, occasionally whispering to Su Yinshan as they appraised the newcomers, their whispers cloaked in mystery. Sorry. We hit some traffic on the way," Zhang Yu replied, his tone subdued, recognizing their tardiness. They awkwardly took their seats, unsure of what to say. All 3 were straight men with little conversational skill, and the atmosphere quickly turned awkward. Fortunately, the server entered, presenting an array of exquisite dishes to the table. "Ah, the food is here," Zhang Yu exclaimed, attempting to alleviate the tension, though it hardly made an impact. The meal unfolded in an uncomfortable silence, with Feng He and his friends feeling as if they were chewing on wax. The goddesses were right in front of them, yet their every misstep only deepened their embarrassment. "This is a disaster. My image in the goddesses' eyes is plummeting." Arriving at KVT, they requested a large private room, and fueled by the spirits of the evening, Feng He and his friends began to showcase their vocal talents. Alas, they sang either old ballads or niche songs, leaving the 3 girls utterly unimpressed. "Sueki, where did you find these 3 oddballs?" Lin Xiaoling asked, her lips twitching as she glanced at the 3 men shouting in exuberance. "Zhang Yu is my high school classmate, and the other 2 are his roommates. I never expected them to behave like this," Lu Sueki replied, equally at a loss, covering her eyes in dismay at the cacophony of off-key singing. She was astonished that these 3 had no conversational skills and lacked the ability to amuse a lady, monopolizing the microphone in the KTV without any regard for their dreadful performance. "I need to use the restroom." After finishing a song, Feng He felt dizzy and staggered towards the bathroom. Before he could step inside, he collapsed onto the floor. With a terrified cry, Feng He felt as though his blood were boiling, a fierce heat coursing through him, particularly as his heart raced at an alarming pace, making him feel as if he might be torn apart. As Feng He lay on the ground, clutching his chest and turning crimson, Su Yinshan happened to step out for some fresh air, her beautiful eyes widening at the sight of him sprawled on the floor. This is an awakening of supernatural abilities, Su Yinshan said, her delicate features tightening as she hurried to Feng He's side, flipping him over and grimacing at his condition. In this world, there exist individuals with extraordinary powers, and Su Yinshan, along with her family, the Su family, is one of the 3 prominent families of supernatural beings in Magic City. Supernatural abilities are categorized into elemental and superhuman. Elemental powers allow control over natural elements water, fire, earth, various metals, and lightning, while superhuman abilities include gravity manipulation, teleportation, transformation, and summoning. Send me your location immediately. I will dispatch someone to your villa. The awakening chamber underground is ready, Su Yanshan's father instructed, his voice laced with urgency before he hung up the phone to contact his subordinates. After sending the location, Su Yinshan hoisted Feng He and brought him to the entrance of the KTV. Fortunately, night had fallen, and passers-by could not discern Feng He's condition, merely assuming he was another reveler. Before long, a sleek black car came to a halt. Su Yinshan helped Feng He into the vehicle, which roared to life and disappeared into the night. Inside, Su Yinshan used both her and Feng He's phones to send messages to the 4 individuals still inside the KTV before switching her phone off, her gaze fixed intently on the unconscious Feng He. Gradually, Feng He's heartbeat stabilized, the crimson hue of his skin receding, yet a silver glow enveloped him. Indeed, lacking the sophisticated awakening chamber, direct physical contact with a current would suffice. This was the simplest method of energy replenishment. Soon, the car arrived at a villa. Su Yinshan assisted the unconscious Feng He inside, instructing everyone to remain outside and guard the perimeter. In the basement, her cheeks flushed, she stripped Feng He of his clothing, inadvertently brushing against his protruding form, her expression twisting in distaste. Clenching her teeth, she placed Feng He into the awakening chamber. As she laid him down, the chamber filled with a blue energy serum, and the silver light surrounding Feng He intensified, silver lightning coiling around him. At last, I made it, she sighed, wiping the sweat from her brow, her cheeks tinged with warmth as she marveled at the sight of the silver lightning coursing over Feng He. Silver lightning in anomalous elemental type. No wonder he fainted. Typically, the awakening of ordinary powers has a 70% success rate even without energy supplementation, but for anomalous abilities, the likelihood of energy deficiency is 100% without replenishment. It would be certain demise. Suddenly, the phenomena occurring within the awakening chamber rendered Su Yinshan speechless. She watched in disbelief as Feng He's hair transitioned to silver, rapidly growing from a buzz cut to cascading down to his waist. His once rugged features softened into delicate beauty, his Adam's apple receded, his chest expanded, and the protrusion between his legs gradually flattened. In no time, he transformed from a man into an enchanting woman. How is this possible? Su Yinshan gasped, staring at the stunning beauty in the chamber, her worldview shattering. What kind of ability is this? It can actually alter a person's gender. Having received supernatural education since childhood, Su Yinshan had never encountered an ability capable of completely changing gender. Even transformation abilities could only alter appearances, leaving true gender untouched. Meanwhile, the computer beside her confirmed that Feng He had entirely transitioned into a female, all his cells altered, his XY genes transformed into XX. Gazing at Feng He's skin, which was even smoother and fairer than her own, at a bust that surpassed her own, and at a face more exquisite than hers, Su Yinshan fell silent, her breathing quickening as she fixated on Feng He, akin to a hunter eyeing its long-awaited prey. This was the world's first documented case of gender transformation through the awakening of supernatural abilities. Su Yinshan, who had long been fascinated by the study of such powers, felt an exhilarating thrill coursing through her. Her cheeks flushed as she unabashedly admired the form of Feng He within the chamber. 3 hours passed, and the computer indicated that the awakening was complete. Su Yinshan operated the machinery to release Feng He, cradling him in her arms and gently carrying him upstairs to her bedroom, where she meticulously attended to his cleansing. During this process, her fingers glided over his silken skin, captivating her gaze. After laying him on her bed, taking advantage of his unconsciousness, she collected a vial of his blood and a few strands of hair, eagerly rushing to her underground laboratory to commence her research on Feng He's abilities. At that moment, Feng He's mind was flooded with vast information twin star systems, the twin emperor star, exile, and revelations about his great-grandmother and the bloodline he had inherited. Simultaneously, an ancestral serum coursing through him began to transform his body, propelling his physical prowess beyond the limits of any earthling within the span of a single night. As Feng He awakened, beneath the thick glaciers of Antarctica, a colossal cosmic battleship emerged from its slumber. Yes, master change complete. Current master, Feng He. Search complete. Coordinates confirmed. The synthetic voice of the automaton echoed, gradually adopting an expression as a lifelike elderly butler revealed a look of satisfaction. Chapter 2. Escape from the star ruins. Where am I? As I slowly awaken, I gaze upon the opulent decor and feel the softness of the luxurious bed beneath me, accompanied by a faint, delicate fragrance. Why does my chest feel so heavy and suffocating? Furrowing my brow in discomfort, I place my hands upon my chest. What on earth? A sudden scream escapes my lips, startling me with its melodic quality, surpassing even that of the most renowned diva. I touch my throat in terror. No. My cry reverberates throughout the villa, drawing the attention of Su Yinshan, who had just arrived outside the door. With a loud crash, she bursts in, only to find me standing before the mirror, my head in my hands, despair etched across my face, my flawless form exposed to the air. This must be a dream. Yes, I must be dreaming. How could I, a man, possibly transform into a woman? Staring blankly at the stunning beauty with silver hair reflected in the mirror, I try to convince myself of this illusion. No, you are not dreaming. At that moment, Su Yinshan approaches me, her expression serious. Yet her eyes are fixated on my bosom, glimmering with a primal impulse. This transformation is the result of your awakened abilities. It is my first time witnessing someone change gender upon awakening their powers, she explains, shaking her head. The flicker of hope that had briefly ignited within me is extinguished as despair washes over my face, and I sink to the floor. Wait, did you say abilities? Are there truly powers in this world? Suddenly, I lift my gaze towards Su Yinshan with a questioning look. Naturally, she replies, summoning a chill that manifests as a block of ice in her hand. Since ancient times, supernatural abilities have existed. In the past, when technology was not advanced, those with powers were regarded as deities by ordinary people. Only with the progression of science in modern times have these powers been demystified. Abilities are classified into elemental and psychic types. Elemental powers manipulate water, fire, earth, various metals, thunder, and other natural elements. Psychic powers include gravity manipulation, teleportation, beast transformation, shape-shifting, summoning, and more. You awakened yesterday, collapsing from a lack of energy in the KTV. If it weren't for me, you would have lost your life. Your ability has awakened as a variant lightning elemental, which is quite powerful. However, I am uncertain why this transformation altered your gender. How could this happen? After hearing Su Yinshan's words, I kneel on the ground, my face frozen in shock. I finally awaken my powers, only to find myself transformed into a woman, losing all chances of courting a beautiful wife. This is utterly unjust. However, do not despair. Perhaps this phenomenon can be reversed. Seeing my hopelessness, Su Yinshan attempts to comfort me. Ahem, perhaps you should put on some clothes first. With that, she pries my hands away and gestures towards a new set of clothing she has purchased. What on earth? Isn't that a maid outfit? No. I absolutely refuse to wear women's clothing. As I pull the garments from the edge of the bed, a classic maid outfit comes into view. My eyes widen in horror, and I instinctively take a few steps back. Though I may have become a woman, it does not mean I will accept wearing such revealing attire. I attempt to flee, but an ice wall blocks my escape. Don't refuse. It's beautiful. Once you wear it, You will surely come to love it. Su Yinshan approaches me with a set of seductive lingerie, her expression reminiscent of a mischievous uncle enticing a young girl, a wicked smile playing on her lips. No. I shake my head vehemently, my face a mask of terror as I behold the scanty lingerie, barely concealing anything. This is non-negotiable. Observing my reluctance, Su Yinshan's demeanor shifts. Instead of being disheartened, her eyes gleam with a sadistic glint. Using her powers, she conjures icy chains that bind my limbs. As I find myself suspended and utterly exposed, Su Yinshan swallows hard, unable to resist the allure before her. With a scream, she lunges at me, forcibly dressing me in the maid outfit. Oh no, I have lost my purity. My parents, forgive me. I cannot continue the Feng family lineage. Dressed in the maid costume, my chest exposed. A deep cleft captivating Su Yinshan's gaze, the minuscule skirt barely concealing my curves, my long, delicate legs constrained in white stockings. I lie on the ground, despondent, as if I have been utterly defeated. Indeed, I have impeccable taste, Su Yinshan muses, her eyes sparkling as she gazes at me in the maid outfit with my silver hair styled into twin ponytails. It is as if she has awakened an extraordinary desire within her, her mouth watering at the sight. Oh, how beautiful. This is the perfect partner I have always envisioned. Su Yinshan gasps, her cheeks flushed as she licks her ruby lips, longing to plant a passionate kiss on my exquisite face. Indeed, Su Yinshan is unabashedly a homosexual. She has no interest in men, only in beautiful women. She has suppressed these feelings for so long, but encountering me, transformed from male to female, has unleashed a torrent of repressed desire. It is not that she looks down upon others. Rather, she cares deeply about others' perceptions. After all, most women would not accept such feelings, but I am different. Despite my transformation, I am still fundamentally a man at heart, and my attraction to women remains unchanged. Coupled with my stunning looks and figure, it is no wonder I am her ideal partner. Last night, her curiosity about my powers surpassed her carnal desires, which is why she refrained from acting on her impulses. Now liberated from that curiosity, the dormant flame of her affection ignites, burning with an intensity that makes her yearn to embrace me passionately. Yet, having undergone rigorous training, she manages to restrain her urges. Ahem, enough of this. Let's discuss serious matters. Observing me sobbing on the floor, Su Yinshan adopts a serious tone. Sensing her gravity, I spring to my feet, any traces of tears vanishing. I had merely been pretending to be pitiful. What serious matters? Your awakening signifies your departure from the ordinary. You must exercise caution moving forward. Additionally, I need to educate you about the distribution of supernatural forces in this world to prevent you from inadvertently causing chaos in the future. Chapter 3, Distribution of Forces. Before delving into the various factions, allow me to elucidate the classification of abilities among the extraordinary individuals. Their powers are categorized into levels: primary, intermediate, advanced, spiritual, noble, monarch, emperor, and saint. To illustrate, if the combat prowess of an elite special forces soldier is quantified as 1, then the primary level would be 10, intermediate 100, advanced 1000, spiritual 10,000, noble 100,000, monarch 1 million, emperor 10 million. And saint level transcends numerical measurement, representing the pinnacle of terrestrial might. The monarch level serves as a watershed. Those below are deemed ordinary practitioners. Conventional weaponry, such as firearms and missiles, significantly suppress those beneath the monarch level. However, upon reaching this echelon, all conventional arms become ineffective, including nuclear weapons, which cannot vanquish a monarch. Attaining the saint level allows one to traverse the cosmos in their corporeal form, rendering them temporarily independent of sustenance and respiration. Yet, the number of individuals who reach the monarch level is exceedingly rare, and only 3 saints are known to exist openly within our nation. Should a monarch engage in unrestrained combat, they could effortlessly devastate an entire city. Battles between those of the emperor level could engulf a province, while conflicts among saints could annihilate entire continents. Consequently, those above the monarch level seldom engage in combat, particularly the emperor and saint levels, as nations prohibit their unwarranted interventions. Listening to the classification of abilities, Feng He felt a surge of fervor, his cheeks flushed with excitement, as the long-dormant blood of youth stirred within him, igniting a fervent desire to ascend to the saint level and engage in exhilarating battles. The ranks of extraordinary individuals are manifold, with countless organizations vying for power. The most formidable among them are the official organizations of various nations. In our nation, the Yin and Huang Second Group, alongside the United States Shield Agency, Europe's Knights Templar, and Russia's Bear Army, stand as the four most powerful official organizations globally, with entities such as Japan's Amaterasu Society and South Korea's Four-Star Group trailing behind. In addition to these official bodies, numerous grassroots organizations exist. The United Association in our nation is a formidable civil alliance of extraordinary individuals, comparable to the Yin and Huang Second Group, with a widespread presence and numerous members. Unlike the latter, they undertake various missions to generate necessary funds for the advancement of their abilities, which requires substantial financial backing. Beyond the Yin and Huang Second Group and the United Association, numerous clan-based factions have thrived for centuries, some even millennia. These venerable families, known as aristocratic clans, possess immense resources and serve as the backbone of the nation, with many members belonging to the Yin and Huang Second Group. Among the three notable families in the demonic realm, Su, Lu, and Lin, all boast nearly a century of history, having rapidly expanded during tumultuous times to solidify their status among the aristocracy. It is crucial to remember that several esteemed families in our nation should never be offended. The Xianyuan, Huangfu, Dongfang, Shimin, Nangong, and Beitang clans, each with a 1,000-year legacy and formidable influence, are rumored to surpass the Yin and Huang Second Group in strength. As for smaller organizations, I shall provide you with a detailed document shortly for your careful study, ensuring you commit the various factions to memory. The Knights Templar of Europe is a collective organization representing all European nations, with a rich history spanning a millennium. Each nation within Europe also maintains its own official organizations and aristocratic families, such as the Rothschild and Capet families. The United States Shield Agency, though young in history, has developed pioneering technology that has significantly increased the number of extraordinary individuals, rapidly cultivating a cadre of elite beings alongside the influence of the top 10 financial conglomerates, including Morgan and Rockefeller. As one of the former superpowers, Russia's technological prowess is formidable, having aligned its path with that of the United States, augmented by treasures acquired from Europe in times past. Yet, with light comes shadow. Those with nefarious intentions have formed numerous dark factions that unleash chaos across the globe. These organizations, led by the three major powers, Dark Court, Azura Society, and Hell's Brigade, constitute a grave concern for nations, yet they remain elusive, their strongholds unknown, rendering them nearly impossible to eradicate. I will soon share detailed information regarding these powers for your thorough examination, and I implore you to memorize it with utmost urgency. Upon hearing Su Yinshan's introduction, Feng He felt a profound sense of ignorance regarding the world's complexity and excitement. Yet, the realization of his transformation into a woman extinguished his fervent aspirations, leaving him in a state of despondency, feeling that his life's purpose had been irrevocably compromised. Sitting on the ground, he dejectedly traced circles with his fingers, pouting in despair as the drive for life slipped away. Watching Su Yinshan depart in her luxurious vehicle, Feng He lay on the grand bed, staring vacantly at the opulent ceiling. Suddenly, a beam of blue light pierced through the ceiling, momentarily blinding him. The light prompted his eyes to gradually open, revealing an elderly gentleman clad in futuristic attire, tears glistening in his eyes as he gazed upon him. "Your Highness, you have finally awakened," the elder exclaimed, kneeling with fervent joy and relief. "Who are you?" Feng He queried, perplexed and bewildered. "Your Highness, I am your synthetic butler. You may call me Old Feng. The twin bloodline within you has awakened, and you are now poised to return to the Twin Empire." "Wait, you mentioned the Twin Empire. Does this mean everything that appeared in my mind while I was unconscious is real?" Feng He asked in astonishment. "Indeed, Your Highness. The serum inscribed within your genes was activated upon your awakening, and the supreme legacy of the Twin Empire has been unlocked. You have now inherited the Empire's most potent power and all its technologies." Chapter 4. The Twin Legacy, the most formidable power? Why can't I sense it? In a moment of confusion, Feng He asked vacantly. While he could comprehend the knowledge in his mind, the mightiest force eluded his perception. "Old Feng, what is the status of the battleship? Is it still operational?" Remembering the colossal spacecraft resting beneath the Antarctic glacier, Feng He inquired with keen interest. "The battleship is intact, with ample energy reserves. As long as the weapon systems are not activated and interstellar travel is avoided, it can endure for a century," Old Feng replied. "Indeed, Your Highness. The battleship's cloaking capability is undetectable by Earth's technological prowess. How long would it take to construct an underwater city the size of Magic City? By activating all the robots and extracting resources from the seabed, complete construction would require 3 months. 3 months, you say? Upon hearing this, Feng He fell into silence for a moment before continuing. How many replicants do you have at your disposal? Currently none, but the battleship contains a replicant cultivation chamber, capable of producing 1 per day. How many royal-class replicants can be cultivated with the resources of the battleship? 6. Old Feng pondered briefly. 3 males and 3 females. All around 30 years of age, utilizing the genes of the Chinese. You may collect the genetic material yourself. Their nationalities will be Chinese and American, requiring proficiency in commercial finance and all Earth languages. Furthermore, provide them with information across 6 domains: materials, machinery, computer hardware, software, medical, and pharmaceuticals. Ensure the technology is not overly advanced. A level 3 civilization will suffice. Process their identities carefully, leaving no trace behind. Understood. The levels of cosmic civilization are classified into 9 ranks. Level 1 remains on the home planet. Level 2 begins exploring the cosmos. Level 3 enables interplanetary travel within a star system. Level 4 allows for travel between different star systems. Level 5 denotes the development of spatial technology for exploration within its galaxy. Level 6 permits long-distance spatial jumps between galaxies. Level 7 enables round trips between different galaxies. Level 8 commands numerous star systems, and Level 9 oversees several domains. The twin civilization currently exists at Level 8, with a lengthy journey ahead to ascend to Level 9. By the way, Old Feng, could you elaborate on the realms of abilities beyond the Saint level? Suddenly, Feng He seemed to recall something and inquired with curiosity. Certainly. Nodding, Old Feng commenced his explanation of the realms of abilities above the Saint level. Above the Saint level, quantification becomes irrelevant, characterized as satellite, planetary, stellar, galactic, cosmic, domain, universe, and the legendary break universe level. At these levels, one can survive in the cosmic expanse without the need for food or breath, subsisting solely on the energy of the universe. At the satellite level, a full-force strike could obliterate a natural satellite. At the planetary level, a full-force strike could annihilate a planet. At the stellar level, the energy contained within is comparable to that of a star, capable of destroying a star with a single blow. At the galactic level, one could obliterate a star system, such as our solar system. At the cosmic level, the ability to eradicate a galaxy, like the Milky Way. At the domain level, the capacity to destroy an expanse of domains, comprising hundreds of galaxies. At the universe level, a single strike could impact multiple domains. And at the break universe level, a legendary realm that no one has yet attained, said to transcend the constraints of the universe, allowing one to wander beyond it. Moreover, the level of cosmic civilization is intrinsically linked to the strength of its highest ruler. A level 9 civilization must possess a universe-level entity, and level 8 requires a cosmic level. A level 7 necessitates a domain level. A level 6 needs a galactic level. A level 5 calls for a stellar level. A level 4 demands a planetary level. A level 3 requires a satellite level. On Earth, the strongest beings are at the Saint level, and although its technological advancement barely qualifies as level 2, the absence of satellite-level individuals and the lack of unification prevent the Cosmic Alliance from recognizing it as a level 2 civilization. Chapter 5. Future Plans After Much Contemplation. The protagonist's name has been changed to Feng He, while the female persona will be referred to as Feng He. In order to maintain the purity of their bloodline, twins often choose to separate and then merge with another self. Through a rigorous selection process at the hospital, they ensure the birth of the healthiest and most promising offspring. This tradition has been upheld by the twin royal family since ancient times. However, during the era of expansion, sacrifices had to be made to assimilate other races, resulting in substantial mingling of diverse bloodlines within the twin lineage. Each emperor and empress of the twin civilization was originally a singular entity, governed by clear clan rules that forbade any foreign blood from contaminating the royal lineage. It is precisely for this reason that the royal bloodline has remained untainted. Indeed, the minimum separation capability of the twin royal family is at the stellar level, but the ideal separation would be at the galactic level to avoid any adverse effects. After speaking, a blue light descended from the ceiling, whisking away the elder Feng. How intriguing. standing by the window and observing the villa area populated by the wealthiest individuals of Huagua. Feng He's gaze sparkled with determination. It is imperative to reach the stellar level in the shortest possible time. At this moment, Feng He's greatest desire was to attain stellar strength and subsequently separate the female aspect of themselves. As time passed, 3 days swiftly elapsed, and Feng He's power stabilized, allowing for the seamless transition between male and female forms. According to Elder Feng, the twin royal family's supernatural ability is thunder. Yet the occurrence of silver thunder has never been documented. This is your new identity, please verify. A stack of documents was handed to Feng He, which included identification cards, driver's licenses, diplomas, and even birth certificates, meticulously fabricating an entire persona from scratch. Incredible. Feng He was astounded by the comprehensive nature of this fictional identity, contemplating the immense power required to create a person from inception to university. However, why is the name on the documents Feng He? Such a feminine name. Feng He expressed disdain. Needless to say, given your appearance, you cannot continue using your former name. You are now a woman and must embody the essence of femininity. From today onward, I will diligently teach you the essential knowledge and common sense required of a normal girl, Su Yinshan retorted with an eye roll. Besides, it differs by only one character from your original name, and the pronunciation remains the same. Stop being so picky. But my princess, finally, I have a perfect companion. Can you still transform into a princess? After a moment of contemplation, Su Yinshan's eyes brightened, her spirit rejuvenated, as she grasped Feng He's hands and inquired with hopeful anticipation. Well, I can transform, but I will never do so, Feng He replied, bewildered, pushing Su Yinshan away in outright refusal. That is preposterous. I, Feng He, am a devotedly straightforward man. How can I become a woman? Although I must admit, the female form is quite pleasing to the eye, and the sensations are rather delightful. I am certainly not a pervert, and am resolutely determined not to transform. Being able to change is good. Being able to change is good. Su Yinshan sighed in relief, loosening her grip on Feng He's hands, her expression shifting from warmth to seriousness. It appears your supernatural ability is a hybrid of elemental and psychic powers, transforming into silver thunder. Can you wield silver thunder in your male form? Yes, but its power is only about 50 to 60% of that form's full potential. Only in that state can I unleash my full strength. After 3 days of experimentation, Feng He had come to understand their supernatural abilities. Silver thunder and transformation. Curiously, in the female form, they could exert 100% of their power, while in the male form, only 50 to 60% could be realized. As a female, Feng He was a high-level supernatural being, while in the male form, they could only manifest as a mid-level supernatural being. Upon grasping this reality, Feng He designated the female state as a trump card, rarely transforming unless absolutely necessary, as it could potentially turn the tide in battle. I see. Then perhaps your supernatural ability is not strictly elemental, but rather a variant transformation type, Su Yinshan pondered. While supernatural abilities are categorized, existing classifications are not always entirely accurate. Some unique abilities may span multiple categories. The variant transformation type is particularly special. It allows one to change into forms possessing extraordinary powers, such as the 4 guardians of the Yanhuang group, who belong to this category and can also be described as variant beast transformation types. Their powers are the 4 sacred beasts, Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu. They can transform into these beasts, wielding exceptional abilities, such as Zhuke's control over flames, among others. Even without transforming, they can manipulate some of the powers associated with their transformed states, which closely resembles your situation, except you transform into a woman, while they transform into sacred beasts. Your power is formidable, having reached high levels shortly after awakening. Even without transformation, you maintain a mid-level status. Thus, I ask you this, would you be willing to join the Yanhuang group? If not, I will not pressure you, as we respect individual rights. The Yanhuang group? Upon hearing this, Feng He fell silent, weighing the pros and cons of joining. Chapter 6. Joining Yanhuang. Could you elaborate on Yanhuang? After a brief silence, Feng He inquired. Of course, Su Yinshan nodded proudly. The Yanhuang second group serves as the guardian of Huagua, a formidable organization established by the nation to harness extraordinary abilities. The Yan group primarily focuses on offensive operations, while the Huang group specializes in defense. Typically, missions are executed in collaboration between these 2 divisions. The Yin group is led by the esteemed Zhu Ke and Bai Hu, tasked with neutralizing threats to societal stability and addressing challenges beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. Most members possess predominantly offensive abilities. Conversely, the Huang group is directed by the revered Qing Long and Xuan Wu, responsible for defense, intelligence, and logistics, forming the strongest line of defense for Huagua, with members often equipped with supportive abilities. My father is the head of the Yin group's Shanghai division. Upon learning of your extraordinary abilities, he hopes you will join his ranks in the Yin group's Shanghai division. Becoming a member of the Yin group grants you a military rank and certain privileges, allowing you to act autonomously within your authority. Moreover, joining the Yin group provides access to invaluable resources to enhance your abilities swiftly. It is essential to note that, in addition to personal training, specific potions and artifacts are necessary for the enhancement of one's extraordinary powers. Very well, I shall join. However, I do not wish for my actions to be monitored or restricted. Feng He pondered for a moment. Although he had the support of the dual civilization warships, it was not yet the time to reveal himself. He was still too vulnerable, and exposure could lead to dire consequences. That is only natural, Su Yinshan explained. While the Yin-Huang group is a national organization, it does not infringe upon personal freedom. As long as you do not engage in treason or unlawful activities, you are free outside of missions. Furthermore, to facilitate members in executing their tasks more effectively, if you accumulate enough merit, you can request protection for your family or even exchange merit points for awakening potions to grant them extraordinary abilities. Merit points? Awakening potions? Upon hearing these new terms, Feng He quickly inquired. Merit points are awarded upon completing tasks, varying based on the task's level. Tasks are categorized from D to SSS, with merit points ranging from 3 to 9 digits. As your proficiency increases, so too does the merit required for higher-level tasks. Currently, as a high-level extraordinary individual, you are qualified to undertake B-level missions. The merit points serve two purposes: to elevate your military rank and to exchange for necessary items, such as awakening potions. Awakening potions are classified into several tiers: S, A, B, C, and D. The success rate for D-tier potions is 50 to 60%. C-tier ranges from 60 to 70%, B-tier from 70 to 80%, A-tier from 80 to 90%, and S-tier boasts a 100% success rate. The lowest D-tier requires 300,000 merit points, with each subsequent tier doubling the merit required, culminating in the S-tier awakening potion, which demands 300 million merit points. Additionally, there are rare artifacts capable of awakening a second extraordinary ability, but they are exceedingly scarce and thus highly valuable, necessitating vast amounts of merit points. After Su Yinshan's explanation, Feng He gained a general understanding. While the Yin-Huang group was a national entity, it afforded a degree of freedom and maintained a complete competitive structure. As long as one possessed merit points, even those without connections could forge a path to prominence. However, Feng He was not particularly interested in the items available for exchange. With the technology of the 8th level dual civilization at his disposal, crafting a 100% effective awakening potion would be quite simple. He also had little interest in items for enhancing his abilities, as he could produce whatever he desired using the instruments aboard the cosmic warships, provided he had sufficient materials. As for the artifacts for secondary awakenings, he found them unnecessary. According to his memories, achieving satellite-level capabilities would naturally lead to the awakening of a second ability, and reaching galactic level would enable the awakening of a third. There was no need for any artifacts to force such awakenings. Although awakening a second ability sounded immensely powerful, forcibly awakening it without the requisite strength and physical condition would severely damage one's foundation, making further advancements exceedingly difficult. Thus, Feng He held the second ability awakening artifacts in disdain. Come, I will take you to the base to complete your onboarding process. With that, Su Yinshan led Feng He into a clearly modified sedan, slowly making their way toward the urban area of Shanghai. The Yin-Huang Group's Shanghai division is located beneath a skyscraper in the city center, surrounded by a facade of disguised enterprises that are all legitimate businesses. The staff consists of state-trained extraordinary individuals who typically work within the office building, executing missions as needed. The actual base lies 300 meters underground, accessible only to those with a pass. The base is extensive, featuring training grounds, research facilities, and more, constructed to the highest standards. It is built by extraordinary individuals, impervious to even nuclear strikes, with the outer shell remaining unscathed. Upon entering the skyscraper, Su Yinshan guided Feng He into an elevator that descended to the base. The corridor, filled with a sci-fi aesthetic, was lined with detectors and weaponry. As they traversed the passage, a vast underground space came into view, measuring 100 meters in length, width, and height, devoid of furnishings, save for doors on all four walls. This is the Shanghai Division. Su Yinshan entered the cube and explained. The Shanghai Division is situated 300 meters underground, comprising 9 cubic spaces, each measuring 100 meters. The first and second levels serve as training grounds, while the third level houses the power station, warehouse, research rooms, and office areas. The materials for this base have been specially processed by metal-type extraordinary individuals, rendering it impervious to nuclear attacks. Entering the door on the left, they descended in the elevator until a chime signaled their arrival at the third level, the office area. Passing through a research cube, they entered the central cube of the third level, which housed a towering office building, each floor comprising expansive offices. The topmost floor was designated for Su Yinshan's father and another individual. "Welcome. Please, take a seat." Su Hu, the head of the Su family and the Yin Group's Shanghai base commander, regarded Feng He with a nod. Feng He, not one to be overly formal, comfortably sat at the desk, sizing up Su Hu. In his mid-40s, with a closely cropped haircut and a chiseled face, Su Hu exuded an aura of a seasoned warrior that commanded Feng He's respect. "I am aware of your circumstances. Su Yinshan has briefed you on the Yin Group's operational protocols. From this day forth, you are officially a member of the Yin Group's Shanghai Division," Su Hu stated, devoid of any personal sentiment. "Your paperwork has been processed, and given your immediate awakening as a high-level extraordinary individual, your military rank is set at Colonel. Yinshan, please escort him to familiarize himself with the base and conduct a test, as well as retrieve a set of equipment for him," Su Hu instructed Su Yinshan. Understood. Chapter 7. Infiltration of the club. After undergoing various assessments, Feng He's rank was firmly established as that of a high-level supernatural being, holding the military title of Colonel. He received his uniform, had his photograph taken, underwent DNA registration, and was issued an identity chip. Finally, he obtained a communicator, weaponry, and combat attire. Taking into account Feng He's transformation abilities, the combat suit was crafted from ultra-elastic material, designed in a neutral black color, possessing a degree of defensive capability sufficient to withstand regular handguns. You are now a member of the Flame Team. According to tradition, each newcomer must undertake a mission. Coincidentally, aside from you, there is another new recruit in the Flame Team, and the Yellow Team also has 2 newcomers. Thus, Shan, you shall lead the team and accept a Class C mission to provide them with some practical experience. With a salute, Su Yinshan led Feng He out of the office and into the mission hall. Upon entering, they observed 4 individuals standing quietly in the hall. One burly man in his 30s noticed Su Yinshan and Feng He, his eyes lighting up as he quickly approached them. This imposing figure was Huang Hu, a member of the Yellow Team and the leader for this mission, holding the rank of Colonel. "Long time no see, Colonel Su," Huang Hu greeted Su Yinshan warmly, turning to the 2 girls behind him and saying, "This is the team leader for this mission, Colonel Su Yinshan. Please introduce yourselves." "I am Guyu. My ability is mind control," said a petite girl, appearing no older than 17 or 18, with a slightly shy demeanor. A faint blush crept across her fair face. "Hello," Su Yinshan said, her eyes sparkling mischievously as she took Guyu's small hand, discreetly teasing her palm. This caused the bashful girl to flush, immediately withdrawing her hand and hiding behind another girl. "I'm Yang Shui. My ability is Holy Light, a healing ability that can instantly mend non-fatal injuries." Yang Shui, 23, was strikingly beautiful, with an exquisite figure and long, silky black hair cascading down to her waist. Her fair skin radiated a gentle pink hue, lending her an aura of purity that felt almost sacred, while her melodious voice enveloped Feng He in a comforting warmth, alleviating the pressures within him. Su Yinshan's gaze brightened at Yang Shui, but just as she was about to extend her hand, Yang Shui stepped back, leaving Su Yinshan feeling momentarily disheartened. "You two, please introduce yourselves," she urged, recovering from her disappointment and addressing Feng He and a chubby boy beside him. "My name is Li Da. My ability is fat conversion. I excel at eating. Whatever I consume is converted into fat that I can use to create small objects, like handguns," the plump Li Da introduced himself. Standing at 5 feet 7 inches and weighing around 200 pounds, his rotund figure jiggled as he walked, a sight that could be rather startling. However, Li's ability was indeed fascinating. He could fabricate familiar items from his own fat, provided he understood their structure and principles. Surprisingly, Li's discovery was purely accidental. A seasoned recluse at 23, he had yet to find employment and spent his days holed up at home. Due to his ample energy reserves, his awakening was remarkably smooth. Following his awakening, a serendipitous event revealed his newfound powers, leading him to conduct frenzied experiments that caused his weight to plummet from 500 to 200 pounds as he created numerous miniature figures. In a moment of inspiration, he crafted an electromagnetic gun that surpassed earthly technology, which caused him to faint after losing nearly 100 pounds. His parents, alarmed, rushed him to the hospital, where members of the Flame team recognized him as an awakened supernatural being and recruited him into their ranks. The electromagnetic gun he created has since been sent to the largest research institute in the capital for reverse engineering, yielding promising results. This ability to fabricate non-existent objects was deemed alarming, and thus, it was classified as a state secret, with strict scrutiny imposed on all who were aware, including Li's family, who were provided with covert protection. The leader of the Yellow team expressed interest in recruiting Li, but the head of the Flame team flatly refused, recognizing his immense potential. Consequently, Li remained with the Flame team's division in Modu. The authorities took a keen interest in his abilities, encouraging him to create the impossible. They amassed a collection of various science fiction works, novels, anime, television shows, movies, and games for him to consume incessantly. His role entailed watching these materials, eating, and creating, much to his delight. He enjoyed a generous salary, all meals provided, and no burdensome tasks, merely indulging in his passions daily. In exchange for this lifestyle, the fat he painstakingly accumulated was swiftly expended, while the nation reaped substantial benefits. This mission marked Li's debut. "I am Feng He. My ability is thunder." Feng He introduced himself, then quietly awaited Su Yinshan to announce the mission details. The task at hand was a Class C mission, aimed at cleansing a spa resort named Yujun Club, located in a remote area of the suburbs. The establishment was opulently constructed, featuring a grand fountain illuminated by vibrant lights, at the center of which stood a magnificent six-winged angel sculpted from pure gold, exuding elegance. Flanking the fountain were flower beds adorned with rare blossoms imported from around the globe, creating a vibrant tapestry of colors. The club was a replica of the Palace of Versailles, boasting marble floors, crystal chandeliers, a staircase crafted from pure gold, and doors made from rosewood with diamond handles. The lavish interiors were intoxicatingly luxurious. This club operated on a membership basis, with the lowest tier, the blue card, demanding an annual fee of 50 million, the red card 100 million, and the purple card 200 million. Upon payment, members could indulge freely each year. The higher the membership tier, the more exquisite the services offered, with the most skilled and beautiful female attendants, including stars from the Japanese entertainment industry, available exclusively to Purple Card members. Chapter 8. The Club War, Part 2. Today marks the company's annual meeting, and I find myself quite occupied. Therefore, I shall pause the updates for now. But tomorrow evening, I shall provide at least 2 updates. I am currently typing, so please hold on for a moment. Once the content has been updated, kindly refresh the page to access the latest updates. Chapter 9. Mission accomplished. The task at hand presented no significant difficulty, according to intelligence reports. The establishment housed no individuals with supernatural abilities. However, caution was paramount, as the adversaries could possess heavy weaponry. The primary objective during this operation was to safeguard the lives and property of the civilians, ensuring that no harm befell the innocent. As it was currently a time of respite at the establishment, we set forth. With a decisive command from Su Yinshan, the team promptly organized their gear and proceeded to the ground-level garage, where they entered modified vehicles and journeyed toward their destination. Shortly thereafter, the 6 members arrived at a grove situated 1 kilometer from the establishment. Upon disembarking, they donned their combat attire and concealed themselves within the trees. "Huang Hu, it's your turn," Su Yinshan remarked, glancing at him. "Understood. Stay close to me, no more than 5 meters apart," Huang Hu replied, nodding. With a swift motion of his hands through the air, the surrounding light began to bend and distort, rendering the 6 figures gradually transparent until they vanished entirely. This was Huang Hu's ability, light manipulation. He could manipulate light at will, bending, refracting, and reflecting it as desired, creating an invisible zone with a 5-meter radius around himself, impervious to detection by both cameras and human eyes. He could also concentrate light to form lasers of considerable strength, initially categorized as an invisibility ability during assessments. It evolved over time, revealing its true nature as light manipulation. By then, he had already been a member of the Huang group for several years and had no desire to transfer. Otherwise, his prowess would have been warmly welcomed in the Yin group. Once cloaked, the six swiftly advanced towards the establishment. Their combat boots, crafted from specialized materials, produced no sound regardless of the force applied, a standard feature of the Yin and Huang groups. Their combat suits were equally unique, undetectable by common scanning devices. Upon reaching the establishment, they observed 5 extravagant luxury vehicles parked at the entrance. Su Yinshan's pupils contracted as she scrutinized one of the license plates. That is, her expression shifted dramatically, and she urgently commanded a halt. "What is the matter?" Huang Hu, concealed beside a flower bed, inquired softly. "That is Lin Zizong's car," Su Yinshan replied, her face clouded with displeasure, a glint of murderous intent in her eyes. "No matter the underlying issues, this operation must not fail. Keep an eye on Lin Zizong. We cannot let anything happen to him." After a moment of contemplation, her beautiful eyes sparkled with determination as she turned to the 4 members of Feng He's team. "You 4, remain vigilant. While these female ninjas lack supernatural abilities, they should not be underestimated." The 4 nodded in acknowledgement and stealthily approached the establishment. "Guyu, check if there are any individuals nearby," Su Yinshan instructed. Guyu nodded, closing her eyes as her mind expanded. Within a 500-meter radius, no living being could evade her mental grasp. In her perception, male minds appeared as blue light spots, while female minds shone red. The deeper the color, the larger the light spot, indicating greater strength. Supernatural beings exhibited a different hue, blending gold into the blue and red. A greater presence of gold signified a stronger ability. There are 6 men on the first floor, their strength comparable to elite special forces. On the second floor, there are 7 women with similar prowess, alongside a very weak man, who is even inferior to an average person. 2 women beside him are formidable, classified as intermediate supernatural beings. Moreover, Guyu's face flushed suddenly, embarrassment evident as she hesitated. But the others quickly grasped the implication. The weak man was undoubtedly the debauched Lin Zizong, while the 2 women were assuredly ninjas from Japan, engaged in acts that Guyu found distasteful. Damn it, the intelligence was flawed. There are indeed supernatural beings present. "Continue," Su Yinshan scolded internally, addressing Guyu. "The 3rd floor and above are unoccupied. Behind the establishment, there is an apartment filled with women, 359 in total, all ordinary individuals. They appear to be in poor health, huddled together in small groups. Oh, there is a basement beneath the establishment, housing 3 individuals whose powers I cannot detect. Something is blocking my probing. Oh, it seems the core of our concerns lies with those 3 in the basement," Su Yinshan remarked, her eyes lighting up. She turned to Guyu and ordered, "Envelop the ordinary individuals at the entrance in an illusion. Keep in mind, I need them alive for thorough interrogation." "Understood," Guyu replied, nodding. With her ability activated, she ensnared the 6 men on the first floor and the 7 women on the second floor within an illusion. Guyu's power was mind control, which extended beyond mere probing. She could invade the mental realms of others, manipulating and influencing their thoughts. In her presence, ordinary individuals possessed no privacy or security. She could fabricate an illusion within their minds, rendering them oblivious to events occurring in reality, even to the extent of causing death within the illusion. If one were to be killed in their mind, and their mental fortitude was insufficient, it could lead to actual death. Of course, this was ineffective against formidable foes, particularly supernatural beings, whose minds were significantly stronger than those of ordinary people. Currently, Guyu was an intermediate supernatural being and could only utilize her illusions to eliminate those of equal or lesser strength. Fortunately, the 6 men and 7 women were no match for Guyu. They were swiftly ensnared within the illusion. At this moment, they remained oblivious to any occurrences in reality. Even if they were stabbed in the heart, they would remain unresponsive unless Guyu chose to dispel her power. "All right, Sister Shan, they are all trapped in the illusion. They will not awaken unless I release them," Guyu stated, opening her eyes to Su Yinshan. "Good, let us proceed," Su Yinshan affirmed, nodding. She turned to the 5 others and instructed, Huang Hu and I will head to the basement. The four of you should go to the second floor and deal with those two intermediate supernatural beings, ensuring Lin Zizong's safety. Chapter 10. Returned to school. The four of them nodded and swiftly made their way to the second floor, while Su Yanshan and Huang Hu headed towards the basement. Upon arriving at the entrance of the second floor, they encountered 7 women standing there with vacant expressions. Each one was voluptuous and alluring, causing Li Da, the chubby fellow, to drool uncontrollably. He rushed over to grab one by the chest and slap another on the backside, shamelessly planting kisses on their ruby lips, which provoked a deep blush on Guyu's face and an expression of disdain from Yang Shui. Hey, be mindful. There are 2 ladies present. Feng He coughed, prompting Li Da to reluctantly retreat to the door. Shall we force our way in or devise a clever strategy? Feng He inquired, gazing at the 3. Shall you? Can you confirm the abilities of the individuals inside? Yang Shui furrowed her brow and turned to Guyu. Yes. Guyu nodded and utilized her powers to reassess the strength of the 3 individuals within, stating, Lin Zizong is an ordinary person, while the other 2 are intermediate-level ability users. They have finished their business and are currently engaged in idle chatter. Both Guyu and I are intermediate. What about you 2? Yang Shui nodded, resting her chin on her dainty fingers as she looked at Feng He and Li Da. I am advanced, Feng He stated candidly, revealing his true strength, which elicited surprise from the 2 women. He, I am also advanced, Li Da boasted with a grin, basking in the astonishment of the 2 ladies, only to be met with 2 disdainful glares, which deflated his spirits. That simplifies things. The 4 of us, as ability users, can easily overpower the 2 intermediate users inside. However, forcing our way in might endanger Lin Zizong, Yang Shui mused, biting her nails as she contemplated how to subdue the 2 without harming Lin Zizong. By the way, Guyu, can you control another person's body? Feng He suddenly asked. Indeed, I can control anyone weaker than myself, and unless they are more powerful ability users, others will not notice, Guyu affirmed. That works. Feng He's lips curled into a smirk. You will control the 2 women to knock on the door, luring out those 2. Li Da and I will lie in ambush at the entrance. Once the 2 encounter us, you 2 will swiftly enter, incapacitate Lin Zizong, and retreat. Keep an eye on him. Your abilities are not suited for combat, so find a place to hide and await my signal. Understood. The 3 agreed after a moment of contemplation. Guyu probed the memories of the 7 women and identified the oldest and highest ranking among them, then began to control that female ninja to approach the door. Lady Rue, Lady Li Mei, Guyu commanded through her control, knocking on the door and calling inside. From her memories, she knew that the individuals within were a pair of twins, Shinohara Li Mei and Shinohara Rei, both 20 years old, hired by Lin Zizong to serve him. What is it? A languid voice drifted from within, sultry and enticing, igniting a flame of desire in the listener. Lady Chio seeks your presence. Guyu manipulated the woman to respond. Through her memories, she discovered that one of the 3 in the basement was named Sato Chio, a female advanced ability user whose powers were unknown, and she was the head of the entire base. The other 2 remained shrouded in mystery, their faces unseen. Young Master Lin, please don't be angry. After all, my sister and I are yours. Perhaps tonight, we can offer you a proper compensation. You have always wanted to explore the back door, and tonight, we are at your service, the woman cooed, scratching Lin Zizong's chest and planting a tender kiss on his lips. Oh dear, young Master Lin, you are so naughty, the 2 women teased, gazing at Lin Zizong with doe-like eyes, exuding an aura of submission that stirred something primal within him. With a resounding slap, Li Da struck the 2 women's ample backsides, leaving a handprint on their soft skin. The 2 women leaned in to kiss Lin Zizong again, then donned their clothes and proceeded toward the door. Creak. The door swung open, revealing the twin sisters, both standing at 1.7 meters tall, with a flawless figure that resembled pure innocence. Hi, Guyu, controlling the female ninja, bowed and entered the room. As Shinohara Rue and Shinohara Li Mei approached the staircase, Feng He and Li Da seized the moment. Feng He unleashed a bolt of silver lightning towards Shinohara Rue, while Li Da drew 2 electromagnetic guns from his pockets and opened fire on Shinohara Li Mei. The blue electromagnetic bullets targeting her head and heart. Not good. The 2 women's pupils constricted, their faces paling as a wave of lethal energy surged forth, causing Feng He and Li Da, both inexperienced in battle, to freeze in place, their expressions turning ashen. It's the Yanwan group. We've been discovered. Shinohara Rei recognized their attire, her expression darkening as she waved her delicate hands, unleashing a flurry of wind blades. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, and the once resplendent corridor was ravaged by the combined forces of wind and the mingling of blue and silver lightning, leaving it charred and shattered. The windows and doors shattered under the pressure, and the 6 women at the entrance were engulfed in the aftermath, their bodies scorched black and marred by cuts from the wind blades. "Who are you?" At the moment the battle ignited in the corridor, Gu Yu and Yang Shui rushed into the room, startling Lin Zizong, who had been resting inside. Ignoring Lin Zizong's inquiries, Yang Shui dashed over, her hand forming a blade, and struck his neck, sending the thin, stringy young master into unconsciousness. "Xiao Yu, we must secure Lin Zizong in a safe location," Yang Shui declared, lifting Lin Zizong by the neck as though he were a mere chick, leaping out of the window and sprinting into the dense forest where the car was parked. Upon reaching the vehicle, they hastily shoved Lin Zizong into the trunk, pressing a button that rendered the car invisible, leaving no trace behind. A new chapter is about to unfold. Stay tuned for more. Chapter 11. Orientation Exposure. After ensuring Lin Zizong was settled, the two swiftly made their way to the club, quietly waiting for news from Feng He beneath a nearby flower bed. At this moment, on the upper floor, sisters Shinohara Yui and Shinohara Rimi unleashed a flurry of wind blades into the room, intending to take Lin Zizong hostage. Upon entering, they were met with an empty room and an open window, cursing under their breath as they redirected their focus to Li De, who was confronting Feng He. Feng He's abilities boasted formidable offensive power, yet without his transformation, he possessed only intermediate strength, resulting in a stalemate with Shinohara Yui. Although Li De was a high-level ability user, his combat skills were merely the result of exam-forged weaponry, such as the electromagnetic guns in his hands and the mechanized shoes on his feet. His abilities held no inherent offensive power. Both lacked combat training, rendering them ill-matched against the sisters, and their confrontation ended in a draw due to the suppression of abilities. Before long, the entire second floor had been reduced to chaos, with the battle's impact resonating through the levels above and below. Meanwhile, Su Yinshan and Huang Hu had reached the basement. "Let me handle this," Huang Hu said, looking at the imposing security door. Concentrating, he gathered energy in his hand, unleashing a powerful laser that struck the steel door. With a resounding bang, the door was instantly pierced, molten metal dripping from the newly formed circular hole, creating small openings. "Nanny?" An enraged voice emerged from within, revealing a middle-aged woman in a kimono and 2 middle-aged men clad in samurai attire rushing out. Upon seeing Su Yinshan and Huang Hu, their pupils constricted and expressions darkened. The Yanhuang group? The stockier man on the left initially appeared terrified, but quickly adopted a disdainful tone. "2 mere individuals dare to intrude upon our territory? How laughably ignorant. This is the land of Huagua, and you, Japanese scoundrels, dare to be so audacious." Huang Hu's muscles bulged as he shouted at the 3 intruders. "Baka! You Chinese pigs dare to insult us. Today I shall ensure your demise." The smaller, ugly man on the right shouted, his eyes bulging as he waved his hands, sending dozens of shurikens flying toward them. With a calm demeanor, Su Yinshan released a chilling aura from her hands, creating a thin yet impenetrable layer of ice that enveloped them both. The shurikens clanged against the ice sphere, producing a series of metallic sounds, yet failed to fall. Suspended in the air, the small man's ability was solid manipulation. Anything solid within a 200-meter radius was under his control, making him a spiritual-level ability user. "Humph," he sneered, watching the transparent ice sphere. With a swift motion of his right hand, the ice shattered into numerous icy kunai, aimed at Su Yinshan and Huang Hu. "What?" Su Yinshan's expression shifted, her earlier confidence replaced by a newfound gravity. "Ha ha ha ha. Chinese woman, my ability allows me to manipulate any solid object, including the ice you create. Prepare to perish." The small man laughed triumphantly, commanding the shurikens and icy kunai to rain down upon them. "Damn it." Su Yinshan gritted her teeth, conjuring another ice sphere. "Useless. Your ice is now under my control," the small man boasted, extending his right hand, causing the ice to revert to tiny ice beads that fell to the ground. "Do not be arrogant, you scoundrel." Huang Hu, fueled by rage, exhaled white mist from his nostrils, muscles tensing as beams of light coalesced around him, obliterating the incoming shurikens and icy kunai. "You cannot control my light. Die?" With a wide grin, he unleashed a barrage of concentrated light beams at the 3 men. "Nanny?" The ugly little man was taken aback. Stay calm. Triple Rashomon. The stocky man shouted, stamping his right foot as 3 metallic defensive walls rose from the ground. This man possessed the ability to manipulate metal, effortlessly altering its form and controlling it, marking him as a spiritual level ability user. Boom. The laser struck the first metallic wall, piercing through and leaving red molten holes as it continued to the second wall, which it also penetrated, only to create a small hole in the third without breaking through entirely. Haha, your attacks are futile against us. The small man cackled, but suddenly felt a chilling sensation behind him, causing his hairs to stand on end. Die. Not hesitating, Huang Hu launched 3 ice spikes toward the 3 adversaries, now encased in ice. With a cracking sound, the ice began to shatter, revealing the 3 men now frozen and turning purple. Bakayuru, I will make you pay. The small man trembled, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at Su Yenshan. With a roar, the ground quaked, hard concrete and metal splitting and rising as a colossal 5-meter-tall figure of concrete and metal materialized before them. Die, the small man shouted, and the giant's fist came crashing down. Su Yenshan rolled aside, narrowly avoiding the strike, but the immense fist smashed into the already uneven ground, causing cracks to spiderweb across the floor and destabilizing the entire basement as walls and ceilings crumbled. Are you trying to bury us alive, Sato? The stocky man yelled at the little man named Sato, his face clouded with anger, while the woman in the kimono inexplicably vanished. A violent tremor shook the ground, revealing a lavish palace that began to split open, affecting the battle on the second floor as Feng He and Li struggled to maintain their footing amidst falling debris. With a thunderous crash, the palace collapsed, and a massive giant emerged from the rubble, while 9 figures also burst forth, one of which sprinted into the dense forest. Feng Hao, do not let her escape. Pursue her at once. Su Yenshan commanded, her expression darkening as she observed the woman fleeing. Without hesitation, Feng Hao accelerated, ready to chase after the elusive Chiyo, who was now fleeing from the chaos. Chapter 12. Huang Group. Yin Hao Sato, swift and decisive, observed. Such a commotion must have certainly alerted the military forces of Hua. If we delay any longer, escape will be impossible. The robust figure of Takagi stood beside the diminutive Sato, his expression dark and foreboding. Steel giant. Takagi's countenance was as grim as iron, his fiery gaze fixed intently on Su Yenshan and Huang Hu. With a fierce shout, the metallic structures within the club and its vicinity surged forth, coalescing behind Takagi like a liquid mass. With a thunderous rumble, the absence of steel support caused the entire establishment to collapse instantaneously, sending the entranced ninjas into their eternal rest, ascending to the heavens to join the divine. As the dust settled, a 10-meter-tall steel giant emerged from the ruins, accompanied by a colossal figure formed of stone and metal. Perish! Roared Takagi and Sato in unison, as both giants unsheathed their enormous katana, aiming strikes at Su Yenshan and Huang Hu. I shall contend with the towering one. You handle the short one, Su Yenshan declared, her expression grave. Chilling energy surged beneath her feet, and in an instant, a 3-meter-tall ice tiger materialized, roaring with lifelike ferocity, its muscular contours indistinguishable from that of a real tiger. With a fearsome roar, the ice tiger leapt, its razor-sharp claws crashing against the blade. The impact reverberated through the air, generating a shockwave that sent debris and shards of glass flying in all directions. Perceiving the katana's blockade, Su Yenshan conjured 2 icy spears behind her, launching them towards Takagi's chest. A sharp clang echoed as the spears struck his chest, failing to penetrate. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed that Takagi had donned a suit of metallic armor, deflecting Su Yenshan's icy projectiles. Meanwhile, Huang Hu observed the colossal fist descending towards him. With a swift gesture, he unleashed a laser as thick as a barrel, obliterating the giant's entire right arm into fragments that scattered like bullets. Curse it! Sato exclaimed, witnessing his puppet giant's dismemberment. He commanded countless shards of rock and metal to coalesce into a new right arm, sweeping towards Huang Hu like a whip. Light feathers. Huang Hu's expression sharpened as he gathered light around him, forming feather-like shapes behind him. With a sweeping motion of his hand, they rained down upon the approaching arm. A series of explosions ensued, as the light feathers detonated upon contact with the giant's limb, resembling a barrage of mini explosives. The ground trembled beneath the onslaught as the giant was engulfed by the relentless detonations. Such strength! This battle is beyond our intervention, remarked Gu Yu and Yang Shuex, who were concealed in the shadows, gazing in awe at Su Yinshan and Huang Hu's breathtaking confrontation, yearning to reach such heights. Observing Li Da, the stout figure, and the sisters Shinohara Yui and Shinohara Rimi, their skirmish, though impressive, paled in comparison to Su Yinshan and Huang Hu's display of might. Shinohara Yui appeared battered, her right arm broken, her face swollen and charred, while her once ample bosom bore the scars of battle, presenting a humorous contrast. Big sister, Shinohara Rimi cried out, summoning the last of her strength, conjuring a whirlwind from her hands. Shinohara Yui, witnessing this, unleashed her full prowess, the gusts intertwining as they coalesced into a tornado, rivaling an EF3 in ferocity, the swirling winds cutting like blades. As the tornado grew in magnitude, debris from the ground was lifted and shredded into dust, forming a deepening pit in the earth. Perish! The sisters exclaimed in unison, directing the tempest towards Li Da. The stout figure trembled at the sight of the overwhelming whirlwind, feeling his bulk diminish as he concentrated energy into his palms. Creation, super electromagnetic cannon. Li Da bellowed, his eyes narrowing as he ignited the stored energy, transforming from a hefty figure into a slim man of over 100 pounds. Though not a paragon of beauty, he was undeniably handsome. As the luminous point before him vanished, an extraordinarily sci-fi styled cannon materialized, its barrel a striking black gold, supported by 3 legs embedded into the ground. The cannon's mouth, the size of 2 basketballs, split open, shimmering with electrifying energy. Beside it stood an 8-cubic black box, connected by thick cables to the cannon's base. This is the most formidable weapon I can summon. Go! Li Da exclaimed with evident excitement, finishing the charge. The cannon unleashed a beam of blue and gold light. With a thunderous roar, the electric beam pierced through the tornado, engulfing the Shinohara sisters and sending them hurtling away, its force unabated as it crashed into the nearby forest. Resonating with a deafening explosion, the blue light surged skyward, enveloping a radius of 100 meters with crackling electricity, turning trees and rocks into charred remnants. While the Shinohara sisters were silenced before they could utter a cry. In the distance, hidden within the dense foliage, Chiyo observed the eruption of blue electricity, her expression darkening as she sensed the demise of her subordinates. Standing upon a branch, she glared at the approaching Feng He, a chilling malice emanating from her gaze. You have obliterated years of our endeavors. I shall ensure you experience the weight of this enmity. Chiyo seethed, her voice melodious yet laced with deadly intent. Reaching Feng He's ears, Feng He remained silent, acutely aware of the formidable pressure emanating from Chiyo, a constant reminder that she was an adversary far beyond his capabilities. Every hair on his body stood on end as he braced himself against her every move. A gentle breeze rustled through the foliage, leaves whispering softly as light filtered through, casting speckled patterns upon the ground. Suddenly, a gust swept through, stirring the fallen leaves, and Feng He's eyes widened as he abruptly lost sight of Chiyo. Chapter 13. Preparing for entrepreneurship. What? Feng He's pupils constricted as he hurriedly scanned his surroundings, but he could not find Chiyo's trace. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine, causing him to roll to the left instinctively. Whoosh! An invisible slash severed the large tree before him in two. That was close. Rising from the ground, he watched the fallen tree, cold sweat pouring down his face, goosebumps erupting all over his body. His gaze fixed on the spot where he had just stood. Hee, good instincts, but how many times can you evade? A sultry yet chilling voice emerged from the empty air, sending shivers down Feng He's spine. Just as the voice faded, he felt a coolness at his neck and quickly turned sideways. Whoosh whoosh. 2 slashes of elemental energy grazed his body, carving deep gorges into the ground. And the tree ahead was cleaved in half. Damn it! Feng He cursed under his breath, enveloped in silver lightning. A circular explosion emanated from his body, engulfing everything within a 20-meter radius in terrifying silver lightning. Boom! Thunder crackled, and all objects within the range were reduced to dust, creating a circular pit in the ground. A wide-range attack. What a pity! Your assault is futile against me. Chiyo's voice drifted in from outside the thunderstorm, causing Feng He to break out in a cold sweat, his scalp prickling. At that moment, a whirlwind began to coalesce before him, gradually revealing Chiyo's figure. Elementalization. You are not a high-level ability user. You are a spiritual-level ability user. Feng He gazed in shock at Chiyo, formed from swirling winds, his expression one of disbelief. Guyu had searched the memories of those ninjas, and in their recollections, Chiyo was supposed to be a high-level ability user, yet now she was at the spiritual level. How could he not be astonished? As a fellow high-level ability user, Feng He might have had a chance if he transformed, but if Chiyo was now a spiritual level user, even if he transformed into Feng He, survival would be a challenge. High-level ability user, that was 3 days ago. Since you are aware of elementalization, you should also comprehend the disparity between us. Today, your fate is sealed. You shall die. Chiyo's face was icy, her crimson lips parting slightly as she spoke with a murderous intent that made Feng He's heart tremble, a sense of dread washing over him. In silence, Feng He's brain, far superior to that of any human, raced as he pondered the intricacies of elementalization. Elementalization is a unique ability of elemental ability users, only awakened upon reaching the spiritual level. The stronger the user, the longer they can maintain this state. During elementalization, the user can disregard physical and energy attacks, rendering them virtually invincible. To defeat an enemy in elementalization, one method is to discover their weaknesses, such as fire being opposed to water, sand being afraid of water, or darkness fearing light. Another method requires reaching the spiritual level, awakening the unique energy of ability users, spiritual energy, and infusing it into one's attacks to harm the elementalized user. Those below the spiritual level lack the physical strength to support the awakening of spiritual energy, making it essential for one to attain the spiritual level to awaken this ability. Spiritual energy is a unique energy born from the combination of mental strength and physical power, stored within every cell. Attaching spiritual energy to oneself significantly enhances defense and attack power, while infusing it into an attack can exponentially increase its potency. Die! Whirling storm. Chiyo exclaimed, her body elementalizing into countless blades of wind that engulfed Feng He. Bang, bang, bang. Countless wind blades struck Feng He's body, cutting deep gashes. Crimson blood dripping onto the muddy ground, staining it red. Damn it! Get away! Stung by the sharp pain, Feng He's eyes turned crimson. With a fierce roar, the silver lightning erupted from his body. Boom! The thunder roared mightily as a bolt of silver lightning descended, striking the ground and enveloping a 100-meter radius in a thunderous domain. The savage silver lightning wreaked havoc, leaving charred destruction in its wake. What? Suddenly, a cry of pain and Chiyo's incredulous roar echoed through the air. As the wind blades gradually converged, Chiyo's figure emerged, clutching her chest, her face pale with a trickle of crimson at the corner of her mouth. What kind of thunder is this? How could it injure me? Chiyo shouted at Feng He, her eyes blazing with fury, her face contorted in disbelief, reminiscent of a 20-year-old maiden. Feng He's silver hair began to lengthen, transforming from a crew cut into flowing locks that cascaded to his waist. His determined features softened, his Adam's apple receded, his chest swelled, and his masculine form flattened, morphing from a man into an exquisite beauty. Feng He, now Feng He, made a dazzling appearance. What? You're a woman? Chiyo's face was one of astonishment, her eyes wide open in disbelief. I am a pure man. Feng He shouted at Chiyo, his voice melodious as silver bells, more enchanting than any pop diva. Damn it! Hearing his own voice, Feng He cursed inwardly, red with embarrassment, his gaze locked onto Chiyo as he gritted his teeth, declaring, although I do not know why my silver lightning can strike you, this is a golden opportunity, so brace yourself. With a light shout, Feng He's power surged to that of a high-level ability user, the silver lightning becoming more robust, instilling a sensation of spiritual piercing. Thunderbolt arrow. Clenching his right fist, he hurled a silver arrow formed from lightning towards Chiyo's heart. Whoosh! The arrow created a gust of wind, releasing countless tiny silver bolts, etching a dark mark upon the ground. Useless. Your attack is ineffective against elementalization. Chiyo yelled, her physical form gradually dissipating into gas. Whoosh! The silver lightning arrow struck Chiyo's chest, but failed to harm her in the slightest. Ha 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 ha! Your attacks are futile against me. Next. Chiyo laughed excitedly, but her expression suddenly changed. The moment the arrow pierced the spot where Chiyo's chest should have been, a surge of silver lightning erupted. Buzz! Silver light exploded, releasing arcs of silver lightning that coursed through Chiyo's unelementalized head and lower body. Chiyo screamed, her fair skin marred with charred marks, her curled hair seemingly singed, emitting a burnt aroma. There's no mistake. My silver lightning can strike elementalized ability users. Witnessing this scene, Feng He's spirits soared. and he gazed at the silver lightning swirling around his hands, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Chapter 14. Super technology cursed, cursed, cursed. Damn little demon. I want you dead. In the air, Chiyo, transformed into gas, roared towards Kazeha, gradually coalescing into form, looking down from above, appearing rather disheveled. Her exquisite kimono was tattered by lightning, revealing a deep ravine at her chest, while the charred markings significantly diminished her allure. Her once smooth arms were marred by blackened scars, and her once beautiful face was now a charred visage, with a significant portion of her scalp scorched, leaving her hair in disarray, a truly unappealing sight. For a woman who once took pride in her appearance, this disfigurement was more agonizing than death. Gazing at Kazeha, Chiyo's eyes were filled with a frigid, murderous intent. Restrict. Chiyo extended her hands, and a certain gas in the air around Kazeha instantly diminished. Kazeha felt a wave of suffocation, his eyes bulging, blood vessels engorged. His face flushed, gasping for breath, veins prominently standing out. Clutching his chest, he staggered backward, retreating 100 meters before regaining his composure, panting heavily, greedily inhaling the air. Whoosh! Just as Kazeha gasped for breath, a blade of air swept toward his neck. Ziz! A flash of silver lightning erupted from his body, colliding with the air blade, resulting in a thunderous roar, a shockwave sending Kazeha flying, tumbling several times before crashing into a large tree. Cough, cough. The impact shattered the tree, a sharp pain coursing through him as if his internal organs had shifted. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, barely recovering when several air blades rained down from above. Swish, swish, swish. The air blades descended like a torrential rain. Damn it! Kazeha's face turned pale, silver lightning erupted, and bolts of silver surged skyward with a resounding rumble. The clash of silver lightning and air blades shook the earth, enveloping a radius of hundreds of meters in a terrifying storm of thunder and blades. Simultaneously, while Chiyo's attention was fixated on the ground, Kazeha diverted a portion of the silver lightning upward, swiftly vanishing into the vast sky. Trees were severed by air blades, reduced to charred remains by silver lightning, the hard ground fracturing into deep, blackened chasms. Whoosh! After the storm of thunder, amidst the ruins, Kazeha panted heavily, his once vibrant face now pale, feeling utterly drained. Damn it! Coughing, he half-kneeled on the scorched earth, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he clutched his chest. Staring at Chiyo hovering above, his complexion wan. Your extraordinary ability is oxygen. Cough. Spirit level, truly formidable. Kazeha weakly uttered, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his entire being succumbing to fatigue. Little demon, go to hell and regret. Though Chiyo appeared disheveled, she felt a surge of satisfaction at Kazeha's plight. Observing his miserable form, she bellowed, extending her right hand to grasp. Gasp! Kazeha's voice faltered. Emitting a muffled sound, his face flushed crimson, blood vessels bursting in his eyes, his left hand clutching his throat, desperately gasping for air yet unable to breathe freely. His complexion shifting from red to purple, his pupils dilating. Witnessing Kazeha's ashen visage, Chiyo felt a wave of delight surge within her, revealing a sinister grin. Kneeling, one hand grasping her throat, the other extended slowly, she struck downwards. Thunder Dragon, Annihilation. In an instant, dark clouds gathered, a massive, pitch-black cloud enveloping a radius of 500 meters, silver and violet lightning swirling within. As Kazeha's right hand descended, a dragon-like silver lightning, intertwined with violet bolts, fell instantaneously, engulfing Chiyo in her moment of terror. Boom! A clap of thunder resonated, the world dimmed, the ground below transformed into a realm of intertwined silver and violet hues. As thunder raged like the end of days. The relentless lightning battered Chiyo, who was unable to elementalize in time, overwhelmed by the force, with bolts penetrating her body, scorching her internal organs. Thunder Dragon, Annihilation, the culmination of Kazeha's recent research, drew the storm clouds above, harnessing their power, absorbing the natural lightning to nurture his own, transforming it into a colossal dragon, unleashed under his command, executing a move far beyond his level. After a prolonged confrontation with Chiyo, each maneuver had been a prelude to this moment. The dissipating silver lightning was a preparation for now. In awe of the continuous thunder, Kazeha himself was taken aback by its strength, not anticipating such formidable power. This unrelenting storm was capable of obliterating a small village. The storm raged for a full minute, exhausting the lightning from the clouds, and when the clouds dispersed, The area within a 500-meter radius lay barren, revealing a colossal, bottomless pit, with only a singular cylindrical structure supporting Kazeha. Cough. In the air, Chio's body had been scorched to char, her hair singed away, leaving behind a cracked and wrinkled scalp. Gasping, she expelled a plume of black smoke, collapsing weakly into the abyss. In the distance, Su Yinshan and Huang Hu, having just concluded their battle, arrived to witness the relentless storm of thunder, gazing in disbelief at the cataclysmic display, standing frozen until the thunder subsided. They rushed to the edge of the pit, discovering Kazeha lying on the cylindrical structure at its center, while Chio lay in the depths of the chasm. Is this still an advanced ability user? This is nearly comparable to my full-powered strike. My spirit level must be a fake. Huang Hu marveled at the charred pit, staring at Kazeha, now in a masculine form, his mouth agape in astonishment, feeling an urge to kneel in reverence, grappling with envy and resentment. After over a decade of arduous trials to attain the spirit level, Kazeha, at just 19, wielded such combat prowess, truly blessed by fate. To amplify his silver lightning-s might using naturally occurring storm clouds. What an extraordinary concept. Yet, it appears to be immensely draining. Su Yinshan observed Kazeha, unconscious yet striking, her eyes sparkling with admiration. What about Chio? Huang Hu inquired, pointing at the charred figure in the pit. Regardless of whether she lives or dies, we must take her. After a moment's contemplation, Su Yinshan stomped her left foot, summoning an ice pillar to lift the barely breathing Chio, depositing her at Su Yinshan's feet. Chapter 15. Starry Sky Technology. Welcome to the Gemini Interstellar Communication Group. The group chat number is 713-299-157. I eagerly await the arrival of all readers. The content is currently being typed. Please hold on for a moment. Once the updates are complete, kindly refresh the page to access the latest content. Chapter 16. The arrival of the Big Shot Contact Headquarters. With so many people here, it seems some are quite busy, Huang Hu remarked as he lifted Qian Dai and directed his words towards Su Yinshan. Understood, Su Yinshan nodded, retrieving a specially designed communicator to reach out to the Yanhuang group in the magical city. The direst situation was with Feng He, who bore over 100 injuries, with 17 classified as severe and 3 as life-threatening. Additionally, he had overdrawn his abilities, causing him to lapse into a state of self-induced dormancy. He was swiftly transported to the base's intensive care unit, where energy liquids were administered to replenish cellular vitality. How is the situation? Su Yinshan's father, Su Hua, the leader of the Yanhuang group, inquired of a nearby elegant woman in white, as he gazed at Feng He in the intensive care unit. Lin Shiyun, appearing as youthful as a woman in her late 20s despite being in her 40s, exuded a mature and intellectual beauty, radiating an aura of grace and warmth. Dressed in a form-fitting black outfit beneath a white lab coat, her curvaceous figure displayed a striking presence reminiscent of a female soldier. The abilities of an enhancer rely on the energy stored within every cell of their body. The higher the enhancer's level, the stronger their cells, and thus, the greater the energy they can accumulate. To enhance their powers, one must continuously release and then replenish this cellular energy, leading to a gradual increase in the cellular threshold, allowing the enhancer to ascend in rank. Typically, the energy stored in cells is at 100%, with 50% required to maintain normal cellular activity. Should the energy dip below 50%, the cells begin to shrink to conserve energy. Dropping below 10% poses a life-threatening risk, and sinking beneath 5% is beyond even the mightiest of celestial beings to remedy. Feng He's current energy level was merely 30% due to his overexertion. While not immediately fatal, complete recovery of his cells would demand a month or so. At least he is not in danger. This fellow has remarkable talent. Given time, he could undoubtedly reach the ranks of emperors, kings, or even beyond. Su Hua sighed in relief upon hearing Feng He's condition. He addressed Lin Shiyun. I will check on the search situation. Please keep a close watch on this young man. With that, he departed the intensive care unit and proceeded to the interrogation room. The interrogation room consisted of small compartments, each measuring 5 square meters, furnished with merely a bed and a toilet. Captives Sato, Takagi, Qian Dai, and the now-deceased Shinohara sisters, along with various ninjas and women from the establishment, were all confined within, each trapped in a state of unconsciousness. All mental enhancers within the base mobilized, meticulously probing the memories of these individuals. Naturally, The deceased Shinohara sisters and ninjas could not be examined. Yet their remains served as excellent subjects for research and were promptly processed before being sent to the laboratory. Concurrently, hard drives and other storage devices salvaged from the establishment's ruins were being urgently decrypted. After a tense search, all tasks were completed just before midnight. Reports began to emerge, and Su Hua's countenance darkened as he scrutinized the documents. With a resounding thud, he cast the report to the ground and struck the wall with his fist, a fierce murderous intent emanating from his resolute visage. These little devils are far too arrogant. They all deserve to die, he roared in fury, his eyes ablaze as he shouted to his aide, "Connect me to the headquarters in the capital." Yes, the aide, harboring a similar indignation after perusing the discarded report, swiftly activated the office's communication device, establishing a connection to the Yanhuang Group headquarters in the capital. Major General Su Hua, what is the reason for convening us at such a late hour? In the video call, the four guardians of the Yanhuang Group, Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu, focused their gazes on Su Hua. Among them, an elderly gentleman, vibrant and spirited, inquired solemnly. This man, Zhou Junlai, was the highest authority of the Yanhuang Group, having overseen its operations since the founding of the nation. He had weathered tumultuous times and stood as one of the few remaining pillars of the country, being one of only 5 marshals in the military. Report, sir. The data is being transmitted immediately, Su Hua stated succinctly, instructing his aide to relay the information through a secure network to the other end of the video call. On the other side, the 5 dignitaries of the Yanhuang Group perused the materials transmitted by Su Hua, their expressions turning grave, especially Zhou Junlai, who abruptly slammed his palm on the table upon reaching the conclusion. The documents outlined the Japanese invasion plan, revealing that there were 17 such strongholds within the country, strategically positioned in affluent coastal provinces, siphoning off national secrets across various sectors. Many high-ranking officials and businessmen had fallen under their control, becoming mere puppets in their schemes. This invasion plan was orchestrated by the Japanese government, executed by the Amaterasu Society, comprising well-trained ninjas and enhancers who manipulated numerous prominent figures in China to extract confidential information, rendering the nation's secrets vulnerable. Through this insidious scheme, Japan would gain insight into China's vulnerabilities, strengthening their position in preparation for a future assault. Chapter 17. Achieving cooperation. The most abhorrent aspect is not the insight program, but rather the extermination plan. This initiative is entirely orchestrated by the Japanese government, with the Amaterasu Society merely providing experimental subjects. Through 17 strongholds, they clandestinely abduct and lure the citizens of China, subjecting them to inhumane human experimentation aimed at developing genetic weapons specifically targeting the Chinese populace, which has already yielded some results. There are 3 such research bases within China's borders, cleverly concealed within renowned Japanese enterprises. One in Jinling City of Jiangnan Province, one in Shengjing City of Fengtian Province, and one in Chunqing City of Yunnan Province. According to the data, just one stronghold in the Magic City has provided a staggering 3,568 individuals, the youngest being a newborn and the oldest a 79-year-old. The dossier also contained research photographs, which incited outrage among the 5 individuals who viewed them. They were filled with righteous indignation, longing to storm Japan and exact vengeance on their emperor. Su Hua immediately ordered the news to be contained. It was imperative that not a whisper of this reached the Japanese. A meeting was to be convened to eradicate this threat once and for all. Zhou Junlai quickly regained his composure and solemnly stated, "We must annihilate these fiends in one decisive blow. We cannot allow them any opportunity to retaliate." Indeed, with 3 bases and 17 strongholds remaining, excluding the already dismantled Magic City stronghold, we must launch a thunderous assault to ensure not a single one of these scoundrels escapes. Qinglong asserted gravely. "Agreed, Su Hua. You must immediately organize personnel to seal off the Magic City stronghold. This information must not leak," Zhuke added with a stern expression. "Understood," Su Hua replied with a military salute before terminating the video call. As soon as the video ended, the influential figures from the capital rushed to the Yanhuang Group's base. After 10 minutes of heated discussion, they resolved to deliver a swift and decisive strike against these forces. With military districts across the nation coordinating with the Yanhuang Group to crush this insidious plot in its infancy, regardless of the cost. Within 3 minutes, All military districts in the implicated provinces and the Yanhuang group received urgent directives, and everyone sprang from their beds. Regardless of past affiliations, they now united with a singular purpose: to avenge their fallen compatriots, defend their motherland, and eradicate these inhumane wretches. They readied themselves and swiftly made their way toward the locations detailed in the intelligence reports. At the 3 bases, numerous Amaterasu Society superhumans were present, with the military serving as a backup force. The Yanhuang group was tasked with executing the operation to dismantle these 3 research facilities. The state dispatched the Yanhuang group headquarters from the capital, which, with the aid of spatial superhumans, rapidly arrived at various battlefields. After securing the Magic City stronghold, Su Hua swiftly led his main force to Jinling City, joining forces with the local Yanhuang group. At the command of Marshal Zhou Junlai from the capital, the main contingent surged forth, cannon fire erupting as flames shot into the sky within mere seconds, and the sounds of gunfire echoed throughout. The strongholds fell easily. As few superhumans defended them, they were quickly breached. However, the primary challenge lay within the 3 research bases, where numerous superhumans awaited, armed with various hidden weapons and toxic gases, leading to a grueling struggle for the Yanhuang group's soldiers. In Jinling, Su Hua, accompanied by superhumans from the Magic City division, stormed into a research base disguised as a legitimate enterprise. They fought fiercely, showing no mercy to the Japanese. Their sole intent was annihilation. Alarms blared throughout the base, the shrill sound piercing the air. The rapid footfalls of dozens of superhumans echoed as they rushed from their quarters, hastily donning their gear as they headed toward the entrance. Under the relentless assault of the Yanhuang group, they cut through the ranks of the Japanese, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. The underground facility soon drenched in the blood of their enemies. Deep within the base, Su Hua eliminated the guards and entered the room where compatriots were held captive. He was met with the sight of emaciated individuals, their bodies gaunt and frail, limbs crippled, their eyes filled with a fierce red. "I am sorry. We have come too late." Su Hua, his steely demeanor softened by tears, bowed deeply to the imprisoned compatriots and waved his hand. "Quickly, bring in the medical personnel. We cannot lose a single one of them. Spare no effort in their rescue." Yes, a cadre of medical staff in white coats hurriedly entered, carefully transporting the suffering compatriots out. A younger individual, filled with an indescribable rage, his eyes ablaze, assisted in moving them before turning back to the task of eliminating the Japanese. A thunderous boom reverberated through the base, causing it to tremble. Su Hua wiped his eyes, an intense killing intent radiating from his defined features, and instructed his superhuman warriors to proceed deeper into the fray. "Enough. Today, I shall unleash a massacre." With a palpable aura of bloodlust, Su Hua charged toward the final battlefield. As he entered the chaos, he targeted several Japanese superhumans, conjuring icy spikes that impaled them like candied fruit. "Old Su, you have finally arrived," Zhang Biao, the leader of the Jinling Yanhuang group, remarked, expressionless as he dispatched a Japanese adversary. "These despicable wretches deserve nothing less than death. Their very existence is a waste of air." Zhang Biao smashed a Japanese head into a pulp, his disdain for the surrounding superhumans evident in his countenance. "Indeed, until they are vanquished, my heart will know no peace." Su Hua concurred, enveloping the space in a chilling aura as he sealed off the exits with impenetrable ice. Both Su Hua and Zhang Biao held the rank of Major General, esteemed superhumans, their prowess placing them among the world's elite. They were comrades from the same military background, having joined the Yanhuang group, and, with their respective familial influences, had risen to prominence by the age of 40. The ranks and power within the Yanhuang group were closely tied to their contributions. The hierarchy ranged from major to colonel, senior colonel, and so forth, culminating in the esteemed rank of marshal. As 2 revered superhumans faced off against foes largely of lower ranks, their combined might rendered the opposition helpless, easily decimating the disorganized throng, severed limbs and scattered bodies littering the ground, the atmosphere saturated with blood. "Let us depart." With the ice barrier dispelled, Su Hua and Zhang Biao, drenched in crimson, slowly exited the chaos. As dawn broke, the battle concluded, all strongholds thoroughly dismantled. Most of those involved had been slain on the spot, leaving only a few high-ranking individuals for interrogation. This operation had mobilized nearly every available superhuman, including those of the highest ranks, ensuring no one escaped the net of justice. Chapter 18. The night assault. Upon discovering that the content had been blocked, Immediate amendments were made with the hope that it would not be banned again. This narrative exists in a parallel world, with all settings being entirely fictional. Please do not take them personally, thank you. It is purely a work of fiction, intended solely for entertainment, and any resemblance to real persons or events is coincidental. In this operation, 735 ninjas and 510 junior superhumans were eliminated, along with 356 intermediate superhumans, 187 advanced superhumans, and 14 spirit-level superhumans. Over 10,000 individuals were rescued, including 3,567 foreigners, during which numerous heinous crimes were uncovered. As they gazed upon the evidence of these atrocities, all participants fell into a profound silence, suppressing their inner fury. No one had anticipated that such depraved individuals could exist in this era of peace, and their hatred towards the enemy intensified. This animosity was not born from history lessons or documentaries, but was instead fueled by the harsh realities they had personally witnessed. For 3 years, these strongholds had amassed over 1 million stolen secrets, predominantly commercial in nature, yet some classified information had also been leaked. However, further investigation was abruptly halted, as if an unseen hand was orchestrating the actions of these foes from the shadows. At 3 bases, a significant quantity of semi-finished viruses was discovered and promptly destroyed, retaining only a few samples for research purposes. All research materials were swiftly packaged and dispatched to the capital overnight for analysis to devise a solution. At 5:30 in the morning, the operation concluded, and the leaders of the nation, upon reviewing the report, were filled with rage, their eyes ablaze and teeth clenched. Continue the investigation. This group has been operating domestically for far too long, undoubtedly receiving clandestine assistance. I want a thorough search, no matter who it is. If captured, they shall be executed on the spot. The leader assessed the report and decisively stated, those involved must be apprehended. Judgment shall be rendered without leniency. With a single command. Before dawn, those listed were seized from their slumber and swiftly taken for interrogation and trial, with none escaping. Fortunately, these individuals held relatively low ranks, having leaked only insignificant matters. However, this incident served as a stark reminder that there were traitors within the nation. The leader proclaimed, I shall uncover the identity of this traitor, regardless of their family name. I cannot let this slide. I owe it to the victims and their families. This incident carries significant consequences, and given the noise it has generated, it will surely attract attention. Our priority now must be to mitigate its impact. The second-in-command reflected on the matter. Soon, a course of action was agreed upon unanimously. Marshal Zhou, this matter is now entrusted to you. Ensure justice for the victims. The leader instructed Zhou, leave it to me. I will extract something valuable from this group of enemies. Zhou replied, nodding as he accepted the task. By 8:30 in the morning, all television and radio stations across the nation broadcasted a breaking news report. After months of effort, the country had successfully dismantled a national human trafficking syndicate, rescuing numerous individuals. Concurrently, Japan was made aware that its long-planned schemes within China had been entirely dismantled, leaving no trace behind. The Prime Minister of Japan was so enraged that he nearly succumbed to a fatal heart attack, while the leader of the Amaterasu Society was equally furious. How could we let such a valuable asset be eliminated? A bunch of fools, he bellowed, as priceless antiques were smashed in his rage. The phone rang, and the leader of the Amaterasu Society, Hirakawa Yashikata, answered. Hirakawa, His Majesty the Emperor is extremely displeased with this incident. Someone must be held accountable. My journey ends here. I entrust my family to you. The Prime Minister, aware that he must take the fall, immediately contacted his associates, filled with despair. After a moment of silence, Hirakawa replied, Do not worry, your family will be my family. Thank you, the Prime Minister said before ending the call. Shortly thereafter, news broke that the Prime Minister had suffered a heart attack and passed away, shocking the world. In the Emperor's palace, the Emperor was on the phone, his face flushed with anger. You said this was foolproof. How could it be discovered? There were over 1,000 superhumans involved. These are the elite of our empire. I demand an explanation. He shouted in fluent Mandarin. Although the plan had failed, half of their goal to exterminate the Han people had been achieved. With the research materials and genetic data of the Han people, could they not develop the virus? A calm voice on the other end of the line responded, The virus data has been secured by China. Developing a vaccine will be straightforward. What good will it do? The Emperor's face twisted with rage as he retorted, As long as you continue to invest, the virus will only improve. You will always be a step ahead of China. Once the virus is perfected, our aspirations can be realized. The emperor fell silent, contemplating the feasibility of the situation. My goal is to restore the Qing Empire. Your goal is to regain control of the state. Our objectives do not conflict. Help me eliminate the Han power, and I will assist you in reclaiming authority. I will send you a batch of A-grade awakening agents in 3 days as compensation for your losses. With that, the call ended. Listening to the dial tone, Emperor Akihito's expression fluctuated between despair and contemplation as he sat in silence at his desk. Meanwhile, in a courtyard within the capital, a man in his 30s gazed grimly at the report in his hand. Editor, please do not impose further bans. This story is purely fictional and for entertainment purposes only. Dear readers, writing is no easy task for the author, so I hope for your understanding and refrain from reporting me. I believe I have not penned anything overly sensitive. Chapter 19. The fury of the ancient family. As time passed, a day slipped by, and Feng He finally opened his eyes from his slumber. Where am I? He pondered, gazing at the stark white ceiling above. Summoning his strength, he struggled to sit up, only to be overwhelmed by a wave of soreness that swept through his entire being, causing him to furrow his brow and change countenance. You're awake, exclaimed Su Yinshan, who entered the room and was taken aback by the sight of Feng He sitting up. How long have I been asleep? Feng He inquired. A day and a night. You overexerted your abilities and need to recuperate. You must refrain from using your powers for a month. Otherwise, no one will be able to save you, Su Yinshan replied, gently helping him lean against the wall. I see. Feng He murmured, blinking slowly in response. Suddenly, a rumbling sound emerged from his stomach. Could you bring me something to eat? I'm famished. Su Yinshan hurried to the cafeteria, returning with a modest selection of light dishes. Feng He devoured the food ravenously, alleviating his hunger somewhat, yet he still felt unsatisfied, his stomach still yearning for more. That is not enough. Help me up. I need to go to the cafeteria. Feeling an emptiness within, Feng He grasped the edge of the bed and swung his legs over, with Su Yinshan quickly supporting him. Once they reached the cafeteria, the aroma of the food wafted through the air, and Feng He, resembling a starving spirit, promptly sat down and began to feast. In no time, his voracious appetite turned him into a striking spectacle within the base's cafeteria. Finally satiated, he set down his chopsticks, leaning back lazily in his chair, his pallid complexion now infused with a hint of vitality. The other diners watched in astonishment as Feng He's table was piled high with over 100 empty plates, their expressions a mix of disbelief and curiosity. Old Feng, your appetite rivals my own, remarked Li Chen, who was also dining nearby, swallowing hard in shock. With a hearty belch, Feng He retrieved a toothpick, nonchalantly stating, At last, I'm full. Why was I so ravenous upon waking? And how come my stomach hasn't even bulged after all that eating? But now, I feel rejuvenated. I could easily go another round. Mom, you need to examine Feng He, Su Yinshan urged, pulling Feng He toward her mother in a flurry. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Lin Shiyun furrowed her brow, somewhat irritated as she observed Feng He, who was glowing with health. He looks fine. Don't you know I'm quite busy? No, Mom. This guy was just on the brink of death, yet after devouring an absurd amount of food, he's brimming with energy, and his stomach hasn't even expanded. He feels invigorated. What? Are you sure he consumed 100 plates? That's enough to burst someone. Lin Shiyun raised an eyebrow, her gaze sharp as she scrutinized Su Yinshan. You're not trying to jest with me, are you? Mom, really? So many people witnessed it. He cleaned out the cafeteria. Su Yinshan insisted. If that's true, it bears significant research potential. Intrigued by Su Yinshan's earnestness, Lin Shiyun's interest was piqued. Rising, she adeptly affixed instruments to Feng He. Beep, beep, beep. In no time, the computer screen displayed a series of astonishing results, leaving Lin Shiyun agape in disbelief. Cellular energy at 100%. How is that possible? It was just 35% this morning. Lin Shiyun exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. He must have converted everything he consumed into cellular energy. This is remarkable. My dear daughter, you've finally accomplished something extraordinary. If we can discover how he transforms food into energy, it would be a monumental breakthrough for the entire Yanhuang team. Indeed, while other ability users rely on energy replenishing liquids or natural recovery, Feng He could immediately convert food into energy. If it could be understood how he achieved this, it would be a boon for all ability users. Consider this, 2 ability users of equal rank and energy expenditure initially at a stalemate. However, If one could convert food into cellular energy like Feng He, bringing high-energy sustenance into battle, the outcome would clearly tip in their favor. As this realization dawned, Su Yanshan and Lin Shiyun's faces flushed with excitement as they regarded Feng He as if he were a rare treasure, eager to dissect him for further study. With a swift motion, Lin Shiyun drew a vial of blood and rushed to the analysis station, typing furiously on the keyboard, revealing a dazzling array of data on the screen. Feng He frowned at the sight of his blood in the analyzer, a sense of unease washing over him. His blood was not to be trifled with. It contained the essence of an extraterrestrial lineage. Although Feng Lao had assured him that Earth's technology could not uncover anything, the thought of it being discovered by others unsettled him. What's wrong? Su Yanshan, startled, rushed over, her concern mirrored by Feng He's own alarm. Could it be? Is there a chance of discovery? Feng He's heart raced with dread as he approached. This cannot be. Why does his blood appear like this? Lin Shiyun's expression shifted, her analytical mind racing. Your blood cells are indistinguishable from those of an ordinary person, even surpassing normalcy in perfection. However, this defies logic. Ability users possess different cellular structures, Lin Shiyun explained, regaining her composure. Ability users have a nucleus-like structure, an energy crystal core, which is essential for their powers. Chapter 20. Returning home to purchase land originally. During the awakening of one's abilities, cells would gradually undergo metamorphosis, giving rise to ability crystals, a process that could last from 1 to 3 days. However, it was evident that within your cells, there was no sign of such crystals, which was perplexing. The absence of ability crystals indicated that you were an ordinary person, incapable of possessing any extraordinary powers. Lin Shiyun was baffled. After all these years, it was her first encounter with an ability user lacking the innate crystals. It turned out that the inhabitants of the twin stars had undergone an extensive evolution where the cell nucleus and ability crystal merged into one, making the cell nucleus synonymous with the ability crystal. After several days of transformation, Feng He had successfully activated his twin bloodline. Yet only technology from an 8th-level civilization could analyze the genetic makeup of the royal lineage from the twin stars. Otherwise, irrespective of how one examined it, their cells bore no distinction from those of ordinary earthlings. Even so, Feng He was reluctant to let his blood be exposed. The blood extracted by Su Yanshan had already been swapped out by Feng Lao, and he had no desire for anyone to obtain the blood analyzed by the device. Just after the swap, Su Yanshan had incinerated the blood, leaving not a drop behind. Dr. Lin, could you ensure the destruction of my blood? I would prefer it not to circulate. Feng He furrowed his brow and addressed Lin Shiyun. Of course, the blood of an ability user is precious. We shall prevent its leakage. According to the owner's wishes, we can either destroy it on-site or seal it indefinitely, Lin Shiyun replied. Destroy it then. I have an unsettling feeling about my blood being out in the world, Feng He said. Your decision is wise. The blood of ability users should not be carelessly released. After every battle, designated personnel handle it, incinerating it completely. The same applies to blood used for research, she remarked, pressing the red button on the analyzer, which ignited a flame to consume Feng He's blood entirely. With a sigh of relief, Feng He felt a weight lift from his heart. Rest assured, I will keep today's test results strictly confidential. There is no need for concern, Lin Shiyun said with a smile, noticing Feng He's unease. And Su Yanshan nodded in agreement. You are now a member of the Flame Team. As long as you are not on a mission, you are free to act. However, you should first submit your mission report. This assignment should yield a considerable amount of merit points, Su Yanshan stated. Very well, nodding in assent. Feng He accompanied Su Yanshan to fill out his first mission report and collect his merit points, quickly familiarizing himself with the entire process. Upon submitting the task, he was momentarily taken aback to see 200,000 merit points credited to his account. Looking at the mission details, he realized the significant national actions that had transpired during his unconsciousness. To his surprise, he had eliminated a spirit-level ability user, an A-grade task. Hence the substantial reward of 200,000 merit points. With these points, Feng He browsed the available items for exchange on his mobile terminal and was captivated by a modified luxury car. After a brief hesitation, he eagerly pressed the exchange button. Please proceed to the base warehouse to collect your redeemed item. A message appeared on his phone. Feng He's eyes sparkled with excitement as he turned to Su Yanshan, asking, where's the warehouse? You spent 200,000 merit points on a modified car that no one wants. Su Yinshan exclaimed in disbelief upon seeing the exchange confirmation on Feng He's phone, looking at him as if he were a fool, exasperated. Do you realize that those 200,000 merit points could have been exchanged for something that would significantly enhance your abilities? This car is a terrible trade. Huh. I don't care what others think. As long as I feel it's worth it, that's all that matters. This car is an Aston Martin Vanquish, and to purchase it outright in the country would cost over 4 million. With these modifications, it's worth at least 10 million. It's not a loss. This car has been my dream. Feng He grinned, envisioning himself driving a luxury car. You know, these cars are confiscated smuggled vehicles that were modified for little cost. Plus, that 200,000 merit points could have exchanged for 20 million yuan. Su Yinshan rolled her eyes, annoyed. What? Upon hearing this, Feng He's eyes bulged in shock, and he lamented, my 20 million. Oh heavens, what have I done to deserve this? That was 20 million. He could have bought several cars with that amount. The thought of it made Feng He's heart ache, wishing he could sever his own hand. Stop lamenting. Once exchanged, there are no returns. Come on, I'll take you to collect your $2 million car, Su Yinshan said, secretly pleased to see Feng He's pained expression. She led the regretful Feng He to the warehouse. Beep. After scanning his palm print and face, the warehouse doors opened, revealing a robotic assistant that delivered the car to Feng He. Upon seeing the vehicle, all previous gloom faded. He was starry-eyed, leaping onto the car and admiring its gleaming body. Goodness, what material is this? It must be harder than the toughest alloys. These tires, this glass, indeed all special materials, he marveled, stepping inside to discover numerous modifications. Wow, how luxurious. Feng He felt his blood rush as he touched the leather seats and the steering wheel. Following the instructions on his phone, he placed his finger on the ignition scanner, and the engine roared to life, stirring his spirit. With a firm slam, he closed the door, and Su Yinshan joined him inside. How did you get in here? Feng He asked, breaking from his excitement upon noticing Su Yinshan beside him. Vroom, vroom. The engine growled as Feng He accelerated out of the warehouse. With a whoosh, the automatic doors opened, and the car sped into the tunnel, racing through the spiraling ascent. Watching the rapidly passing streetlights, Feng He felt exhilarated and pressed the accelerator. Boom. The car suddenly surged forward, bursting through the automatic doors into the open. As they emerged from the alley behind the building and onto the street, he eased off the speed. What a thrill. Opening the window to feel the refreshing breeze, Feng He shouted with joy, attracting the attention of passers-by. Gazing at the luxurious vehicle, envious glances were cast upon them, particularly at Su Yinshan in the passenger seat, stirring jealousy among onlookers. Alas, another flower wasted on a wealthy heir. Chapter 21. Ambush on the road, wishing everyone a harmonious family in the new year, filled with joy throughout the year. A lifetime of happiness and a lifetime of peace, daily vigor and monthly delight, annual prosperity and yearly tranquility. Happy New Year. Today is New Year's Eve, and I will provide an update shortly. Tomorrow, there will be a day of rest. The content is currently being typed. Please hold for a moment. After the update, kindly refresh the page to access the latest content. Chapter 22. The Press Conference, Part 1. In the passenger seat, gazing at the exuberant Feng He, Su Yinshan's eyes shimmered with an inexplicable light. Particularly, as she beheld his silver hair dancing in the wind, she was reminded of the enchanting Feng He, igniting a flame of desire within her, contemplating how she could transform Feng He and possess Feng He for herself. As the vehicle entered the campus, it captured the attention of numerous students, who watched enviously as it gradually vanished from their sight. Which dormitory are you in? Feng He inquired softly from the driver's seat. Building 17. All right. Soon, he parked the car beneath the girls' dormitory of Building 17, eliciting a wave of cheers from a group of stylishly dressed girls, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Wow, so handsome. As Feng He stepped out of the car, his striking features, silver hair, and impeccably tailored attire sent the inexperienced girls into a frenzy of squeals. Ah, so handsome and so wealthy. If only he were my Prince Charming. Uff, you should take a look in the mirror. Why would such a handsome guy be interested in you? Alas, I wonder if he is here to see those three girls. A sturdy girl sighed, her tone tinged with envy. At that moment, the passenger door swung open, revealing a pair of long, elegant legs, capturing the attention of boys waiting below the dormitory to either confess their feelings or await their girlfriends. As Su Yinshan emerged from the vehicle, all held their breath, followed by a cacophony of exclamations. Wow, that's Su-Yen-shan. What? My goddess, how could this be? Oh no, this can't be true. My goddess wouldn't act like that. A chorus of lamentations arose from the boys. Uft, what else with the pretense? Isn't she just with some rich guy? Exactly. No matter how beautiful, she is still just another plaything for the wealthy. The girls, filled with envy and resentment, wished fervently that they were the ones stepping out of the car. Hee, it seems I've created a misunderstanding. Hearing the surrounding murmurs, he sheepishly rubbed his nose. It matters not. Let them think as they please, Su-Yen-shan replied with a cold expression, her innocent face resolute. We need not concern ourselves with the jealousy of these common folk. He was taken aback by Su-Yen-shan's seemingly lofty pronouncement. Tonight at 6 o'clock. At the 99th floor of the Weli Hotel, I shall treat you to dinner, she declared to He, disregarding his reaction as she turned and walked into the dormitory, leaving him in a state of confusion. Once inside the dormitory, Su-Yen-shan's cheeks flushed crimson, her heart racing wildly. For days, she had been preoccupied with thoughts of He and his flawless, proportionate physique, yearning to claim him for herself. Yet, He had remained in his masculine form, leaving her with no opportunity to act upon her desires. Today, however, He finally awakened, and her sinister plans, long in the making, surged back to the forefront of her mind. Remembering the packet of powder she possessed, Su-Yen-shan felt a rush of excitement, eager to share dinner with He. Tonight, I must have you. As an unseemly image crossed her mind, her cheeks burned even brighter, blooming with desire. What does she intend to do? He was momentarily bewildered by Su-Yen-shan's alluring silhouette as she departed. At that very moment, news of Su-Yen-shan having a boyfriend spread like wildfire across campus, dominating forums, social media, and chat groups. Shocking. Su-Yen-shan is being supported by a wealthy heir. Who exactly is the boyfriend of our goddess? Su-Yen-shan's boyfriend drives an Aston Martin, a true tycoon. Fellow supporters, our rival has emerged. Grab your phones and prepare to uncover this scoundrel. Su-Yen-shan, the first-year goddess, is dating a mysterious rich heir. Rumors of Su-Yen-shan's boyfriend spotted at Dormitory 10, complete with photographic evidence. Countless threads and images bombarded forums and chat groups, as countless fans of Su-Yen-shan transformed their fury into action, initiating a manhunt for He. Meanwhile, He approached his dormitory, aware of the envious and furious stares of his classmates. Inside, he could hear the voices of Zhang Yu and Su Lin. Damn, Su-Yen-shan has a boyfriend, Zhang Yu exclaimed, staring at the campus forum in disbelief. What? Impossible. My goddess cannot have a boyfriend. Su Lin tossed his mouse aside, abandoning his game in shock. Rushing to Zhang Yu's side. Nanny, my goddess has a partner? I can't live like this. Hey, take a closer look. Doesn't that resemble the third one? Now that you mention it, it does look a bit like him. Su Lin squinted at the silver-haired youth, noting his similar height to He but a vastly different appearance. After scrutinizing for a moment, he shouted, Holy cow, it really is the third one. When did he dye his hair silver? So flashy. And that outfit, it's a limited edition Armani. That car isn't cheap either. Has he been supported by Su-Yen-shan? The third one and Su-Yen-shan left early that day, and they even took a few days off together. Damn, this third one is impressive. He scored so quickly. Why? I also want to find love. I want to be supported by a goddess too. Don't worry, there are still 2 other goddesses. We can still compete. Lu Sueki is available. I've known her since childhood, and I have no interest. I'll leave Xiaoling for you, Zhang Yu generously offered. Beast. I can't believe you have a thing for Lolas. Su Lin retorted with a look of disdain. Ahem. Just as their spirited conversation continued, He cleared his throat twice, startling Zhang Yu and Su Lin from their chatter. Third one. Upon seeing He, the 2 rushed forward, eager to greet him. Third one, you've kept us in the dark. You owe us a treat. Zhang Yu grasped He's arm, adopting an expression that suggested dire consequences if he dared refuse. Yes. Third one, share your secrets for wooing girls with us. We'd love to learn. Su Lin chimed in. It's all a misunderstanding, truly. We are merely friends. I've only been out to get a haircut and to reinvent myself. There's nothing going on between us. He said awkwardly, rubbing his nose. Really? The 2 looked skeptical, their expressions suggesting disbelief. More genuine than gold. He nodded vigorously. Chapter 23. The Press Conference, Part 2. I once thought you and Su-Yen-shan had truly become a couple. However, with your makeup and dyed hair, you have become remarkably handsome. By the way, where did you get that car? It must have cost a fortune. Zhang Yu gazed at Feng He, who appeared even more dashing than a young heartthrob, yet exuded a masculine aura. Feeling a twinge of envy, he suddenly recalled something and inquired of Feng He. Wow, you've struck gold. A jackpot worth millions. Come on, we must celebrate tonight. Zhang Yu exclaimed in surprise. Not tonight, I have plans. Let us do it this Sunday instead, Feng He replied, wiping his nose, internally reflecting. Where did I win the lottery? I spent my 2 million on a car. There's no way I can treat you two wealthy friends to dinner. All right then, it's settled. You must treat us this Sunday, Zhang Yu said, patting Feng He on the shoulder. He suddenly leaned in and whispered, where did you get that hairstyle? Recommend a place. I want to change my look too. Feng He felt a wave of anxiety. This style was a result of his awakened powers. How was he to know where to find a salon that could replicate such effects? But having already told a lie, he could only muster the courage to say, in the future, I'll take you both along. Hey, boss, isn't that a bit selfish? You want to feast alone? Count me in, old 3. Su Lin protested loudly upon overhearing their hushed conversation. Fine, let us all go. I'll step out for a bit. Don't wait for me to have dinner. Feng He declared, hastily departing before the others could respond. Old 2, what do you think old 3 is rushing out for? Does he have plans tonight? Zhang Yu pondered, watching Feng He's retreating figure. Need I say more? He's definitely off to meet a girl. Think about it. A new hairstyle, designer clothes, and a luxury car. It's clearly a date. Su Lin confidently speculated, adjusting his clothes. That makes sense. Do you think it could be Su Yinshan? Zhang Yu asked, nodding thoughtfully. Probably not. Old 3 said he and Su Yinshan are not a couple, so it must be true. He is not one to lie. In my memory, Feng He was still that straightforward guy. Little did I know that after his awakening, his intelligence and emotional depth transcended humanity. He is no longer that simple-minded fellow. He has plenty of hidden thoughts now. At that moment, Feng He drove to an underground parking lot of a shopping center, found a blind spot of surveillance, parked his vehicle, and walked to a secluded, disabled restroom. He locked the door and activated the communicator given to him by Feng Lao. With a swish, a three-dimensional image materialized before Feng He. Your Highness, Feng Lao greeted with a noble bow, inquiring, what business do you have for this old servant? Feng Lao, how are things on your end? How is the base construction progressing? What about the status of the synthetic humans I requested? Feng He asked. Very well, Feng Lao replied. And upon hearing this, Feng He felt a wave of satisfaction. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, in a week, it will be the National Day of Huagua, with a 7-day holiday. Take me to the underwater base to have a look and activate the synthetic humans. Also, Feng Lao, please establish a company named Gemini Technology. I'll be the legal representative, and it will be located in Modu. Understood, Feng Lao noted, continuing to listen to Feng He's plans. Feng Lao, do you have any quick ways to earn money? I'm in need of funds lately, Feng He asked, pinching his nose in embarrassment. Lies come with a cost. Having spoken, he could only maintain the facade. Your Highness, that is simple enough. There are countless underwater gold and silver mines. Extracting from just one vein could yield billions in Wabbit currency. I shall send someone to mine the gold, Feng Lao replied, momentarily taken aback before smiling. Forget it. The origin of that gold mine might be questionable. Is there another way? Feng He hesitated, then shook his head. Well, Your Highness, you could also trade technology for money. Being a computer science scholar, considering the technology you've inherited from the Gemini Empire, Earth's technology is woefully outdated and riddled with vulnerabilities. Just exploiting a few of them could earn you a fortune. For instance, the American software company is inviting computer engineers worldwide to find vulnerabilities in the Win-12 system. A minor flaw could fetch 100,000, and a critical flaw could earn 1 million. If you don't wish to handle it personally, this old servant could take care of it for you, Feng Lao suggested after some thought. That is a brilliant idea. Feng Lao, please hurry and find those vulnerabilities. Then submit them in my name. Ensure all the rewards are deposited into my bank account, Feng He said, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Yes, Your Highness. This old servant will get to work immediately, Feng Lao nodded, taking note of the task. Feng Lao, from now on, don't call me Your Highness. Just refer to me as boss. No need for formalities. It sounds awkward, Feng He remarked at last. Understood, boss, Feng Lao complied immediately, nodding in agreement. All right, Feng Lao. Let us reconnect during the National Day. For now, focus on finding the Win-12 vulnerabilities, aim for 10, and send them over this weekend. It's urgent. Feng He instructed. Yes. Meanwhile, on the 99th floor of the Weaponizing Hotel, an ultra-luxurious private suite reserved for dining, entertainment, and relaxation, which only individuals of certain status could book, had been lavishly secured by Su Yinshan. After several hours of preparation, Su Yinshan stood before the glass window, gazing down at the bustling metropolis of Modu. As she anticipated the events to unfold, her cheeks flushed and her beautiful eyes sparkled with desire, revealing a look of longing. They're here. Suddenly, Su Yinshan's expression brightened as she spotted Feng He parking and entering the hotel. Her heart raced wildly. With the enhanced vision of an ability user, Su Yinshan could clearly see everything below, even from the 99th floor. Stay calm, Su Yinshan. Today, only success is permitted. Failure is not an option. I must capture his heart. She patted her flushed cheeks, steadied her emotions, and walked to the entrance, quietly awaiting Feng He's arrival. Chapter 24. Company Expansion, sir. May I ask if you have an appointment? As Feng He entered through the door, a tall beauty clad in a qipao hurriedly approached him, bowing gracefully and inquiring sweetly. Gazing at the alluring cleavage of the striking woman, at least 175 centimeters tall, Feng He felt a stir of desire. What a handsome man, and so wealthy. I must capture him. The beauty had been eyeing Feng He since he stepped out of his luxurious vehicle, her heart ablaze with longing. A luxury car, opulent attire, and a handsome figure. He was the quintessential eligible bachelor. Having worked at the Weaponizing Hotel for quite some time, her aim was to find a wealthy suitor and marry into affluence. Her previous attempts had been with men in their 40s or 50s, and although she found their greasy, aged hands revolting, the taste of a lavish lifestyle had ensnared her in the allure of wealth. Compared to those short, middle-aged men, a young and affluent gentleman like Feng He was her ultimate aspiration. As the belle of the Shanghai Academy of Arts, she was exceedingly confident in her appearance and physique. Easily recognizing that Feng He was inexperienced, her eagerness grew, and she lavished attention upon him, occasionally revealing bits of skin to entice him further. Mr. Feng He, 99th floor. Right? Observing the woman casting flirtatious glances, Feng He rubbed his nose and suppressed the fire of desire within him. Ah, so you are Mr. Feng. Truly impressive, Mr. Feng is both young and affluent, managing to ascend to the 99th floor. The woman's excitement peaked, yearning to ensnare Feng He in her prowess. Convinced that no man could resist her exceptional skills, for her delicate tongue was naturally designed for such purposes, long and nimble. Every guest on the 99th floor was well known among the staff of the Weaponizing Hotel to avoid offending any important patrons. It was arranged by a friend. I am merely benefiting from it, Feng He replied, diverting his gaze from the enchanting woman. Though strikingly beautiful with an enviable figure, Feng He discerned that she was not a woman of virtue, but rather one with considerable experience. As a member of the royal family of the Gemini Empire and a formidable supernatural being, he preferred innocence over the allure of a seasoned vixen, regardless of her beauty. Please take me up. My friend has been waiting for a while, Feng He urged, despite her desire to linger with him. The woman knew it was inappropriate to delay in front of onlookers and led Feng He to a private elevator. Sir, this is the elevator designated for the 99th floor. It employs the world's most advanced technology, equipped with its own power supply, and is inspected thrice daily to ensure it never malfunctions. This elevator exclusively ascends to the 99th floor. This elevator has 2 locks. Access to this floor requires the presence of the general manager. Once on the 99th floor, a temporary password can be set, allowing only those who control or know the password to ascend. Even hotel management cannot access it during the reserved time. Ding. Just as the woman leaned against Feng He while explaining, his phone rang. Hello. Feng He answered, retrieving his phone, while the woman's pupils dilated, her eyes sparkling at the sight of his Huawei custom communicator. The Huawei custom model? No wonder she mistook him. This communicator resembles the Huawei custom version. The Huawei phone requires no SIM card for global satellite communication, maintaining signal even in the vast desert or ocean. Its casing is crafted from black diamond, with all hardware custom-made, costing a staggering 10 million yuan. The password is 951,357. You may come up now, said Su Yinshan before ending the call. Feng He paused for a moment, processing the busy signal before entering the password. As he stepped inside the elevator, he felt the woman's delicate hand grasp his right hand, slipping a note into his palm while casting him a sultry glance. Ding. As the elevator doors closed, Feng He smirked at the note, casually crumpling it and discarding it into the elevator's trash bin. Though referred to as an elevator, it was spacious enough to resemble a small room, stocked with enough provisions for a week, complete with a hidden restroom and a small bed, exceedingly luxurious. Ding! Upon reaching the 99th floor, Feng He exited the elevator, marveling at the palace-like setting, complete with a restaurant, swimming pool, and indoor golf facilities, leaving him in awe, like a country bumpkin entering a grand estate. You have arrived. Su Yinshan, adorned in an elegant purple gown, approached Feng He with a radiant smile. Aha! Feng He, feeling somewhat bashful, responded, Is dinner ready? I'm starving. Of course. With that, Su Yinshan led Feng He to the window, pulled out a chair, and they sat across from each other at a table already laden with steaming dishes and fine wine. The view from here was splendid, offering a glimpse of the bustling nightscape of the metropolis. Su Yinshan observed the dimming sky as lights began to twinkle below, the atmosphere growing increasingly lively. It is quite lovely, gazing at the sunset and the distant horizon ablaze with hues of red. A surge of ambition welled within Feng He as he thought to himself, One day, I shall sit even higher than this. Let us eat, or the food will get cold, Su Yinshan remarked, drawing Feng He's attention back to the table. Oh right. Awakening from his lofty aspirations, Feng He's appetite surged at the sight of the exquisite dishes, and he began to devour them voraciously. Half an hour later, the table lay in disarray, and Feng He, thoroughly satisfied, reclined on the sofa. By the way, what did you want to discuss with me today? He suddenly inquired. Nothing much. Just thanking you for resolving the Qi-Dao matter the other day. Otherwise, our plans would have been thwarted, Su Yinshan replied with feigned sincerity. Why do I suddenly feel so sleepy? Did I drink too much red wine? As Feng He squinted, a wave of drowsiness washed over him, his head involuntarily dipping, soon becoming drowsy and teetering on the edge of sleep. Slap! Feng He's head rested on the table as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Success! Su Yinshan's face lit up at the sight. After confirming he had passed out, she lifted him and tossed him onto the large bed. For the princess. I'll just consider it a bite from a dog. Observing Feng He in his vulnerable state, Su Yinshan bit her silver teeth, shedding her garments to reveal her delicate figure, and nestled beside him, gently removing his clothing. How ugly, how disgusting. Oh. A night of silence ensued as Feng He embraced the utterly exhausted Su Yinshan, gradually drifting into a deep slumber. Chapter 25. Rise of Power. Having indulged a bit too much this evening, I shall provide an update tomorrow. I am currently in the process of crafting the content, so please bear with me for a moment. Once the content is refreshed, kindly reload the page to access the latest updates. Chapter 26. The scion of the Jin family. As the night passed, golden sunlight streamed into the room, enveloping the two naked figures as if draping them in a layer of gilded fabric. Their fair skin, exposed to the air, bore the marks of passion. Bright red strawberry imprints adorned Su Yinshan's delicate neck and bosom, igniting a sense of longing. He only vaguely recalled indulging in food and drink the previous evening, before everything faded into oblivion. Alas! Oh, the horror! If only he had refrained from drinking. He lamented inwardly. Su Yinshan was the goddess of the entire Magic City University of Technology, boasting countless admirers, her name echoing throughout the universities of Magic City and beyond. It was estimated that no fewer than 10,000 people adored her across the region. Through recent events, Feng He had come to realize the formidable background Su Yinshan possessed. Not only was her father the leader of the Magic City Flame Group, but she also had the support of a prestigious family. Her admirers were numerous, extending beyond Magic City to include the young heirs of aristocratic families in places like the capital. Should they discover what had transpired, Feng He would undoubtedly become the target of their ire. However, it would be disingenuous to claim that he did not harbor feelings for Su Yinshan. Despite her preference for women, Feng He understood her fascination with his masculine presence, which likely stemmed from an instant attraction, much to his chagrin. Nevertheless, such a pure and enchanting beauty, with a splendid figure, an illustrious lineage, and immense potential, was someone Feng He could not help but admire deeply. To have even a fleeting connection with her was a stroke of fortune. As he gazed at the slumbering Su Yinshan in his embrace, Feng He resolved to seize her heart, even if it meant facing the world as an adversary. His plans must be accelerated. Only when he stood above all else would he be free from fear. Just as Feng He was lost in thought, it seemed Su Yinshan sensed something amiss. Her beautiful eyes fluttered open, locking onto his with an intensity that made him slightly anxious. Ah, You've awakened. He ventured cautiously, his heart racing. Feng He was taken aback, quickly grasping the implication of her gaze. At that moment, radiant starlight flickered around them, reminiscent of the Milky Way, deep, distant, and vast. What is this? Feng He felt a dawning realization, his expression shifting dramatically. At that moment, silver lightning crackled around Su Yinshan, while an icy chill emanated from Feng He, freezing the room instantaneously, transforming it into a veritable ice chamber. What is happening? Su Yinshan exclaimed, her expression a mixture of astonishment and disbelief as she beheld the silver lightning encircling her. This is your power. How can it manifest within me? And why do you possess my abilities? She questioned, her prior discomfort forgotten in the wake of this astonishing phenomenon. I have no idea. Feng He feigned ignorance, though he understood the truth behind the extraordinary occurrence. He, too, was astonished by the icy aura enveloping him and the room's transformation. This was a characteristic of the Gemini race. Through intimate union and the exchange of bodily fluids, both parties could permanently acquire each other's abilities, mirroring their own. This was why so many races were eager to be assimilated by the Gemini. For instance, Feng He's power was silver lightning, while Su Yinshan wielded ice. After their union, they both became dual-element manipulators of silver lightning and ice. Are we now dual-element manipulators? Su Yinshan gazed at her hands, one crackling with silver lightning, the other enveloped in chilling air, dazed as she knelt on the bed, her bare form exposed before Feng He, who felt a rush of warmth to his face, awkwardly rubbing his nose. This is why. It's due to our bodily fluids. I refuse to become a communal possession, he muttered, his thoughts racing as he caught sight of the remnants of passion between her legs, struggling to suppress his own desires. I will take responsibility. I understand you prefer women and despise men, but from this moment on, I am your man, and you shall be my girlfriend. Feng He proclaimed boldly, rising to embrace Su Yinshan and pressing a fervent kiss upon her lips in a display of possessiveness. No, you are my girlfriend. From this moment, you are mine. And if you wish to touch me, you shall have to earn it, he internally scoffed, a smirk playing on his lips. Chapter 27. The emergence of a conspiracy. Feng He walked into the bathroom, quickly rinsed off, and dressed before stepping out, only to be pulled into the elevator by Su Yinshan. Hurry, get in the car, she urged from the driver's seat. My car is right there. Feng He pointed to his vehicle parked nearby. We'll deal with your car later. It won't go anywhere. Just get in, Su Yinshan said expressionlessly as she started the engine. Fine, I owe you this, Feng He replied with a resigned smile, scratching his nose before entering the passenger seat. The car roared to life and swiftly disappeared from sight. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Weaponizing hotel, a shadowy figure watched the departing vehicle with a grim expression. He turned to a nearby male attendant and inquired, when did those two arrive? Young Master Gu, they booked the 99th floor last night and just checked out, the attendant replied respectfully after checking the records. How infuriating. Su Yinshan, you wretched woman. After all my efforts to pursue you, you choose to cavort with some unknown man from the shadows, pretending to be virtuous. I will make your life a living hell. Young Master Gu clenched his fists, crushing the car keys in his grip. Gu-yi, investigate that man for me. If he has no background, eliminate him, Gu Yun whispered, his lips moving silently, the command reaching Gu-yi, the guardian of the Gu family, who was concealed in the shadows. With a swift motion, Gu-yi vanished, accompanied by two other guards, Gu-heir and Gu-san. Upon arriving at Lin Shiyun's laboratory, Su Yinshan burst through the door, calling out Mom. HM, Yinshan, what is it? Lin Shiyun, engrossed in her experiments, looked up, setting down her work to question her daughter. Look at this, Su Yinshan said, revealing her left hand entwined with silver lightning and her right hand exuding cold air. What is this? Lin Shiyun's eyes widened in astonishment, a fiery light igniting within her gaze. Yinshan, you've awakened a second ability, she exclaimed, her heart swelling with pride for her daughter. Mom, take a closer look at this ability, Su Yinshan urged, her cold aura dissipating as she continued to radiate silver lightning. Wait, isn't this Feng He's ability? How do you have it? Lin Shiyun's expression shifted from awe to disbelief as she processed the revelation. I don't know. Feng He, come over here, Su Yinshan called, shaking her head. All right. Feng He approached reluctantly, extending his hands as well, his left hand emanating cold air and his right hand crackling with silver lightning. A sight of striking peculiarity. Lin Shiyun's expression shifted again, her face reflecting deep contemplation as she regarded the two. What exactly happened? Please explain in detail. She demanded with an air of seriousness. This was indeed a significant matter. Unraveling this mystery could lead to the mass cultivation of dual-ability practitioners at a low cost in Huagua. With this thought in mind, Lin Shiyun heightened the laboratory's security level to the maximum, shutting down the monitoring systems as she awaited their explanation. Well, to put it simply, Feng He stammered, conflicted about how to articulate that he had been intimate with her daughter, knowing that such a confession would undoubtedly provoke a fierce reaction from both Lin Shiyun and Su Yinshan. Mom, last night Feng He and I drank too much, and we ended up doing something inappropriate. I've lost my virginity to him, so please don't introduce me to anyone else, Su Yinshan stated calmly, as if the gravity of the situation did not affect her, delivering the news with an unsettling nonchalance. What? You and him? Good heavens, Yinshan. You're only 19. How could you? Lin Shiyun exclaimed, rising in indignation. Disappointment etched across her face as she glared at Su Yinshan. Yinshan, how could you be so reckless? As a woman, you must value yourself. I've told you this countless times. What if your father, grandfather, or great-grandfather finds out? Well, it's done now. I want to tell your father, but since you and Feng He have already crossed that line, you must take this seriously. As part of the Su family, you cannot be fickle, Lin Shiyun sighed, realizing the situation was beyond her control and offering her daughter a firm warning. Feng He, I haven't interacted with you much, but since you and Yinshan are now connected, I want to stand in your way. However, you must understand, Yinshan is a princess of the Su family. If you mistreat her, neither the Su family nor the Lin family will spare you, she added gravely. Aunt, I assure you that I will never let Yinshan suffer in any way, Feng He responded earnestly, his expression serious. That is the best outcome. Now, tell me, when did you notice the changes? Lin Shiyun shifted the conversation back to the matter at hand. After we woke up this morning, Su Yinshan replied truthfully. It seems the changes occurred while you were asleep. Think carefully. Besides that, did you do anything else? When it comes to scientific inquiry, I treat everyone equally. Lin Shiyun asserted, her demeanor professional. There was nothing unusual. The food and drinks were fine. The issue must lie with the two of you. Yinshan, Feng He, come here. Remove your clothes and lie down. I need to examine you both thoroughly, Lin Shiyun instructed after a moment of thought. Tomorrow, there should be several updates. No fewer than 2. I hope all readers will support and recommend generously. Chapter 28. The hero saves the beauty. Upon hearing this, Su Yinshan, with an unflinching demeanor, disrobed completely and lay down in the fully enclosed testing chamber, leaving Feng He utterly astonished. After a moment of internal conflict, and under the intense gaze of his mother-in-law, Feng He reluctantly shed his clothing and awkwardly reclined in another testing chamber. The chamber door sealed shut, and a syringe injected a substance into their veins, causing both to swiftly succumb to unconsciousness. Lin Shiyun sat before her computer, her fingers dancing across the keyboard, leaving a mesmerizing trail of shadows in their wake. Inside the testing chamber, the most advanced diagnostic system on Earth whirred into action, employing X-rays, ultrasound, and magnetic resonance imaging, meticulously scanning every inch of their bodies. A comprehensive model of both individuals rapidly materialized on the computer screen, revealing transformations from their pores to their flesh and bones, down to the changes occurring at the cellular level, accompanied by dizzying arrays of data and images. As rows of data flashed before Lin Shiyun's eyes, she quickly honed in on several sets of information. What is this? Upon examining these data sets, her pupils constricted, radiating an intense light. According to Yinshan, they had just completed their first union at this precise moment, and these changes were the aftermath of their initial conjoining. Lin Shiyun observed the data, exclaiming in surprise. The information indicated that at 7:53 p.m. the previous evening, a transformation began within Su Yinshan's cells. An alien ability gene sequence, belonging to Feng He, was inscribed within her. This entire process commenced at the site of their union and radiated throughout her body, culminating at precisely 3:53 a.m., 8 hours later, when every cell in Su Yinshan underwent metamorphosis. The same held true for Feng He, as a gene sequence belonging to Su Yinshan was inscribed within his cellular nucleus at the identical moment. Could this phenomenon stem from their union? That seems implausible. If it were so, why had she never encountered such an occurrence before? Many couples existed within the Yanhuang group, yet none had experienced a similar case. It appeared to be a consequence of their unique constitutions. Lin Shiyun murmured to herself, union, fluid exchange. Ah, of course. The transformation initiated from the fluid exchange. With that realization, Lin Shiyun commanded the testing chamber to collect 10 milliliters of bodily fluid from both Feng He and Su Yinshan. After extraction, she awakened the two, instructing them to dress and exit before commencing her experiment. Mixing the extracted fluids in small quantities, she observed astonishing phenomena. The combined fluids drastically heightened cellular activity, prompting gene replication. Elated by this outcome, Lin Shiyun swiftly extracted her own bodily fluid to simulate her internal environment, combining it separately with that of both Su Yinshan and Feng He. The results confirmed that the catalyst resided within Feng He. Upon mixing her fluid with Feng He's, she identified the emergence of a unique enzyme that stimulated both sets of cells, triggering the secretion of another enzyme, while simultaneously activating the ability genes within their cells. The first enzyme replicated the ability genes and transferred them to the second enzyme, which then copied the genes into the ability crystal nucleus, passing them to the next cell, thus stimulating the secretion of this enzyme, which carried the ability genes to subsequent cells. This process continued exponentially until every cell in the petri dish underwent transformation. The first enzyme's role was to extract the ability genes from both parties. Its existence was fleeting, dissipating once its mission concluded, transforming into pure nutrients for absorption. The second enzyme, however, endured much longer. Calculations indicated it could sustain itself for precisely 8 hours, rapidly replicating the ability genes within both bodies until the replication concluded after the 8-hour mark, resulting in the second ability gene. Upon obtaining these results, Lin Shiyun promptly extracted the two enzymes, only to discover their uniqueness rendered them unsuitable for mass production. The enzymes possessed remarkable specificity, capable of locking onto the genes of the two individuals, becoming inactive and decomposing in any other environment. In other words, to replicate an ability, it was essential to mix personal bodily fluids with Feng He's, thereby generating these two enzymes. After a period of contemplation, Lin Shiyun made a startling decision. She extracted the second enzyme containing the ability genes from the petri dish and injected it into her own body. She then adorned herself with monitoring devices to observe every minute change. The tests revealed that the enzyme had successfully entered her system, its activity reaching its zenith, rapidly catalyzing cellular responses, replicating and inscribing the ability genes, resulting in exponential transformations. Within 8 hours, her cells had fully metamorphosed. However, upon noticing the chill emanating from her hands, Lin Shiyun's expression shifted. 8 hours later, she had successfully replicated Feng He's silver lightning ability, emerging as a tri-ability wielder. It seemed this replication was random. Any ability Feng He possessed could be duplicated. With this conclusion, Lin Shiyun's face lit up with excitement as she attempted to wield her newly awakened abilities, discovering an effortless harmony in their execution, along with the potential for enhancement. Simultaneously, she noted a significant increase in her ability crystal nucleus, as well as enhancements in her physical attributes, strength, and more. After several checks revealed no adverse effects, Lin Shiyun activated her communicator, summoning Su Yinshan's father. "Why did you call me?" Upon entering the laboratory, Su Hua gazed at his wife, who appeared exhilarated, utterly perplexed. "Lie down. I need to conduct an experiment and provide you with something beneficial," Lin Shiyun instructed. "Great, another round of being a guinea pig. This isn't the first or second time," Su Hua replied, rolling his eyes before disrobing and lying down. A syringe delivered its dose, and he quickly fell into unconsciousness. Lin Shiyun stimulated Su Hua's lower body, extracting his bodily fluid to mix with Feng He's. Miraculously, two enzymes emerged once again. Immediately, she extracted the second enzyme from the petri dish and injected it into Su Hua's body. After 8 hours, Su Hua, Feng He's father-in-law, proudly became a dual ability wielder. Just as anticipated, observing Su Hua's cells, Su Yinshan wore a knowing expression. As the chamber door opened, Su Hua felt an exhilarating surge of strength coursing through him. He stepped out, completely unclothed, dressed quickly, and fixed a steady gaze upon Lin Shiyun. "Wife, what have you done? Why do I feel so immensely stronger?" he inquired, sensing the substantial increase in his vigor. Chapter 29. Farewell to Xiaoyu. Why not attempt to activate your abilities? Lin Shiyun suggested with a playful smirk, her lips curving enticingly. Upon hearing her words, Su Hua did not hesitate to unleash his powers. Unexpectedly, he was enveloped in a chilling aura, as silver lightning began to coil around him like a serpentine dragon. What is happening? Su Hua exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes wide as he realized the silver lightning surrounding him. Isn't this the ability of that brat Feng He? How could it be manifesting in me? This is the result of my successful research from yesterday. I have completely mastered a method to awaken a second ability in individuals. Although the approach is unconventional, the results are extraordinary, guaranteeing a 100% success rate without any side effects, Lin Shiyun declared, her face alight with pride. That's incredible, my dear. With your research, the strength of the Yanhuang group will surely escalate, and our families, Su and Lin, will advance further. Su Hua exclaimed in sheer delight, pulling Su Yinshan into an embrace and spinning her around before planting a fervent kiss on her lips. He was overwhelmed with excitement, eager to report this discovery immediately. Husband, hold your horses. We must be cautious about reporting this, as the method is quite unique and not everyone can accept it. Lin Shiyun, noticing Su Hua's exuberance, doused his enthusiasm with a splash of cold reality, urging him to remain composed. Please elaborate. We must clarify the entire situation, as this pertains to national interests. Su Hua responded, now calmed. This matter involves Shanshan and Feng He. How do they fit into this? Su Hua inquired, furrowing his brow in confusion. Though I promised to keep it confidential, this situation is too significant to conceal. Therefore, I must share it with you. You must promise not to get angry with me. Especially regarding that brat Feng He, Lin Shiyun insisted. Go on. Last night, after a dinner invitation from Shanshan, both she and Feng He ended up intoxicated and spent the night together. What? Are you saying Shanshan and Feng He slept together? Outrageous. That scoundrel dares to take advantage of my precious daughter. Su Hua's face turned crimson with fury, ready to storm out and confront Feng He. Thankfully, Lin Shiyun held him back. Calm down. Let me finish, Lin Shiyun commanded gently, causing Su Hua to pause and take a few deep breaths to regain his composure. You may continue. Upon awakening, they discovered they had both acquired each other's abilities, becoming dual ability users. Shanshan rushed to inform me, and I immediately began my research. Through my investigations, I found that Feng He's bodily fluids possess a remarkable property. Regardless of gender, anyone who exchanges bodily fluids with him can replicate his ability genes. When Feng He's bodily fluids mix with those of another, a unique enzyme is produced, stimulating the cells of both parties to secrete another enzyme that activates the ability genes within their cells. The first enzyme copies the gene set and transmits it to the second enzyme, which then replicates the gene onto the ability core and transfers it to the next cell, continuing to stimulate cells to secrete this enzyme, carrying the ability gene along. This process propagates rapidly, culminating in a complete transformation of all cells within 8 hours. Moreover, if I am not mistaken, there seems to be no limit. As long as Feng He possesses various abilities, they can be replicated infinitely, albeit not in duplicate. Since you share the same ability as Shanshan, you can only replicate Feng He's silver lightning. Through experimentation, it was determined that these enzymes are only effective for the individuals involved. Once introduced into another's body, they become ineffective. Nevertheless, this still presents immense advantages and is significantly safer. I conducted the experiment on myself. The replication of abilities occurs randomly. I first acquired Shanshan's ability and then the silver lightning ability. If I surmise correctly, the replication occurs in either singular or equal quantities. If it is singular replication, regardless of the individual, only one ability from Feng He can be replicated at a time. If it is equal replication, the results are even more remarkable. Both parties become dual ability users, and after exchange, they become 4 ability users. If both are 3 ability users, they evolve to 6 abilities. Though identical abilities cannot be replicated a second time, Lin Shiyun, being one of the top scientists in Huagua, derived remarkably accurate conclusions based solely on a few experimental data points and outcomes. If Feng He were present, he would undoubtedly exclaim in awe at her brilliance. Wait, you mentioned that only through fluid exchange with Feng He you conducted your experiment. Does that imply you? Suddenly, recalling something, Su Hua's expression darkened, a swirling cloud of anger enveloping him as he fixed his gaze on Lin Shiyun. What are you thinking? I extracted my bodily fluids, mixed them in a petri dish, and obtained the second enzyme to inject back into my body. That makes sense, Su Hua sighed in relief. Likewise, I extracted your bodily fluids, mixed them with Feng He's in a petri dish, and successfully derived the second enzyme. It appears that this process is somewhat gender-dependent, Lin Shiyun explained. Su Hua's expression darkened upon hearing his wife's words, feeling an overwhelming sense of discomfort. As Su Hua's mood soured, his thoughts spiraled, particularly at the notion of his cherished daughter being involved with Feng He. He felt an urgent need to confront Feng He and unleash his frustrations. After processing his wife's comment, Su Hua nearly spluttered, clutching his chest as he pondered. Good heavens, are you trying to drain that boy dry? A man only produces about 5 milliliters each time. That's 20 milliliters for 4 times a week. Even a deity would struggle with that. 20 milliliters a week could leave him utterly incapacitated. Silently mourning for Feng He, Su Hua patted his chest, assuring Lin Shiyun, "Rest assured, my dear. I will ensure he contributes to our research materials on a weekly basis. This is for the nation's benefit. He cannot refuse. If he dares to decline, I shall give him a proper thrashing." "That will suffice," Lin Shiyun replied, satisfied with Su Hua's confidence. "For the time being, let us keep matters concerning Feng He under wraps. We shall disclose it only when he has developed the capability to protect himself. Otherwise, he may attract unwanted attention." "I understand, my dear. I will keep this a secret from everyone, but we must use different instruments at home to maintain confidentiality. Don't worry. My home laboratory is more than sufficient." "That is good to know." Chapter 30. The Fury of the Wind. Alas. Is this to cost me my life? Another week of 20 milliliters. Do you take me for a donkey? After reading the task, Feng He cursed vehemently and promptly declined, shutting off the communicator. This rascal dared to refuse. Seeing the glaring red letters on the communicator indicating the task had been declined, Su Hua felt his face flush with embarrassment. Sensing his authority had been disrespected, especially when he caught sight of his wife's ambiguous smile, he felt a burning desire to thrash Feng He. "Rest assured, my dear, I will ensure that rascal complies." Though the thought of his wife examining another man's anatomy made him uneasy, he knew he must play the submissive role in her presence, lest he face dire consequences. "Handle it as you see fit. Until you accomplish it, don't even think about sharing my bed. Sleep in the study instead." Lin Shiyun cast a glance at Su Hua before returning to her experiments. As an ability user, she could endure a week without sleep or rest without any issues. And the stronger one was, the longer they could sustain their activities. Su Hua, hearing her words, felt his spirit plummet. With a heavy heart, he staggered out of the laboratory, glancing at the glaring red letters on the communicator before dialing Feng He's number. "Beep. The number you have dialed is switched off. Please try again later." A busy tone echoed, and Su Hua's face darkened, emanating a thick aura of resentment, causing the passing researchers to fall silent and tactfully retreat. "Ha ha ha. Not only does this brat bully my daughter, but he also dares to reject the task I directly assigned," Su Hua exclaimed, the dark energy behind him swirling ominously, as if it yearned to tear someone apart. With a cloud of dark energy surrounding him, filled with wrath, he made his way to the parking lot, driving towards the Magic City University of Technology. Meanwhile, in his room, Feng He suddenly felt a wave of discomfort and a racing heartbeat, as if it might leap out of his chest. He grabbed his communicator, flung open the door, and without paying heed to his anxious roommates, staggered into his car, locking the doors securely. "Ah!" A scream, mingled with both male and female voices, echoed as Feng He's silver hair gradually lengthened to waist length, his Adam's apple disappeared, his chest rounded, waist slimmed, hips became fuller, and his legs turned slender and straight. What in the world is happening? In his female form, Feng He experienced excruciating pain, warm streams flowing from within, staining his thin pants and the seat crimson. This can't be. No, absolutely not. As the horrifying realization dawned upon him, Feng He gritted his teeth against the pain, furrowing his brows, and dialed Su Yinshan's number. "What is it?" Su Yinshan's cool voice resonated. I need assistance." The voice of Feng He, now in a female state called Feng He, reached Su Yinshan, leaving her momentarily stunned, quickly followed by a wave of elation. "At the parking lot beneath the dormitory, in my car, bring me a change of pants. My situation is unique." Gazing helplessly at his bloodstained pants, with his rear drenched in crimson, and feeling a pain he had never experienced before, Feng He indignantly exclaimed, "I'll be there shortly." With that, Su Yinshan hung up, grabbed her pants, and rushed to the parking lot beneath Feng He's dormitory. She soon arrived at the car and knocked on the window. "Did you bring the pants?" Feng He unlocked the car, watching Su Yinshan step inside. "Has your period started?" Sensing the familiar scent, Su Yinshan's expression shifted, recalling her own monthly challenges. Observing Feng He's blood-red pants provided her with the answer, and she was filled with ecstatic joy. Oh my, even during your period, this is simply perfect. Her gaze towards Feng He brimmed with possessiveness, as if she would claim him entirely. Change your pants first. She handed the pants to Feng He, her tone exceedingly gentle, her eyes brimming with a desire to possess. Feng He accepted the pants, noticing Su Yinshan's unwavering gaze upon him, causing his cheeks to flush. After a moment of hesitation, he removed his pants, placing the clean fabric beneath him, using a multitude of tissues to wipe away the bloodstains until none were visible before slipping into Su Yinshan's pants. It felt awkward, especially without wearing underwear. A peculiar sensation surging through him. As a once masculine figure, experiencing a period for the first time left Feng He utterly clueless, relying solely on Su Yinshan's guidance as he drove towards her villa. Upon arriving, Su Yinshan led Feng He into the villa, quickly ascending to the second floor. To the room Feng He would never forget, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. What are you planning to do? I am not a novice anymore. Be careful, or I. Just as he intended to unleash his abilities, he discovered he couldn't activate them. Don't come any closer. As Su Yinshan advanced, Feng He retreated until he accidentally bumped into the edge of the bed and fell back. You can't escape now. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yinshan lunged forward, wrapping her arms around Feng He, her soft lips crashing onto his, their tongues intertwining in a fervent kiss. Feng He's breath quickened, his cheeks flushed, his gaze becoming hazy. Suddenly, Feng He felt a small hand exploring his chest, retaliating instinctively, as the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly passionate. Chapter 31. The brutality against Jin Ming. As Feng He and Su Yinshan were entwined in the villa, Su Hua, donning a human skin mask, sped recklessly onto the campus. Halting beneath Feng He's dormitory, with a resounding slam, he exited the vehicle and rushed upstairs, kicking open the dormitory door, startling Zhang Yu and Su Lin, who were engrossed in a Japanese action film. Feng He, you scoundrel, come out. Su Hua bellowed. How dare you bully my dear Yinshan? I will make you pay. His voice echoed through the corridor, alarming the residents of other dorms who peeked out to witness the furious middle-aged man. Sir, Feng He just left. Zhang Yu cautiously replied, removing his headphones, fearful of provoking Su Hua's wrath. What? That rascal ran away? Su Hua fumed, his anger intensifying. After sleeping with my precious daughter, he dares to flee. He slammed his fist against the thick door, creating a gaping hole. We didn't know? Zhang Yu stuttered, his legs trembling. I only saw he left. I truly don't know where he went. Remarkable. That door is solid wood, and one punch has created a passage. What kind of formidable figure have you angered, old three? Su Lin lamented, raising his hands in surrender. Sir, I saw Feng He. He drove off, and I just saw our goddess, Su Yinshan, get into his car. A bespectacled, acne-ridden boy from another dorm called out. Damn that Feng He. How dare he pursue my goddess and juggle two relationships? Now that her parents are involved, let us see how he handles this, the boy reveled, envisioning the day Su Yinshan would cast Feng He aside. Yes, yes, yes. The two others nodded frantically. Su Hua snorted and departed, dialing Su Yinshan's number, only to be met with a busy signal. Wretched child. He cursed, unsure at whom his ire was directed. Checking Su Yinshan's location, he drove furiously towards her villa. Once Su Hua left, Zhang Yu and Su Lin exhaled in relief. Wait, do you remember what that man just said? Zhang Yu suddenly asked, his face blank. Yinshan is once again with that boy? Su Lin replied, puzzled. Yes, yes, and the earlier part. He mentioned sleeping with his precious daughter. Oh my heavens. That man is actually Su Yinshan's father. As this revelation spread, onlookers in the corridor gasped, realizing the dire implications. Wow, my old three has truly outdone himself by being with the great Su Yinshan. Oh no, Zhang Yu exclaimed, and the corridor erupted into panicked chatter. Before long, news of Feng He's liaison with Su Yinshan reached every corner of the university town, stirring a tempest of envy and hostility as countless students regarded Feng He as a formidable rival, eager to tear him apart. Meanwhile, Feng He and Su Yinshan had concluded their intimate encounter, lying bare in each other's embrace. After a while, Su Yinshan, holding the exhausted Feng He, led him into the bathroom for a refreshing wash, seeking respite from their exertions. It might be due to your menstrual cycle. It usually lasts 3 to 7 days. If you're in a male state, it cannot be expelled. So, you might have to wait for a few days. Su Yinshan speculated as she caressed Feng He's delicate form. Upon hearing this, Feng He contemplated the possibility and realized it was quite plausible. In her inherited memories, female Geminis could control their physiological cycles at will, unlike Feng He, who had no such control. If they had no desire for children or preferred a male state, they could avoid menstruation entirely. Yet Feng He was unable to regulate her state. Not only would she forcibly transform during her cycle, but her abilities were also rendered ineffective, likely due to her mingling with human bloodlines. Suddenly, the door was flung open with a loud bang. Feng He, you little rascal, come out. Su Hua's commanding voice reverberated through the villa. But upon seeing Feng He and Su Yinshan entwined on the bed, he was momentarily dumbfounded. My apologies, please continue. He stammered, attempting to retreat, but then abruptly turning, his gaze darkening as he scrutinized Su Yinshan. Yinshan, explain to me what is happening here. Observing his daughter in such a close embrace with a stranger stirred a foreboding sense within Su Hua. Dad, since you've seen us, I won't hide it any longer. I love women. This is my girlfriend, Su Yinshan declared, kissing Feng He softly before standing, her expression resolute. I love women. I love women. I love women. I don't care about the Su family. I am who I am. I find men repulsive. So do not introduce any more to me, she continued defiantly. That was an accident. Think of it as a mere dog bite. Regardless, we have gained from it, have we not? As she spoke, silver lightning danced across her form, and Su Hua seemed to be drawn into its embrace, becoming ensnared in the same silver currents. Goodness! My future father-in-law, what have you done with my... Feng He gasped, overwhelmed with mortification. You. Su Hua regained control over his silver lightning, his face ablaze with fury as he glared at Su Yinshan. You must break up with this woman. The Su family will not tolerate such disgraceful behavior. No, I absolutely will not. She is my beloved, and if you force us to part, I shall have no desire to remain in the Su family, Su Yinshan retorted, her face a portrait of determination. Chapter 32. The Execution of Malefactors. Su Hua glared at the woman who dared to retort him for the first time in her life, his anger boiling to the point of fury. He forcefully pushed Su Yinshan aside, directing his gaze towards Feng He on the bed. At this moment, Feng He was unable to exhibit her extraordinary powers. She appeared merely as an ordinary girl. Although she possessed an unparalleled beauty that could rival the finest in the nation, to Su Hua, she was utterly detestable. I do not care who you are, leave my daughter immediately, and you are forbidden from meeting again, Su Hua commanded Feng He, his tone laced with menace. It was not Su Hua's fault. He was unaware that this girl was the very one he had been searching for. Only Su Yinshan, Feng Lao, and the deceased Chio had witnessed Feng He in her feminine form. Although he knew Feng He could transform into a woman, Su Hua had never seen it for himself. The documentation for Feng He had been arranged solely by Su Yinshan, and Su Hua had taken no notice. Team leader Su, I am Feng He, she said, feeling a bit sheepish as she touched her nose, looking at Su Hua, whose face was contorted with anger. It's me. Upon seeing Feng He's affirmative nod, Su Hua nearly spewed blood, clutching his chest as he sharply rebuked. What in the world are you wearing? I, too, am curious. Feng He thought to herself with a roll of her eyes. The attire was chosen by Su Yinshan. It was overly feminine. However, without her powers and as a frail girl, she had no choice but to comply with Su Yinshan's whims. Of course, she could never voice these thoughts, fearing the repercussions that might ensue later that evening. Are you male or female? Su Hua asked, his expression grim. In my heart, I am forever a man. But since awakening my powers, I have become neither male nor female. I long to be a true man, yet this wretched ability insists on transforming me into a woman. Feng He lamented, her voice clear yet tinged with sorrow. Observing the despair etched on Feng He's face, for some inexplicable reason, Su Hua's anger lessened slightly as thoughts raced through his mind. This individual was unique in the world, capable of transforming between genders. Perhaps this was a blessing in disguise. Given that Yinshan had a penchant for women and was so infatuated with this one, there might still be hope for grandchildren. Though he despised men, Feng He could hardly be classified as one. Moreover, they had already shared an intimate encounter, perhaps resulting in a pregnancy. As long as you provide me with a grandchild, you may continue your antics, he mused. After a moment's contemplation, Su Hua took a deep breath and addressed Su Yinshan. Yinshan, I shall not interfere in your affairs, but remember this. Do not let anyone else discover this. I cannot afford such a disgrace, nor can the Su family. I understand. Su Yinshan was acutely aware that if her orientation as a lesbian were to be exposed, it would deliver a devastating blow to Su Hua and the Su family, potentially leading to their downfall. That is good to hear. Su Hua cast a significant glance at both Feng He and Su Yinshan before turning to leave. Meanwhile, within the Lin family, one of the three great families of the Magic City, the wasteful young master Lin Zizong had finally been released after several days of confinement. Damn it. Those little devils dared to use me. How infuriating. Lin Zizong cursed vehemently. The thought that the Japanese twins he had once adored were spies, and that he had foolishly divulged sensitive information, filled him with a desire to strangle them. "Aunt," he stammered upon seeing Lin Shiyun, a shiver running down his spine, as if he were a mouse confronted by a cat. Lin Shiyun was the second child of the Lin family patriarch. Her elder brother was Lin Shiwu, and her younger sister was Lin Shiyu. Lin Zizong was the eldest son of Lin Shiwu, favored from a young age for his exceptional intelligence, yet he had never awakened any powers. After several failed attempts, he had given up and embraced the life of a debauched young master, indulging in all manner of vices. In contrast, Lin Xiaoling, one of the three goddesses of Magic City University, was Lin Zizong's younger sister. She had awakened the family's signature water-based powers at a young age and was already regarded as a high-level ability user. Throughout his life, Lin Zizong had been subjected to countless experiments by Lin Shiyun, suffering immensely. The memories haunted him, often depriving him of sleep. "Lin Zizong, come inside," Lin Shiyun commanded sternly, her expression cold as she noticed his attempt to escape. "And I have matters to attend to. My friends are looking for me," Lin Zizong stammered. The memories of past torments flooding his mind, and cold sweat beading on his forehead as he shook his head, retreating towards the exit. "Stop right there. If you dare to leave today, do not blame me for being ruthless. Do you wish to experience that again?" Lin Shiyun's voice was sharp, and suddenly Lin Zizong's complexion drained of color, cold sweat pouring down as his foot hovered in midair, unable to move. "Father, I have discovered a method that allows one to awaken a second ability without side effects. I wish for you all to try it. Additionally, Zizong, if my calculations are correct, this time he will surely gain powers, but it will not be the Lin family's water-based abilities." "Oh, such a thing exists? Please, elaborate." Lin Weihua, now 70 years old, inquired with brightened eyes, excitement evident in his tone. "Father, I extracted certain elements from an ability user that can react with anyone's bodily fluids, allowing them to replicate the abilities of that user. This individual possesses two powers. One is ice-based, while the other is a mutated lightning ability. If executed correctly, there is a 100% chance of obtaining the second ability, and it will be akin to their own awakening, without any side effects." Chapter 33, Informing the Parents Today's Update. Tomorrow marks the end of the annual leave, and it is time to return to work. Is what you said truly real? The elder Lin Weihua stood up in agitation, his hands trembling as he looked at Lin Shiyun, eagerly inquiring. "Indeed, Father, I have conducted experiments." As she spoke, Lin Shiyun demonstrated her three unique abilities, leaving the onlookers in astonishment. Theoretically, this method could enable even those without abilities to acquire them, but it has yet to undergo experimental verification. I would like to have Zizong give it a try. Absolutely. Try it freely. If successful, the Lin family will have a worthy successor. Lin Weihua exclaimed with fervor. As the legitimate eldest son, Lin Zizong had yet to awaken his abilities, which had been a matter of concern for the entire Lin family. They had exhausted every conceivable method, yet he remained unable to awaken. This time, Lin Shiyun brought new hope, rekindling the family's optimism. However, amidst the crowd, a man in his mid-20s bore a dark expression, his heart filled with murderous intent. This man, Lin Ziming, was the grandson of Lin Weihua's elder cousin and the most gifted individual of the third generation of the Lin family. He had long coveted the position of heir. The Lin family was founded by Lin Weihua's father. Following its establishment, Lin Weihua's uncles and cousins naturally reaped benefits, awakening their abilities and thriving under the Lin family's protective umbrella, creating an industry beyond the imagination of ordinary folks. Although they lived in wealth and comfort, it was all beneath Lin Weihua's shadow, and as collateral branches, they could never inherit the Lin family's vast legacy. From a young age, Lin Ziming witnessed Lin Zizong being cherished, with the future heir already determined to be Lin Zizong, a notion that was unacceptable to Lin Ziming, who was born into a collateral branch but possessed exceptional talent. Yet, as Lin Zizong failed to awaken his abilities, the family's attitude began to shift. Both Lin Weihua and Lin Shiwang expressed intentions to adopt Lin Ziming, allowing him to manage certain family enterprises for training over the past 5 years. Zizong, the decision is yours. Calming his excitement, Lin Weihua said to his treasured grandson in a solemn tone, regardless of the outcome, I must try. After all, I have attempted this numerous times. One more time won't hurt. With a deep breath, Lin Zizong set aside his frivolous demeanor and spoke earnestly. He was unwilling to resign himself to a life of mediocrity. Although sheltered by the Lin family, ensuring a lifetime of riches, he was not content to languish without purpose in a family of extraordinary abilities. Follow me. Casting a glance at Lin Zizong, Lin Shiyun smiled gently, thinking, this is my extraordinarily talented nephew. Shiyun, is there anything we need to do? Lin Weihua asked with concern. No need, father. The process is quite simple. We merely need to wait for 8 hours. Come with me. With that, Lin Shiyun led Lin Zizong into her laboratory. After placing Lin Zizong in the awakening chamber and injecting him with a substantial amount of energy serum, she extracted his bodily fluids to commence the experiment. This marked the first experiment conducted on someone without abilities, and if successful, it would signify that Hua country could mass-produce individuals with powers. Just as Lin Shiyun injected the extracted enzymes into Lin Zizong's body, a long-absent figure appeared before the gloomy Su Hua at the base of the Huang group in the Magic City. Why the long face? After achieving such great merit, why do you still look so downcast? The newcomer, a man around 178 centimeters tall and in his 40s, donned glasses and exuded an air of scholarly elegance, contrasting sharply with Su Hua. This individual was Yin Hao, the leader of the Huang group in the Magic City, a revered level ability user. Well, the matters over there have been resolved, but you, having accomplished so much, why the melancholy? Yin Hao inquired, puzzled by Su's demeanor. Sai, it's about Shanshan. It's a long story. Gazing at his old comrade, Su Hua sighed, but realizing it was not a pleasant subject. He shifted his tone to a serious one and asked Yin Hao, what is the situation? Yin Hao possessed the ability of life, a pure life ability. He could absorb the life force of other beings to enhance himself and could also bestow life upon others, extending their lifespan. However, there were limits. Every individual's life had constraints imposed by their genetic locks. All Yin Hao could do was prolong life until that limit was reached. The lifespan of ability users far exceeds that of ordinary individuals. Breaking through a realm unlocks one genetic constraint. Spirit-level users live to 150 years, revered-level users to 200. King-level users to 250, Emperor-level users to 300, and Saint-level users to 500. A month ago, the war god of Hua country sought to break through using ancient civilization treasures but failed, suffering a backlash and sustaining severe injuries, putting him in grave danger. All capable healing-type ability users in Hua country were summoned, and after a series of treatments, only Yin Hao could alleviate the war god's pain and extend his life. It has stabilized, but it's still not enough. Even I can only extend his life by 3 years, Yin Hao lamented, feeling somewhat helpless. Even you cannot heal him? Su Hua's expression grew solemn. The war god of Hua country, Sun Zhongshan, was a saint-level ability user born in the previous dynasty in 1619, now 400 years old. His exceptional strength made him the Lin family's anchor and Hua country's most formidable force. He is among the strongest on earth, a guardian of Hua country. His presence instills fear in other nations. If news of the war god's predicament were to spread, it would plunge Hua country into unprecedented turmoil. Currently, recovery seems unlikely. The war god's injuries have penetrated to the marrow, and his genes have begun to collapse. All I can do is alleviate his pain and prevent further genetic degradation, extending his life for 3 years. Beyond that, I can do nothing unless my abilities can break through to Emperor level and shatter the original lifespan limits. Yin Hao realized the gravity of the war god's injury. Recognizing what a significant blow it would be to Hua country if he were not healed in 3 years, or if no one could take his place. Chapter 34. The joint assault. As Yin Hao concluded his words, a profound silence enveloped the room, lingering for an extended moment before 2 heavy sighs echoed. Alas! It truly seems the heavens are blind. Su Hua spoke with a grave expression. Is there truly no alternative? There is indeed. The ancient civilization has begun to organize personnel, preparing for a comprehensive exploration of its remnants. The weapons wielded by the war god are relics of that civilization. Perhaps within the ruins, we may discover a solution. However, This is merely a possibility, and whether we can find it depends entirely on fate. Suddenly, Yanhao recalled something, his brow furrowing with concern. Yet his tone was laced with hope. Regardless of the circumstances, this matter pertains to the future of our nation, Huagua. We cannot remain passive. The Su family shall not stand idly by. We will spare no effort in gathering treasures that can extend life, striving to prolong the war god's time. Su Hua declared with righteous fervor, asserting that it was for the war god, for Huagua, and for the Su family. Should the Su family succeed in locating treasures associated with the war god, it would mean that both the Sun family and the government of Huagua owe a debt of gratitude to the Su family, a favor that could elevate their standing significantly. It is not only your Su family. All the prominent clans have initiated their endeavors. They are not merely searching for treasures in secrecy. Even in the pursuit of exploration of the ancient civilization's ruins, every noble family is vying for a place. Although Yanhao lacks a family of his own. At this level, he is capable of establishing a prestigious lineage, yet he harbors no desire to do so. Upon hearing this, Su Hua hesitated no longer. He promptly retrieved his private communicator to inform his family, and soon after, the Lin family and the Lu family followed suit. At the very moment the three great families of Modu commenced their actions, Feng He, secluded within her villa, finally had the opportunity to contact Elder Feng. She retreated to a secondary room, secured the door, inspected for listening devices, and activated a ring-shaped communicator. Shortly thereafter, the three-dimensional image of Feng Li materialized before her. Elder Feng, please investigate why I am unable to control my transformation, and why forced transformation renders my abilities unusable. Feng He implored anxiously. A beam of blue light emanated from the ring, scanning her form. In no time, a room within a steel city beneath the Pacific Ocean, filled with a futuristic aesthetic, appeared on multiple projection screens, displaying a series of data. Boss. The results indicate that the hybridization of the Gemini bloodline with that of Earthlings has led to some irreversible changes. You will be unable to control your physiological cycle, and for 3 days each month, you will involuntarily transform into a female state, during which your abilities will be inaccessible. However, as your strength increases, this duration will shorten. Upon reaching the spirit level, you will be able to utilize your abilities even during those 3 days, albeit at only 60% capacity. Elder Feng explained as he reviewed the findings. Additionally, your recent blood test revealed that the Earth bloodline you inherited is quite remarkable, ancient even, with potential rivaling that of the Gemini royal lineage. Yet, this power remains dormant. If you can awaken your inherited Earth bloodline, you will become a renowned powerhouse across the universe. What power? Feng He inquired, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. I do not know. I employed the most advanced technology of the Gemini Empire for the analysis, and the only conclusion is that this power likely surpasses that of the Gemini royalty. I suspect you may have inherited the bloodline of a long-lost ancient civilization that once thrived on this planet. Wait, are you saying there were other civilizations on Earth? Feng He's eyes widened in shock. Indeed, this planet has endured 3 cataclysmic events. Various nations have excavated remnants of ancient civilizations, and from their records, it is evident that the oldest civilization predating the Gemini civilization was far more advanced technologically. Yet, within the surviving ruins, there are no accounts of the reasons for their annihilation. It is as if the planet abruptly changed hands overnight. The chilling reality gleaned from these records indicates that the previous 3 civilizations were extraordinarily powerful, their technological prowess on par with that of the Gemini civilization. Yet they all mysteriously perished at the peak of their existence, without any forewarning, a phenomenon both bizarre and unsettling. Upon hearing this, Feng He fell into a stunned silence, profoundly shaken by Elder Feng's revelations. Elder Feng, continue to search for all information regarding the ancient civilization. Dedicate your efforts to unearthing these ancient ruins. I have a strong premonition that the secrets behind these civilizations' disappearances hold great significance and may play a crucial role in reversing our current plight. Feng He gazed into the distance, her eyes reflecting a vision that seemed to transcend time itself, glimpsing a distant future. Certainly, boss, Elder Feng nodded, recording her instructions. He then shifted his tone, stating, Waysoft has transferred the bounty to your bank account and has also sent you an offer via email, inviting you to join their company with a promise of 5% equity. I have already accepted on your behalf, and their contract will soon arrive at your dormitory. With this company as a stepping stone, your initial development will proceed more smoothly. Very well, but please refrain from making decisions on my behalf in the future. Consult me first, Feng He replied, acknowledging Elder Feng's intentions while still expressing her concern. Understood. After concluding the call, Feng He promptly checked her bank account, and indeed, a series of zeros greeted her. Upon counting, she found an astonishing sum of 100 million USD, or 1 billion Huabei. Good heavens! How many loopholes has Elder Feng exploited? Feng He exclaimed, covering her face in bewilderment, unaware that half of this amount was a welcome gift from Waysoft. Time flew swiftly, and within hours, Lin Zizong was on the verge of awakening. The entire Lin family gathered, their eyes fixated on Lin Zizong, who lay within the awakening chamber. Suddenly, the lights in the room flickered, and arcs of blue electricity danced upon the awakening pod. Bang! An explosion reverberated, and amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Lin Zizong's body crackled with blue lightning, emanating an icy chill from his feet, swiftly spreading a thin layer of ice throughout the room, causing the temperature to plummet. The family gazed at Lin Zizong, who appeared as though a deity had descended, and they erupted in joyous exclamations, all filled with excitement. Only Lin Ziming in the corner bore a grim expression, his hands tightly clenched, his nails digging into his palms, droplets of blood staining the floor. Ha! The Lin family finally has a successor. The elder patriarch beamed at Lin Zizong, his eyes gleaming with a hint of lightning, while Lin Zizong's father, too, was filled with elation, his hands trembling with excitement. Chapter 35. The beginning of transformation. Ah, is this the power of extraordinary abilities? How exhilarating. Lin Zizong clenched his fist on the table, exhaling a breath of stale air, his face alight with excitement as he shouted and leaped into the air, transforming into a fleeting shadow that landed in the backyard. Boom. The crowd immediately followed, witnessing Lin Zizong raise his right hand to the sky, unleashing a burst of blue lightning that obliterated a nearby rockery into dust. Ha ha ha, splendid. Truly deserving of being my esteemed grandson. The elder Lin Weihua exclaimed with fervor, the pent-up frustration within him dissipating as he looked at Lin Zizong, his face flushed with pride. Grandfather, from this day forth, I shall compel those who once looked down upon me to regard me with new eyes. Grandfather, I wish to join the Yanhuan group. After a moment of stunned silence, Lin Zizong restrained his excitement, the myriad of past taunts flashing through his mind. He paused for a moment before resolutely addressing Lin Weihua. I have squandered enough time over the years. It is time to reclaim my path. Only the Yanhuan group can facilitate my swift growth, even if it entails risking my life. If I perish, it would merely reflect my own limitations. Excellent. Starting tomorrow, I will inform your granduncle. You will report to the Yanhuan group at dawn. Remember, the family will offer you no assistance. Everything must rely on your own merit. Understood. As the family members surrounded Lin Zizong, brimming with fervor, Lin Ziming stood at the edge of the crowd, his face ashen, teeth clenched, his gaze directed at Lin Zizong, filled with murderous intent. Lin Zizong, why must you shatter my hopes? I desire your demise. He roared inwardly, a deranged plan slowly taking shape in his mind. Amidst the tumult of thunder and fire, two delicate figures entwined on the bed, the pristine sheets adorned with splashes of water. Huff! After the passionate encounter, the two lay entwined. Feng He nestled within Su Yinshan's bosom, savoring the lingering echoes of their fervor, feeling an unusual satisfaction. Secretly thinking, this sensation surpasses that of being with a man. No, why am I harboring such thoughts? I am a man. I am a man. I am a man. Suddenly, Feng He's eyes widened, shaking his head, angrily dispelling the thoughts that had invaded his mind. If only you could remain like this forever. Su Yinshan, her cheeks flushed, gazed at Feng He with lingering desire, and spoke. Feng He was taken aback, glancing at the stunning beauty beside him, inwardly lamenting, alas, why must such a breathtaking maiden be inclined towards women? With such thoughts, he gradually succumbed to slumber under Su Yinshan's gentle touch. Thus, 3 days swiftly passed. On the 4th morning, a piercing scream awoke the slumbering Feng He. Thud! Upon opening his eyes, Feng He was unceremoniously kicked to the floor by the cold-faced Su Yinshan. What are you doing? Feng He sprang up from the floor, shouting at the unashamedly naked Su Yinshan on the bed. Filthy man! Su Yinshan regarded the naked Feng He with undisguised disdain, coldly declaring, I love Feng He, not you. Wake up, I shall never love you. With that, Su Yinshan nonchalantly retrieved a robe from the floor, draping it over herself before entering the bathroom. Cursing softly, Feng He rushed to the first-floor bathhouse, cleansing himself thoroughly, gazing at his own reflection with tears of joy. After a refreshing wash, Feng He received a call from his superior, Zhang Yu. "Stop, stop, clear the way." Feng He shouted, and the crowd gradually quieted down as a middle-aged foreigner with golden hair and blue eyes approached, holding a document, while the surrounding crowd parted to create a path. "Greetings, my name is Steve, the chief attorney of Waysoft." The foreigner spoke fluent Mandarin as he extended his right hand. "Hello, I am Feng He. Your Mandarin is quite impressive," Feng He replied, shaking Steve's hand with a look of surprise. "The matter is this, Mr. Feng He. I am here regarding this share transfer agreement. Should you sign this document, you will acquire 5% of Waysoft's shares transferred from Mr. Gates, making you the third largest individual shareholder of Waysoft. However, these shares cannot be sold for 10 years, and according to the contract, you must serve as the chief technical advisor for Waysoft, providing your creativity and expertise." Steve produced the document, casting an envious glance at the young Feng He. "Wow." As Steve's words concluded, a wave of cheers erupted from the crowd, their eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed at the striking silver-haired man. Chapter 36. The Poisoning Scheme. "Oh my goodness. 5% of shares in Waysoft Company is worth a staggering 50 billion yuan, exclaimed a bespectacled otaku. The American Waysoft Company, with its Win series operating systems, boasts the highest user base globally, extending its influence into hardware and other industries. With a market capitalization of 1 trillion yuan, an undeniable titan. Merely 5% of its shares translates to a net worth of 50 billion yuan. Last year, Waysoft's net profit was 28 billion yuan. If half of that is allocated for research and operational funds, while the other half serves as dividends, it could yield a staggering 7 billion yuan annually, or 700 million yuan in dividends." Gasping in awe, the onlookers stared at Feng He, their expressions filled with fervent admiration, especially the campus leaders, whose intense gazes seemed as if they wished to devour him whole. With a swift motion, Feng He carefully examined the document before signing his name amidst a chorus of astonished gasps. Thus, a billionaire worth 50 billion yuan emerged before the gathered faculty and students. "Feng He, I am Li Wenpei. May I invite you to my office for a moment?" Approached Li Wenpei, the president of Magic City University of Technology, surrounded by a crowd of students and faculty. He extended his aged right hand, his smile radiant, his tone gentle yet poised. "Of course," Feng He replied with a smile, shaking Li Wenpei's hand. "Haha, I never expected that our Magic City University would produce such an extraordinary genius. Even Waysoft is willing to court you with 5% of its shares. I am both honored and gratified. Our university is certainly not inferior to those two institutions," Li Wenpei declared, his heart brimming with delight as he beheld the confident Feng He. Despite being among the top universities in China, Magic City University has always lagged behind the two prestigious institutions in the capital, let alone on an international scale, barely scraping into the top 100. Now, with the emergence of Feng He, a freshman exhibiting astonishing talent, it was bewildering that Waysoft would go so far as to offer him 5% of their shares. Li Wenpei felt a renewed sense of pride and confidence. Excitedly, Li Wenpei grasped Feng He's right hand and led him towards his office. As they departed, the crowd outside the dormitory erupted in gasps, each individual whipping out their phones to upload the previously recorded videos to the internet, igniting a worldwide sensation. An hour later, across the ocean in Washington, as night fell, the Waysoft headquarters was ablaze with lights. A cadre of shareholders, their faces ashen, hurried into the meeting room, casting dark looks at Bill Gates, who sat at the head of the table. "Gates, why would you grant shares to a kid from China?" questioned a minor shareholder, his disdain evident. To him, Waysoft represented the pride of America, and it must not fall into foreign hands. "White, if I do not act, Waysoft could very well be eclipsed by that young man. Do you realize he has identified 16 critical flaws in our Win 12 system, provided patches, and optimized it to enhance its stability, usability, and convenience by an impressive 50%? Our prideful core code stands utterly exposed before him. Rather than becoming adversaries, it is far wiser to become partners. With such a genius on board, Waysoft can ascend to new heights," Gates asserted, having been profoundly impressed by Feng He's optimizations of the Win 12 system. A deep sense of crisis welled within him, prompting his decisive action to gather a portion of shares, both from minor shareholders and his own, to secure that 5% stake in Feng He. Upon concluding, Gates uploaded the optimized Win-12 system onto their computers. Despite their dissatisfaction, the shareholders had no retort, merely lamenting why such a prodigy was not born in their own country. Gates, Wesoft is crucial to America. The news of a Chinese shareholder will soon attract the attention of the Security Bureau. If not handled properly, Wesoft could suffer grave repercussions, a shareholder cautioned. His expression filled with concern. I will personally address it. I trust that not all politicians are incompetent fools. They should grasp the significance of this young man, Gates replied, his eyes sparkling with determination. Besides, nationality is but a trivial matter. As the Wesoft executives deliberated, the company's official website released a new system, named Win-99, which had been optimized by Feng He, clearly stating that the system was designed and technically supported by him. The world erupted in astonishment as media outlets scrambled to uncover details about Feng He, leading to a flurry of reports that circulated globally. Remarkable. A genius emerges from the East. Feng He, the chief engineer behind Win-99, a 19-year-old billionaire, the legendary life of Feng He, the pride of Magic City University. The new century's Gates, Feng He, reports cascaded like snowflakes across the nation, solidifying Feng He's name in the hearts of the Chinese populace. The national news network even interrupted its programming to cover Feng He's story. This overwhelming coverage catapulted Feng He to fame, making him a household name, a prodigy, and a millionaire. Numerous IT giants in China extended invitations, eager to collaborate with him. Within Magic City University, Feng He became an idol among students, the epitome of the ideal partner in the eyes of many young women. In a villa located in the affluent district of Magic City, Gu Yun, the young heir of the esteemed Gu family, watched Feng He's silhouette on television with a darkened expression. Despicable. How dare he? Gu Yun seethed, smashing a valuable antique in his fury. His eyes blazed as he glared at Feng He on the screen. Even if you are a shareholder in Wesoft, what does that matter against my family's might? How dare you covet the woman I desire? I will have you dead. Gui, I give you 2 days. I want him dead. He commanded. Yes, young master, Gui replied, kneeling briefly before vanishing. Meanwhile, after an engaging discussion with Li Wenpei, Feng He donated 100 million yuan, exiting the president's office amidst expressions of gratitude from the leaders. Brothers, come downstairs quickly. It's on me, Feng He exclaimed as he dialed a number. He hurried to the parking lot, where his 2 roommates, brimming with excitement, approached him. Third brother, you're incredible. Without a word, you've become a major shareholder in Wesoft. We must celebrate today. Zhang Yu clapped Feng He on the shoulder, his exhilaration palpable. Third brother, from now on, we're following you. Su Lin chimed in, wrapping his arm around Feng He's shoulder, his face flushed with excitement. Rest assured, I won't forget you too. Let us eat and chat. I'm planning to start a company and will give each of you 10% of the shares. Let us conquer the world together. Feng He declared grandly, as the 3 friends climbed into the car and sped away amid the envious gazes of those around them. Chapter 37. Exploring the ruins. Feng He, accompanied by Zhang Yu and Su Lin, entered the Yulai Hotel amidst a throng of attentive staff. After satisfying their appetites, Feng He turned to his 2 companions and, after a brief pause, declared, I am planning to establish an investment firm dedicated to financing individuals with talent but lacking capital. I will allocate 800 million as the initial funding, with plans for further increases in the future. Old 3, your status has changed. Do not forget about me and Old 2. We are already content, and we will not take your shares for free. Each family can contribute 100 million. And we are prepared to invest for a 10% stake, Zhang Yu stated firmly, setting down his glass. Both Zhang Yu and Su Lin possessed considerable assets, and raising 100 million was well within their means. While they were grateful for Feng He's willingness to offer them shares, they were not inclined to accept charity. Indeed, 100 million is feasible for my family as well. Old 3, we will rely on you in the days to come. Su Lin nodded in agreement, his expression sincere as he addressed Feng He. Upon witnessing the unwavering determination in his partner's eyes, Feng He ceased speaking, raised his glass, and proclaimed, Cheers. Cheers. They clinked their glasses together, the sound resonating crisply, and downed their drinks. The trio then staggered out of the private room and spent the afternoon singing boisterously at a KTV, ultimately collapsing in exhaustion within the lavish establishment. Fortunately, Feng He had reserved the luxurious room for an entire day and night, ensuring their privacy remained intact. After confirming that his companions were sound asleep, Feng He stealthily entered the restroom of the suite, locked the door, and contacted Old Feng. Old Feng, there has been a change of plans. Please dissolve the registered company and leave no trace. I will handle it personally in a couple of days. Understood, boss, Old Feng replied, swiftly tapping commands on his console to breach the network of the Huawei Industrial and Commercial Bureau. He meticulously erased any evidence of Feng He's company, leaving no remnants. For the Gemini civilization, the processes of adding and deleting memories were as effortless as enjoying a cup of tea. To ensure no flaws remained, Old Feng infiltrated global databases and physical document storage, systematically incorporating the records of the 6 individuals. He also implanted memories into the minds of relevant personnel, rendering the operation flawless. Earth's technology would take a millennium to uncover any discrepancies. Yes, boss. Old Feng noted the instructions and ended the communication. Soon, a beam of blue light enveloped him, and Feng He's figure vanished. Beneath the Pacific Ocean, an underwater city was under construction, with skyscrapers rising majestically and a vast transparent dome shielding the metropolis from the immense underwater pressure. In the heart of the underwater city, 6 androids, 3 men and 3 women, were activated. Feng He's information had been disseminated across national government agencies, and his name was already familiar to anyone within the system, including those in the Magic City. Feng He received VIP treatment while processing paperwork. What typically took a week was completed in a single day, and he promptly acquired the necessary business licenses. With the requisite licenses in hand, Feng He wasted no time in securing an entire floor in the Central Economic District of the Magic City as the headquarters for his company, paying $100 million upfront for a 5-year lease. Without Feng He's significant status as the 3rd shareholder of the Weaponizing company and a prodigious talent, such a sum would typically only secure a 2- or 3-year lease. His involvement caused property values in the Central Tower to rise even further. Standing on the 81st floor of the Central Tower, the 3 gazed out at the bustling Magic City, a surge of ambition swelling within them. This is our moment to astonish the world. Old 1, Old 2, prepare for the storm ahead. Feng He squinted his eyes and spread his arms wide, as if wishing to embrace the entire sky. Old 3, we will follow you through thick and thin. Tell us, what shall we do next? Zhang Yu and Su Lin stood behind Feng He, filled with fervor as they absorbed the magnificent cityscape, eager for the impending challenge. Although we are a technology company, I do not wish to manufacture products myself. I aim to gather all talented individuals lacking the capital to showcase their abilities, creating a company comprised entirely of geniuses. I have already identified a target. In 3 days, an individual will arrive to become our first investor. Feng He had already contacted Old Feng, and the first android would arrive in the Magic City the following day. As time passed, the annual National Day holiday in Huawei arrived as expected. With the airport announcements echoing, Feng He fixed his gaze intently on the exit. Soon, a well-dressed man, appearing to be around 28, emerged, dragging a small suitcase behind him. Spotting Feng He from a distance, the man excitedly jogged over, extending his right hand with enthusiasm. Boss, Yang Ming reporting for duty. This android was designed to appear 28 years old and had named himself Yang Ming. He was proficient in all earthly languages, well-versed in business and finance, specialized in computer software, and possessed formidable abilities as a king-level mutant with the power of purple flames. Excellent. From this moment on, you shall be the 4th key player in my Gemini technology. As Feng He regarded Yang Ming, waves of excitement surged within him, for he knew a technological revolution, destined to be etched in the annals of human history, was about to unfold. Chapter 38. The Flame Behemoth. I have been developing this product for 8 years, yet I am still far from success. However, once I achieve it, it will revolutionize the existing mobile technology, Yang Ming declared with unwavering confidence. From the moment he entered MIT, he had conceived the initial idea for this project. In 2 years after obtaining his doctorate, he began to execute it, tirelessly seeking investment. Yet, the capitalists in America shook their heads in disbelief after hearing his presentation, dismissing it as impossible. Over time, Yang Ming became regarded as a dreamer in their eyes, a genius who merely fantasized. This is a completely new mobile system. Traditional systems rely solely on their hardware for computation, and once they exceed their hardware limits, they crash. However, this system is different. It is an intelligent system that connects to a vast supercomputer through the network, distributing computations to the supercomputer. Consequently, the hardware limitations of the phone are significantly reduced, enabling even the most basic configurations to effortlessly achieve the performance of top-tier models. If mobile manufacturers were to learn about this system, they would likely find it hard to believe, as such systems are largely constrained by factors like internet speed. Yet, in the presence of Yang Ming, an artificial intelligence adept in the knowledge of a level 3 civilization, these limitations are trivial. I have developed a supercompressor for data transmission, achieving a compression rate of 1. After compressing 100 megabytes, it reduces to merely 1 megabyte. This is one of the foundational elements of the system. Yang Ming switched to another slide to introduce his compression tool. How is that possible? Zhang Yu and Su Lin gasped in disbelief, both being computer science majors. They understood the immense difficulty of data compression. Currently, the most advanced compressors in the world achieve a compression rate of only 30. Yet Yang Ming claimed to have created a tool that could attain a scientifically implausible rate of 1. This was nothing short of astonishing. This tool is developed to enhance this system, employing a completely different algorithm. Generally, a phone transmitting 1 megabyte of data per second is already impressive. Even the prevalent 4G technology, under optimal conditions, reaches only 12 megabytes per second, with typical rates being around 1 or 2 megabytes or several hundred kilobytes. Thus, data transmitted through my compression software incurs negligible data usage. The system boasts another remarkable feature. All installed software is compressed, dramatically reducing storage space while increasing launch speed on this platform. Yang Ming elaborated on a series of advantages of this system. All of this is based on my developed programming language, Chinese programming. It is vastly superior to English programming to truly create artificial intelligence. Mastering Chinese programming is the authentic pathway. Once one learns this language, even those with modest talent can craft intelligent programs. Yang Ming switched slides again, revealing a complete set of Chinese programming software, leaving Feng He calm while Zhang Yu and Su Lin were rendered speechless, staring at the screen in awe. Yang Ming, you have presented 3 products at once, which is an extraordinary surprise. However, we must not rush. Let us first refine your programming software. Once we have sufficient capital, we can launch the compression tool in the system. No, the system cannot be released yet. It needs further development. Let us first create an intelligent assistant that can enhance mobile speeds through software. That should have a significant market. After a moment's contemplation, Feng He struck the table, his eyes sparkling with determination as he looked at Yang Ming. From this moment on, you are the president of the software department at Gemini Technology. Let us diligently refine the first product, Starry Universe Chinese programming. With that, they proceeded to the technical department, where they powered up the highest spec computer and connected to the internal network. Feng He and Yang Ming commenced their enhancement work. Zhang Yu and Su Lin observed the two prodigies, feeling a wave of inferiority wash over them. In the presence of such geniuses, their own talents felt utterly insignificant. They could hardly comprehend the operations of Feng He and Yang Ming, unable to contribute in any meaningful way. Soon, the first day of the National Day holiday passed, and that night, the 4 of them slept at the company. As they watched the 2 sleeping figures, Feng He rose quietly and approached the awakened Yang Ming. The Brain Domain Development Potion is capable of unlocking the human brain's potential. Typically, humans utilize only 5 of their brain capacity, leaving the vast majority of their potential dormant. Feng He, Feng Lao, and the 6 artificial beings had developed their brains to 80, an extraordinary figure. The Brain Domain Development Potion prepared by Feng Lao could safely enhance this to 40, the ultimate limit for ordinary individuals on Earth, unless they are endowed with special abilities. Further development would lead to physical limitations. Individuals with special abilities do not require the Brain Domain Development Potion, as they naturally unlock their potential during the awakening process. Upon reaching the novice level of special abilities, they develop 10 of their brain capacity, akin to the legendary scientist Einstein, and with each subsequent advancement, an additional 5 development occurs, 40 at the royal level of special abilities, and by the stellar level, it can reach 90. Boss, the potion is here. From a nearby bag, a pitch-black box was extracted, and upon opening it, 2 vials resembling the cosmos appeared before Feng He. Boss, here are 2 physical enhancement potions that can elevate an individual's physical capabilities to that of a high-level special ability user. This way, they can utilize their evolved brains without any adverse effects. Another black box was produced, revealing 2 blue vials. Feng Lao's foresight is commendable. Gazing at the 2 blue enhancement potions, Feng He's eyes gleamed with admiration. Although his brain had reached 80 development, he still lacked sufficient experience. and some considerations had been overlooked. Feng He retrieved the potions, opening them and pouring them into Zhang Yu and Su Lin's mouths, murmuring to himself, "Brothers, upon awakening from this slumber, you shall undergo a profound transformation." Chapter 39, Ancient Relics. Some previous bugs have been rectified. Please read with assurance. The content is currently being typed. Kindly wait a moment. After the updates, please refresh the page to access the latest content. Chapter 40, The Ancient Diary. As the night passed, sunlight streamed through the transparent window, casting its glow upon the four slumbering figures. Is it already morning? Zhang Yu stirred awake, rubbing his eyes. He stood up, suddenly feeling invigorated and remarkably lighter, free from the aches in his back and legs. His mind, once clouded, now felt refreshingly clear, as forgotten memories resurfaced with startling clarity, reminiscent of the earliest days of his recollection. "Boss, you're awake." Just as Zhang Yu marveled at his own transformation, Su Lin beside him also stirred, quickly realizing his own changes. A wave of confusion washed over him. How can a mere night's sleep make one feel like a different person? Have I perhaps attained enlightenment in my dreams? Second, you don't feel smarter, do you? Zhang Yu inquired, a hint of uncertainty in his voice as he observed Su Lin's expression. Really? Are you feeling it too? Su Lin's eyes widened in surprise as he gazed at Zhang Yu, and then burst into laughter. It seems we both achieved enlightenment in our dreams. With this newfound clarity, we shall astonish the world alongside Third. This place is truly miraculous. A single night's rest has turned us into geniuses. Unlike the exuberant Su Lin. Zhang Yu's gaze drifted towards the sleeping Feng He, pondering what thoughts may be traversing his mind. The day progressed smoothly. The Xingyu Chinese programming software was nearing completion, with only the final touches of artistry and packaging tests remaining. In the evening, Yang Ming accompanied Zhang Yu and Su Lin to continue their improvements, while Feng He departed alone from the central building. Suddenly, as Feng He drove, a frown etched across his brow, and a cold smirk graced his lips. Am I being followed? Who could it be? Detecting the presence of a follower, Feng He took a sharp left turn, heading towards the outskirts of the city, where human presence dwindled. With a screech of tires, he halted and stepped out of the car, quietly observing the approaching black Audi. The Audi screeched to a stop before him, and a man clad in a black suit, Gu Yi, emerged, his cold gaze fixated on Feng He, a murderous intent radiating from his stern visage. I offer you a chance. Reveal who sent you, and I may spare your life. Feng He sensed the palpable menace emanating from Gu Yi, his eyes narrowing as he contemplated. This man is certainly no benign entity. You brought this upon yourself for daring to pursue Su Yanshan, whom my young master has taken an interest in. Your life is the only thing that can quell his wrath. Gu Yi's voice was icy, his seasoned demeanor imposing. Die, Gu Yi shouted, swinging his arms as the ground trembled. Two iron-hard earth spikes erupted towards Feng He's chest, a soil manipulator, and a spiritual level one at that. Feng He leapt back, his expression grave as he reflected on Gu Yi's words. A pursuer of Su Yanshan? Who could it be? Which family do they belong to? In that moment of distraction, Gu Yi swiftly closed the distance, his right hand enveloped in a hardened earthen mass, crashing into Feng He's chest. Bang! With a muffled thud, Feng He was sent sprawling, crashing into the ground, fracturing it like a spider's web radiating outward. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as Feng He's ribs shattered, his insides severely damaged. Coughing up blood, Feng He's face turned pale. Die! Gu Yi pressed his advantage, leaping into the air, his legs together as a spinning earth spike formed, descending towards Feng He's head. Feng He's pupils constricted, and at the last moment, he rolled away. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted, enveloping the area in dust as the ground cracked beneath him, revealing a crater-like pit. How formidable! Feng He gasped in astonishment at Gu Yi's strength, propelling himself upwards, silver lightning coiling around him. Thunder seal. Raising his right hand, a massive ancient seal of silver lightning materialized, crashing down with force. Boom! A deafening roar erupted as silver lightning shot skyward, a terrifying storm enveloping a 200-meter radius, scorching the damp earth black, turning trees and flowers to ash, a charred odor wafting through the air. Seizing the opportunity, Feng He contacted Elder Feng through his ring communicator. Elder Feng, supervising operations beneath the sea, received the distress signal and swiftly transformed into a streak of light, heading towards Feng He. Young master, I apologize for arriving late. Elder Feng cast a glance at Gu Yi before bowing to Feng He. Elder Feng, there's no need for such formalities. Your presence is all that matters. Feng he gasped weakly, sitting on the ground, his face ashen. Is it you? How dare you injure the young master? You shall pay dearly. Elder Feng turned his gaze towards Gu Yi, a suffocating aura of authority enveloping him, causing Gu Yi to tremble in fear. Who is this old man? Why is he so powerful? Gu Yi's heart raced in terror. Elder Feng, initially the personal steward of the Gemini Emperor, was in fact a stellar-level being, endowed with the representative power of the Gemini royal family, lightning abilities, specifically a rare purple lightning. Run. Gu Yi sensed the insurmountable gap between himself and Elder Feng. Thoughts of escape flooding his mind as he turned to flee, pushing his speed to the limit. Stop. Elder Feng's aged eyes narrowed as he extended his left hand. Gu Yi found himself immobilized, as if bound by invisible chains, suspended in midair. No. Gu Yi's face twisted in sheer terror, his complexion drained of color. Chapter 41. The Opening of the Wormhole. Alas. Gu Yi felt an irresistible grip tightening around him, his bones creaking ominously, and blood streamed from the corners of his mouth. Reflecting his despair. Wait, Feng Lao, spare his life and uncover the mastermind behind this. Feng he hastily implored just as Feng Lao was about to crush Gu Yi. Very well, Feng Lao replied, releasing his iron grip, yet a formidable force still bound Gu Yi, rendering him immobile. Your Highness, you are injured. Although it is not severe, it would be wise to seek treatment promptly. After restraining Gu Yi, Feng Lao approached Feng He and helped him to his feet. Nodding in agreement, Feng Lao activated the spacecraft, and soon a cloaked vessel descended, enveloped in a blue light, drawing the three of them aboard. Gu Yi, imprisoned within, gazed at the futuristic craft with bulging eyes, terror etched across his face. Aliens. Infuriating. The young master is in danger, he thought, anxiety surging within him as he beheld the vehicle, far advanced beyond Earth's technology. Swiftly, the ship plunged into the ocean, entering an undersea city under construction. Through the screens, Gu Yi observed towering underwater buildings and transparent domes isolating the seawater, his fear intensifying. Upon entering the mothership, Feng He was placed in a treatment chamber. Half an hour later, rejuvenated and clad in a specialized combat suit, Feng He confronted the imprisoned Gu Yi. Speak. Who sent you? His gaze was icy, and his voice cold as he demanded an answer. Cough, cough. I underestimated you. I did not anticipate such a formidable subordinate at your side. Cough. However, it is impossible for me to betray the young master, Gu Yi declared, preparing to take his own life. With a swift motion, Feng Lao sensed Gu Yi's intent, pressing his palm against his forehead, unleashing a purple current that immobilized him entirely. With a flick of his wrist, a silver headband flew to Feng Lao's hand. Placing it upon Gu Yi's head, the latter trembled, his eyes rolling back, and his body fell still. This is an interrogation tool of the Gemini Empire, a memory extraction device capable of forcibly reading memories and presenting them visually. Feng Lao explained as he operated the device, soon connecting it to a screen that began to display Gu Yi's memories. Gu Yi, an orphan, had been adopted by the Gu family of Jinling, trained as an assassin. After a brutal selection process that claimed the lives of most of his peers, he earned recognition from the Gu family and was given the name Gu Yi. At the age of 12, having awakened his initial powers, he began executing missions, secretly eliminating those who posed a threat to the Gu family. Many business elites perished at his hands, amassing immeasurable wealth for the family and gaining the attention of the family patriarch, who assigned him to assist the young master. Gu Yun. The Gu family's unique power required human blood to enhance its capabilities. The more blood consumed, the faster the enhancement. Consequently, the Gu family formed the largest human trafficking organization in Huagua, controlling a sinister network that spanned the nation, an abomination indeed. Gu Yun was ruthless and vengeful, known for his depravity, discarding and even killing over 100 women after exploiting them for their blood. Witnessing the plight of those innocent lives, Feng He was engulfed in murderous intent, condemning the Gu family to death. Feng Lao, can you subdue Gu Yi? I wish to present a grand gift to Gu Yun and the Gu family. Feng He declared, his eyes devoid of emotion, filled only with a chilling murderous intent. Indeed, I can create a bomb capable of severely injuring spirit-level powers without killing them, leaving them in a state worse than death. Feng Lao responded, crafting a small marble-sized orb. Explaining, upon detonation, it emits a dazzling purple ray, hence it is known as the purple light bomb. It was extensively used during the Gemini civilization's early days, destroying numerous enemy forces and paving the way for their victories. However, it became ineffective against third-level civilizations, as their medical technology can heal without side effects. Who? Why did you not knock? Gu Yun, startled while drinking human blood, barked at Gu Yi, hurling the cup at him, splattering blood across the floor. Have you dealt with him? Gu Yun questioned, irritated, as he observed Gu Yi, who appeared dazed. You are Gu Yun. Huh? You think you can send someone to kill me? You are mistaken. But if you wish to kill me, be prepared for the consequences. Gu Yi echoed Feng He's message, causing Gu Yun's expression to shift dramatically, veins bulging on his forehead, his face darkening with rage. Useless. He cursed inwardly, seething with anger, and shouted at Gu Yi. Ha! Feng He, is that you? A mere nobody dares to threaten me? Truly, the young are fearless. Gu Yun, let me remind you, the heavens are watching. Those who commit evil will inevitably meet their end. The Gu family's depravity is unforgivable, and your demise shall begin with you, Gu Yi retorted. Ha ha, you think you can destroy the Gu family? Ha ha, you are utterly delusional. Gu Yun laughed heartily, but suddenly, a wave of dread washed over him. His hair standing on end as he witnessed Gu Yi's body begin to swell, terror painted across his face. Chapter 42. Emperor Baron, what audacity! You dare to self-destruct. Witnessing the swelling form of Gu Yi, Gu Yun's heart quaked with terror, his complexion ashen, as he bellowed in fury at the brainwashed Gu Yi before turning and leaping toward the window. Being at the same level of power as Gu Yi, both being spirit-level supernatural beings, Gu Yun recognized that the force of Gu Yi's self-detonation could inflict severe injury upon him. It was this awareness that prompted Gu Yun to make a hasty retreat, but alas, he was a moment too late. Crack, crack, boom. A resounding explosion erupted, and a violet ray burst forth in a spherical detonation, swiftly engulfing Gu Yun. The brutal rays ravaged every cell, nerve, and bone within him, and soon, dark purple spots began to mar his skin, while foul black blood gushed from the corners of his mouth, with the violet light consuming him. Gu Yun felt an intense pain as his internal organs and limbs were struck. In a state of panic, he discovered he could not control his fingers, his mouth, nor even his eyes. Soon, a beam of purple light pierced his vision, and as he could not utter a cry, darkness enveloped him, causing him to spit out blood and lose consciousness. The violet light was blinding, yet thanks to Feng He's constraints, its effects were limited to a 100-meter radius, sparing the other villas from noticing this bizarre occurrence. However, two of Gu Yun's guards downstairs did witness the alarming purple light. This is bad. The young master is in danger. Gu Heir, the second in command of the Gu family's guards, wore a grave expression as he rushed upstairs, followed closely by Gu San, who was equally pale. It was no jest should the head of the Gu family, Gu Yun's father, discover that his son had been harmed right under their noses. Even if Gu Yun survived, they would surely face severe repercussions. Upon their arrival in Gu Yun's chamber, they found the room intact, yet Gu Yi had vanished without a trace, while their young master lay sprawled on the floor, bloodied and unconscious. Young master! Gu Heir and Gu Sen exclaimed in alarm, rushing over to assess his condition. There is still a pulse. Upon discovering Gu Yun was alive, a flicker of hope crossed their faces, yet it was short-lived as despair quickly took hold. The young master has been incapacitated. Cursed be it. Who could be responsible? Gu Heir's face contorted with rage as he trembled at the thought of the Gu family's punishment, his expression turning pale as he gritted his teeth. Though they contemplated fleeing, they knew it was futile. From a young age, miniature bombs had been implanted within them, making it nearly impossible for even the strongest supernatural beings to extricate them. Their lives were utterly in the hands of the Gu family. Escaping would lead to certain death, but perhaps if they managed to atone for their failure, there might still be a chance for survival. After a brief silence, Gu Heir retrieved his phone and dialed the head of the Gu family, Gu Xiaotian. What is it? Is Yun'er causing trouble again? The call connected swiftly, and Gu Xiaotian's voice resonated through. His expectations set on a routine matter where his son could not resolve an issue himself, likely another troublesome situation for him to handle. Master, the young master has been attacked and is now unconscious, and Gu Yi has also vanished. Gu Heir inhaled deeply, striving to suppress his rising fear, and spoke with a tremor in his voice. What did you say? Repeat that. On the other end, Gu Xiaotian clenched his left hand, shattering a porcelain cup in the process. His voice, laced with suppressed fury and a murderous intent, sent a shiver down Gu Heir's spine, painting his heart with despair. Gu Heir swallowed hard, trembling as he spoke. The young master was attacked and fell into a coma, and Gu Yi is also missing. With that, he ended the call. Listening to the busy signal, Gu Heir and Gu San took a deep breath, carrying the unconscious Gu Yun to the lawn. Soon, a helicopter dispatched by the Gu family landed, whisking the three of them away to the Gu family in Jinling. The whirring of the rotor blades filled the air as all members of the Gu family gathered on the helipad, watching the helicopter descend. Gu Heir and Gu San assisted Gu Yun out, where a group of doctors in white coats approached, carefully placing Gu Yun into a transparent healing chamber before swiftly transporting him to the lavishly constructed medical facility of the Gu family. Inside the medical room, a cadre of supernatural doctors removed Gu Yun's blood-stained clothing, revealing his battered body, and gently placed him in a transparent tank filled with a green liquid. In the hushed room, the echo of Gu Xiaotian's footsteps resonated in the ears of the two guards, a formidable pressure immobilizing them, draining the color from their faces and filling their hearts with despair. Are you implying that Gu Yi betrayed the Gu family and severely injured Yuna? Gu Xiaotian's expression remained stoic, his voice cold as ice. Yes. Gu Heir stammered in response. What nonsense. Gu Xiaotian's face darkened with fury, his foot crashing down upon Gu Heir's head, pinning it to the ground, leaving a dark purple imprint on his visage. He bellowed, Clouder is a spirit-level supernatural being, the strongest genius of our Gu family in a century, capable of contending even with those at the respect level. How could a mere spirit-level being like Gu Yi possibly inflict such harm upon him? Speak. Relate the events of today in their entirety. Yes. Gu San. Witnessing Gu Heir being crushed beneath Gu Xiaotian's foot, his head deformed, stammered as he recounted how Gu Yi had been dispatched by Gu Yun to deal with Feng He. Chapter 43. Hope and despair. Are you suggesting that mere high-level superpowered individuals, devoid of any substantial background, are the orchestrators of all this? Do you take me for a fool? Gu Xiaotian's face darkened, his expression wooden, with a murderous intent radiating from his eyes. He kicked Gu San, sending him flying, and he coughed up blood in midair. Bang! He crashed violently against the wall, his body collapsing in a heap. You too, I grant you a chance at survival. Go and capture Feng He for me. I will ensure he wishes he were dead. And that Su Yanshan, regardless of her connections to the Su family in the Magic City, no one my son desires will escape. I do not care what methods you employ. Bring her to me, and I shall have her serve me for a lifetime. Gu Xiaotian spoke coldly, his gaze fixed on the sprawled Gu Heir and Gu San. Understood. The two, feeling a weight lift off their chests, struggled to rise, kneeling on one knee and helping each other as they made their exit. Soon, the doctors emerged through the large door, and Gu Xiaotian regarded them in silence, his face darkening. Speak. How is Yuner? Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaotian's expression turned grim. After a moment of silence, he let out a heart-wrenching howl, the deafening roar causing the members of the Gu family outside to pale, knowing something was amiss. No matter who it is, I shall have your life, he bellowed, turning to his grandfather's generation with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Old Zhu, is there truly no way to save him? Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaotian appeared significantly aged, his teeth clenched and veins bulging on his forehead. Gu Yun was his only son, the most gifted individual of the Gu family, and had been cherished since childhood. Now, seeing his beloved son lying on the bed like a living corpse, an indescribable pain pierced his heart. Feng He observed the situation of the Gu family through surveillance, but merely smiled coldly, choosing to disregard it. Over the next 3 days, Feng He, Zhang Yu, Su Lin, and Yang Ming, the four prodigies with knowledge surpassing earthly technology, completed the programming for Xingyu Chinese, the Xingyun Intelligent Assistant, and the Xingyun Mobile Operating System. Finally, it is done. Now is the time for us to astonish the world. Stretching languidly, Feng He rose and gazed at the crimson sunset, speaking softly. Behind him, Yang Ming, Zhang Yu, and Su Lin looked on with eager anticipation, their hearts surging with excitement. Yang Ming, contact the media in my name. On October 7th, at 7 p.m., we shall hold a press conference at the Magic City Sports Center. I want the world to remember our Gemini technology. Also, send invitations to those mobile phone manufacturers and the giants of the IT industry. Feng He spoke after a prolonged silence, turning his back to Yang Ming. Understood, boss. Yang Ming replied and promptly moved to the computer, sending invitations to nearly all the world's media, mobile manufacturing companies, and IT industry leaders. All signed as chairman of Gemini Technology and shareholder of Wesoft, Feng He. In no time, media outlets worldwide, upon receiving the emails, sprang into action like a shot of adrenaline, with reporter teams rushing to the Magic City. After all, this was the press conference of a billionaire, especially one associated with Wesoft. Feng He's name had already gained global fame, and this inaugural press conference post-company establishment was bound to attract attention. At the headquarters of Penguin Computer Company, Limited in Shenzhen, Ma Huatin sat in his office when he received Feng He's invitation. The light glinted off his glasses, and a smile crept onto his lips. Penguin Computer, one of the largest internet companies in Huaguo, primarily engaged in chat software and online gaming, is a leader in the industry. Interesting, I wonder what surprises this genius will unveil. Murmuring to himself, Ma Huatin looked up at his secretary. Cancel all plans for October 6th to 8th. Immediately book me a flight to the Magic City for October 6th. Yes. At the headquarters of Alibaba Network Technology Company, Limited in Hangzhou, Ma Yun sat in a minimalist office, his gaze lingering on the invitation on the computer screen, a playful smile gracing his lips. Alibaba, a titan in the online shopping and mobile payment sectors, had expanded into various industries, including artificial intelligence and mobile systems. Haha, our little genius seems poised for significant action. Cancel all my plans. I am heading to the Magic City. With that, old Ma stood, gazing out at the bustling night scene of Qiantang City, his eyes dreamy, lost in thought. Simultaneously, bigwigs like Li Yanhong from Chengdu, Zhou Hongwei from Qihou, Lu Qiangdong from Jingdong, Ding Lei from NetEase, and Wang Zhizhong from Sina all paused their work, preparing to head to the Magic City. Dami Technology Company, Limited, a mobile internet company focusing on smart hardware and electronics, saw its leader, Li Chen, sensing something significant upon receiving the invitation. He promptly canceled all engagements and rushed to the Magic City, eager for valuable insights from Feng He. Huawei Technologies Company, Limited, a Fortune Global 500 company and a leader in telecommunications equipment, had a significant part in the much-discussed 5G technology. When the 76-year-old founder, Ren Jingfei, received Feng He's invitation, he smiled with satisfaction. Haha, this young man is quite impressive. It is a great fortune for Huaguo. Let me go support him. A promising young talent deserves protection. With this, old Ren stood and instructed his assistant to book a flight to the Magic City. Similarly, renowned smartphone manufacturers in Huaguo, such as Vivo's Shenwei, Oppo's Chen Mingyong, and OnePlus's Lu Zuohua, also canceled their schedules to attend. After all, this was a billionaire like themselves, a remarkable individual who had made a name for himself at Wesoft through sheer talent. How could they not pay their respects? Domestically, the same enthusiasm resonated internationally. Apple Incorporated received Feng He's invitation as well. Cook pondered over the invitation for quite some time before deciding to attend in person, not for any particular reason, but merely to observe his old rival's new shareholder. Naturally, Gates from Wesoft would not miss this opportunity either, choosing to attend personally to engage in conversation with this astonishing young man. Moreover, Eric Schmidt, chairman of Google, also resolved to visit the Magic City, not for any specific purpose, but simply out of curiosity, as he found himself with a bit of free time on his hands. Chapter 44. A common foe 2 days prior to the press conference on October 5th. Feng He and his 3 companions contacted the municipal government of Magic City to secure the rental of the city sports arena. Meanwhile, a host of influential figures, hastily arriving from various locales, inquired about the location of the Gemini Technology headquarters, each making their way with determination towards the central tower. As luxury vehicles began to arrive at the base of the central tower, the reporters who had been waiting in the building's underground parking were invigorated upon spotting the license plates. It's Ma Huating from Tencent. That's Ma Yun. Goodness. It's Li Yanhong from Baidu and Lei Jun from Xiaomi. The list continued with Zhou Hongwei from Qihou, Lu Qiangdong from Jingdong, Ding Lei from NetEase, Shenwei from Vivo, Chen Mingyong from Oppo, and Lu Zuohua from OnePlus. Such a gathering of industry titans. Wow, even Ren Jingfei from Huawei is here. Could it be that they were all invited by Feng He? But the press conference is not until the day after tomorrow. Why arrive now? Do they harbor some undisclosed secrets? Mused a reporter from a Sino-affiliated media outlet, his eyes widening in disbelief as he recognized the figures emerging from the vehicles. BB boss. He stammered. Indeed, it was Wang Zhidong, the magnate of Sina, alighting from the car. The reporters from Alibaba, Tencent, and other affiliated firms were equally flustered, rushing to greet their respective bosses with utmost reverence, their faces alight with hope as they inquired about the purpose of their unexpected visit. To their surprise, the magnates responded with disarming smiles, imparting an astonishing revelation. I'm not quite sure why I'm here, but my instincts tell me that missing this opportunity would entail significant losses. Being here, however, might just elevate us to new heights. Regardless, this was indeed monumental news. One reporter suddenly shouted in excitement, hastily drafting an article. Within 10 minutes, a flurry of news articles appeared across major online media platforms, igniting yet another wave of fervor. At the same time, at the Gemini Technology headquarters, Feng He and his 3 associates were already waiting at the entrance, aware of the notable gathering. Welcome, esteemed predecessors. It is truly an honor. Feng He greeted them with a hearty smile, his silver hair gently swaying, evoking a refreshing aura. Haha, this young lad is impressive. To possess such formidable skills at a young age, and to secure 5% of shares from those American giants is quite an accomplishment. Ren Jingfei approached Feng He, flanked by admirers, his laughter resonating with vitality that belied his 75 years. Feng He sensed an extraordinary aura emanating from Ren Jingfei, a power not to be underestimated. Ren Jingfei, a figure of unmatched age, experience, and achievement among this cadre of magnates, commanded immense respect. He had single-handedly seized a significant portion of the telecommunications market from foreign competitors and shattered the American monopoly on mobile chip technology. Please, I am merely a novice with much to learn from all of you. Please, come in. I have prepared tea, Feng He said, feeling a surge of excitement as he warmly shook hands with the gathered luminaries, ushering them into the company. As the distinguished guests entered, they were struck by the simplicity yet functionality of the premises, nodding in silent approval, their respect for Feng He deepening. Upon reaching the grand conference room, seating arrangements were made, with Ren Jingfei positioned at the head of the table, flanked by mobile manufacturers on his left, Lei Jun, Shen Wei, Chen Mingyong, Lu Zuohua, and internet moguls on his right, Ma Yun, Ma Huateng, Li Yanhong, Zhou Hongwei, Ding Lei, Wang Jidong, and Lu Qiangdou. Once everyone was seated, Feng He instructed Yang Ming to serve tea. Soon, the rich aroma of tea permeated the room. Quite delightful. It has been ages since I savored such exquisite tea. It must be Weishan de Hong Pao, Ren Jingfei remarked, taking a sip. Indeed, it has been a while for me as well. This young man has some skill. This tea from the mother tree of Weishan de Hong Pao is not easily acquired, Ma Yun noted, a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes as he glanced at Feng He. This is a gift from a friend. I had intended to savor it myself, but with esteemed predecessors visiting, I cannot keep it to myself, Feng He replied, smiling slightly as he too took a sip. The Da Hong Pao tea was procured from Su Yanshan, who had obtained it from Su Hua with great insistence. You are welcome to call me Xiao Feng, Lei Jun said, placing his teacup down, fingers interlaced, resting his chin as he regarded Feng He with a smile. Of course, Feng He nodded, feeling it appropriate to be addressed as such by these industry veterans. He had subtly sensed that each of these magnates possessed extraordinary abilities, their strengths formidable. It seemed that the depths of this world were far more profound than he had previously imagined. Xiao Feng, your invitation mentioned a world-altering product. Might we be granted a preview? Lei Jun inquired, narrowing his eyes. As soon as Lei Jun's words fell, all the magnates set their teacups down, their gazes fixed intently upon Feng He. He felt a wave of helplessness wash over him, forcing a bitter smile. Could I possibly decline? Yang Ming, please activate the projector and introduce our products to the esteemed predecessors. Yes, sir, Yang Ming responded, rising to switch on the projector. The opening screen of an unprecedented operating system captured the attention of the gathered magnates. Is this a system you developed yourselves? Ma Huateng asked, his eyes narrowing as he suppressed his excitement. Indeed, this is our nebulous system. However, it is still in its infancy and not yet ready for unveiling. The product to be launched this time is different, Feng He replied candidly, nodding. The nebula system, the latest creation of Feng He and his team, was nearing completion, merely awaiting final refinements. The Nebula computer system was an extension of the Nebula mobile system. Initially, the system brought by Yang Ming was applicable to both computers and mobile devices. As in a third-tier civilization, the distinction between computers and mobile phones had vanished. Their functions had completely merged, creating a tool termed the intelligent brain, compact enough to fit within a wristband, yet surpassing the capabilities of Earth's supercomputers. Though the intelligent brain was diminutive, its functionalities were robust, amalgamating the features of computers, phones, televisions, and more. When paired with a signal station, it facilitated instantaneous communication across the solar system without any delay, rendering the absence of signal a non-issue unless one ventured beyond the solar system. This system was also Feng-He's groundwork for the future. Chapter 45. The Space Fortress. The boot time of 3 seconds is quite remarkable, rivaling that of Win 99, indeed. The younger generation is truly impressive. Ma Yunchang sighed, his gaze towards Feng-He filled with admiration. As he spoke with a hint of bitterness, we have all invested heavily in developing our own systems, yet the gap with Wasoft remains vast. Who would have thought I would witness such a flawless system here? Our aspirations have found some fulfillment. Ma Yun's words resonated with everyone present, as they marveled at the exceptionally smooth system and the more user-friendly interface compared to Wasoft. Each of them could see the admiration in Feng-He's eyes. Esteemed predecessors, this is the first product we, Gemini Technology, are about to unveil. Xingyu Chinese Programming, abbreviated as Xingyu Programming. Upon launching the Xingyu icon, a clear and straightforward interface appeared before the audience. Upon seeing this programming software, everyone's pupils dilated, and a flood of thoughts rushed through their minds, contemplating the immense impact this programming would have upon its release. This program is our own creation, compatible with both the Win system and Apple's macOS. It is more intelligent and convenient than English programming. The superiority of programming in Chinese, the most unique language in the world, is self-evident. As Yang Ming operated Xingyu Programming, the distinguished guests were visibly moved. The impact of this programming was immense. With this software, intelligent program writing became effortless, and even the long-standing systemic issues that have troubled Huagua for decades could achieve significant breakthroughs. Xingyu is our first product. Our second is the Xingyun Intelligent Assistant, available in both desktop and mobile versions. Its sole function is to optimize the operational speed of computers and smartphones, drastically enhancing performance. Furthermore, as long as there is internet connectivity, you can connect to our supercomputer to distribute data, enabling even the most basic configurations to perform at top-tier levels. As Yang Ming concluded, the expressions of the assembly shifted, their eyes darting towards Feng-He with a glimmer of disbelief, as if to say, "Are you jesting? This will rely on our third product." Noticing the skepticism in the eyes of the dignitaries, Feng-He smirked and urged Yang Ming to continue. "Very well." Nodding, Yang Ming clicked on an icon and explained, "This is our developed compression software, achieving a compression ratio of 1, compressing 100 megabytes down to just 1. What? This is impossible." The room erupted into astonishment and disbelief at Yang Ming's revelation. Understanding their skepticism, Yang Ming proceeded to open the Penguin official website, navigated to the game download section, and downloaded Penguin Racer, a hefty 570 megabytes file, using a gigabit fiber connection, completing the download in no time. Wow! What an impressive compression software. The attendees gasped as they witnessed Yang Ming's demonstration, their gazes towards Feng-He transformed, brimming with excitement and fervor. With this demonstration, their doubts dissipated, and they gazed at Xingyu Chinese Programming, Xingyun Compression, and the Xingyun Intelligent Assistant, filled with longing. You surely have more groundbreaking products, right? Developing a computer operating system and a mobile system must be effortless for you. The Xingyun Intelligent Assistant evidently has a system prototype. I presume your strongest product should be the mobile operating system. After a moment of silence, Mr. Ren's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he looked at Feng-He. Others followed suit, their gazes fixed on Feng-He, making him feel somewhat uneasy. Indeed, we have completed a remarkable mobile operating system, but it is not yet time for release. Our capabilities are still limited, and it is not suitable to launch it now, Feng-He explained with a wry smile. Large trees attract the wind. Our third mobile operating system is something that can bite off a chunk from the Americans. Those Americans will not overlook it. Currently, Gemini Technology lacks the strength to withstand a nation's hostility. Introduce it. We have been waiting for too long. Android system, huh? Mr. Ren chuckled, while the mobile manufacturers present shared a bittersweet smile, all too familiar with the exploitation by Google. If possible, Huawei will be the first to adopt your system. Do not fear those wolves. Our nation needs its own mobile system. Mr. Ren slammed the table, exuding a commanding presence that garnered respect from all present. We at DAMI feel the same way. As long as your system can rival Android, we will adopt it, declared Li Chen from Dami, unwilling to be outdone. With the two affirmations, Shenwei from Vivo, Chen Mingyong from Oppo, and Lu Zhuahu from OnePlus also voiced their support. They had all suffered enough under the Americans, always having to appease them. In this critical moment, they understood the necessity of their choice. A mature mobile system would not only yield financial gain, but also bolster national strength and enhance national cohesion, significantly impacting Huawei as a whole. Since esteemed predecessors wish to see it, I shall not hold back. I trust you all have smartphones. I can install the Xingyun system for you right now. Feng He pondered for a brief moment before nodding. How about this? I have our latest product, the Huawei Mate 30, in my car. That should be sufficient for everyone. I'll have my driver bring it up, Mr. Rin interjected, promptly calling his driver, who soon arrived with a retired military bodyguard carrying 16 units of the unreleased Mate 30. This is Huawei's strongest flagship this year, equipped with the Kirin 990 processor, featuring domestically produced components from the battery to the screen to the camera, with no foreign products whatsoever. Mr. Rin confidently introduced, instructing the bodyguard to hand it to Feng He. After the bodyguard exited, he turned to Feng He and said, "Young Feng, please install your Xingyun system." Just a moment. With that, Feng He, Yang Ming, and the bystander Zhang Yu and Su Lin rushed outside to bring in 4 computers. In front of everyone, they unwrapped the packaging, connected the data cables, and began installing the Xingyun system. In under 3 minutes, one device was ready, its screen illuminating with a dazzling starry sky that erupted spectacularly, a stunning display. In 3 seconds, as the celestial imagery burst forth, the system booted up, revealing the operating interface before the audience. Chapter 46. The Red Giant Egg. As everyone manipulated their smartphones, the seamless speed and convenience evoked admiration from the distinguished guests. What is the compatibility of this system with Android apps? Ma Huaten inquired, adjusting his glasses with a gleam in his eyes. Rest assured, our Nebula system operates flawlessly with both Android and iOS applications. You may try it out, Yang Ming affirmed with a nod. Upon hearing this, Ma Huaten opened the browser, and the instantaneous loading sensation left him insatiable. He located the Penguin Chat application, downloaded both the Android and iOS versions, and found the experience remarkably smooth and harmonious post-installation. Little Feng, your system is written in star language, isn't it? Asked the affable Ren Zhenfei, his gaze softening as he put away the brilliance in his eyes. Indeed, all our software is crafted in star language, allowing it to run perfectly on existing hardware. However, the ideal scenario would be to develop dedicated hardware. Feng He elaborated, putting down his phone. Yes, quite impressive indeed. Your Nebula system is one that Huawei will certainly adopt. Initially, we plan to launch the Mate 30 soon, but that will have to be postponed. Are you considering open sourcing your system, or will it follow iOS's model? Ren Zhenfei asked, his penetrating gaze fixed on Feng He, his tone casual, yet imbued with an undeniable authority that compelled the attendees to pay close attention. This statement left no room for doubt. Huawei was poised to embrace the Nebula system. The mobile industry moguls present began to contemplate the implications, weighing the pros and cons. Certainly, it will be open-sourced. I will provide the foundational system, allowing you to optimize and customize it to create your own unique systems. You could say I am offering a master version, enabling you all to deeply tailor it according to your visions. I will only charge a licensing fee of 100 Huabai per device. And the integrated Star Universe compression and Nebula Intelligent Assistant will incur no additional charges, Feng He explained after a moment of reflection. While 100 Huabai per unit may seem modest, the cumulative total was astronomical. Last year, Huawei shipped 210 million phones worldwide, which translates to 21 billion Huabai. Similarly, Xiaomi shipped 120 billion, Oppo 110 billion, Vivo 100 billion, and OnePlus, as a rising star, reached 90 million, culminating in a staggering total of 63 billion Huabai. This data is purely fictional and should not be taken seriously. With Ren Zhenfei's endorsement, other mobile industry leaders such as Li Chen, Shenwei, Chen Mingyong, and Lu Zhuahu expressed their eagerness to sign contracts, forming an alliance centered around Gemini technology to collectively resist Android's resurgence. This development thrilled Zhang Yu and Su Lin, who stood nearby. Witnessing these influential figures' commitments, Feng He abandoned his thoughts of delaying the product launch and resolved to unveil all existing products at once. Although the Nebula computer operating system was still incomplete and would be postponed. Director Feng, what is the pricing for star language programming? Is it a one-time fee or billed annually or monthly? Ma Yun, resting his chin on his hand, queried. Although he was not in the mobile sector, his Alibaba was a globally renowned internet enterprise, and he found star language programming and compression even more captivating than the Nebula system itself. The room gasped collectively at Feng He's pricing plan, 999 yuan, which amounted to 9,990 huabai. It seemed that Feng He intended to capitalize significantly from foreign clients. Moreover, without a solid foundation in the Chinese language, they would be unable to code effectively. However, if they do not wish to lag behind, they will have to purchase my software and learn Chinese. Feng He smirked, a mischievous smile playing upon his lips. Ha ha ha, splendid. Let those foreigners learn Chinese. It truly feels satisfying. Ren Zhengfei chuckled heartily. Ever since Western powers breached their borders over a century ago, English had become the dominant language. Now, securing a decent job in China necessitated an English certification, inciting fury among the older generation, who had long aspired for the world to embrace Chinese. Feng He's proposal represented a remarkable beginning for the grandeur of the Chinese language. Programming in Chinese is far more advanced than in English, more suited to the future's trajectory. If you do not want to fall behind, come purchase our products and learn Chinese. This sentiment brought relief to all present, instilling a sense of pride. Additionally, the Star Universe compression would also adopt a one-time fee for lifetime access, 99 huabai domestically and $99 internationally. As for the intelligent assistant, the target clientele would be those outside the Nebula system, and a membership system based on annual fees would be implemented, with ordinary members receiving an 80 optimization rate, gold members 90, and diamond members 100. The fees would be 100, 200, and 300 huabai annually, with all international users needing to convert to dollars. However, should the Nebula system dominate globally, the necessity for the intelligent assistant would diminish. On October 6th, the day before the launch event, the prominent figures signed contracts with Feng He, establishing a strategic partnership. Major Chinese mobile manufacturers and internet enterprises were now united, resulting in an influx of 10 billion huabai as a prepayment. After the dignitaries departed, Zhang Yu and Su Lin erupted in jubilant cheers, their voices echoing through the room. Even Feng He found himself momentarily lost in thought, reflecting on how just half a month ago he was an ordinary university student. And now he stood as a harbinger of a super civilization, an extraordinary individual, and a billionaire. Tomorrow is the launch event. Let us astound the world. Feng He declared with a grand flourish of his hand, filled with fervor. Oh! Zhang Yu and Su Lin shouted exuberantly behind him, their faces flushed with excitement. Time swiftly passed, and before long, it was 6 p.m. on October 7th. The stage was set at the Magic City Sports Arena, and media representatives from around the globe filled the audience, their expressions brimming with anticipation as they exchanged insights with their peers. Suddenly, a commotion arose among the crowd as an assembly of distinguished leaders, flanked by bodyguards, gracefully entered and took their seats at the front of the stage, arranged in order of their influence. Chapter 47. The Super Artillery. It was Gates, the head of Microsoft, who had unexpectedly arrived. Naturally, Feng He, being a shareholder of Microsoft, was merely fulfilling his duty to support the event. The presence of titans such as Cook from Apple and Eric from Google only added to the grandeur. Moreover, prominent figures like Ma Yun from Alibaba, Ma Huateng from Tencent, Li Yanhong from Baidu, Zhou Hongwei from Ko, Lu Qiangdong from Jingdong, Ding Lei from NetEase, and Wang Jidong from Sina were all present, showcasing the might of the internet industry. Look over there, it's Mr. Ren. He has indeed come, someone exclaimed. Indeed, the gathering of these illustrious leaders from Huagua on October 5th and 6th for discussions with Gemini Technology sparked curiosity about the agreements they might have reached. A reporter from the United States, eyes shimmering with intrigue, could hardly wait to inquire further. Renowned mobile magnates such as Lei Jun from Xiaomi, Xin Wei from Vivo, Chen Mingyong from Oppo, and Lu Zuohua from OnePlus were also in attendance. The arrival of these industry giants momentarily hushed the venue before it erupted into a lively buzz. It's been a while. You still exude the same charm. Ma Yun warmly greeted Gates, who sat beside him. Ha ha ha, you're not doing too shabby yourself. But Jack, could you divulge what agreement you reached with Gemini Technology yesterday? I'm quite interested, Gates inquired, engaging in a friendly exchange with Ma Yun. Not a chance. You'll find out soon enough. Your new shareholder is quite remarkable, Ma Yun replied with a mischievous smile. piquing Gates' curiosity even further. Nearby, Cook and Eric engaged in casual conversation, while other moguls mingled, discussing topics of mutual interest. Soon, the hour struck 7, and the lights in the auditorium dimmed. A series of fireworks illuminated the night sky, momentarily captivating the audience in awe. As the display concluded, the lights brightened to reveal He at the center of the stage. Enough of the pleasantries. Let us turn to business. Gemini technology has made significant strides in computer and internet technology since its inception, developing several impressive products. Now, let our Chief Technology Officer showcase our innovations, he announced as the spotlight shifted away from him to Yang Ming, who slowly approached the stage. Greetings, I am Yang Ming, the Software Department Director at Gemini Technology. Today, I am thrilled to introduce our groundbreaking compression software, Starry Compression. With that, he began his presentation, illuminating the audience with a prepared PowerPoint. Starry Compression boasts a compression rate of 1, shrinking 100 megabytes down to merely 1 megabyte. A wave of disbelief rippled through the crowd. Is this a fabrication? Surely, it cannot be true. I understand the skepticism. Thus, I invite a journalist from the audience to conduct a live demonstration. Could any reporters with laptops please raise their hands? Yang Ming announced. Journalists eagerly complied, raising their hands in a frenzy. You there, the blonde lady? Yes, please come up, he beckoned in fluent English. The blonde reporter, filled with anticipation, approached the stage, placing her laptop on the table as the camera shifted to her screen. Yang Ming produced a USB drive, swiftly installing Starry Compression. Which media outlet do you represent? He inquired, handing her the microphone. My name is Alice, and I am a reporter for the Washington Daily in the United States. She replied, showing her press badge, which the camera captured for all to see. Please feel free to compress any file of your choosing. Yang Ming encouraged as he relinquished control of the laptop. The reporter navigated to a folder brimming with photographs. Hold on, let us first check the size of this folder. Yang Ming reminded her just as she was about to initiate the compression. Upon examining the folder's properties, she announced, this folder is a staggering 21 gigabytes. Excellent. Now, let us witness the miracle, Yang Ming urged, gesturing for her to proceed. The reporter executed the compression using Starry Compression, completing the task in a mere 1.7 seconds. Oh my God, that is impossible, she gasped, and a hush fell over the crowd, soon replaced by murmurs of disbelief as they gazed at the screen displaying the results. The 21 gigabytes had been compressed to a mere 216.9 megabytes in an astonishingly brief moment. Even Gates, Cook, and Eric, titans of the global internet landscape, were momentarily entranced by the display. You may open the compressed file and freely view the images and videos without any loss of quality, Yang Ming stated confidently. The blonde reporter complied, accessing several files with remarkable speed, completely bypassing the usual lengthy decompression process. The audience erupted in astonished applause. Thank you for your cooperation, Yang Ming said as he guided the reporter offstage. This is our Starry Compression, faster, smaller, and more powerful. Next, allow me to introduce our second product from Gemini Technology. Designed for both computers and mobile devices. Once installed, even a budget phone can achieve flagship performance scores. This is our Nebula Smart Assistant. He switched to PowerPoint, revealing an elegant software interface. This assistant is capable of deeply cleaning the memory of computers and phones, shutting down unnecessary background processes, reducing CPU load, and enhancing operational speed. Furthermore, it can transmit data to our Gemini Technology supercomputer over the network, distributing the computational load. It is no exaggeration to claim that even the least powerful configurations can smoothly run all high-end games available on the market, from PUBG to Dota. As Yang Ming continued, the audience erupted in astonishment, staring incredulously at the smartphone in his hand. The assistant's core, Starry Compression and data transmission technology, is integrated within. However, it is crucial to note that the compression feature within the assistant is solely for data transfer. Users cannot utilize it to compress any files independently. Now, I would like to invite 2 volunteers, 1 male and 1 female, each with a computer and a phone, to demonstrate, Yang Ming concluded, prompting a flurry of raised hands among the journalists. Chapter 48. Returning to Xiqing to meet the fair lady. Yang Ming selected a male journalist from the Eagle Nation and a female journalist from the Hua Nation. After installing the necessary authorizations on their computers and phones, the Nebula Smart Assistant appeared, taking the form of an endearing cartoon cat. Its charmingly silly demeanor captivated everyone present. their eyes sparkling with admiration as they gazed longingly at the Hua nation's female journalist. "Greetings, Master. I am your dedicated steward. I have detected a substantial amount of background clutter and junk on your devices. Would you like me to assist in cleaning it up?" The cartoon cat inquired in English, while the female journalist's smart assistant conversed fluently in Mandarin. Upon hearing the cartoon cat's voice, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. All eyes narrowed in focus, their expressions suddenly serious. Artificial intelligence. How is that possible? How could a newly established company achieve such a feat? Eric seethed inwardly, casting a disapproving glance at Yang Ming. Gates and Cook, standing nearby, wore equally troubled expressions. "The initial cleanup may take some time. Please be patient, Master," the cartoon cat cheerfully announced, playfully piloting a spaceship across the screen. The female journalist's phone displayed an identical scene, complete with the same dialogue. After 10 minutes, the female journalist's device completed the process first and rebooted. "Wow, what incredible speed!" she exclaimed, scanning her phone to find that the apps had been meticulously organized, categorized, and tidily arranged. "Where's my Penguin Chat app?" she murmured, unable to locate it. Just then, the cartoon cat bounced into view from the bottom right corner, asking, "Shall I open Penguin Chat for you?" "Yes," she replied, and instantly, the Penguin Chat interface appeared, loading faster than this year's flagship models. Meanwhile, the male journalist's computer also finished its cleanup, booting up in 6 seconds to reveal an impeccably tidy desktop with all files neatly categorized. "Master, your computer contains numerous duplicate files. Would you like to delete them?" The cartoon cat inquired, tilting its head as it presented a list of duplicates. "Delete them," the male journalist commanded, and the cat's eyes glimmered as data streamed by, swiftly completing the task. Under Yang Ming's guidance, they witnessed the impressive capabilities of the smart assistant, compressing files, freeing up space, closing background processes, and enhancing speed. More importantly, the cartoon cat demonstrated intelligence, capable of comprehending spoken commands and executing tasks through voice control. As Yang Ming elaborated and demonstrated, the room fell silent, the atmosphere thick with anticipation. The Hua nation's representatives flushed with excitement, while the foreign attendees, particularly Gates, Cook, and Eric, appeared increasingly discontented. Through Yang Ming's presentation, it became evident to all that the era of English programming was receding into the annals of history. A new age of Chinese programming was dawning. Only by utilizing Mandarin could one craft impeccable intelligent programs. This signified that, moving forward, the internet industry would be beholden to the Hua nation, with its voice surpassing that of the Eagle nation, establishing itself as a leading force in the digital realm, leaving those foreign internet enterprises vulnerable to significant upheaval. Next came the evening's Pi C.R assistance, a revolutionary mobile operating system, surpassing both Android and iOS. The Nebula phone system. Taking a deep breath, Yang Ming spread his arms wide as a massive screen descended behind him, while a platform rose from the ground before him. "Now, let us welcome our esteemed partner, Mr. Ren Jingfei, the chairman of Huawei, to introduce this epic-making mobile system," Yang Ming declared. As the spotlight focused on Mr. Ren, he rose slowly and strolled onto the stage, microphone in hand. "To be honest, when we first encountered this system at Gemini Technologies headquarters 2 days ago, we were utterly astounded. It is unlike any system known to us. It is flawless, exceptionally suited to the needs of the Hua people," Mr. Ren stated. Seizing the opportunity, he seamlessly transitioned into promoting their new product. "This is our Mate 30, which was originally slated for release today, while we intended to launch it on October 20th. After discussions with Mr. Feng, I decided to postpone the release, as I want to equip all Mate 30 devices with the Nebula system. This will be the first phone to feature the Nebula system. Let me elaborate on the Mate 30, from the battery to the chip to the camera. Every component is domestically sourced, no imported parts whatsoever. I won't delve into further details, as this is a Gemini technology event. Instead, I would like to focus on the Nebula system." Mr. Ren thoroughly detailed the capabilities of the Nebula system, while Cook and Eric's expressions darkened, their faces ashen with disbelief. "Damn those yellow-skinned monkeys. How could this be possible?" They silently cursed, filled with frustration at this unexpected competition. The emergence of this third system, developed by Gemini Technology, eclipsed their own offerings in advancement, fluidity, and market appeal, leaving them to experience the stark despair of being technologically surpassed. In contrast, Gates remained unperturbed. His greatness transcended national boundaries. He held no prejudice, viewing all nations equally. His thoughts were for the benefit of all humanity, rather than for a singular country. Chapter 49. The approaching shadow. Old Master Ren spoke eloquently, outlining the myriad advantages of the nebula system. Undoubtedly, the nebula system is a formidable mobile operating system, prompting our decision to abandon the previously utilized Android system in favor of this new innovation. Soon, this captivating system will be unveiled to the world. Thank you. Upon finishing his speech, Old Master Ren handed the microphone to Yang Ming and descended the stage to resounding applause that echoed throughout the venue. That concludes today's press conference. We extend our gratitude for your attendance. Our product will be available for purchase on our official website tomorrow at noon, with specific pricing to be announced at that time. Yang Ming bowed and announced the adjournment, turning to leave the stage. The media rushed to exit the venue, eager to pen their articles, and before long, the content of the conference spread across the globe. In a five-star hotel in the bustling metropolis, Gates sat by the window, gazing down at the vibrant nightscape while cradling a glass of deep red wine that swirled slowly with his movements. Interesting young man, he mused. In another suite of the same hotel, Cook and Eric sat across from each other. Damn it, I can't believe we've reached this point without realizing it, Eric growled darkly. The nebula system poses a significant threat to Google's Android, and it is evident that tomorrow, imminently, Google's stock prices will plummet. Have you ascertained who Yang Ming is? Cook inquired calmly, directing his question at a figure dressed in black nearby. As the figure provided insight, memories long buried resurfaced in Cook and Eric's minds, bringing Yang Ming's information to the forefront. Those damned investors lack foresight. Otherwise, such a genius would belong to our nation. Eric spat bitterly before calming himself. Why didn't he come to our company? If this is indeed his creation, Apple would have certainly seized the opportunity. Cook frowned and questioned. Boss. He opted not to choose any internet company. His investors are all outsiders, the figure in black responded, leaving Cook and Eric momentarily speechless. Damn. If you wish to thrive in this industry, why seek out those unrelated individuals? No wonder you couldn't secure investment. Enough. The die is cast. Let us discuss how to mitigate our losses. I believe it won't be long before our stock prices suffer significantly, Cook remarked, sipping his tea thoughtfully. Apple remains relatively unscathed. iOS is unparalleled, but the vast user base of Android will undoubtedly suffer a substantial bite from the emergence of the nebula system. Infuriating, Eric cursed, exhaling deeply. We have long had a contingency plan in place. It has existed since the inception of Android, and it is time to activate it. Oh, you anticipated the emergence of competitors even then? Cook inquired, astonished and intrigued. Who can guarantee that no rivals will arise? However, I never expected this opponent to be from China, Eric replied with a smirk. I wonder what your plan entails. Since the dawn of Android, we have been covertly developing an advanced Android system, and we have never ceased our efforts. Now is the moment to unveil it. Upon hearing this, Cook's eyes widened, revealing a glimmer of excitement. Simultaneously, following the conclusion of the press conference, Huawei, Xiaomi, Oppo, Vivo, and OnePlus boldly announced their abandonment of the Android system in favor of the nebula system, dousing the flames of excitement with a deluge of fuel, igniting fervor throughout the nation and the world. As the planet ignited under the influence of Gemini technologies, in a distant corner of the galaxy, a colossal battleship loomed ominously near a star, replenishing its energy. The lead battleship appeared fearsome, resembling a monstrous beast with a gaping maw, exuding an aura of foreboding. Inside the battleship, which resembled a sprawling city complete with mountains, rivers, and schools, a humanoid-like figure donned in military attire observed the control screen with an impassive expression. This being bore a resemblance to humanity, possessing 2 legs, 2 arms, a head, a nose, 2 ears, and a mouth. Yet it had 3 eyes, 1 additional vertical eye on its forehead, and blue skin adorned with silver patterns. Did the signal we received originate from that direction? The leader-like alien inquired in a deep voice. Indeed, Captain. The signal we received emanated from the star system ahead. There must be civilization there, replied a scientist-like alien nearby. Play the deciphered message. Greetings, extraterrestrial life. This is the 3rd planet of the solar system. We are the masters of this planet, humanity, and we represent the most powerful nation on Earth. We extend our utmost sincerity to forge a splendid friendship with you. Ah, what splendid fortune. After wandering the cosmos for 3 millennia, we have finally discovered a new home. Let us, the 3-eyed civilization, impart the harsh realities of the cosmos to this Na-VE civilization. The captain smirked coldly. A civilization that hasn't even unified its planet cannot possibly be our adversary. Once we obtain this new world, we shall recuperate and seek vengeance against those detestable machine races, the scientist echoed, sharing a disdainful grin. Calculate how long it will take us to reach our destination, the captain commanded, prompting the scientist to analyze the signal before swiftly arriving at a conclusion. We will require 378 cosmic days to proceed at full speed, the scientist reported. 1 cosmic day equals 5 Earth days. Thus, 378 cosmic days translates to 567 Earth days, just over a year and a half, he continued. Full speed ahead. With the captain's command, the fleet of battleships surged forth, accelerating toward the solar system. Chapter 50. The brothers reunite on October 8th at 10 a.m. The official website of Gemini Technology was launched, presenting several products for sale. The Star language programming, priced at 499 yuan for developing countries and $599 for developed regions, offered a one-time payment for lifetime access. Initially, the intention was to charge $999 abroad, but after discussions, the price was reduced to $599. Star Compression also adopted a one-time payment model, costing 99 yuan for developing countries and $99 for others. The Star Cloud Intelligent Assistant implemented a membership system with annual fees, where the optimization rates were 80 for ordinary members, 90 for gold members, and 100 for diamond members. The annual fees for domestic and developing countries were set at 100, 200, and 300 yuan respectively, with equivalent conversions for other regions. A detailed chart outlining the pricing tiers was attached at the bottom of the webpage, revealing uniform pricing for allies and increased rates for less favorable relations. As for the Star Cloud system, it was not for public sale, existing solely in collaboration with mobile manufacturers. Upon its launch, Gemini Technology's website garnered praise from industry giants such as Huawei, Xiaomi, and WeSoft, achieving a staggering download count of 170 million within an hour, with numbers continuing to rise. Companies in the West, after purchasing Star language programming, were left bewildered by the entirely Chinese interface, lamenting, "Oh my God, why is it all in characters? This is the hardest language in the world." The frustration was palpable as they realized there was no English version available. Meanwhile, across the ocean, major American firms like WeSoft, Apple, and Google convened an emergency meeting to discuss the groundbreaking products from Gemini Technology. Eric, who was still airborne, connected via remote video. "I'm sorry, boss, but we cannot crack these software programs. They exceed our capabilities," the chief engineer of Google expressed helplessly. "How is this possible? Our technological team is top-notch. How could we fail to decipher mere software created by the Chinese?" Eric snapped with visible anger, his frustration evident even through the screen. "Boss, if their software were in English, we could crack it given time. However, they're using a programming language in Chinese, a completely new concept. And the frustrating square characters make it even more challenging. Our tech team lacks proficiency in Chinese, and those of Chinese descent have long forgotten their mother tongue." Another engineer sighed. "Then go recruit. I refuse to believe that our invitation wouldn't entice Chinese engineers. Go to Chinese software companies and offer double the salary for anyone who can speak Chinese." Such scenarios were not limited to Google. Renowned companies like WeSoft and Apple also began offering substantial salaries to attract Chinese-speaking engineers. Meanwhile, within China, companies led by Alibaba, Tencent, and Xiandu were fully committed, with all employees installing Star language programming and swiftly learning its usage. They discovered that Star language programming was significantly easier than English, aligning better with Chinese thought processes, leading to rapid progress. Within mere days, they had mastered the basics and successfully transcoded previous software and games into Star language, releasing them to the public. They found that programming in Star language not only enhanced software capabilities, but also drastically reduced memory usage, achieving compatibility across all operating systems without distinction between Android, iOS, Windows, etc. In the following week, Gemini Technology experienced explosive growth, with soaring reputation and extensive media coverage, resulting in exponential increases in downloads. Several software programs alone reached terrifying download figures domestically, all opting for paid versions, yielding astronomical revenue for Gemini Technology. Star language programming, priced at 499 yuan, saw 5.32 million domestic users, generating an income of 2,654,680 yuan. Internationally, there were 1.33 million downloads, amounting to 615 for 67,000 USD. Star compression. At 99 yuan, accumulated 2 billion downloads domestically, generating 198 billion yuan, while abroad, it totaled 3.6 billion downloads, yielding 356 billion US dollars. The Star Cloud Intelligent Assistant recorded 2 billion downloads domestically, with total revenues of 400 billion yuan and 300 billion US dollars internationally. In just 1 week, Gemini Technology amassed revenues of 717.08 billion USD. Such a staggering figure marked an unprecedented success, a truly remarkable achievement in history. The success of Gemini Technology stemmed from its advanced technology, surpassing 2 levels of civilization on Earth, coupled with the cohesion of the Chinese populace. With such extraordinary products, it was nearly irresistible, drawing countless individuals into its fold. By October 15th, the domestic market reached saturation, while international growth was sluggish due to various reasons. Yet, the achievements of Gemini Technology left everyone astounded, with the names of Feng He, Zhang Yu, Su Lin, and Yang Ming echoing around the globe. With substantial income, Feng He initiated an aggressive expansion, notifying Feng Lao that the additional 5 bionic individuals were en route to the Magic City. Simultaneously, Feng He instructed Yang Ming to scout for talent worldwide, extending invitations to all genuinely talented individuals, including prodigies still in high school. Leveraging the advanced technology of the Gemini civilization, identifying high IQ individuals globally was effortless. Once he acquired the list and addresses, Feng He tasked Feng Lai with sending invitations under his name, each accompanied by a bank card preloaded with 1 million yuan. Thus, by October 20th, under Feng He's fervent expansion, Gemini Technology was divided into 6 companies: Gemini Network Technology, Gemini Material Technology, Gemini Mechanical Technology, Gemini Semiconductor Technology, Gemini Medical Devices, and Gemini Pharmaceuticals, forming a conglomerate with Feng He holding 80 of the shares, and Zhang Yu and Su Lin each holding 10. They purchased an entire industrial park, a residential complex, and a commercial street in Feng He's hometown, commencing extensive renovations, with a new headquarters building under construction. By October 21st, the gifted individuals who accepted invitations to join Gemini Technology began arriving in succession, signing contracts, and receiving individual housing assignments. The other 5 King-class bionic individuals also arrived at the temporary headquarters of the Gemini Group in the central building of the Magic City. Chapter 51, Undersea Battle, Part 2. On the evening of October 21st, within a restaurant located on a commercial street acquired by Feng He, a banquet was held to honor all the employees who had arrived. At the conclusion of the gathering, Feng He took to the stage to outline the plans for 2020. Firstly, Gemini Network Technology, under the leadership of Yang Ming, aims to harness its resources to innovate various cutting-edge software for Earth and disseminate technology pertinent to third-level civilizations, nurturing a generation of creative talents. Secondly, Gemini Material Technology is presided over by the prodigious Sherry Yang, a 25-year-old Chinese-American who graduated from Harvard and earned her doctorate in materials science at the tender age of 19, a true genius endowed with royal-level abilities, specifically the power of purple flame. Thirdly, Gemini Semiconductor Technology is led by Li Mingkai, a 35-year-old alumnus of Jingxing University who furthered his education in the United States, obtaining both his master's and doctoral degrees from Stanford University. He has held significant positions at Intel and possesses royal-level abilities, also wielding the power of purple flame. Fourthly, Gemini Medical Devices is managed by Julie, a 27-year-old graduate of Jingxing University. Despite receiving offers from top 10 medical device companies upon graduation, she chose to pursue advanced studies and join the Academy of Sciences. She, too, is a royal-level abilities wielder with the power of purple flame. Fifthly, Gemini Pharmaceuticals is led by Hu Shui, a 26-year-old Harvard graduate who has worked as a researcher at a globally renowned pharmaceutical company, and she possesses royal-level abilities, again with the power of purple flame. After introducing his 6 subordinates, Feng He delivered a speech regarding the development of the 6 companies, delineating the plans for the year ahead, which stirred excitement among all present. Yes, young master. Feng Lao nodded, taking note of this, as he poured a cup of coffee for Feng He and stood quietly by. 3 years prior, their ancestral home was demolished. And now the Feng family resides in a community of affordable housing, occupying two spacious 130 square meter apartments, one vacant and the other modestly renovated for living. Upon entering the community, Feng he noticed various vehicles parked below, prompting a sigh of resignation. It seems my family's situation has been exposed, he thought. As Feng Lao parked the car, he made his way towards the elevator. Before long, they arrived at the door of room 801 and pressed the doorbell. A voice from within brought him a sense of relief. "Who is it?" "I'm coming." Feng He's mother, He Jiahui, called out, and upon peering through the peephole, her face lit up with unrestrained joy at the sight of her son. "Mr. Feng, what are your thoughts on becoming the youngest billionaire in Huagua?" "Mr. Feng, what is the purpose behind the aggressive expansion of Gemini Technology Group? What are your views on the internet industry in Huagua?" A barrage of questions from the media ensued, causing Feng He to frown as he addressed them sternly. "Could you please step aside? This is my home, not a press conference. If you wish to interview me, please make an appointment with Gemini Technology. Do not disturb my parents." Feng Lao, show them out. With that, he disregarded the media's reactions, pushing past them into the house, an invisible force ushering them out, leaving them bewildered and exchanging glances as they departed, one by one. "Humph, dyeing your hair into such a ridiculous style, disgraceful. I have no son like you." Feng He's father, Feng Zhiwu, scoffed, turning his head away. "Regardless of how impressive you are still my son," he added, his face displaying a mix of pride and dissatisfaction. Although he was genuinely happy for his son's success, the magnitude of it left him feeling somewhat envious. After a lifetime of hard work, he had been surpassed, and that too by his son who had just entered university. These days, his wife had been bragging about their son, leaving him feeling resentful. "Oof, what is so great about Magic City? The air quality is not as good as here, and the food is not as healthy. Your mother and I are living quite well here." Feng Zhiwu grunted in refusal. "I'll buy a villa down the hill. The security system is better there, and you won't be bothered by the media," Feng He suggested, observing his resolute parents with a resigned smile. No need. This house is very comfortable. Your father and I don't want to move." He Jiahui shook her head in protest. "No, it is imperative to relocate." With that, Feng He pulled his parents out of the house and headed to the sales office, where he promptly purchased the most expensive villa in the complex outright. Ready to move in immediately. Chapter 52. The Return of Logan. The name of Feng He's father was changed. Some readers suggested that the name Feng Zhiwu was too commonplace, so after much contemplation, it was altered to Feng Lin. "Yes, young master," Feng Lao nodded in acknowledgement. He lightly tapped the diamond-shaped metallic necklace on his chest with his right index finger, and in a flash of white light, a mini spaceship materialized in his hand. With a swift motion, Feng Lao hurled the spaceship into the sky, whereupon it became transparent and instantly enlarged, enveloping 3 villas. A beam of blue light swept by, and both Feng He and Feng Lai were drawn into the vessel. With a press on the control panel, the spaceship shrank back down and vanished from sight. This exemplified the spatial technology of the Gemini civilization, capable of reducing any object or creature to an atomic scale. All spacecraft and battleships of the Gemini civilization possessed this remarkable function. The silver diamond-shaped metallic piece on Feng Lao's chest served as a storage device, capable of shrinking and storing any item, with enough space to contain the entire solar system. Feng He had always envied Feng Lao's spatial equipment, but was unable to replicate it due to the unavailability of necessary materials on Earth. "Is the laboratory ready?" Feng He inquired, donning a white lab coat as he walked down the corridor of the battleship. "It is prepared. May I ask what you intend to do, young master?" Feng Lao asked, his curiosity piqued. "My parents are ordinary people, and just in case someone takes an interest in them, I want to create some small devices to ensure their safety." "Feng Lao, I will handle this myself. By the way, has the combat suit you helped me craft been completed?" "It just needs final touches. It will take approximately 1 hour and 30 minutes. Feng Lao replied as he checked the progress. "Then let us discuss it when I emerge from the laboratory. The timing should align perfectly." With that, Feng He entered the laboratory to begin crafting defensive tools for his parents. Having inherited all the technological advancements of the 8th level Gemini civilization, along with having developed 80% of his brain domain, Feng He could be considered one of the foremost scientists in the universe. Coupled with the imaginative abilities he honed while growing up on Earth, his thoughts were boundless. For instance, he was preparing to create 2 sets of armor capable of rivaling the combat prowess of royal-level superpowers, were it not for the limitations of Earth's materials. He could have fabricated star-level armor. His armor was inspired by the Marvel superhero Iron Man, infused with Chinese elements, and employed cutting-edge technologies. Possessing near-infinite energy and combat capabilities on par with royal-level superpowers. The armor was constructed from all available metals on Earth, combined with a mechanical core from a mechanical civilization, integrating the biological, material, and mechanical technologies of the Gemini civilization and the mechanical life technologies from the universe to form a superalloy. This alloy could withstand the shockwave of a nuclear explosion even at a thickness of 1 millimeter. The smallest unit of this alloy was akin to human cells, endowed with life, capable of consuming various metals to reproduce, evolve, and grow. He named this alloy Living Alloy. Utilizing the Living Alloy, the armor could disassemble into individual units resembling cells, freely combining according to the user's consciousness, similar to Iron Man's nanosuit, but significantly more advanced. Most importantly, the Living Alloy could merge with its user, integrating into their body, where each minimal unit would combine with cells, enhancing the user's cellular structure, optimizing their genes, and fortifying their physique to prolong their lifespan. In times of danger, it could rapidly manifest on the surface for defense and retaliation. Over time, under its nurturing influence, a user, even if not a superpower wielder, could become as formidable as one, potentially awakening superpowers. With this enhancement, users could survive in any environment without the need for food or air, relying solely on the ambient energy absorbed. After 3 hours, He completed the 2 sets of armor, naming them the Black Dragon armor and the Black Phoenix armor, and encased them within 2 rings. The rings were entirely silver, modest in appearance, resembling ordinary silver rings. Inside, there was a minuscule space, filled to capacity by a single suit of armor. Once Lin and he donned them, the armor would disassemble into its smallest units, seamlessly integrating into their bodies, subtly transforming them. Should danger arise, the armor would take control of their bodies and initiate a counterattack according to pre-programmed settings. Beholding the 2 rings in his hand, he exited the laboratory with a sense of fulfillment. Master, your combat suit is complete and requires final activation. Upon seeing he emerge, Feng Lao promptly approached, bowing slightly and gesturing for him to proceed. Entering the main control room, he beheld an imposing suit of armor suspended in midair, exuding an aura of subtle pressure that made him feel as though it were not merely an armor but a timeless emperor. The suit was entirely black, glimmering with an eerie cold light, adorned with golden patterns reminiscent of swimming dragons, shimmering faintly with golden radiance. Overall, it appeared slender yet imparted a profound sense of sturdiness. This is the most formidable combat suit that this battleship can currently produce, boasting satellite-level combat power and exceptional defensive capabilities, forged from the core of a neutron star. It amalgamates the highest technology of the Gemini civilization, allowing the user to merge with it. It is a growth-type armor, capable of absorbing various energies from the universe, continuously evolving, and can assimilate all forms of energy attacks and impacts, converting them into its own energy. Moreover, once fused with the armor, one can survive in extreme environments, no longer requiring the processes of breathing, eating, or excreting. Simply relying on the energy absorbed by the armor suffices for survival, even in the depths of space. Feng Lao elaborated. The armor can absorb all free energy present in space, as well as the impact from attacks. While the serum you injected enables you to absorb energy to enhance yourself, the armor will feed back the absorbed energy to you, accelerating your growth. This means, the stronger the enemies you face, the more intense the battles, the more energy you absorb, and thus, the faster your growth. Chapter 53. Hope and Despair. So it is. The Vietnam War intensifying? Old Feng, you have crafted something remarkable, aligning perfectly with my own thoughts. Feng's eyes sparkled with brilliance upon hearing this. He was astonished to discover that the battle armor created by Old Feng bore such striking similarities to his own inventions, the Black Dragon armor and the Black Phoenix armor, yet surpassed them by several tiers. Henceforth, it shall be named the Heavenly Dragon. As he caressed the Heavenly Dragon armor, he turned to Old Feng and declared, "With this armor, there is nothing on Earth that can threaten me. It is time to launch a full-scale assault. Within a year, I shall elevate Earth to a level 3 civilization. Young master, please don the armor. The initial experience may cause some discomfort, but you will soon adapt." "Very well." He nodded, extending his hands to press against the armor's chest. In an instant, A golden light illuminated the air, and the armor began to disassemble and melt, flowing like liquid across Feng He's body, rapidly enveloping him. Ah! A cry of pain escaped Feng He as he felt as if countless insects were burrowing into his flesh. A sensation both itchy and agonizing. Gritting his teeth, he watched as the armor adhered to his body, inch by inch, until it vanished completely. With a deep breath, the discomfort dissipated, and with a mere thought, the armor reappeared, morphing seamlessly as Feng He manipulated it, transforming into Iron Man, then Black Panther, and subsequently a Saint Seiya. All with remarkable fluidity. Excellent. With this armor, my plans can accelerate. Clenching his fist, he was exhilarated to feel the rate of energy absorption and enhancement increase tenfold, leaving him immensely satisfied. The following day at noon, after indulging in a leisurely sleep, Feng He descended to the ground floor, where he found He Jiahui and Feng Lin bustling in the kitchen. From his pants pocket, he produced 2 small boxes and approached them. "Father, Mother, these are small gifts I bought for you," he said, presenting the boxes. "Honestly, why buy gifts? Just because you have money doesn't mean you should waste it," He Jiahui complained, though a smile adorned her face as she accepted the box. Upon opening it, she discovered a beautifully crafted silver ring, which delighted her greatly. "What a stunning ring," He Jiahui exclaimed, eagerly placing it on her left hand's ring finger. "I thought it was something special. Turns out it's just a ring," Feng Lin remarked, eyeing his jubilant wife with a smirk as he opened his own box, his tone dripping with mild envy. "What? Do you have a problem with it? This is a gift from our son. I adore it, unlike you, who has never bought me a ring in all these years of marriage," He Jiahui retorted, her expression turning stern as she pointed at Feng Lin. "I wanted to buy you one. You refused it yourself," Feng Lin weakly countered, recalling past attempts to purchase a ring for He Jiahui to make amends for the oversight on their wedding day, all of which had been thwarted by her insistence on saving for their children's education. "Isn't it your incompetence? You work all year for just a meager sum. And if it weren't for my frugality and management, this household would have collapsed long ago. How on earth did I end up marrying you?" He Jiahui's temper flared at Feng Lin's words, as she candidly lamented that marrying him had been a grave mistake. Feng He observed his parents' familiar banter with an amused detachment. Despite their quarrels, their bond was evidently strong, and their playful arguments only seemed to deepen their affection for one another. After a brief exchange, and upon Feng Lin's shameless pleas for mercy, they called a truce and began preparing the meal. "Young master, leave it to me," old Feng, who was driving, sensed the murderous intent, his expression darkening as he spoke coldly. "No need. It is the perfect opportunity to test the heavenly dragon armor's capabilities." Shaking his head, Feng He allowed a cruel smile to grace his lips as he whispered, "Moreover, after acquiring so many combat techniques, I can no longer restrain the urge to unleash the pent-up battle spirit within me. Old Feng, keep driving. I will catch up after handling this matter." "Understood, young master." With that, Feng He opened the car door, his feet barely touching the ground as he shot forth like a cannonball toward the highway. "Chase him." In the vehicle behind, Gu Heir and Gu San's expressions turned icy as they abandoned their car to pursue Feng He. Indeed, it was Gu Heir and Gu San. After failing to protect Gu Yun, they had been grievously injured by the Gu family patriarch, recuperating for an extended period before finally receiving orders from Gu Xiaodian to eliminate Feng He and capture Su Yinshan. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 figures darted swiftly through the forest, soon arriving at a desolate area. "Who are you?" Feng He halted, turning to face Gu Heir and Gu San. His voice grave. "Those about to die do not require such knowledge," Gu Heir replied coldly, an icy killing intent enveloping Feng He, causing him to furrow his brow in contemplation of his assailant's origins. To date, the only factions he had antagonized were the Yamato's Amaterasu Society and the Jinlinggu family. Observing Gu Heir and Gu San, who spoke fluent Mandarin and bore similarities to Gu Feng, he surmised their identities. Onward, Gu Heir and Gu San exchanged glances before launching themselves toward Feng He. Crack! The immense force beneath their feet left deep impressions in the ground, creating a web of fissures around them. Bang! Crack! Gu Heir and Gu San struck simultaneously, one from the left and the other from the right, their fists aimed at Feng He. He leaped backward, evading their blows as they crashed into the ground, producing a thunderous noise and leaving behind gaping cracks as chunks of earth were propelled upward. 2 spiritual level ability users? The Gu family is indeed generous. Feng He squinted from a distance, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Third brother, do not hold back. Eliminate him with all your might. Upon hearing Feng He's mention of the Gu family, Gu Heir's expression shifted, and he shouted to Gu San, both of them surging toward Feng He with renewed vigor, a faint white aura radiating from their bodies. Chapter 54. The involvement of the Wa Kingdom. The power system is indeed troublesome. Upon witnessing the blinding white light, Feng He frowned slightly, his pupils constricting as he beheld the radiance emanating from Gu Heir's hands. The prowess of a power-type ability lies primarily in sheer physical strength and formidable resilience. A strike from a level spiritual power user can unleash devastation akin to the simultaneous detonation of multiple high-pressure explosives, obliterating entire city blocks. Gu Heir's right arm tightened, muscles rippling and veins protruding, creating a sonic boom as it sliced through the air, warping and vaporizing the surrounding atmosphere. Heavenly Dragon Battlesuit, let me test your capabilities. Feng He declared, his thoughts igniting as black liquid metals surged from within, coalescing into a 1 nanometer thin film armor that enveloped him like a second skin. A battlesuit? Alas, it will be futile. Under my strength, all defenses are in vain. Gu Heir bellowed, launching a powerful punch towards Feng He. With a resounding crash, Gu Heir's fist struck Feng He's chest, the tremendous force unleashing gusts of violent wind that uprooted trees, stones, and flora, shattering them as if they were mere twigs. The ground beneath their feet fractured, debris flying as the earth itself caved in, resembling a colossal meteorite crater. Is that all you've got? I shall return the favor. Amidst the swirling dust, the faint golden glow of Feng He's heavenly dragon battlesuit flickered, absorbing the entirety of Gu Heir's impact and converting it into his own power. The thin film armor remained unscathed, not even dented, and feeling a surge of strength within, Feng He smirked at Gu Heir, softly uttering, "What?" Gu Heir, aghast, found it hard to believe as he gazed at the unharmed Feng He. A sudden sense of impending doom washed over him as he saw Feng He raise his right fist, prompting him to retreat hastily. With a powerful swing, Feng He unleashed a wave of force that skimmed along the ground, carving a deep trench as it passed. The impact struck an abandoned building, causing an explosive eruption that rattled the ground, instilling fear in Gu Heir and Gu San as they beheld the massive crater, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows. "San, let's attack together," Gu Heir commanded, his eyes narrowing as he resolved to engage with unprecedented seriousness, every muscle in his body tense as he charged forward. Gu San, equally grave, pressed his hands to the ground, summoning numerous vines that erupted from the earth to ensnare Feng He. Second, Gu San concentrated, channeling his power to firmly bind Feng He with the vines. Ah, the wood element ability. How fascinating, Feng He mused, feeling the unyielding grip of the intertwining vines. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Feng He marveled, Gu Heir was upon him, fists clenched and infused with spiritual energy, raining down upon Feng He like a torrential downpour, each blow resonating with a dull thud. The ground trembled and fractured, shockwaves of fist winds radiating outward, lifting clods of earth into the air. Not far off, Gu San steadied himself, unleashing his power as more vines sprouted, forming green fists that descended upon Feng He in a relentless barrage. The duo's coordinated assault enveloped Feng He, each punch laden with formidable force striking him. At the center of this onslaught, the golden patterns on Feng He's heavenly dragon battlesuit shimmered exuberantly, voraciously absorbing the energy from their attacks. Exhilarating, Feng He reveled in the burgeoning strength coursing through him, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. He remained motionless, absorbing every strike, manipulating the suit to retain the energy, which transformed into his own power, rapidly escalating to a critical threshold. With a sudden surge of ability flooding his being, Feng He unleashed an overwhelming aura, a silver lightning bolt shooting skyward. What? How is this possible? Gu Heir and Gu San were rendered numb as they witnessed Feng He, now surrounded by silver lightning, his aura and strength visibly amplifying, their expressions betraying sheer dread. A level spiritual ability user. How can this be? Gu Heir gaped in disbelief at Feng He, who moments ago had been but a high-level ability user, an ant easily dispatched in their eyes, now transcending to a higher realm amidst their onslaught, his momentum rapidly eclipsing that of both seasoned level spiritual users. This was the pinnacle of the twin civilization's ultimate enhancer. The potent elixir coursing through Feng He's veins allowed his body to ravenously absorb surrounding energy during his breakthrough. instantaneously elevating him from a novice to the apex of his new level. Coupled with the heavenly dragon battle suit, it was an unstoppable force. So this is the power of a level spiritual user, indeed formidable. Bathed in silver lightning, Feng He clenched his fist, savoring the surging power within him. With a mere thought, the spiritual energy, awakened only in level spiritual users, enveloped his right fist, an indomitable sensation surging through him. This is spiritual energy, such a peculiar force. As he felt the energy coursing through every cell, curiosity sparkled in Feng He's eyes, contemplating, spiritual energy? How does it manifest? Why do all cells generate this extraordinary power upon breaking through to level spiritual? Spiritual energy, an inexplicable force that emerges upon reaching level spiritual, eludes even the most advanced civilizations in its origin. Researchers from Grade 9 civilizations have predicted that whoever unravels this mystery and uncovers the source of spiritual energy may transcend to that legendary realm, surpassing the cosmos. Yet, this fledgling level spiritual user should not overreach. We are the pinnacle of level spiritual combatants, not some recent breakthrough who can contend with us. Prepare to perish. Heir, initially taken aback, quickly succumbed to rage. It was a disgrace to be intimidated by a mere newcomer. With a furious roar, he propelled himself towards Feng He like a cannonball. San, equally enraged, radiated a green glow as vines coiled around him, forming a verdant armor, launching himself toward Feng He. Chapter 55, Game Release Die. Heir and San roared, their fists aimed at Feng He's chest. Boom. As their fists were about to strike, a flash of silver lightning erupted, followed by a thunderous roar. To their astonishment, Feng He transformed into a bolt of silver lightning, soaring into the sky. Elementalization. With their punches missing their target, Heir and San watched in horror as Feng He, now a silver lightning, gradually coalesced in the air. Among the abilities of extraordinary beings, elementalization is one of the most formidable powers. Even seasoned practitioners of spiritual energy prefer not to confront elemental-type extraordinary beings of the same rank. It is simply too overwhelming. Thunder Fist. Feng He, embodying the essence of thunder, hovered in midair as bolts of lightning converged on either side, forming two colossal silver thunder fists. With a swift command, the thunder fists plunged towards the two adversaries below. Vine Giant. San, witnessing the enormous fists, felt the immense power within them. His eyes turned crimson as he roared, causing numerous vines to erupt from the ground, weaving into a gigantic green figure that enveloped him. At the center of this vine giant, San commanded the green colossus to swing its right arm towards the descending silver thunder fists. Heir, observing the tremendous thunder fists, let out a furious roar. His muscles bulged, veins protruded, and he doubled in size, launching a punch of his own. Bang! A sound of air being shattered resonated as the overwhelming force twisted the space around them. A white fist shot towards the sky. Boom! The thunder erupted as the silver thunder fists collided with Heir and San's counterattack, creating a deafening sound as the lightning surged forth. With every ounce of strength, Heir and San resisted, their feet sinking deep into the ground as the earth began to fracture around them. The rampant lightning danced upon their bodies, leaving charred marks in its wake. Annihilate. Feng He wielded the power of the heavenly dragon battle suit, channeling an immense force through it and releasing it. No. Realizing the sudden surge of power, despair washed over Heir and San's faces. With a cry of anguish, they were engulfed by the lightning. Within the silver thunder, San's vine giant was reduced to cinders, disintegrating into ash, while his own body was pierced by the silver lightning, leaving him scorched and emitting the scent of charred flesh. Before he could even scream, his life was extinguished. Heir, though physically robust, succumbed moments later to the onslaught of the silver lightning. As the thunder dissipated, it left behind a scene of devastation, a scorched earth littered with debris. Observing the charred bodies of Heir and San in the vast pit, Feng He clenched his fist, thoroughly satisfied with the combat prowess of the heavenly dragon battle suit. Though his own physical level was merely at the spirit tier, the suit enabled him to unleash satellite-level combat capabilities, allowing him to roam across the earth unhindered, unmatched by any foe. The tremendous commotion stirred the Yanhuang group. Shortly after Feng He departed, the group dispatched personnel to investigate, coincidentally sending Huang Hu, Yang Shui, Gu Yu, and Li Da. Meanwhile, at the ancient Gu family in Jinling, Gu Xiaotian grimaced as the lights on the monitoring device representing Gu heir and Gu Sin dimmed, revealing the stark words Gu heir dead and Gu Sin dead on the screen. His expression darkened, and with a clenched fist, he shattered a porcelain vase nearby, gritting his teeth as he muttered, "Useless trash, unable to handle even a high-tier extraordinary being. Head of the family, everything is ready and can depart at any moment." A man in black entered, speaking respectfully. "I hope we can find the treasure that will restore Yun," Gu Xiaotian replied, momentarily taken aback, before a gleam of determination flashed in his eyes. Indeed, half a year prior, a portal to an ancient relic had been discovered in Shenangjia. After more than 6 months of effort, the entrance had finally been opened. All prominent families and factions across Huagua received the news, eagerly preparing to explore. Even if they could not find anything to heal the war god, their own families would still benefit immensely. Thus, many elite forces were dispatched for the exploration, with only a few remaining to guard their families. Gu Xiaotian, too, aimed to uncover treasures within the ancient relic of Shenangjia that could heal Gu Yun, planning to lead a team personally. Transformed into a bolt of lightning, he swiftly caught up to Feng Lao, coalescing in the back seat of the car through the glass. "Congratulations, young master, on your advancement in power," Feng Lao remarked, noticing Feng he had ascended to the spirit tier. "That is a misconception, young master. In the cosmos, technology itself is a form of strength. You have fused with the battle suit, and it embodies your power," Feng Lao replied with a slight smile. "However, your thoughts are not incorrect. True strength lies in oneself. The Heavenly Dragon battle suit has its limits. Once it reaches the stellar tier, it can no longer evolve unless one finds powerful materials to reforge it. Yet, young master, your future will undoubtedly transcend mere stellar tier. The cosmic tier is your true target." "Cosmic tier. I wonder when I will reach it," Feng He mused softly, lost in thought. Upon returning to the headquarters of Gemini Technology, Feng He summoned all the executives, urging them to accelerate their efforts to produce products before November. Following the meeting, the colossal Gemini Technology began to invest heavily, disregarding costs. Under the financial onslaught, progress surged. The production line was installed in a day, fine-tuning commenced the next day, and mass production began by the third day. On October 30th, Gemini Technology experienced a monumental breakthrough, launching thousands of products that sent shockwaves throughout the world. Chapter 56. The United Conference on October 31st. Following the explosive emergence of Gemini Technology yesterday, the world began to buzz with discussions. Numerous enterprises, adversely affected by Gemini Technology, witnessed their stock prices plummet, with some facing bankruptcy overnight. Media outlets in Europe and America cried out, "The wolf is here." The materials industry was the first to feel the impact, encompassing everything from construction materials to aerospace alloys. They introduced a revolutionary series of composite materials, ranging from level 1 to level 10, featuring dozens of plastic alloys. These materials, primarily composed of plastic with metal as a supplement, were designed to create the best materials at minimal costs. Even the lowest grade boasted hardness comparable to steel. Constructing homes became simpler and more cost-effective. Prefabricated modules could be assembled like a jigsaw puzzle, allowing a house that typically took a year to build to be completed in just one day. Upon release, Feng He immediately mandated that his new headquarters utilize these materials, resulting in the rapid construction of a 39-story building in a mere 3 days. Special alloys, also rated from 1 to 10, were developed, with the lowest tier serving as raw materials for aircraft engines. Additionally, battery materials were produced in collaboration with other subsidiaries of the United Group, leading to the creation of MO crystals, materials superior to graphene, capable of powering an electric vehicle for 1,000 kilometers with a mere 0.5 cubic meters. In the realm of machinery, dozens of engines were unveiled, covering a spectrum from household car engines to heavy-duty truck engines, sports car engines, and aircraft engines, all vastly outperforming existing models. Precision machinery was also introduced, effectively dismantling Western monopolies. In the semiconductor sector, 10 types of computer chips were released, including graphics cards, sound cards, and mobile phone chips, all exhibiting superior performance compared to the best products from the United States. Notably, the chips employed Tier 3 civilization technology, simulating human brain functions to create genuine intelligent chips. In medical devices, artificial organs were developed, capable of perfectly reconstructing any organ within the body using just a single drop of blood. This innovation drastically reduced the costs of organ transplants, allowing for the use of one's original cells without rejection. For those skeptical of artificial organs, mechanical organs were available, functioning identically to natural ones without the need for electricity, relying instead on nutrients and bioelectricity present in the bloodstream. Additionally, mechanical limbs were introduced, offering hope to the disabled by enabling them to regain normalcy in their lives. The pharmaceutical field witnessed a true explosion, with effective medications released for ailments ranging from the common cold to cancer and AIDS. A single pill could cure a cold or fever within 10 minutes, while conditions like hypertension and diabetes became trivial concerns. For AIDS and cancer, he provided nanobots developed in collaboration with Gemini Medical Devices, capable of eradicating cancer cells and viruses from the body. In essence, humanity was liberated from the burdens of illness. In software, the Nebula operating system was launched, establishing a comprehensive ecosystem in partnership with all Internet enterprises in Huagua. Together with Gemini Semiconductor, they introduced the Nebula series of desktop computers, laptops, and smartphones, achieving instant acclaim. As Gemini technology shone brightly, European and American nations mobilized their resources in a desperate attempt to halt the advance of the Gemini group. However, related industries continued to contract. Within a mere 10 days, leading companies in Europe and America suffered severe losses, stock prices plunged, layoffs ensued, and a wave of shareholders began to sell off their stocks. Seizing the opportunity, he strategically acquired controlling stakes in numerous high-tech enterprises, including Waysoft and Apple. Explorations of ancient relics typically lasted from a week to half a year based on previous experiences, affording significant advantages. Aware of this, he ordered expansive growth to establish a power comparable to the aristocracies before the conclusion of the ancient relic explorations. Currently, the aristocratic families were exhausted from their quests for ancient powers, while assassins sought ways to infiltrate the magical city of Huagua. He instructed Feng Lao to adopt orphans and disabled minors nationwide, subtly instilling in them a sense of loyalty, transforming them into devoted subordinates in the shortest possible time, ensuring they would never betray him. This group of orphans and disabled youths totaled an impressive 500,000. He directed Feng Lao to erase all traces of their existence, gradually relocating them to an underwater city for centralized education and training. Initially, their health was restored, as disabilities were mere trifles in the face of Gemini civilization, easily remedied with a regenerative serum. Subsequently, they were administered brain development serums, enhancing their cognitive abilities to 15%, and the time acceleration device for the underground city was activated, accelerating the passage of time. One day outside equated to 1 year inside, facilitating their rapid growth. The time acceleration device was a concept he had recently conceived. At the 8th civilization level, time research had advanced significantly, allowing for the acceleration of time flow within a certain range. However, reversing time remained an enigma, even for the 9th civilization. The time acceleration device consisted of 6 massive pillars erected around the completed areas of the underwater city. Upon activation, a colorful energy membrane formed around these pillars, obscuring the interior from external view and vice versa. Within this membrane lay the realm of accelerated time, where the flow was significantly hastened. After observing the developments for several days, which unfolded smoothly and steadily, he entrusted the internal matters to Feng Lao for remote management and began to focus on his training. Time passed swiftly, and before long, it was November 15th. Gemini technology had reached its zenith, with 60% of the world's most exceptional talents now under Feng's wing, diligently engaged in research and development, forging their own paths based on the foundation provided by Tier 3 civilization technology. Chapter 57. The Siege of Two Houses. He was not at all stingy with this group of individuals. Each one unknowingly consumed a cerebral enhancement potion, transforming into a select few of the highest intellect on Earth, with a minority reaching 30 and the majority falling between 15 and 30. Just as Gemini technology was experiencing a frenzied expansion, with products springing forth like mushrooms after rain, a cloud of despair loomed over the United States across the ocean. Within the White House, the leaders of the 10 major financial conglomerates, the heads of prominent technology enterprises, and a multitude of high-ranking officials sat together, their expressions grave. What has happened that has left us so vulnerable to a mere month-old Chinese company? Where are our scientists? Where are our researchers? Did we not assert that China would never catch up to us? It is no longer a matter of them being unable to catch up. We are now comprehensively lagging behind. Had it not been for the prohibition of their products from entering our borders, our economy would have already collapsed. President Ogwenhai slammed the table, his voice echoing with fury, while a silence enveloped the assembly of magnates, billionaires, legislators, and military leaders. Matt, what has our intelligence department uncovered? Why has Gemini technology risen to prominence, casting our enterprises into the shadows? Ogwenhai turned to Matt, the head of the CIA, his tone serious. Their leader, Feng He, is a genius who exchanged his technology for shares in Waysoft and a substantial monetary reward from Mr. Gates, marking his first earnings and the foundation of his enterprise. Subsequently, he gathered 6 capable aides. We initially believed them to be merely talented individuals, but thorough investigations revealed them to be extraordinary minds, each comparable to Einstein. Among them, 3 are Chinese Americans, citizens of our nation. Matt pondered for a moment, then articulated. Shirley Yang, 25, a Chinese American. Graduated from Harvard and obtained a doctorate in materials science at the age of 19. Hu Shui, 26, also a Chinese American. Graduated from Harvard and has worked as a researcher in a world-renowned pharmaceutical company, developing dozens of highly effective medications that yield billions annually in patent and licensing fees. A pharmaceutical genius, Yang Ming, 28, a Chinese American, enrolled in the top computer science program at MIT at 13, graduated at 15, and earned a doctorate by 18. The nebula system and star language were both conceived by him. A computer genius, Zhou Yu, 30, a Chinese national, graduated from Huazhong University of Science and Technology, has held positions in major mechanical companies worldwide, with dozens of patents. A mechanical genius, Li Mingkai, 35, graduated from Jingxing University, pursued further studies in the U.S., obtained master's and doctoral degrees from Stanford, and held significant positions at Intel, his patent being one of Intel's core innovations. A semiconductor genius, Julie, 27, also a graduate of Jingxing University, received invitations from top 10 medical device companies upon graduation, but chose to continue her studies in China and joined the Chinese Academy of Sciences, a medical device prodigy. Beyond these 6, Gemini technology consists of elite professionals in research and development, with 60 being of Chinese descent and approximately 10 hailing from the U.S. These individuals relocated their families to China upon joining Gemini technology, leaving us at a loss for action. How infuriating. These are our talents. Why have they all been poached by a Chinese enterprise? Ogwenhai seethed, mirroring the discontent of his peers, their faces etched with displeasure. General Allen, how fares the assassination plan? Ogwenhai suddenly inquired, directing his gaze at the military chief. Our operatives have infiltrated China. It must be said that internal strife among the Chinese is quite adept. They are aware of our intentions against Feng He. The influential families in China have opened doors for us, all vying for a share of the spoils. Feng He is merely a B-level psychic. This time, we have dispatched the ultimate team from the U.S., each member being an A-level or higher psychic, alongside allies from Japan, South Korea, and Europe, comprising 36 psychics for this operation, 20 A-level, 11 A-level, and 5 triple A-level. This time, he shall have no escape. The psychic power classification in countries like the U.S., Japan, and South Korea differs from that of China, employing a letter grading system. The hierarchy ranges from D, C, B, A, AA, AAA, S, SS, SSS, corresponding to various levels of capability. For this operation, the U.S. and its allies dispatched 20 spirit-level psychics, 11 respect-level, and 5 king-level psychics, forming a formidable assembly. As these developed nations prepared to confront Feng He, a private jet descended from the capital, landing at the international airport in Modu. Inside the aircraft, a man in his 20s reclined on a luxurious sofa, a glass of red wine in hand, attended by 3 stunningly beautiful, naked women. "Clean this up," he commanded as the plane touched down, abruptly pressing the head of one long-haired beauty down. Sobbing, the long-haired beauty's mouth was stuffed, her heart wailing in agony. "Who will save me? I've had enough of this life. I might as well be dead." The other 2 women cautiously attended to him, helping him dress while standing respectfully to the side. The man kicked the long-haired beauty aside, donned his trousers, and exited the cabin. The long-haired beauty clutched her abdomen, pale and drenched in cold sweat, a crimson stain below. She miscarried. "Take her to the hospital. Clean this up. The Gene family cannot tolerate tainted bloodlines. A slave is unworthy of carrying the Gene lineage." Also, perform sterilization on all of you. You are merely playthings of the young master and unqualified to bear the gene blood. Remember, your parents' and family's fates lie in the hands of the gene family. Do not provoke the young master. Work diligently, for it will benefit both you and your families. An elderly man with silver hair emerged, casting a cold glance at the long-haired beauty before issuing instructions to the other two women and departing without a second thought. The two women turned pale. Despair etched across their faces as they gazed at the frail figure with trepidation. The Gene family. The long-haired beauty's eyes widened in disbelief at the mention of the name. This was the man's own flesh and blood, and he seemed utterly indifferent, displaying a chilling lack of empathy. As airport staff warmly attended to him, the man exited through the VIP passage, where he was greeted with obsequiousness by Lin Zimming from the Lin family. Young Master Gene. Lin Zimming beamed, bowing and scraping, eager to curry favor. Chapter 58. The God of War breaks through. If you can accomplish what you claim, the Lin family will belong to you. However, if I discover that you have deceived me, well, you should be aware of the consequences. The man known as Jin Xiao grinned, a chilling aura surrounding him that made Lin Zimming's face pale as he hurriedly shook his head. Jin Xiao Jinming, the eldest son of the Jin family in the capital. The Jin family originally bore the surname Eisenjoro, but after the fall of the nation, they concealed their identity and adopted the Jin surname. Though they are a fallen royal family, their 400 years of heritage remains intact, and post-collapse, they have only grown more prosperous, controlling a significant portion of the nation's lifeblood, with members in both the business and political spheres. In his quest to seize the Lin family, Lin Zimming aligned himself with the young Master Jin Ming, trading the acquisition of the entire Gemini technology in exchange for Jin family support to claim the Lin family. Jin Ming desired the entirety of Gemini technology, not the meager scraps left after the interference of various forces. Thus, when Lin Zimming contacted him, claiming he could secure Gemini technology before other factions intervened, Jin Ming acquiesced, arriving alone with his old butler and 10 elite guards in the city of Mo. How could I dare to deceive you, Jin Xiao? Feng He is merely an ordinary individual with awakened abilities, lacking any significant background. With your prowess, capturing him would be but a trifling matter. Simply apprehend his parents, and the entirety of Gemini technology would be yours. Lin Zimming stammered, fear overtaking him. To strike at ordinary individuals is a grave taboo. As the young master of the Jin family, I cannot violate the law. Jin Ming narrowed his eyes at Lin Zimming, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. Indeed, there exists an unwritten rule in the realm of abilities. Grievances among ability users must not involve the ordinary world. This means that regardless of any animosities, it is forbidden to harm the relatives, friends, or lovers of those who do not possess abilities, a principle upheld since time immemorial. Once, a member of a powerful family, boasting of their lineage, disregarded this rule and slaughtered the family of a foe in a fit of rage. This act ignited a firestorm in the realm, leading to the foe gathering numerous ordinary-born ability users to exact revenge, exterminating the perpetrator and their entire family without exception. Although the family was formidable, there were far more ability users of ordinary descent who, fueled by righteous indignation, could not tolerate such transgressions and united to retaliate against the offender. Since then, all families have exercised caution, for no one wishes to become the target of collective ire. Of course, powerful families and factions continue to engage in unsavory dealings behind the scenes, but these are considered unspoken rules, dealt with discreetly, leaving no trace. However, Feng He is a renowned figure worldwide, unlike the nameless, ordinary ability users. Should the truth come to light, while the Jin family may not fear reprisal, they would still be embroiled in complications. Thus, he requires a scapegoat. Look, it is Lin Zimming who will take the fall. I merely took over from him. Though the sordid nature of these dealings is common knowledge, it is an accepted game among the powerful. The actions of the scapegoat are of no concern to me. You are aware of what you have done, and it is no cleaner than my hands. No, Gemini technology is my gift to you, Jin Xiao. This matter has nothing to do with you. Lin Zimming quickly interjected, fully understanding Jin Ming's implication. Excellent. Jin Ming replied, his satisfaction evident as he nodded. Suddenly, a lascivious glint sparkled in his eyes, and he grinned wickedly. I recall you have a cousin named Lin Xiaoling, the belle of Mo City University of Technology. Bring her to my room tonight. Yes, Jin Xiao. It is indeed her fortune to catch your eye. Lin Ziming hesitated for a moment, a fleeting pang of reluctance washing over him. However, recalling the injustices he had suffered from the Lin family, he steeled his resolve and declared, inwardly cursing, Lin Shaoling, your fortune in attracting Jin Shao's attention is yours alone. Do not blame me. This is all your family's doing. I appreciate your cooperation, Jin Ming said with a sinister smile. Turning to the butler, he commanded, Hua Lao, instruct Sanjiao to bring 2 people to assist Lin Ziming. Expedite the matter to avoid any prolonged complications. Hua Lao, a loyal servant of the Jin family since the last century, had once served as the chief eunuch in the imperial court. Following the fall of the Qing dynasty, he chose to remain and has since dedicated himself unwaveringly to the Jin family. Now, he is a king-level ability user, a figure of notable stature in the world. Sanjiao, a member of the Jin family's elite guards, is a spirit-level ability user. The Jin family's guards operate under a structure reminiscent of the previous dynasty's imperial guards, each one a fiercely loyal warrior. Their ranks are determined solely by strength, devoid of names, only numbers. Should one be surpassed, they would lose their designation. Sanjiao holds the 39th rank among the guards. Accompanying him are others ranked 40 through 48, all of whom are advanced ability users, save for Sanjiao. Understood. Young master, Hua Lao nodded, retrieving a communicator to send a message. Suddenly, 3 figures materialized, startling Lin Ziming. Is this the depth of the Jin family's power? The sheer might of their guards is astonishing. Lin Ziming marveled, wishing his own Lin family possessed such strength. Sanjiao, 41, from this moment on, you will follow all orders from young Master Lin. Upon successful completion of the task, there will be rewards, Hua Lao instructed the 3 elite guards. Understood. The trio exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with resolve as they stood behind Lin Ziming, remaining still. Ensure the task is completed well. And do not forget to deliver Lin Shaoling to my room, Jin Ming said before turning and departing, slipping into a Rolls-Royce that vanished from Lin Ziming's sight. Let us proceed to Mo City University of Technology. Gritting his teeth, Lin Ziming commanded Sanjiao, 40 and 41 as he drove towards the university. Meanwhile, at Mo City Gemini International Hospital, the former Mo City No. 10 People's Hospital, acquired by Feng, he is a demonstration site for his products, a long-haired beauty, who had suffered a miscarriage at Jin Ming's hands, was rushed into the emergency room amidst the blaring sirens of an ambulance. Chapter 59. The wind responds to battle. You have been excessively careless. How could you be so reckless while pregnant? Where's her boyfriend? Does he understand that this miscarriage has harmed her uterus, making future pregnancies nearly impossible? The doctor exclaimed angrily to the 2 beautiful women, gazing at the long-haired beauty with profound sympathy. As a woman herself, she understood the immense significance of being unable to conceive. She was acutely aware of a woman's yearning for a child, the deep desire to embrace motherhood. The long-haired beauty had been deprived of her right to motherhood. The thought of her waking up to such a loss was almost unbearable for the doctor to contemplate. Her condition clearly indicated a miscarriage resulting from external trauma. Who could have done this? It was nothing short of murder. The doctor's face darkened, and the 2 women, upon hearing this, turned pale, realizing their own precarious situation. Knowing that the lives of their families and loved ones were held in the hands of Jin Ming, they felt trapped with no alternative. The 2 women fell silent, and after a moment of contemplation, the doctor sighed and left the ward. Observing the long-haired woman lying on the bed, the 2 exchanged a bittersweet smile before exiting to the gynecology department. Doctor, I would like to inquire about sterilization surgery. After the procedure, is it possible to conceive again? After a brief pause, the long-haired beauty asked expressionlessly, though her tone betrayed an undeniable glimmer of hope. It would be wonderful if that were the case. Doctor, we wish to proceed with the sterilization surgery. The ponytailed beauty, recalling the fate of her long-haired friend, felt that a momentary pain was inconsequential compared to the possibility of never being able to conceive again. Her delicate face displayed a resolute expression as she spoke to the doctor. Upon hearing this, both women felt a surge of joy and exchanged a determined glance. The doctor, recognizing their firm resolve, ceased to dissuade them and proceeded with the surgery, which was completed within 10 minutes. Meanwhile, the long-haired beauty, Zixiangyu, initially bore a blissful smile as she lay on the hospital bed, but soon her hands gripped the sheets tightly, and her brows furrowed in apparent agony, as if enduring immense suffering. Zixiangyu and Feng He hailed from the same hometown, having grown up together in the same town, their families intertwined through generations. They had shared the same class throughout their schooling, embodying the essence of childhood sweethearts, innocent and untainted. Both harbored feelings for each other, marking each other as first love. Xixiangyu came from a wealthy family. Her father owned a company with an annual income of tens of millions, making him the wealthiest in their town. However, he was known for his harshness and disdain for others, moving to the city center after gaining wealth. In contrast, Feng He's family was modest, and standing alongside the seemingly regal Xixiangyu made him feel an innate sense of inferiority, especially since his academic performance paled in comparison to hers. Upon graduating from high school, Xixiangyu was the provincial top scorer and enrolled at a prestigious university in the capital, while Feng He's scores only allowed him admission to a lesser institution, the Shanghai Institute of Technology. The thought of being separated from her and potentially never catching up to her drove Feng He to muster the courage to invite Xixiangyu out. That afternoon, they enjoyed each other's company like a couple, watching movies, dining, and playfully teasing one another. As twilight descended, with the last bus soon approaching, Feng He gathered his courage to confess his feelings. Expecting rejection, he was surprised when Xixiangyu agreed, but with a condition. Xiao Feng, do you know how long I've waited for you to say that? I feel the same way and want to be your girlfriend, but my father will not approve. Tears glistened in Xixiangyu's beautiful eyes as she gazed up at Feng He, her cheeks flushed with a mixture of joy and reluctance. If you can achieve something significant before graduating from university, something that earns my father's approval, and if you still hold feelings for me then, I will be your girlfriend. As she spoke, Xixiangyu rose on her toes and offered her lips to him. Feng He, taken aback by the warmth of her lips, instinctively embraced Xixiangyu and kissed her fervently. Xixiangyu felt his hand on her waist, causing her to tremble, her complexion flushed, and her gaze dazed. After a prolonged kiss, a delicate strand glistened in the lamplight, symbolizing their connection. Bad boy, Xixiangyu playfully buried her face in Feng He's chest, her small fists playfully striking his chest as she said wistfully, "You must come find me. I will wait for you. Indeed, I will build my career and earn your parents' approval," Feng He vowed, embracing Xixiangyu and inhaling her enchanting fragrance, his eyes gleaming with newfound determination. Thus, they often met in secret during the summer, having explored everything except the final step. When the school term began, Feng He headed to Shanghai while Xixiangyu went to the capital, unaware that she was stepping into a dark abyss. Upon entering university, Xixiangyu's pure beauty and graceful figure attracted a multitude of admirers, quickly earning her the title of campus beauty and gaining widespread fame. Before long, she caught the eye of the unscrupulous Jin Ming, who relentlessly pursued her. Yet, Xixiangyu's heart belonged solely to Feng He, and she paid no heed to Jin Ming's advances, infuriating him. Having failed in his direct approach, Jin Ming resorted to underhanded tactics. He orchestrated the downfall of Xixiangyu's family business, plunging her father into debt. Simultaneously, he arranged for her parents to be involved in a staged car accident, leaving them severely injured. Subsequently, he approached the despairing Xixiangyu in her parents' hospital room, taking advantage of her parents' anguish to force himself upon her. "If you wish for your parents to continue receiving treatment in this hospital, you will come to my villa tonight. Otherwise, do not blame me for being merciless." After the act, he looked down at Xixiangyu, who lay naked, bruised, and staring vacantly at the ceiling, before coldly dressing and departing. Chapter 60. The wind's triumph. In the depths of despair, Xixiangyu felt utterly desolate, especially when thoughts of Feng He crossed her mind, causing her heart to break anew. With tear-stained red eyes, she curled up and wept inconsolably. After a cathartic outburst, she donned her tattered garments and approached the window. Just as she was about to plunge into the abyss outside, two faint whimpers reached her ears from behind. Her parents, witnessing their frail daughter, were reminded of the horrific scene where Jin Ming had sullied her innocence. Their eyes flared with rage, echoing her own anguish, as they longed to tear Jin Ming to shreds. "Mom, Dad, I have become a withered flower, but if my sacrifice can save you, I would willingly descend into hell. I will not abandon you." Remembering Jin Ming's cruel words, Xixiangyu wiped her tears, forced a bitter smile, and resolutely stepped out. From that moment on, Xixiangyu encased her emotions deep within, transforming into a mere shell, manipulable by others. Suddenly, she gasped in alarm, her eyes flying open, as a sharp pain coursed through her lower body, draining the color from her face. "Xiaoyu, are you all right? How do you feel?" Li Ziki, a short-haired beauty,
rushed to her bedside, supporting her as she attempted to sit up. Zhang Wen, another striking figure with a ponytail, leaned in with a worried expression. All three had fallen victim to Jin Ming's tyrannical grasp, their loved one's fates entwined with his whims. Li Ziqi, 26 years old, stood at 176 centimeters with an enviable figure and long legs that would tempt any leg aficionado. She had been a flight attendant, leading a normal life until a fateful encounter with Jin Ming plunged her into darkness. Zhang Wen, 25, measuring 170 centimeters, possessed a perfect figure and an innocent yet alluring visage. Employed as a waitress in a five-star hotel, she had caught Jin Ming's eye during his stay, leading to her forced submission that night. After that harrowing experience, she had hoped to move on and marry her childhood sweetheart. However, Jin Ming resurfaced, brutally incapacitating her fiancé before forcibly claiming her again. Her fiancé had since become a mere shell of his former self, confined to a hospital bed, reliant on others for his every need, while Jin Ming callously toyed with Zhang Wen before his eyes, igniting a fury within him that yearned for revenge. Ziqi, where am I? Zi Xiaoyu inquired, her pallor evident. Xiaoyu, you are in the hospital, Li Ziqi replied hesitantly, concern etched across her features. What happened to me? Please. I can handle the truth. Sensing her friend's reluctance to speak, a wave of unease washed over her, compelling her to steady her nerves. Xiaoyu, you've suffered a miscarriage, and it has damaged your uterus. You may never be able to conceive again. After a moment of silence, Li Ziqi resolved that it was better to endure the pain swiftly. Oz Xiaoyu froze, her body stiffening as she nonchalantly responded, her gaze distant, causing a pang of heartache in both Ziqi and Zhang Wen. It no longer matters. I am already living in hell. I can never face Xiao Feng again. Nothing matters anymore. Zi Xiaoyu spoke coldly, her eyes devoid of hope, evoking tears in her friends as desolation washed over them. When can I be discharged? After a long pause, she asked. Under normal circumstances, it would take at least a week for you to recover, but with recent advancements in medical technology, nanobots can effectively heal your injuries. You should be able to leave the hospital the day after tomorrow, Zhang Wen reassured her, gently stroking Zi Xiaoyu's hand. No, Xiaoyu. That monster has a new target. We have been granted a week of freedom, a fleeting respite from his grasp, Li Ziqi interjected. A week? Is that merely a reprieve for us? Mere tools for his desires? Zi Xiaoyu's expression shifted, a cold smile gracing her lips. Meanwhile, at the Gemini Technology headquarters, Feng He reflected on his promise to Zi Xiaoyu. Initially lost upon entering university, he wandered in uncertainty until awakening to the legacy of the Gemini civilization. Now, having achieved success, the time had come for him to seek Zi Xiaoyu once more, intending to declare his love, or rather, to formally propose. Master, there is a conference at Gemini International Hospital the day after tomorrow that requires your attendance, Feng Lao respectfully informed Feng He. At what time? From 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. Chapter 61. The Birth of Shallow Strike. Very well. You may escort me there tomorrow. With that, Feng He rose and departed from the office. Once he left, the 6 royal-class bioengineered beings emerged from the shadows. Is this truly appropriate, Feng Lao? What if the young master becomes despondent after facing challenges? How shall we proceed? Yang Ming inquired, furrowing his brow. Though the young master harbors ambitions of dominion, he still lacks the requisite mindset of a true sovereign. This is a transformation. Should it succeed, his future prospects are boundless. If it fails, fear not. For with us by his side, we shall ensure his safety. What we seek is a formidable ruler, one who can lead us in gazing down upon the cosmos. Feng Lao gazed over the land, his eyes glinting with fervor. The 6 bioengineered beings fell into silence, for even if they held reservations, they could not contest the authority and prowess of Feng Lao. As the car roared down the streets aimlessly, Feng He's thoughts drifted to Zi Xiaoyu, a faint smile gracing his lips. Meanwhile, at the Tech University of Magic City, Lin Ziming arrived with the Jin family S-guards, 3, 4, and 5, at the girls' dormitory. Hesitating briefly in the car, he dialed Lin Xiaoling's number. Ziming go. The call connected swiftly, Lin Xiaoling's soft voice resonating through. Xiaoling, I happen to be nearby for some errands, and thought it has been too long since we dined together. I'm treating you to a feast tonight. I'm currently outside your dormitory. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ziming feigned composure, his tone light and casual, betraying no hint of ulterior motives. Really? That's wonderful, Ziming go. Just wait for me. I'll be down shortly. All right, I'll be waiting. After ending the call, Lin Ziming's expression turned grave as he glanced through the car window. Wow, fantastic. Another feast awaits. Lin Xiaoling cheered, leaping from her bed, startling Lu Shueqi and Su Yanshan. Xiaoling, why are you so excited? Are you going to meet that guy? Lu Shueqi teased, observing Lin Xiaoling as she began to apply makeup. Don't be silly. Ziminggu is just nearby for some business and is treating me to dinner. How delightful. Lin Xiaoling replied proudly. Humph, I thought it was some lucky fellow. Turns out it's just that Lin Ziming. What a letdown. Lu Shueqi pouted, her interest doused as she returned to her bed, applying bright red nail polish. Why would Lin Ziming invite you to dinner? Could he have some ulterior motive? Su Yanshan asked, her brow slightly furrowed, a hint of concern in her gaze. Ziminggu is not like that at all. Lin Xiaoling immediately retorted, viewing him as the perfect brother who treated her well. Let us hope so. Su Yanshan observed Lin Xiaoling's unwavering faith with a resigned sigh. All right, I'm off. Bye. After finishing her makeup, Lin Xiaoling grabbed her small handbag, excitedly bounding down the stairs. Upon spotting Lin Ziming's vehicle, she hurried over, her figure causing passing boys to stare in awe. Knocking on the car window, it slid down to reveal Lin Ziming's beaming face. Xiaoling, come in. There's a seat available. Okay. She opened the door and climbed in, noticing 3 expressionless men in dark attire seated within, one at the wheel, one in the passenger seat, and another by the door. The oppressive atmosphere made her shiver slightly, and she timidly leaned towards Lin Ziming, asking quietly, Ziminggu, who are they? They are my new bodyguards, all veterans. Pay them no mind. Lin Ziming replied, his eyes narrowing before returning to a smile. Oh. Lin Xiaoling glanced at the 3 men, but quickly dismissed them, turning to Lin Ziming with excitement. Where are we going to eat? Today, I'm taking you to the Central Tower to indulge your palate. You've always wanted to go, haven't you? Let us enjoy a fine meal there. With thoughts of Jin Ming residing in a luxurious suite on the 99th floor of the Central Tower, Lin Ziming decided on this destination. Wonderful. The Central Tower has so many delicious options. Thank you, Ziminggu. Lin Xiaoling exclaimed joyfully, planting a quick kiss on Lin Ziming's cheek as she chattered about the tower's culinary delights. As darkness fell, Lin Ziming parked at the Central Tower, and they made their way to their intended floor. Just as they departed, Feng He also exited his vehicle, heading to the same level. The 120th floor of the Central Tower housed a Michelin 3-star restaurant, renowned for its extravagant ingredients sourced from around the globe. Dining here was akin to spending 2 or 3 years of an ordinary person's income. After entering a private room and placing their orders, Lin Ziming excused himself under the pretext of needing the restroom. Outside, he approached the guard stationed at the door, bowing slightly. I have successfully brought Xiaoling out. How shall we deliver to young Master Jean? Administer this to her. It's a hallucinogen. Even an extraordinary ability user cannot resist its power. After consumption, she will be under your control for 6 hours, doing whatever you command. Remember, only 1 drop per glass of water, otherwise, no one can save her. One of the guards, known as Sanjio, remarked, casting a glance at Lin Ziming as he produced a small vial from his pocket. Taking the vial filled with the transparent substance, Lin Ziming remained silent, inhaling deeply before re-entering. Soon, the food and drinks arrived. Seizing a moment when Lin Xiaoling was distracted, he discreetly added a drop of the hallucinogen into her glass, swiftly concealing the vial and returning to his seat, lifting his glass. Cheers. Chapter 62. The Catastrophic Confrontation. Cheers. Lin Xiaoling raised her glass and clinked it with Lin Ziming's, drinking without a hint of suspicion. Lin Ziming watched as she consumed the drug-laced red wine, his heart racing uncontrollably. Do not blame me. This is for your own good. To become the woman of the young Master Jean is a blessing, he thought to himself, a radiant smile gracing his face as he urged Lin Xiaoling to eat more. Suddenly, as she savored her steak, Lin Xiaoling emitted a muffled groan, feeling a wave of drowsiness wash over her, as if an invisible force had enveloped her thoughts, leaving her in utter discomfort. A prodigy, she had become a high-level ability user at the tender age of 18. It is known that ability users possess acute sensitivity to their own bodies, capable of detecting even the slightest changes. From the very onset, Lin Xiaoling sensed the transformation within her after consuming the hallucinogenic drug. I have been drugged. A substance potent enough to incapacitate an ability user. Who could it be? Lin Xiaoling clutched her head, her delicate frame feeling immensely weakened, her skin flushed, and her eyes glazed. Upon lifting her gaze to meet Lin Ziming's intense stare, a bolt of realization struck her. With disbelief etched across her face, she struggled to ask, Ziming, why are you doing this? Do not blame me. It is their fault. Why should that Lin Zitsong, lacking abilities, be so highly regarded? Why does he deserve to enjoy the finest resources of the Lin family? After all I have done for the family, why must I still be subordinate to him? Subject to his whims? I refuse to accept it. My talents are no less than his. I have contributed immensely to the Lin family's fortune, doubling its wealth over the years. Yet all my efforts have crumbled because Lin Zitsong gained powers. No matter how hard I strive, how exceptional I am, I will never become the head of the Lin family. Lin Ziming rose to his feet, gazing down at Lin Xiaoling with a grotesque expression, his voice low and filled with venom. I refuse. I refuse. I refuse. Why must I serve Lin Zitsong? Why should the empire I built with great toil be handed over to him? Why must my relentless efforts pale in comparison to his noble birthright? I refuse. Ziming you. Lin Xiaoling stared at this unfamiliar man before her, her eyes filled with disbelief. In her heart, Lin Ziming had always been a kind and capable elder brother, distinguished and exceptional, treating her with kindness. Yet, the monstrous visage he now wore pierced her heart with anguish. Initially, I intended to lure Lin Zitsong to the Yujun Club, hoping to eliminate him through those little rascals, but fate had other plans, and he narrowly escaped. Lin Ziming raged, gradually calming himself before revealing a shocking truth. It turned out that Lin Zitsong's presence at the Yujun Club during the purge was orchestrated by Lin Ziming's cunning. Lin Zitsong, lacking powers, was oblivious to the tasks of the Yanhuang group and did not understand why he was barred from entering the Yujun Club. He was kept under close watch, unable to escape. At that moment, knowing the truth, Lin Ziming secretly released Lin Zitsong, intending to use the opportunity of the purge to have those little rascals eliminate him. However, the unforeseen strength of the adversaries allowed Lin Zitsong to escape unscathed. You. Lin Xiaoling listened to Lin Ziming's words, disbelief written all over her face. She had never imagined that he intended to offer her as a mere plaything to the infamous young Master Jin, all in a bid to secure his assistance in becoming the head of the Lin family. Bring her in. Take her away. After casting a lingering glance at Lin Xiaoling, Lin Ziming called out towards the door. Before his words faded, Sanjiu pushed the door open and entered. The effects of the drug have yet to fully manifest. It would be unwise to take her now, Sanjiu remarked coldly, observing Lin Xiaoling, who still retained some awareness. Lin Xiaoling looked at Sanjiu, Cixi, and Si, her face reflecting despair. As she attempted to rise and resist, she fell to the ground. Take her away. Frowning at Lin Xiaoling, Sanjiu commanded, and Cixi and Si stepped forward to hoist the feeble Lin Xiaoling, who was like a rag doll in their grasp. As they carried her away, Lin Xiaoling wished to fight back, but her strength was that of an ordinary person, utterly futile against the might of two high-level ability users. Let's go. Sanjiu glanced at Lin Ziming and uttered, soon disappearing along with Cixi, Si, and Lin Xiaoling. This was the essence of Sanjiu's ability. His power was singular, rendering him invisible. He could transform into a transparent entity, completely erasing his presence and form. Any object he touched would also vanish. Witnessing their sudden disappearance, Lin Ziming's pupils constricted, his expression shifting dramatically. As a spiritual-level ability user, he was unable to detect Sanjiu and the others, as if they had simply ceased to exist, a truly eerie phenomenon. If Sanjiu were to strike at his heart at that moment, Lin Ziming feared he would not even know how he perished. At that juncture, Sanjiu, accompanied by the concealed presence of three others, stealthily traversed the corridor and reached the stairwell. Just as they stepped into the elevator, a chilling voice echoed from outside. Gentlemen, where do you intend to take my friend? Feng He languidly stood at the elevator entrance, addressing the seemingly empty cabin. If anyone else had been present, they would have surely been struck with terror. What? How is this possible? He discovered us. Cixi and Si exchanged astonished glances, while even Sanjiu's face betrayed shock. It was known that his ability possessed formidable stealth, and he was confident that no one stronger than him by 2 tiers could detect him. Over the years, he had assassinated numerous ability users stronger than himself with this very power. Yet, the fact that Feng He could uncover his presence filled Sanjiu with dread. Do not hide. Your powers are formidable, but in my electromagnetic field, nothing can escape detection. Feng He spread his arms, a flash of silver lightning illuminating the space, causing Sanjiu to come to a sudden realization. His ability had a critical flaw. Although he could perfectly conceal his form and presence, impervious to infrared detection, X-ray projections, and sound wave probes, he could not mask the magnetic field of living organisms. With a biological magnetic field detector, he was utterly exposed. Chapter 63. The Deterrence of Force Electricity. Sanjiu watched the silver lightning swirling in Feng He's hand, his pupils constricting as he released his abilities, revealing his form. Furrowing his brows, he remarked, "I see now. It seems you have mastered the electromagnetic field. However, I didn't expect to encounter you here, the head of Gemini technology. Feng He, who are you, and what do you intend to do to my friend?" Feng He narrowed his eyes, his expression cold as he regarded Sanjiu and his companions. At the same time, Lin Shaoling, restrained by Si Ling and Si Yi, felt a surge of hope upon seeing Feng He's arrival and looked at him expectantly. "You need not concern yourself with who we are. However, since we have crossed paths, it is fortuitous for us to fulfill the master's orders. Surrender willingly." Sanjiu stepped out of the elevator, coldly regarding Feng He, his muscles tensing in preparation for an imminent attack. "Oh, I didn't anticipate you would dare to strike at me. Then I can't let you off lightly." Feng He replied, his demeanor unchanged. Yet a palpable aura of murderous intent emanated from him as he looked at Sanjiu and his companions as if they were already dead. Zzz. Just as Feng He finished speaking, 2 bolts of silver lightning shot towards Sanjiu. "Are they targeting Si Ling and Si Yi behind me? How naive." Sanjiu observed the trajectory of the lightning and deduced that if he evaded, Si Ling and Si Yi would be struck. Si Ling smirked coldly, channeling energy from within his cells, gathering it at his chest, where a dark metallic sheen began to flicker. Boom. The 2 bolts collided with Sanjiu's chest, producing a muffled sound. Sanjiu remained motionless, his chest unscathed. The earlier attack had no effect on him whatsoever. Such formidable energy. Feng He exclaimed, taken aback. The ability to effortlessly withstand such an attack was no trivial feat. Swish. Just as Feng He was astonished, Sanjiu's figure suddenly vanished. Before Feng He could react, Sanjiu appeared before him, drawing a dagger from his waist, its energy coiling around it, turning pitch black, and slashing towards Feng He's neck with lethal intent. Whoosh. Feng He felt a chill at his neck. He sidestepped just in time, the blade narrowly missing him, leaving a few strands of silver hair floating down and carving a deep gash into the wall behind him. What incredible speed! Under Feng He's electromagnetic field, Sanjiu's movements were fully exposed, yet his astounding velocity left Feng He astonished, unable to react without elemental transformation. Zzz. Silver lightning coiled around Feng He's body, his speed exponentially increasing as he adeptly evaded Sanjiu's attacks, incinerating the strands of hair left behind in the process. Clang. While Feng He was engaged with Sanjiu, the elevator doors suddenly closed, ascending to the floor where Jin Ming was located. Clatter. Just as Feng He's attention was drawn by the closing elevator doors, a torrent of water struck him from behind, cleaving him in half. "You need not know," Lin Ziming said coldly, fixing his gaze on Feng He. "My ability is water, while yours is lightning. Our powers counteract each other. However, you are destined to perish here today." At the very moment Feng He and Sanjiu clashed, Lin Ziming had already anticipated the outcome, swiftly making his way towards the elevator entrance for a timely strike. As Feng He faced the oncoming flow of water from Lin Ziming's hands, a grave expression settled on his face. If there is one thing lightning fears, it is water. In the presence of water, even the mightiest lightning would be mitigated and weakened. Yet, conversely, water is a conductor and lightning is its nemesis. A lightning strike would severely injure a water-based ability user. The 2 powers exist in a state of mutual opposition. "You both, I will remember you," Feng He muttered, engraving Lin Ziming's appearance deeply in his memory. As his body, split in 2, transformed into 2 bolts of lightning, shooting towards the elevator entrance. Oh no, his target is Shaoling. Lin Ziming's expression changed drastically upon seeing Feng He morph into lightning, and he immediately acted. Boom. A robust column of water slammed against the elevator doors with a tremendous noise, distorting them beyond recognition, yet it was too late to halt Feng He's trajectory. Transformed into silver lightning, Feng He's speed rivaled that of light itself. No one could catch up to him as he effortlessly pierced through the thick elevator doors and sped towards the elevator shaft. Thunder roared as Feng He raced through the rapidly moving lightning, passing through the elevator panel and coldly gazing at Si Ling and Si Yi. Si Ling and Si Yi were filled with terror upon seeing Feng He. Just as they opened their mouths to scream, they were struck by 2 bolts of lightning. their bodies trembling uncontrollably as if afflicted by a seizure, their eyes rolling back as they collapsed unconscious. The chasm between low-level and high-level ability users is insurmountable. And with the addition of the dragon armor, high-level users appeared as mere prey before him, easily dispatched. Having incapacitated Si Ling and Ce, Feng He swiftly caught Lin Xiaoling as she toppled towards the ground, kicking through the elevator floor. His lower body transforming into a streak of light as he sped towards the exit at the base of the building. Lightning flashing as he arrived in the underground parking lot. He gently placed Lin Xiaoling in the passenger seat and sped towards his villa. "Yes, young master," Feng Lao responded, transforming into a streak of light as he hastened towards Feng He's villa. Screech. With a sudden brake, he left a black skid mark on the ground. Feng He jumped out of the car and rushed to the passenger side to carry Lin Xiaoling out. At this moment, she had lost consciousness, completely defenseless. "Feng Lao." Feng He called out, and the ever-prepared Feng Lao produced a small device, pressing a button that emitted a blue light, sweeping over Lin Xiaoling's body and instantly generating an exceptionally detailed diagnostic report. "Young master, she has been poisoned with a hallucinogen. It's not serious. As long as 6 hours pass, the effects will dissipate without consequence," Feng Lao reported after glancing at the findings. "That is reassuring." With a long sigh of relief, Feng He carefully laid Lin Xiaoling on the bed. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he turned his back to Feng Lao and spoke in a low voice. "Feng Lao, someone has made an attempt on my life. It seems I have encroached upon the interests of certain individuals, provoking their ire. Who could it be? The Jin family? The Black Dragon Society? Or the Americans? Your Highness, do you require our intervention?" Feng Lao inquired respectfully, standing behind Feng He, his tone neutral. "No need. You 7 guardians of the company need not hold back against anyone who dares to strike at us. Give them no mercy. I shall deal with the shadowy figures myself. I am eager to uncover their identities." "Understood." Meanwhile, in a luxurious suite on the 99th floor of the central building in Modu, Jin Ming sipped his red wine, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he observed Sanjiao, Si Ling, Ce, and Lin Ziming kneeling before him, murmuring, "So all 4 of you have been outmaneuvered by that Feng He. How intriguing. How very intriguing. This is precisely what I wanted. Otherwise, this game would be far too dull." Chapter 64. The Supernatural Crystal. Lin Ziming. "I grant you 3 days to resolve this matter, leaving no trace behind," Jin Ming declared, swirling his wine glass while casting an unyielding gaze at Lin Ziming. "Understood, young master Jin," Lin Ziming replied, bowing his head with utmost respect. He recognized that there was no turning back. He had already exposed himself before Lin Xiaoling, and all his actions would be laid bare. Without Jin Ming as his support, it would not be long before he faced the consequences of his family's law. Sanjiao, Si Ling, Ce, Si Heir, Si San, you 5 will assist him. Remember, eliminate all traces. I desire no unnecessary complications," Jin Ming commanded. "Yes, young master." He chuckled darkly. "How amusing. Feng He, daring to disrupt my plans. I shall see how long you can keep this up." With a sip of red wine, a chilling smile crept across Jin Ming's lips as he gazed through the transparent window at the nightscape of the magical city, lost in his thoughts. As night slipped away, November 16th, 2020 dawned with the sun rising as usual from the east. The joyful chirping of birds startled the slumbering Lin Xiaoling awake. Rubbing her eyes in confusion, Lin Xiaoling took in her unfamiliar surroundings and suddenly remembered the events of the previous night. She leapt from her bed, fully awake. "Where am I?" "Yesterday, Ziming." Cautiously scanning the spacious bedroom, she found herself alone. A quick check of her attire revealed nothing amiss, aside from a few wrinkles. She had not been violated. "Oh, you are awake. Since you are, come down for breakfast," a voice called as Feng He entered the room, smiling at the wary Lin Xiaoling. "Feng He, what are you doing here?" Lin Xiaoling exclaimed in surprise. "This is my home. How could you forget that I saved your life last night?" Feng He rolled his eyes and turned away. His words brought back vivid memories of last night to Lin Xiaoling, particularly the moment when Feng He had appeared like a knight in shining armor just as she had lost all hope. Her heart raced uncontrollably, and her cheeks flushed. Though she did not understand how Feng He had saved her, she was certain that without his intervention, she would have been someone else's plaything. "Nothing much, just passing by. But do you know who wanted to harm you?" Feng He inquired, hoping to uncover Lin Ziming and Sanjiao's identities, as he harbored a grudge against the latter. "I know, it was my cousin. He intended to give me to the young master of the Jin family in the capital, Lin Xiaoling replied after a moment of silence. Her face clouded with disappointment as childhood memories flooded her mind, leaving her in a daze. Oh, do you need assistance? Feng He raised an eyebrow, his mind racing. The Jin family in the capital and the Lin family in the magical city, duly noted. No, this is a family matter. It's not appropriate for others to interfere. Lin Xiaoling shook her head. You are Su Yinshan's friend, which makes you my friend too. If you ever need anything, do not hesitate to reach out, he said, glancing at Lin Xiaoling's serious demeanor before sipping his sweet soybean milk. Nodding. Lin Xiaoling began to eat her breakfast in small bites. After breakfast, they took a brief rest, and when Lin Xiaoling noticed the time, it was already 8 o'clock. Feng He stood up and headed for the door. I have matters to attend to. I will be leaving now. Remember to lock the door when you go to school, he said, tossing her a set of keys. Accepting the keys, Lin Xiaoling's cheeks flushed as she tucked them close, nodding in acknowledgement. As Feng He glanced back at Lin Xiaoling standing by the door, he felt an inexplicable sensation, as if she resembled a devoted wife seeing her husband off to work, filling him with an unspeakable sense of satisfaction. After a brief pause, Feng He settled into the car, driven by Feng Lao to the Twin Stars International Hospital. Accompanied by the hospital's executives, they accessed the top floor via an internal passage. The meeting primarily focused on the hospital's achievements and recent developments. With Twin Stars medical equipment and Twin Stars pharmaceuticals as formidable backing, the hospital had achieved unprecedented success, curing hundreds of terminally ill patients afflicted with cancer, AIDS, uremia, and more, thus accelerating the course of human medical history. The 3-hour meeting dragged on, with one leader after another presenting their accomplishments since the hospital's inception, leaving Feng He drowsy and resolved never to attend such monotonous meetings again. As noon approached, the meeting concluded. Feng He firmly declined the leader's invitations, and with Feng Lao escorting him, they made their way to the parking lot. That was dreadfully dull. I never want to sit through another meeting like that again, Feng He lamented, reclining in the back seat, while Feng Lao smiled faintly in response. Young master, such meetings are unavoidable in the future. Ah, spare me. The moment Feng Lao spoke, Feng He felt as if darkness enveloped him, as if his entire life had plunged into obscurity. Just as Feng He was driving toward the hospital exit, a recovered Zi Xiaoyu, Li Ziki, and Zhang Wen emerged, having just completed their discharge procedures. By coincidence, they stood beside Feng He's car at the exit. Xiaoyu, Feng He exclaimed, spotting the figure he had longed to see, his voice brimming with excitement as he rolled down the car window. Wow, Xiaoyu, that's Feng He from Twin Stars Technology, he's calling you. Look. Zhang Wen, aware of the deep bond between Zi Xiaoyu and Feng He, feigned surprise and excitedly tugged on Zi Xiaoyu's hand. Meanwhile, Li Ziki's expression shifted. Worry etched across her face as she observed Zi Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, what a surprise to see you here. Are you feeling unwell? Feng He stepped out of the car and enveloped Zi Xiaoyu in a tight embrace, concern etched on his face. I'm fine, really. Gazing at the person she had yearned for, feeling the warmth and familiar scent that brought her comfort, Zi Xiaoyu felt a lump in her throat, her eyes reddening. She fought back tears, shaking her head. Why are you crying? Did someone bully you? Who is it? Tell me, and I will take care of them. Feng He noticed the shift in Zi Xiaoyu's mood and immediately grew furious. Observing the tearful Zi Xiaoyu, Feng He sensed she was hiding something from him, and it likely wasn't good. Yet, looking at her distressed expression, he couldn't bear to press further. Suppressing his thoughts, he said, Beautiful Zi, may I have the honor of inviting you to the Central Tower tonight? I wish to present you with a belated birthday gift. Chapter 65. The hidden move of Feng Lin quickly agreed to him, Zhang Wen urged, excitement evident in her voice as she grasped Zi Xiaoyu's hand and whispered in her ear. I. Zi Xiaoyu hesitated, while Li Ziki fanned the flames beside her, whispering encouragement. Upon seeing Zi Xiaoyu acquiesce to his invitation, Feng He felt a surge of joy and promptly invited her into the car. Come on, both of you, Feng He said, glancing at Zi Xiaoyu as she settled into the vehicle, addressing Zhang Wen and Li Ziki. We won't disturb you. Cherish her well, no matter what. I hope you won't abandon her, Zhang Wen said with a slight smile, her gaze sincere as she looked at Feng He. Feng He was momentarily taken aback by her words. A wave of unease washed over him as he observed the serious expressions of Zhang Wen and Li Ziki. Yet he nodded earnestly in response. Goodbye, and may you have a splendid evening, Zhang Wen added before she and Li Ziki turned to leave. Old Feng, Investigate Zi Xiaoyu's experiences over the past few months. Whoever has harmed her shall not be forgiven. Feng He said softly, watching Zi Xiaoyu sit silently in the car. His voice transmitted through the miniature communicator to Feng Lao in the driver's seat. Understood, Feng Lao replied, his expression unchanged. After a brief silence, Feng He relaxed his solemn demeanor and entered the car with a smile. The owner of the jewelry store's eyes widened with joy upon seeing Feng He, who approached him with an eager smile. "Sir, how may I assist you?" the shopkeeper asked, rubbing his hands together enthusiastically. Feng He's appearance was well known worldwide. Upon entering the jewelry store, the owner recognized him immediately. "Bring out the finest rings you have," Feng He said, casting a disappointed glance at the rings displayed in the lobby. "Yes, I'll fetch them right away," the shopkeeper exclaimed, elated, as he dashed towards the storeroom. He opened several security doors and used fingerprint, facial, and iris recognition to unlock a safe, retrieving a small box. "Finally, after so many years, I can sell you," he thought, gazing at the pure gold box, taking a deep breath before re-emerging. "Sir, this is the treasure of our store. A gem that has remained unsold for over 500 years, he said, slowly opening the box. A radiant rainbow light burst forth, captivating all customers and staff in the jewelry store. "Wow, it's beautiful," exclaimed several women, their eyes gleaming with admiration as they gazed at the diamond ring nestled within the golden box. "Behold, the only natural rainbow diamond in the world. Discovered by my ancestors over 5 centuries ago, it has been meticulously polished through countless generations, culminating in this ring, which I call the heart of the rainbow." The crowd gasped in astonishment, with even Zi Xiaoyu momentarily forgetting her sorrow, enchanted by the beauty of the heart of the rainbow. Feng He, satisfied with the heart of the rainbow, stated, "Name your price. I shall take it, but you must resize the diamond to fit appropriately." Who is this young man? Does he not realize the value of this ring? How can he not know who he is? Brother, he is the newly crowned richest man in the world. Purchasing this ring is a mere trifle for him. He is the CEO of Gemini Technology, a billionaire tycoon. How enviable. I wonder which woman has captured the admiration of Feng He. Murmurs of envy and admiration floated around, yet Feng He remained undisturbed, patiently waiting for the shopkeeper's price. $5 billion. However, our family has a tradition. If anyone can make this ring shine with a rainbow glow without using any tools, we shall take nothing. To this day, this tradition is safeguarded within the safe, the shopkeeper said after a moment of hesitation. What? Free of charge? Is that for real? Hey, did you hear? It means without any tools. How can one make a diamond glimmer without tools? Forget that. Just give me the $5 billion. I'll buy it, Feng He said, shaking his head with a slight smile, asserting his decision. Ah, are you truly buying it? The shopkeeper exclaimed, ecstatic. Although the price was steep, no auction could fetch $5 billion. After all, who knew if another would ever appear? No amount of wealth would justify such expenditure. But Feng He was indifferent to money. To him, 50 billion was merely a string of numbers. Amidst the envious gazes of the onlookers, he effortlessly transferred the sum. Ding! Hearing the notification sound, the shopkeeper pinched himself in disbelief, gasping before bursting into elation. Forget the family tradition. Money is what people truly desire. Once the funds were confirmed, the shopkeeper swiftly measured Zi Xiaoyu's ring size and completed the resizing in a mere 10 minutes. Be my girlfriend, Feng He proposed, kneeling on one knee, gently taking Zi Xiaoyu's small hand as he placed the heart of the rainbow upon her finger, eliciting gasps of admiration from the surrounding women, filled with envy and longing. At that moment, tears welled in Zi Xiaoyu's eyes as she covered her mouth, sobbing uncontrollably, her heart aching with bittersweet emotions. Why are you crying? Are you not happy? Feng He asked, flustered, wrapping his arms around her and gently patting her shoulder, his voice tender. I'm just so overwhelmed with joy, she replied, wiping her tears. Her resolve to sever ties wavered as she gazed at Feng He, her eyes brimming with reluctance and pain. She managed a weak smile and placed a soft kiss on his lips. Clinging tightly to Feng He, she seemed to wish to meld into him, her heart resolute. This night was destined to be sleepless. To assuage her guilt, Zi Xiaoyu surrendered herself willingly to Feng He's fervent advances. Exhausted yet euphoric, she experienced the exquisite union with her beloved for the first time, soaring as if on clouds, a memory forever etched in her heart, bearing the indelible mark of Feng He. The following morning, before Feng He awoke, Zi Xiaoyu, dragging her weary body, left a letter and quietly departed from the suite. Chapter 66. The Gemini Crown. I will take a day off. I have some personal matters to attend to this evening. The update will be available tomorrow. Today's updates will be compensated for tomorrow. I am currently typing. Please hold on for a moment. Once the content is updated, kindly refresh the page to access the latest updates. Chapter 67. The successful fusion of super energy crystals. As soon as Zixiu departed, Feng He opened his eyes and sat up, his gaze fixed upon the envelope on the bedside, his expression darkening considerably. It was disheartening to realize that this was not the first time for Zixiu, and she appeared to possess the composure of one seasoned in hardship, a notion that made it difficult for Feng He to accept. Turmoil surged within him, his countenance shifting between shades of pallor and violet. With a deep breath, Feng He tore open the envelope and began to read. By the time he reached the conclusion, the letter was marred by tear stains, rendering the handwriting nearly indecipherable. Nevertheless, Feng He persevered, absorbing every word of Zixiu's farewell letter. Old Feng, have you discovered what I asked you to investigate? Gripping the envelope tightly, Feng He's face darkened further. The image of Zixiu, weeping as she penned her farewell in the dark of night, ignited an indescribable fury within him, a desire to obliterate the very foundation of the central tower. Young master, I have gathered all information regarding Miss Zixiu since her university entrance, but I advise against your knowing it. Old Feng's figure materialized in the air, hesitantly conveying his message. Send it to me. I must know the truth. Regardless of the circumstances, Feng He replied, his eyes reddening as he sternly addressed Old Feng. Understood. Old Feng regarded him for a moment, sighed deeply, and transmitted the collected data to Feng He, stating, Young master, I hope you can maintain your composure after you read this. Do not let hatred cloud your judgment. With that, Old Feng severed the communication. Feng He opened the file sent by Old Feng and began to read intently. The documents chronicled Zixiu's rise to prominence as a campus belle, detailing Jin Ming's relentless pursuit of her, his underhanded tactics to ruin her father's company, and the horrific incident that left Zixiu's parents severely injured. As he absorbed the information, Feng He's expression darkened, and a suffocating aura of vengeance brewed within him. When he encountered the moment when Jin Ming forcibly claimed Zixiu in her parents' hospital room, Feng He felt an overwhelming wave of suffocation. His heart twisted in pain like a knife, his eyes ablaze with rage. He unleashed a torrent of silver lightning from his body, shattering the bed beneath him into fragments. Listening to the agonizing cries of Zixiu and the reckless laughter of Jin Ming reverberating from the surveillance, Feng He could no longer contain his fury and murderous intent, unleashing a primal roar into the heavens. The lightning crackled around him, and the entire suite was reduced to ruins under his wrathful strike. Had Old Feng not anticipated such an outcome and isolated the suite's space, the central tower would have undoubtedly crumbled. Jin Ming, the Jin family, I shall see you perish. He bellowed, demolishing everything within the suite until it lay in charred ruins. Only when nothing remained did he retract his murderous intent. His expression icy as he gazed out the window and uttered, Old Feng, locate Jin Ming. I must end his life. Yes. Old Feng's figure appeared behind Feng He, responding affirmatively. After 3 minutes of employing engineering robots to restore the suite, he began searching for Jin Ming's whereabouts. Ha ha ha, how delightful. Who would have thought that you, Feng He, would take an interest in my toy? Ha ha, this should be amusing. I wonder what expression you will wear when you see your woman beneath me, indulging in pleasure. Ha ha, Hua, summon Zixiu for me. I wish to treat her well. Record a video and send it to Feng He. Understood. Hua nodded and vanished, only to return shortly with a pale-faced Zixiu in tow. Well, who would have guessed that such a mere plaything could serve such a purpose? I am truly surprised that Feng He has taken a liking to you. Jin Ming smirked from the sofa, his malevolent grin directed at Zixiu. Zixiu's face paled further at his words, panic evident as she stammered. How do you know? What do you intend to do? What do I intend to do? Ha ha, you have done me a great favor. I was uncertain about acquiring Gemini technology, but now, it seems fortune is on my side. Jin Ming laughed heartily, rising from the sofa to tower over Zixiu, coldly commanding, strip. You. Zixiu's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing Jin Ming's demand. Fearing for Feng He, her concern for him surpassed her dread of Jin Ming as she turned to flee towards the door. A startled cry escaped her lips as Jin Ming suddenly appeared before her, knocking her to the ground. Trying to escape? It seems your feelings for Feng He run deep. I am curious to see how he will react to your humiliation. Jin Ming's face twisted with malice as he seized her by the neck, tossing her onto the bed and violently tearing her clothing to shreds. How dare you be with another man, you scoundrel? Who is it? Is it Feng He? Jin Ming's expression darkened as he noticed the remnants of Zixi's intimacy with Feng He, particularly the evidence between her legs, igniting a furious rage within him. Ah, scoundrel, scoundrel, you dare lay hands on my woman. I will see you dead. Jin Ming, a man of intense possessiveness and obsessive cleanliness, could not tolerate the thought of his woman being touched by another man. Those who crossed this line faced dire consequences. The revelation of Zixiu and Feng He's intimate encounter sent Jin Ming into a furious frenzy, his murderous intent directed at the now unconscious Zixiu, whose complexion had turned purple beneath his grip. Chapter 68. Awakening Success. Old Hua, I have lost all interest in this woman. Ensure her safety, for she is an important hostage. With a cold gaze fixed upon the naked Zi Xiaoyu, Jin Ming felt no trace of interest, his eyes brimming with disdain. He turned to old Feng and commanded, take a couple of photographs and send them to Feng He. Inform him that if he does not deliver the twin group by noon today, I shall sell this woman into Africa. Understood. Old Hua picked up the camera and snapped several pictures, transmitting them via a secure communicator to Feng He's phone, standing silently by. Beep, beep, beep. Feng He stood by the suite window, and his phone in his pants pocket suddenly rang. Pulling it out, he saw a message from an unknown number. Unlocking his phone and opening the message, he was met with images that ignited a furious rage within him. The photos depicted the woman in a compromising position, and the message read, noon today, 99th floor of the Central Tower. If you do not arrive, I will sell this woman into Africa. Crushing the phone in his grip, Feng He's murderous intent surged forth as he bellowed at old Feng. There's no need to investigate further. He is right above us. This is my personal matter. No one else shall interfere. Understood. Old Feng, glancing at the now calm, yet seething Feng He, bowed his head and retreated, allowing Feng He to exit the room. Feng He made his way to the Central Tower, reaching Jin Ming's suite on the 99th floor in mere minutes. Where is Xiaoyu? He demanded, forcefully pushing open the door and stepping into the room, his expression darkening as he directed his ire toward Jin Ming. Mind your tone. Old Hua stepped forward, lowering his head and admonishing Feng He. Where is she? Feng He disregarded old Hua, his eyes locked onto Jin Ming, teeth clenched as he pressed for answers once more. You. Old Hua, incensed by Feng He's blatant dismissal, was about to take action when Jin Ming interrupted. So you're Feng He, are you? Hand over your twin group, and I shall return the woman to you. Frankly, I have grown weary of her. How does that sound? Jin Ming rose, a contemptuous sneer plastered on his face as he continued. Or do you care so little for just one woman? After all, with the twin group, what woman could you not acquire? Since you're so indifferent, I suppose I could sell her to Africa and let those brutes have their way with her without any objections from you. You seek death. At Jin Ming's taunts, Feng He's suppressed rage erupted, and he unleashed a powerful punch imbued with silver lightning towards Jin Ming. Bang! A resounding crash echoed as a shockwave radiated outward, obliterating everything in its path. As the dust settled, it became evident that Jin Ming's right palm was enveloped in a layer of gold, effortlessly catching Feng He's enraged blow. The Jin family's unique ability was gold manipulation, enabling them to transmute anything they touched into gold and to command it at will, including their own and others' bodies. Feng He realized his fist was captured, raising an eyebrow in disbelief as he regarded Jin Ming. Having ascended to the realm of spiritual level abilities, he could unleash nearly his full power even without transforming into his battle suit, rivaling those of the respective level. Should he fully activate his battle suit and transform into Feng He, his female form, his power could reach that of a satellite level. Yet, at this moment, Jin Ming had nonchalantly intercepted Feng He's furious strike, causing a flicker of concern to cross his face. Oh, this is intriguing. Though you are merely a spiritual level, you can exhibit strength akin to that of a respected level. However, in my presence, all efforts are futile. A smirk graced Jin Ming's lips as he tightened his grip on Feng He's fist, hoisting him up and flinging him into the room. Though Jin Ming was notoriously lecherous and cold-hearted, one could not deny his genius. At merely 28 years of age, he possessed respected level power. Undoubtedly, the Jin family's nearly limitless resources played a substantial role, but his innate talent was equally significant. Bang! Feng He crashed violently into the wall, shattering it, and becoming buried beneath the rubble. Boom! A flash of silver lightning erupted as Feng He shattered the debris encasing him. Rising to his feet and warily eyeing Jin Ming and Old Hua, contemplating whether to don his battle suit. Xiao Feng. At that moment, a cry pierced the air, sending a shiver through Feng He's heart. Swoosh! Thud! In an instant, Jin Ming manipulated the golden floor beneath him, transforming it into two sharp spikes that pierced Feng He's chest. Thud! A searing pain shot through him, and Feng He coughed up blood, his body crackling with silver lightning as he severed the golden spikes and retreated hastily. Xiao Feng. Witnessing the spikes pierce Feng He's chest, Zi Xiaoyu cried out in horror, struggling to roll off the bed, despite her bound limbs. Xiaoyu. Ignoring his own injuries, Feng He rushed to her side, slicing through the ropes that bound her, and enveloped her in his arms. How could you be so reckless? No matter what happens, I will never abandon you, he said, his voice filled with deep affection. Xiao Feng. Zi Xiaoyu, moved by his words, felt tears welling in her eyes. Just as she was about to respond, her expression shifted, and she pushed Feng He aside. Thud! A cruel, barbed golden arrow shot through Zi Xiaoyu's heart, embedding itself deep into the wall. A bloom of crimson erupting from her chest. No. As he beheld the lifeless form of Zi Xiaoyu, Feng He felt his heart shatter. He swiftly rushed to her side, cradling her in his arms as her eyes lost their luster, screaming in despair, "No, don't die. Xiaoyu, please don't leave me. No." Realizing Zi Xiaoyu's breath was fading, Feng He threw his head back and howled, unleashing an overwhelming storm of thunder from within, enveloping the suite in a silver tempest. Dark clouds gathered ominously above the central tower, casting a foreboding shadow as if a tempest were brewing. TSK, what a waste. I had intended to reward that woman to my subordinates, yet she chose such a fate. How utterly squandered. Today, I shall send you both off to be doomed lovers in the afterlife, so you may keep each other company on the road to the underworld. Chapter 69. The great battle begins. A rumble echoed. Above the central tower, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, resembling a soaring dragon. The robust lightning struck the lightning rod atop the building, unleashing an unparalleled high-voltage current that coursed along the surface of the structure. Even in broad daylight, the purple lightning dancing along the building was vividly visible, causing nearby pedestrians to halt in fear, many pulling out their phones to capture the miraculous scene, which quickly spread throughout the entirety of Huagua. Thud, 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 thud. What is this? Jin Ming and Elder Hua braced themselves against the seemingly infinite silver lightning, their astonished gazes fixed on Feng He, who appeared as if a deity of thunder had descended. Their pupils constricted in terror. Simultaneously, regardless of the distance, Su Shan, Su Hua, Lin Shiyun, Lin Xiu, Lin Shiv, Lin Zizong, Lin Weihua, and a total of 23 individuals from the Lin and Su families of Modu, who had acquired extraordinary abilities through Feng He's bodily fluids, clutched their chests, their faces pale, exuding a palpable aura of malevolence, their eyes bloodshot, filled with an indescribable blend of sorrow and murderous intent. A similar phenomenon unfolded within the Su family, no matter where they were. Each seemed to be under a hypnotic spell, an irresistible command echoing in their minds, compelling them to hasten towards Feng He with an uncanny sense of urgency. However, some were dispatched to explore ancient ruins, trapped at a great distance, unable to respond to the summons to reach Feng He's side. This was the side effect of awakening abilities through Feng He's bodily fluids, binding them forever to his control. Whenever Feng He wished to summon these individuals, he only needed to emit a signal in their minds. Regardless of the distance, they would receive it and converge towards him with precision. While they retained their own consciousness, their bodies were no longer their own until they fulfilled Feng He's orders. They were incapable of striking against him. Any attempt would cause the powers they had absorbed from him to go haywire and explode. Moreover, should Feng He perish, their brains would suffer catastrophic damage, resulting in diminished intelligence, memory loss, or in severe cases, rendering them as mere vegetables. It was precisely due to this control that Feng He confidently distributed his bodily fluids. For every individual who utilized them, he gained another subordinate, one who could never betray him. In the heart of the silver lightning, Feng He held the lifeless body of Zixiu, letting out a mournful wail, tears streaming down his cheeks, falling upon her unresponsive face. Gently, he laid her down on the ground, careful not to cause any harm. You shall all perish. Rising to his feet, Feng He's voice resonated ominously. as if emerging from the depths of hell, sending chills down the spines of Jin Ming and Elder Hua, a profound sense of impending doom enveloping them. Arrogance. A mere child dares to utter such words. I shall take your life. Elder Hua's expression darkened, feeling insulted, and with a thunderous roar, he flashed towards Feng He. His right fist enveloped in spiritual energy, radiating a pitch-black sheen, as if capable of toppling mountains, aimed directly at Feng He's head. Swish. Just as he struck, Feng He's figure vanished in an instant, like a ghost. What? A mere afterimage. How is this possible? Elder Hua's eyes bulged in disbelief, staring at the now missing Feng He, his face a mask of astonishment. I have foretold your demise. As Elder Hua stood in shock, Feng He's voice descended from above them. Jin Ming and Elder Hua looked up to see the silver lightning gradually coalesce into Feng He's form, draped in dark battle intent, his aura surging, causing both men to change countenance. Die! Elder Hua, upon seeing Feng He, bellowed in fury, propelling himself towards him like a cannonball, his right fist shimmering with darkness, infused with spiritual energy. Get away! Feng He, disgusted by Elder Hua's visage, delivered a resounding slap across his face, sending him crashing into the wall amidst the astonished gazes of Jin Ming and Elder Hua. Thud! Crashing into the wall, Elder Hua felt an overwhelming force invade his limbs and organs, his eyes bulging as he spat out blood, struggling to crawl free from the debris. Gazing at Feng He in terror. What kind of armor is that? How can it grant you such formidable power? Elder Hua recognized the extraordinary nature of the heavenly dragon battle armor. Feeling the severe injury inflicted by Feng He's slap, he shouted at him. Zixiu, I shall avenge you. Feng He hovered in midair, indifferent to Elder Hua's roar, his cold gaze fixed on Jin Ming, causing him to shudder with dread. What is that look in your eyes? I am Jin's heir, the future of the Jin family. You shall die? Jin Ming, confronted by Feng He's icy glare, was paralyzed by fear, involuntarily retreating a few steps. Filled with indignation, his body shimmered with golden light, a brilliant glow enveloping him, before being cloaked in a layer of dark energy. Annihilation Spear. Jin Ming pressed his hands against the ground. 6 golden long spears erupted from the earth, shrouded in dark light, aimed at Feng He. Die! Unperturbed, Feng He coldly declared, transforming into a silver streak that darted past the golden spears and appeared before Jin Ming, delivering a powerful punch to his chest. Bang! With a dull thud, Jin Ming was sent flying, crashing into the wall, buried beneath the rubble, a deep imprint left in his chest, bloodied and gasping for breath, on the verge of collapse. Young master, Elder Hua, still in shock, witnessed Jin Ming being obliterated by a single punch from Feng He, dread washing over him, yet his anger eclipsed his fear. He launched himself towards Feng He. Assisting tyranny, you deserve to die? Face your end. Feng He dodged Elder Hua's punch with a swift motion, his right fist shimmering with silver light, the silver lightning emitting a sound akin to a chorus of birds, as he struck with tremendous force against Elder Hua's chest. Crack! A sound of bones fracturing echoed as Elder Hua's chest caved in, a bolt of silver lightning piercing through him, emerging from his back. No! A scream erupted as the silver lightning expanded from the point of impact, gradually disintegrating Elder Hua into dust. Die! With Feng He's cold command. A thunderous explosion resounded as the silver lightning detonated, obliterating Elder Hua's body, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 70. The flames of war in Europe. No, don't come any closer. I am the heir of the Jin family. If you dare to harm me, the entire Jin clan will seek retribution against you. The young Jin Ming, barely clinging to life, lay on the ground, witnessing the grisly scene of old Master Hua being struck down by Feng He. His voice trembled with fear. Had his limbs not been shattered, he would have fled as far as possible. I have already stated, neither of you can escape, nor can your family behind you. I shall make them understand the true meaning of cruelty. Feng He, clad in the dragon battle armor, approached Jin Ming with an imposing presence, his gaze cold and filled with lethal intent. With a sudden motion, Feng He thrust his right hand towards Jin Ming's heart. No! Jin Ming's eyes widened in terror as he beheld Feng He's hand crackling with silver lightning. Just then, 5 figures interposed themselves before Jin Ming. With a sickening thud, the body of a Jin family guard was pierced through by Feng He's hand, and the immense force sent him crashing into the wall, leaving him a mere puddle of flesh. Go! The remaining guards, designated as 4-4, 4-5, 4-6, and 4-7, swiftly lifted Jin Ming and fled into the distance, covering nearly 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye. Think you can escape? Not a chance. Feng He's eyes narrowed as he pursued the fleeing guards, transforming into a bolt of silver lightning. Hurry, move faster. Jin Ming, supported by 4-4 and 4-5, hollered in panic. You too, hold them off. The guards, indoctrinated by the Jin family from a young age, were fearless assassins, ready to obey commands, even if it meant sacrificing their lives. Upon hearing Jin Ming's order, 4-6 and 4-7 turned to face Feng He, aware of the disparity in their powers. They nonetheless exerted every ounce of strength to impede him. Charge! As Feng He accelerated towards them, 4-6 and 4-7 shouted in unison, injecting themselves with a vial of red serum. With a surge of power coursing through them, their veins bulged, skin reddened, and muscles swelled. Their nails elongated into sharp claws, and their mouths sprouted for vicious fangs, their eyes turning crimson with dilated pupils, releasing wisps of steam from their bodies. What kind of serum is this? Feng He frowned, intrigued by the transformation, momentarily slowing his pace. It can forcibly elevate a high-level ability user to a spirit level 1. Yet their life force is rapidly depleting. They won't last long. Where did the Jin family acquire such a lethal serum? Realizing the potential threat if the Jin family possessed a significant supply of this serum, or even more potent substances that could temporarily enhance power, Feng He pondered to himself. With a primal roar, 4-6 and 4-7 charged at Feng He, their reason lost to the madness of their transformation. Have they truly lost their wits? Feng He regarded them with an unperturbed demeanor. Meanwhile, Jin Ming, witnessing Feng He's pause, urged 4-4 and 4-5. Faster, we must move. With determination, 4-4 and 4-5 concentrated their strength into their legs, vanishing in a flash, covering several kilometers in moments. Casting a glance at the fleeing Jin Ming, Feng He flicked his finger, sending an almost imperceptible silver lightning bolt into Jin Ming's body. This serum is utterly worthless. What good is increased power if one loses their reason? Even with great strength, they cannot wield it effectively. Effortlessly evading their attacks, Feng He frowned slightly, swinging his hand as 2 bolts of silver lightning pierced through the chests of 4-6 and 4-7, erasing them without a trace. Having dispatched 4-6 and 4-7, Feng He closed his eyes for a moment to sense his surroundings before transforming into silver lightning once more, pursuing a specific direction. Soon, he caught up with Jin Ming and the remaining 2 guards. From his elevated position, Feng He loomed over them, instilling dread in their hearts. With a crackling sound, a massive bolt of silver lightning descended from above, engulfing Jin Ming and his companions. No! Jin Ming screamed in agony as his body gradually disintegrated in the terrifying silver lightning, his expression forever etched with fear. Not enough. Xiao Yu, wait. Not a single member of the Jin family shall escape. Casting a cold glance at the spot where Jin Ming had vanished, Feng He turned and departed. Back in the central tower, Feng He gently dressed Xiao Yu, cradling her tenderly in his arms. Soon, those who had gained abilities through his essence began to arrive. From the Lin family, 5 figures approached. Lin Weihua, Su Yinshan's grandfather. Lin Weihua, Lin Weihua's younger brother, an elder of the Lin family. Lin Weiming, Lin Weihua's cousin. Grandfather of Lin Ziming. Lin Shiying, Lin Weiming's only son, father of Lin Ziming, and Lin Shaoling, the second daughter of Lin Shiwang. They knelt before Feng He, awaiting his command. The other 6 members, including Lin Shiwang, the eldest son of Lin Shiyun, head of the Lin family, Lin Shixiang, the only son of Lin Weihua, Lin Shiyun, Su Yinshan's mother, Lin Shiyu, Lin Shiyun's sister, Su Yinshan's aunt, Lin Zizong, the eldest son of Lin Shiwang, and Lin Ziki, the only son of Lin Shixiao, were absent, having gone to the ancient ruins of Shenangjia. From the Su family, 5 figures also approached. Su Mingda, Su Yinshan's grandfather. Su Mingda, Su Mingda's second brother. An elder, Su Mingfa, Su Mingda's third brother. An elder, Su Wan, Su Mingda's daughter, Su Yinshan's aunt, and Su Yinshan. They, too, awaited Feng He's command. While another 7, including Su Hua, Su Yinshan's father, head of the Lin family, and leader of the Yin group in Modu, Su Jie, the eldest son of Su Mingda. Su Ji, the second son of Su Mingda. Su Qing, the eldest son of Su Mingfa. Su Yinjia, the only son of Su Jia. Su Yinyu, the only daughter of Su Ji, and Su Yanbing, the only son of Su Qing, had also ventured to the ancient ruins of Shenangjia. Chapter 71. Feng He enters the fray. How infuriating. Su Mingda, Lin Weihua, and other prominent figures knelt on one knee, their faces grim as they awaited Feng He's command. They longed to resist, but found themselves utterly unable to control their bodies. Could that man be? Among the crowd, Su Yinshan glanced at Feng He. Clad in the dragon battle armor, his features obscured, and a wave of familiarity surged within her, invigorating her spirit. Lin Shaoling felt the same, gazing at Feng He with an indescribable sense of recognition. Suddenly, aside from Su Yinshan and Lin Shaoling, no one else in attendance recognized Feng He. Su Yinshan seemed to understand why the Su and Lin families would engage in such incredulous actions, and her expression darkened. Lin Shaoling, however, gazed at Feng He with an expression of infatuation. I know you are all wondering who I am and why you uncontrollably acknowledge me as your master, Feng He stated, his expression emotionless. I shall say this only once. You have acquired a second ability through me, and from this moment forth, you are my kin. As long as I live, you will have no chance of breaking free from my control. Should I perish, your souls will be shattered, leaving you in a vegetative state. There is but one path for you, and that is to become my subordinates, obeying my orders and vanquishing my foes. You arrogant brat. I am an elder of the Lin family in Magic City. You think I would stoop to being your subordinate? Lin Weihua's cousin, Lin Ziming, glared at Feng He with anger etched across his face, and the others echoed his sentiments, indignantly shouting at Feng He. In Magic City and across the land, he was a figure of considerable repute, who would not treat him with respect. For Feng He to demand their allegiance was nothing short of provoking a wrathful storm among these high-ranking elders and their descendants. This is not a negotiation. It is a proclamation. Feng He coldly regarded the infuriated disciples of the Su and Lin families, and in an instant, the dragon battle intent enveloped him, unleashing a satellite-level aura that surged over them. Boom. The crowd felt a momentary blur as a suffocating force descended, compelling them to kneel one by one. Cold sweat poured from their brows, soaking their garments, their eyes wide with terror as they beheld Feng He, unable to muster a hint of resistance, sensing that even the slightest movement could lead to their annihilation at his hands. Such overwhelming might. I cannot even entertain the thought of resistance. Su Mingda stared at Feng He in disbelief, still reeling from the tremendous impact. Where did this prodigy come from? This strength and presence is beyond that of the former war god. Lin Weihua mused in trepidation. He had witnessed the war god unleash his full power, and Feng He's aura dwarfed it, leaving Lin Weihua in a state of shock. Of course, Su Yinshan and Lin Shaoling, having received special consideration, remained unharmed. However, witnessing their elder relatives, particularly their powerful grandfather, unable to withstand Feng He's aura, left them with wide eyes filled with disbelief, especially Su Yinshan. How is this possible? Just recently, he was merely a high-level ability user. How could he have elevated himself so drastically in such a short span of time? Su Yinshan regarded Feng He, adorned in the dragon battle armor, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. Tell me everything about the Jin family. Feng He's voice emanated from the armor, emotionless and cold, imbued with a killing intent that left the crowd stunned, their hair standing on end, a chill creeping down their spines. The Jin family in the capital? Lin Weihua replied, taken aback. Speak. Feng He narrowed his eyes, a powerful aura encircling Lin Weihua, causing him to struggle for breath, his face reddening, yet he soon exhaled deeply. The Jin family is a prestigious clan that has endured for over a century in the capital. No one knows the exact duration, but they first emerged in the latter half of the last century during tumultuous times. Throughout the chaos, the Jin family demonstrated immeasurable wealth and formidable strength. Undoubtedly, they are one of the old aristocratic families of Huagua, likely possessing more power than the combined might of the Su and Lin families. Lin Weihua revealed everything he knew about the Jin family. However, the fact that the Jin family descended from the Aizenjoro clan of the Qing dynasty remained a closely guarded secret. Only a select few core members of the family were privy to this information, which had never been leaked. I grant you 3 days to eradicate the Jin family's influence in Magic City. I do not wish to see a single survivor, Feng He commanded. What? The crowd gasped, astonished that Feng He intended to take action against the Jin family. They wished to refuse, yet their bodies betrayed them, and one by one, they knelt, vocally accepting the order. You may leave. Remember, I do not wish to see a trace of the Jin family in Magic City after 3 days. Understood. Meanwhile, in the ancient ruins of Shenangjia, Jin Ming's father, Jin Xinghua, stared grimly at the wilted flower in his hand. This flower, known as the companion flower, required the blood of its owner from birth, a drop each month. After 6 months, it would bloom with a blue radiance, capable of surviving without water or soil as long as sunlight was present. If the owner perished, the companion flower would lose its glow and wither rapidly. Recently, the companion flower representing Jin Ming had lost its luminescence, signifying the loss of his only son, the most gifted of the Jin family's younger generation. In the ancient ruins, a downpour cascaded, and Jin Xinghua stood resolutely in the rain, fixated on the diminutive glass vial in his grasp, where the companion flower had entirely withered. Whether it was rain or tears, a droplet cascaded down Jin Xinghua's resolute face, splashing onto the vial. Master, behind him, a frail elder observed Jin Xinghua's impassive demeanor, sorrow etched across his features, a pall of grief enveloping the Jin family, none daring to speak, standing silently amidst the tempest. Old Hai, my son is gone. The heir of the Jin family is lost. Jin Xinghua gripped the glass vial, his gaze distant, his words laced with a chilling intent that darkened the heavens, transforming the falling raindrops into bursts of rainflowers in midair. The white-haired elder, Old Hai, bore a similar expression, yet an intense killing intent radiated from him, sending the surrounding wildlife fleeing in terror. No matter who it is, I demand that you accompany Ming'er to the afterlife. Old Hai declared, it is time to turn the tides. Indeed. Chapter 72, Feng He vs. Arthur, Part 1. Within the ancient ruins, Feng He remained oblivious to the unfolding events. After issuing orders for Su and Lin families to target the Jin family's enterprises in the Magic City, he gently lifted the seemingly slumbering Zi Xiaoyu and made his way to the window. At that moment, Feng Lao's figure appeared behind him. Young master, Feng Lao called softly, observing the solitary silhouette of Feng He. Feng Lao, I intend to ensure that the Jin family pays dearly for their transgressions against Xiaoyu. By the end of the year, when the construction of the Tianlong Empire is completed, I shall ascend to supremacy. No one will be able to thwart me. 2 tear streaks traced down Feng He's cheeks, with droplets falling onto Zi Xiaoyu's pallid face, creating delicate ripples. As he gazed into the distant horizon, an indescribable aura of dominance surged within him, causing Feng Lao to involuntarily narrow his eyes, filled with a sense of elation. Indeed, upon hearing this, Feng Lao regarded Feng He as if he were an ancient emperor, the regal aura sending a tremor through him. He quickly knelt on one knee, nodding in affirmation. Yes, Feng Lai responded, and promptly retrieved a spaceship. After boarding with Feng He and Zi Xiaoyu, they soared towards the heart of the Pacific, to the underwater city Feng He had named the Tianlong Empire. With a resounding crash, they breached the ocean's surface, stirring a tumultuous wave as the vessel plunged into the depths, swiftly entering the Tianlong Empire. In the center of the completed imperial palace stood the twin civilization spaceship. Entering the craft, Feng He approached the core, manipulating the floating screens until a transparent crystal coffin rose from the ground. As he opened the coffin, a mist enveloped the space. Gently placing Zi Xiaoyu inside, he tenderly kissed her bloodless lips, his gaze lingering on her as he caressed her cheek, filled with reluctance. Young master, resurrection is within reach, Feng Lao spoke slowly. Beyond the cosmic level lies a legendary realm known as the breaking cosmos level. As the name suggests, it signifies the transcendence beyond the universe. According to an ancient legend, if one can breach the universe, they can achieve complete liberation, becoming an eternal existence, with mastery over time and space, effortlessly reversing life and death. However, this realm is elusive. For eons, no one has glimpsed even a fragment of it, yet countless powerful beings have ventured forth in pursuit. Breaking cosmos level. I will achieve it. I will resurrect you. Wait for me, Xiaoyu. Upon hearing this, a flicker of hope ignited within Feng He. A newfound goal to reach the breaking cosmos level and bring Zi Xiaoyu back to life. Young master, to attain the breaking cosmos level requires immeasurable resources. With Earth's resources alone, you can only ascend to the planetary level. To continue your ascent, you must venture into the cosmos to seek greater resources. Feng Lao remarked after a moment of silence. I understand. Soon, once I have dominion over the entire Earth, we shall journey into the cosmos. Feng Lao, we must commence the construction of cosmic battleships, sparing no effort, even if it means excavating the ocean floor to build a fleet. Indeed, let us proceed. By the end of December, we shall take our first step. With that, He stepped outside. At that moment, in the United States, Japan, South Korea, and Europe, 36 superhumans gathered, including 20 A rank, 11 A rank, and 5 AAA rank, conspiring to assassinate Feng He. Simultaneously, in Shi City, Feng He's parents' residence, Jin family's elite guards, 39, 40, 41, 42, and 43, along with Lin Ziming, lay in wait, plotting to abduct Feng Lin and He Jiahui. 39. We have lost contact with the young master and old Hua. Could something have happened? 42 inquired, a tinge of anxiety creeping into his voice. Since earlier, they had been unable to reach Jin Ming and old Hua. A wave of unease washing over them. It's probably nothing. With old Hua around, who could harm the young master? Moreover, given the Jin family's reputation, no one in the Magic City dares to disrespect the young master. Focus, the target is approaching. As 39 spoke, he spotted Feng Lin and He Jiahui walking hand in hand around the street corner, instructing everyone to prepare for action. Lin Ziming beside him wore an eager expression. The thought of capturing Feng He's parents and compelling him to surrender the entire Gemini group thrilled Lin Ziming. With Jin Ming's assistance, he envisioned himself becoming the head of the Lin family, excitement bubbling within him, his powers surging uncontrollably. Now, at the moment Feng Lin and He Jiahui stepped through the villa's entrance, 39 and 40, hidden among the villa's foliage, exchanged glances and charged forward. In the astonished eyes of Feng Lin and He Jiahui, each delivered a swift strike, rendering them unconscious before they could utter a sound. Retreat. Having secured their targets, the two exchanged glances and hastily withdrew, tossing Feng Lin and He Jiahui into the trunk of a van, starting the engine and speeding away. Driving the small black car to an abandoned factory on a desolate hillside at the border of Magic City and Shi City, Lin Ziming snapped a couple of photos of Feng Lin and He Jiahui's abduction and sent them to Feng He. Beep, beep, beep. Upon receiving the news while in the car, Feng He's pupils constricted at the sight of his parents being captured, a wave of murderous intent enveloping the vehicle, causing even Feng Lao to feel a shift in atmosphere. Feng Lao, head to this location. I want to see who dares to lay a hand on my parents. Just after losing his beloved, now his parents had been abducted, and Feng He struggled to contain his fury. He tossed his phone to Feng Lao, gritting his teeth as he commanded. Understood. Glancing at the address, Feng Lao accelerated the car. In the evening, Feng He's vehicle slowly entered the abandoned factory. Surrounded by desolation for hundreds of miles, a landscape of rolling hills dotted with fruit trees. The defunct factory was once a fruit processing facility. As Feng He stepped through the factory gate alone, he found 6 figures silently waiting in the dim light. Applause echoed through the air as Lin Ziming approached, a broad smile on his face. Indeed, the wealthiest of them all. How audacious to come alone. Where are my parents? Feng He's brow furrowed upon recognizing Lin Ziming, his tone dark and solemn. Chapter 73. Feng He vs. Arthur, Part 2. Bring them here, Lin Ziming commanded, and with a flash, Sanjiu vanished, only to reappear moments later, carrying 2 unconscious figures, Feng Lin and He Jiahui. What is your intention? Speak plainly, Feng He said, narrowing his eyes and suppressing his murderous intent. Ha ha ha, truly worthy of a tycoon. Even in such dire circumstances, you remain composed. Very well, I shall be direct. Draft a share transfer agreement, transferring the Gemini group to me. Otherwise, beware the lives of your parents. Lin Ziming chuckled, tossing a pre-prepared transfer document in front of Feng He. Lin Ziming, a member of the Lin family from Magic City and the Imperial Guard of the Jin family from the capital, who emboldened you to threaten my family. Is it that young Master Jin Ming? Feng He remarked, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. His words laced with a chilling menace that made Lin Ziming and his companions shudder. You know the young master of the Jin family? Lin Ziming's pupils constricted in shock, his expression darkening as he retorted, since you are aware of the Jin family, you ought to comply and hand over the Gemini group. The power of the Jin family is beyond your imagination. How dare the mere Jin family flaunt their authority before me? They are utterly oblivious to their own mortality. That Jin Ming, too, presumes his lineage grants him free reign. How laughable. Until his last breath, he will remain in disbelief. Feng He replied, a grin spreading across his face, an overwhelming aura of dominance radiating from him, leaving Lin Ziming and his cohorts momentarily dazed, their eyes wide with terror. You are the guards of Jin Ming, then? You may as well accompany him to the afterlife, Feng He said with a smile. his palpable murderous intent casting a shadow over Sanjiu and the others. "What did you say?" Sanjiu exclaimed, an overwhelming sense of dread washing over them at Feng He's words. "Unleash your might upon the world, Black Dragon and Black Phoenix," Feng He commanded inwardly, transmitting an order to the battle armors of Feng Lin and He Jiahui. Dark, liquid-like substances surged from within their bodies, enveloping them in a swift embrace. These were the Black Dragon and Black Phoenix armors, crafted by Feng He himself. The armors, forged from a life alloy of his own invention, boasted combat prowess rivaling that of royal-level superhumans. The smallest units of this life alloy possessed a cellular-like life force, capable of devouring various metals for reproduction, replication, and evolution, allowing self-growth. With these armors, the wearers could survive in any environment, requiring no sustenance or respiration, as the free energy they absorbed was more than sufficient. At this moment, the armors unfolded around Feng Lin and He Jiahui. Feng Lin's armor was entirely black, adorned with a vivid golden dragon motif on his left chest, radiating a soft golden light that shone brilliantly in the dark. He Jiahui's armor was also black, featuring a soaring phoenix design on her right chest, similarly emanating a gentle golden glow. The intricate patterns were faint, barely discernible in the dim light of the abandoned factory. "What on earth is this?" Lin Ziming gasped, feeling an oppressive aura emanating from the transformed Feng Lin and He Jiahui. An instinct warned him that he was no match for them. T2 royal-level superhumans. How is this possible? Just moments ago, they were ordinary individuals. How could they suddenly become so powerful? Sanjiu and the others, too, stared in disbelief at the armored figures of Feng Lin and He Jiahui. Feng He paid no mind to their astonishment. Seizing the moment of shock, he issued commands to the Black Dragon and Black Phoenix armors, controlling the bodies of the unconscious Feng Lin and He Jiahui, who dashed forward like a fleeting shadow toward Lin Ziming. "What?" Lin Ziming's pupils dilated as he watched a dark fist hurtling towards his head, hastily summoning his abilities to conjure a torrent of water above him. Bang! A deafening crash erupted as Feng Lin's fist broke through the thick, rushing curtain of water, striking Lin Ziming squarely on the head, sending him crashing back violently. Bang! With a sickening thud, Lin Ziming slammed into the wall, blood spraying from his mouth. Had he not shielded his head with his spiritual energy just before impact, it likely would have been fatal. Not good. Sanjiu's expression shifted dramatically at this sight. But before he could react, He Jiahui appeared before them, delivering a powerful kick to Sanjiu's abdomen, sending him hurtling away. "Cough, cough. Do not hold back. Use all your strength to eliminate them," Lin Ziming roared, emerging from the rubble with blood streaming down his face. At his command, the others swiftly drew red syringes, injecting themselves. Sizzle, sizzle. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosions rocked the hillside, the dilapidated factory collapsing with a thunderous crash, sending dust and debris flying. In the eye of the storm, the intricate patterns on the armors of Feng Lin and He Jiahui shimmered with golden light, absorbing all the incoming attacks, converting them into energy nourishment for their battle suits. As the dust settled, the 6 onlookers stared in horror at the unscathed Feng Lin and He Jiahui. Just as they were grappling with their shock, the armors, charged with energy, pulsed with brilliance, and both figures thrust their hands forward, unleashing a powerful shockwave from their palms. Chapter 74. The Blood-Spitting Emperor Baron Crack. Crack. A powerful shockwave enveloped Lin Ziming, Sanjiu, and 4 others, instantly reducing the dilapidated factory to rubble. Its force unrelenting as it surged towards the small hill behind the factory. Boom. With a resounding roar, the entire hill trembled, debris scattering in all directions. The earth caving in as a massive hollow was blasted into the mountainside, spiderweb-like cracks radiating outward. The shockwave struck at the center, obliterating the vitality of Lin Ziming and his companions, their bodies reduced to mush, sinking into the cavern and becoming buried beneath the rubble. After a long while, the tremors subsided, the abandoned factory vanished without a trace, leaving behind a semicircular trench that extended down to the base of the hill. The vegetation on the side of the hill closest to the factory had completely disappeared, only a mound of rubble remaining to conceal the gaping hole in the mountainside. "Let us go?" After glancing at the pile of rubble, Feng He allowed Feng Lin and He Jiahui's battle armor to retract, letting the elder Feng carry them to the vehicle, disappearing into the vast night. Returning to the depths of the ocean, Feng He settled his parents in a central chamber of the imperial palace, a room that harmoniously blended the ancient aesthetics of Huagua with the futuristic elements of interstellar civilization, quietly awaiting their awakening. What is all the noise? I was sleeping so comfortably. At that moment, He Jiahui rubbed her eyes and sat up, addressing Feng Lin with displeasure. Dear, we have been kidnapped, and you still have the luxury to sleep? I'm truly at a loss for words, Feng Lin replied, incredulous at He Jiahui's nonchalance. Oh, I remember now. Someone hit me on the back of my head, and then I lost all memory. How do we end up here? Where's this place? He Jiahui exclaimed, suddenly recalling events before her unconsciousness. Shoo, keep your voice down. We must be cautious not to alert the kidnappers. Observing He Jiahui's startled demeanor, Feng Lin quickly covered her mouth, his expression grave. These kidnappers likely intend to hold us for ransom from our son. There must be many accomplices outside. We cannot allow our son to come here. What should we do? Those foolish kidnappers didn't even confiscate our phones. We should call for help. Right. Mom. Dad, there's no need for that. No one has kidnapped you. This is my base. Just as the couple prepared to retrieve their phones, Feng He pushed open the door and entered. Xiao Feng, He Jiahui exclaimed upon seeing Feng He, leaping off the bed and grasping his hand with a furious expression. You despicable kidnappers even took you. What kidnappers, Mom? This is my base. I sent people to bring you here. Feng He clarified. You rascal. Is that how you bring people in? You nearly scared the life out of me. Hurry, bring me something to eat. I'm starving. Feng Lin interjected, frustration evident on his face. How did I end up with such a child? Do you not understand manners? Is this how you welcome someone? You knock them out without a word. Even if you don't kill them, you'll scare them to death. Mom and Dad, please calm down and listen to me. From today onwards, you will stay here. There are people outside who have already set their sights on me, and they may harm you. I do not wish to witness that. Looking at his parents, Feng He spoke with utmost seriousness. I have many enemies, and this is the only place in the world that is safe. With you here, I will have no distractions. What do you mean? Are you planning to imprison us? The elder Feng frowned, displeasure etched across his face. I am doing this for your own good. They are not ordinary people, and I do not wish to lose you. Not ordinary people? Do they possess superpowers or something? Feng Lin raised an eyebrow, skepticism evident. Indeed, they are all extraordinary beings, just like me. As he spoke, Feng He raised his right hand, silver lightning flickering, causing his parents' eyes to bulge with astonishment. Goodness, it really is superpower. My word, son, you're not pulling our leg, are you? Feng Lin exclaimed, looking at Feng He incredulously. How could I? Feng He rolled his eyes before explaining the existence of these extraordinary beings. Omitting his own inheritance of the twin civilization's scientific technology and the elder Feng's background, I never realized the world was so perilous. Xiao Feng, why don't we abandon the twin group and live as ordinary people? He Jiahui proposed, anxiety coloring her tone. Ha, Mom, rest assured. My strength is unparalleled on this planet. No one can threaten me. Let them come. I can hardly wait for them to deliver their heads to me. Feng He laughed heartily, a commanding aura causing his parents to shiver. Looking at their son, who felt both familiar and foreign, they were filled with a complex mix of pride and concern. As long as you have confidence, that's enough. But where exactly is this place? Feng Lin scrutinized Feng He, nodding in understanding before asking. This is my base, a place where no one can find you. Come with me. Saying this, Feng He led his parents out of the room onto the palace balcony, gazing at the bustling city below, a sense of grandeur swelling within him. This is the center of the Pacific Ocean, a realm inaccessible to mankind. I alone possess the technology to traverse swiftly between the ocean depths and the surface. This city is still under construction, expected to be completed by the end of this year, slightly larger than the Magic City. However, in terms of facilities, planning, and material technology, it far surpasses it. This is the Dragon Empire, my personal empire. Currently, there are 1 million inhabitants, 1 million engineering robots, and 500,000 combat robots here, and every single inhabitant possesses extraordinary abilities. The combat robots also exhibit the combat prowess of mid-tier extraordinary beings. With such formidable strength at my disposal, I fear no force in the world. The entirety of the globe lies under my control. Feng He observed the industrious robots and the smiling faces of the people below, feeling invigorated. At that moment, his parents realized that the Feng He before them was no longer the son they once knew, but a young emperor commanding 1 million souls and shaping the course of the world. Chapter 75, Grandfather Star Flame on October 31st, 2020. Feng He relocated 500,000 orphans and individuals with disabilities to the Heavenly Dragon Empire, where they thrived under the accelerated growth conditions of a time dilation zone. In the span of one day outside, an entire year elapsed within. Now, as of November 17th, 17 years have passed. Originally, the population of 500,000 had a nearly equal gender ratio. The eldest among them have now matured into adulthood, with the oldest being 35. Some even with children of their own, the eldest of whom are now around 15 or 16 years old. The youngest cohort has reached 17, with many already married and raising families. Over these 17 years, the original 500,000 have proliferated to 1 million, effectively doubling their numbers. It must be said that the descendants of Yan and Huang are among the most prolific peoples in the world. At this moment, both in terms of population and their combat prowess and intellect, they have met Feng He's anticipated standards. The energy-intensive time acceleration device has been deactivated, and everyone is now engaged in the construction of the city. The Heavenly Dragon Empire is no longer lifeless, but is brimming with vitality and smiles, showcasing a scene of flourishing prosperity that fills Feng He with joy and uncontainable excitement. What power! Feng Lin and He Jiahui were taken aback, confused. The rings I gifted you last time conceal a set of battle armor, capable of integrating with the human body. At this moment, it has completely merged within you, inseparable from one another. Feng He explained, pointing to the rings on their fingers. Is it really that powerful? Does that mean if we can master the armor perfectly, we can become those so-called royal-level powerhouses? Feng Lin and He Jiahui exchanged astonished glances, incredulously asking, and what about you? Given that the opponent possesses such strength, what about your safety? Understood, Feng He nodded. Mom, Dad, please familiarize yourselves with the armor quickly and strive to awaken your unique abilities. You may freely utilize everything within the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Furthermore, as the Supreme Emperor and Empress of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, you should learn about noble interests. I have neuro-enhancement potions here. After using them, you will become as intelligent as Einstein. I shall take my leave then. If there are any uncertainties, feel free to contact Elder Feng through the communicator. He is my steward and utterly loyal, so there is no need for concern. Understood, off you go. Feng Lin waved his hand. Feng He smiled gently and turned to depart. Whoosh. Moments later, a spaceship ascended from the palace, flashing before Feng Lin and He Jiahui like a streak of lightning before vanishing from sight. My dear, this truly resembles the unfolding of a novel. I never anticipated that Xiao Feng would grow to this extent. Such matters cannot be concealed for long. Feng Lin sighed as he gazed at the disappearing spaceship. Oh. I initially wished to prevent Xiao Feng from entering this inner world, yet fate is inescapable. Ever since that day you rescued me, and I entered this realm, this day was destined. Our son is fated to be extraordinary, He Jiahui remarked, her face lighting up with a radiant smile as she looked in the direction where Feng He had vanished. You must believe in our son. He will surely overcome all hardships. Indeed, it won't be long now. Son, you must seize the time. This world is far more complex than you envision. There are even more concealed realms within the inner world. I hope you can reach that height before they find us. Otherwise, let it be. We shall go with the flow. Chapter 76. The Chaotic Gem and the Primordial Gem. The young master, along with the esteemed master and mistress, are not mere ordinary beings. They once were anything but. On board the spacecraft, Old Feng remained silent for a considerable duration before abruptly addressing Feng He. What's the meaning of this? Feng He inquired, raising an eyebrow in confusion as he looked at Old Feng. They exhibit no extraordinary abilities whatsoever. They appear to be entirely ordinary individuals. Earlier, I conducted a thorough examination of the elders' bodies, Old Feng explained. I discovered that their physical condition is indeed exceptional. Although they presently resemble ordinary people, perhaps even more frail than the average individual, there exists an imperceptible trace of extraordinary power within them, alongside signs of significant injury. I surmise that the master and mistress suffered a grievous blow from some force, resulting in their extraordinary abilities being forcefully stripped away, rendering them mundane. This event likely transpired around 20 years ago. Moreover, young master, your mother's bloodline is remarkably potent. The ancient earth lineage detected within you undoubtedly originates from her side, and it should not be underestimated. Are you suggesting that my parents were once extraordinary beings? That my mother might be a remnant of the ancient era? Feng He exclaimed, astonished and incredulous. Indeed, Old Feng affirmed. Furthermore, The master and mistress were likely among the most formidable beings on this planet. At the peak of their powers, they were undoubtedly among the strongest individuals on Earth. Old Feng, if what you say is true, then my parents have concealed this well. For all these years, they have left no trace behind. Is there any way to restore their extraordinary abilities? Feng He's heart surged with emotion as he posed this question, his eyes brimming with hope. Regrettably, there is no known method. The force that stripped the master and mistress of their abilities is exceedingly peculiar. Even the Gemini civilization, which has traversed the cosmos for hundreds of thousands of years, has never encountered anything like it. At present, we cannot restore their powers, Old Feng replied, shaking his head in resignation. This was Old Feng's first encounter with such a situation. The method of nullifying extraordinary abilities was unlike anything known in the universe, as though something had forcibly siphoned it away. The extraordinary power within them was nearly undetectable, and even their cells had suffered severe damage, significantly reducing their lifespans. I see. Feng He murmured, lowering his gaze. Yet, a flicker of determination ignited in his eyes. Though I remain unaware of who my parents' adversaries are, I harbor a sense that they shall resurface. Once they reveal themselves, these enigmas will unravel. Old Feng, let us consider this matter as unknown. I eagerly anticipate the day the truth comes to light and the expression on my father's face. A mischievous smile crept across his lips, prompting Old Feng to shake his head in disapproval. Indeed. By the way, gather metals and expedite the upgrade of their battle armor. If my conjecture holds true, they should swiftly master the power of this armor. Understood. Soon, the spacecraft descended upon the rooftop of the Gemini Group's new headquarters. The two exited the vessel and traversed the sole passageway, accessible only to Feng He and Old Feng, leading to their office. On another note, the products of the Gemini Group have saved countless lives, particularly in underdeveloped nations. In regions where expensive medications previously rendered healthcare unattainable, the Gemini technology, which charged only for material processing, has provided affordable medications, thereby rescuing innumerable individuals. The public harbors immense gratitude towards the Gemini Group and Feng He, with many regarding him as a divine figure, even erecting statues in his honor for daily veneration, basking in the zenith of his influence. It is no exaggeration to assert that, at Feng He's command, 1/3 of the global population would respond. This exemplifies the magnitude of his current impact worldwide. In a mere month and a half, the Gemini Group has reached its pinnacle. Continuing to expand in its current domain proves challenging without venturing into new industries. And Feng He has chosen an exceptionally lucrative sector, gaming. I am poised to establish a new subsidiary, Gemini Games, with Yang Ming serving as president. Let us expedite the development of this game, Feng He declared, presenting a concept for a StarCraft-style game to his subordinates. This game boasts an expansive worldview, centering on Earth's entry into the interstellar era. Players assume the roles of soldiers from the Earth Federation, engaging in battles against cosmic civilizations. In this game, players' extraordinary ability levels mirror reality, and the cosmic civilizations are authentic entities, complete with accurate appearances, capabilities, and technologies. Furthermore, the scientific and technological knowledge involved is also grounded in reality. Mastering it within the game translates to practical application in real life. Moreover, this is an immersive virtual game that fully enmeshes players in a fabricated universe. The time ratio can be adjusted, and the game pod continually enhances players' physical and mental faculties. The game pod analyzes players' genetic information to manifest their awakened abilities within the game. Upon reaching a certain level, players' bodies and minds will meet the criteria for awakening their extraordinary abilities, which will mirror those in the game. The knowledge and experiences acquired within the game will become invaluable assets in reality. This represents Feng He's grandest strategy, universal extraordinary abilities. Through the transmission of memories, Feng He understands that in the cosmos, citizens of powerful civilizations are all extraordinary beings, embodying the true essence of a populace ready for battle. This trend is an inevitable progression in cosmic development. However, it typically occurs only after a civilization reaches a certain level of advancement, a stage that Earth has yet to attain. Nevertheless, Feng He is determined to expedite Earth's developmental trajectory, propelling its advancement forward. While challenges may arise in the process, he possesses unwavering faith in the elite million extraordinary beings and 500,000 combat robots at his disposal, not to mention the interstellar battleships under construction. He is convinced that he has sufficient might to deter any nefarious forces. After delegating the tasks, Feng He drove alone towards the city center. Target sighted. Arrival at the ambush point in 3 minutes. Prepare yourselves. A security guard beneath the Gemini building murmured into a miniature communicator as he observed Feng He's vehicle exiting the premises and approaching a secluded corner. Received. Moments later, the communicator relayed a terse response before the connection was severed. Now, commanded a burly man ahead. Beside him, a statuesque woman extended her arms, causing the surrounding space to shatter like a mirror. With a commanding cry, both Feng He and his vehicle vanished from reality, transported to an alternate dimension. Spatial abilities. Feng He gazed at the rapidly shifting scenery, his eyes ablaze with intensity as he regarded the woman, filled with fervor, as if he wished to consume her whole. Chapter 77. The Ancestors' Trial. Due to prior commitments this evening, updates will be temporarily paused. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. Currently, I am in the process of writing. Please hold on for a moment. Once the content has been updated, kindly refresh the page to access the latest editions. Chapter 78. The Battlefield of Jinling. The Spatial Ability. A rare phenomenon even within the vast universe, is undeniably powerful and hailed as one of the mightiest abilities. Feng He found himself drawn into a dim, alternate space, where he could observe the outside world, yet his actions bore no influence on the people and objects beyond. It was a marvel of two entirely isolated realms. With a command from the imposing leader, the shadowy figures behind him vanished in an instant, only to reappear, surrounding Feng He from all directions. Each unleashed their unique powers, mercilessly directing their assaults toward Feng He's vehicle. Thunder, flames, torrents, and wind blades rained down in a cacophony of colorful explosions, shattering the ground beneath into a crater akin to a meteorite impact. As the dust settled, the charred earth lay bare, Feng He's beloved car reduced to mere fragments, and his figure seemingly erased from existence. Is he truly reduced to ashes? How dull, the leader scoffed, arms crossed, coldly observing the crater. However, his expression shifted dramatically as he turned, eyes wide with fear at the sight of a muscular silhouette, pupils narrowing in disbelief. How could this be? When did you arrive behind me? The leader roared at Feng He, drawing the assassin's attention, their disbelief evident as they gazed at Feng He, whose lips curled into a sinister smile. Intriguing, indeed. The United States, the European Union, Japan, and South Korea have mobilized so many ability users for my sake. I must truly be of great significance. Feng He mused, narrowing his eyes as a dangerous aura emanated from him, causing the onlookers to stiffen. The killers, muscles taut with murderous intent, fixated on Feng He, poised to act at their leader's command. Come forth. Feng He beckoned, his aura surging to its peak. A powerful wind enveloping him, rustling the clothing and exposed hair of the black-clad figures around him. In an instant, his battle attire, the dragon battle suit, adorned him, amplifying his presence and leaving the assassins momentarily breathless, cold sweat trickling down their brows. Attack! The strongest among them commanded, and a total of 36 ability users, 20 A level, 11 A level, and 5 triple A level, charged toward Feng He, leaving him no chance to retaliate. The classifications corresponded to Spirit Grade, Sovereign Grade, and King Grade, with even the weakest being a formidable force. A series of explosive sounds erupted, the ground quaking as waves of attacks, infused with lightning and fire, radiated outward, leaving spiderweb-like cracks on the hardened surface. Unfazed at the center of the chaos, Feng He felt the faint golden glow of his dragon battle suit absorbing the assaults, converting them into his own power. He could distinctly sense his strength accelerating at an astonishing pace, nearing the Sovereign Grade, with the King Grade now within reach. With the first wave of attacks approaching, Feng He momentarily vanished, reappearing before a short Japanese A-level ability user. Clenching his right fist, a terrifying silver lightning coalesced, and with the diminutive figure's horrified gaze, Feng He struck down upon him. A resounding crash echoed as the Japanese man's head exploded, splattering red and white matter across the ground, the scent of blood sending shockwaves through the ranks of black-clad figures. Little Lin, a fellow Japanese sovereign-level user, witnessing the demise of his comrade, reacted with a mix of shock and fury. He howled, transforming into a whirlwind, a tornado forming in an instant, slicing through the air with blades of wind, seeking to engulf Feng He. The tornado spun violently, tearing the earth apart, lifting massive stones into the air, which were subsequently shredded into dust by the razor-sharp winds. The other assassins quickly retreated, watching the rampaging tornado from a safe distance. This tempest reached EF5 classification, the most formidable level of tornadoes, with wind speeds exceeding 320 kilometers per hour, unleashing energy equivalent to 8 atomic bombs within an hour. A truly terrifying spectacle. Tornadoes are categorized from EF0 to EF5 based on their destructive potential, with the EF5 being the apex of natural tornadoes, exceedingly rare, occurring once in a century. Yet, for a wind ability user who has attained sovereign grade, conjuring a tornado with speeds of 350 kilometers per hour is feasible, capable of effortlessly obliterating a large city, if not for his limited range. At the tornado's core, Feng He fervently absorbed the immense energy contained within, rapidly augmenting his own strength. As he absorbed more, the tornado's wind speed and size diminished. When the energy became too weak to significantly enhance his power, silver serpentine lightning flickered around him. With a swift motion of his left hand, a thick bolt of silver lightning descended like a dragon, crashing down with a thunderous roar. The silver lightning struck the ability user, instantly eliminating him. The relentless bolt continued, creating a deep pit in the ground, the area around charred and blackened. With a final explosion, the tornado dissipated, leaving behind the charred remains of the Japanese sovereign-level user, reduced to ashen powder, scattered by the wind. Chapter 79. The initial skirmish. Esteemed readers, the arduous task of writing is not a simple endeavor for Jiu Shui. I sincerely hope for your unwavering support for the original work. Though it may be available for free now, I implore you to read it on QQ Reading and Qidian. Thank you. This is inconceivable. The cloaked figures gazed in sheer terror at Feng He, the center of the silver thunder. Unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before them, one by one, they involuntarily took steps back, swallowing hard as their faces turned ashen. An AA-level ability user was vanquished in a single strike. A devil. He is a devil. Impossible. Even an AAA-level ability user could not achieve such a feat. Who exactly is that man? Damn it. Those incompetent intelligence agents. How could someone so powerful possibly be classified as a level? How infuriating. It's over for us. We are doomed. Oh God, why must we be punished so? Amaterasu, would you abandon your children? Damn it. I am the war god of the South. How could I possibly lose to a mere citizen of Huagua? The black-clad figures lost their previous composure and confidence, trembling before Feng He, who appeared as a deity descending from the heavens. Many A-level ability users felt their legs weaken, succumbing to fear as they were paralyzed by the sight of Feng He. Radiating with thunder, their gazes vacant and tears flowing. Those of A level were equally terrified upon witnessing their compatriot from Japan fall with a single blow. Their previous sense of superiority shattered. They quaked in terror, their eyes wide with fright. The 5 triple A level, royal ability users also lost their former arrogance. Their faces now pale as they beheld Feng He in horror. Karina, use your abilities to restrain him. The strongest among them, a burly man, shouted at a stunning blonde woman clad in black leather. The A-level beauty paused momentarily, a fierce glint flashing in her eyes as an invisible force locked onto Feng He, immobilizing him. Quickly, I can only hold him for a minute, she exclaimed, her hands positioned before her, gritting her teeth as beads of cold sweat trickled down her face. Her complexion paling. Go, roared the burly man, charging forward first. His fists shimmered with silver light, transforming into hardened steel, enveloped in a dark aura. As he struck Feng He with tremendous force. Boom. A loud explosion reverberated as the ground trembled violently. The earth beneath them fractured, sending chunks of solid soil flying. A powerful shockwave erupted, and the ability users, though frightened, summoned every ounce of strength they had, launching a frenzied barrage of attacks upon the immobilized Feng He. In no time, a massive, bottomless pit was created where Feng He once stood. Phew. After the onslaught, the ability users felt utterly drained. The burly man, gazing at the immense pit, said with a shudder, this must have finished him off. Ha ha, I survived. That was close, very close. Thankfully we have Karina as our secret weapon, or we would have been done for. Just as the black-clad figures believed they had vanquished Feng He, the ground began to shake. Their expressions changed dramatically as they stared in disbelief at the gaping chasm. From the depths of the pit, Feng He, buried beneath rubble, regained his freedom, silver lightning crackling around him. Boom. Crack. Stretching his limbs, Feng He looked at Karina with burning intensity and softly spoke. His voice piercing the ears of the black-clad figures like a death knell, leaving their faces ashen. I never anticipated encountering a time manipulator. Had it been anyone else, you would have already been slaughtered. Alas, you met me. Your attacks are utterly ineffective against me. Karina, an AA level, esteemed ability user from America, age 36. Possessed an ageless beauty akin to that of a 20-year-old. Her skin was radiant, her wavy golden hair cascading down her back, sapphire-like eyes glinting, complemented by a high nose and rosy lips, with long, slender legs and a voluptuous figure that made her a siren to men. Karina's ability allowed her to pause time for up to 5 seconds, but presently, she could only suspend Feng He for 1 minute, after which she would be unable to utilize her powers again for at least a day, relying solely on her extraordinary physical prowess. While Feng He's time was suspended, the functions of the dragon battle suit remained active, absorbing the energy from the attacks. Although he was unsure why he had been trapped, once the time limit expired, the suit's records revealed the reason. Upon understanding, Feng He's gaze towards Karina brimmed with possessiveness. Gulp. The black-clad figures watched as Feng He descended before them, each swallowing hard in trepidation. A space manipulator and a time manipulator. You have indeed spared no expense in trying to eliminate me, Feng He taunted, his silver lightning flaring, enveloping them in a palpable aura of murderous intent. Eva, 42 years old, and AAA-level space manipulator from America, stood tall at 178 centimeters. Her figure, while slightly less alluring than Karina's, was still captivating, especially with her fiery red waist-length hair and crimson eyes adding a touch of seduction. She was the one who had trapped Feng He and the black-clad figures in this alternate space. Feng He regarded Eva and Karina as if they were rare treasures, mentally claiming them as his own. Having chosen to strike, be prepared for the consequence of a counterattack. Prepare to embrace the cleansing of death, he declared, transforming into a streak of silver lightning. In the horrified gazes of the black-clad figures, he morphed into a colossal silver thunder dragon, consuming all the A-level ability users without a sound, their cries silenced as they vanished. Swish. After dispatching the A-level ability users, he turned his attention to the remaining few. Damn it. The strongest, burly man gritted his teeth, roaring at Feng He as his body transformed into steel. Silver spears of iron erupted from the ground, coalescing into a massive steel giant that charged towards Feng He. Boom. The silver lightning struck with unrelenting force, piercing through the chest of the steel giant. The man's eyes widened in shock as he collapsed, blood staining the ground. What followed was a one-sided massacre. Karina and Eva were the only ones left standing. As Feng He eliminated the rest, the air thick with the stench of blood and the ground littered with dismembered remains. Why don't you kill us? Eva screamed at Feng He, witnessing her comrades fall. Beside her, Karina appeared dazed, as if utterly broken. Your abilities are quite unique, and I have taken a liking to them. From this day forth, you shall be my possessions, Feng He proclaimed. Before they could protest, he unleashed a surge of silver lightning, rendering both women unconscious in an instant. Chapter 80. The Conspiracy of Emperor Barn. Are you all right, young master? Feng Lao inquired softly as he approached Feng He. Although he had sensed that someone intended harm against Feng He, he had not anticipated that such a power user could conceal themselves so effectively, completely evading his surveillance and unexpectedly pulling Feng He into an alternate space. I'm fine. No one on Earth can harm me anymore. In fact, I have acquired 2 useful talents, Feng He replied, his eyes gleaming as he regarded the 2 unconscious women in his arms. After the incident with Zhixiangyu, Feng He had undergone a transformation. He was now willing to enhance his own power, even if it meant causing harm to others, without a trace of remorse. Moreover, Eva and Karina were assassins sent to kill him, making their potential utility all the more enticing. Ah, so they are space ability users. No wonder they eluded my watchful eyes, Feng Lao mused, his gaze fixed on the 2 women, filled with excitement. Time and space abilities were exceedingly rare gifts throughout the universe. Encountering both simultaneously and having them fall into Feng He's hands left Feng Lao utterly astonished. He could not help but feel a surge of joy, thinking, truly, the young master is blessed with extraordinary fortune. With time and space abilities, he is destined to reach that legendary realm. Let us proceed. I am eager to claim them for myself, Feng He said. A burning desire ignited within him as he looked at the 2 unconscious women. Yes, Feng Lao nodded. Opening the car door for Feng He to enter the back seat while he took the driver's seat and swiftly drove towards the villa. Meanwhile, across the ocean in the White House, a somber atmosphere enveloped a group of high-ranking officials. Since the initiation of the self-decapitation operation, the most advanced satellites in the United States had been tracking the group in black suits, broadcasting live video to the nations involved in the operation. Just moments ago, the officials, gathered before a large screen, received information indicating it was time to execute their plan. They were alert, their focus fixed on the screen. As Feng He's vehicle approached, their power users suddenly appeared, imprisoning Feng He in an alternate space. Watching the empty ground, the officials' expressions turned ecstatic, envisioning the scene where Feng He would be annihilated, and the Gemini Corporation would be theirs to divide. However, after a prolonged wait, the unexpected appearance of Feng He caused their confident demeanor to falter, trembling in fear, as despair began to seep into their hearts. It cannot be. This is impossible. An official from the military slammed the table, his face contorted with rage as he gazed at Feng He's figure on the screen, filled with hopelessness. It is over. Everything is over. No one can halt the rise of the East. God, have you forsaken your people? The officials lamented, their faces etched with despondency, a sense of defeat permeating the room. In the East, Japan was engulfed in gloom. They had deployed their few powerful warriors for this battle, only to face total annihilation. Even if they survived, they would be left severely weakened. Eva, the patriarch of the Mellon family, Carl Mellon, observed the unconscious Eva in Feng He's arms, his expression darkening. As the leader of a prominent family, he understood the fate that awaited a woman captured by a man, and he envisioned the horrific scene of his daughter being possessed by the Eastern man he despised. Beside him, Karina's father, the head of the Rockefeller family, wore a similarly grim expression. Where am I? Eva murmured as she awoke, her years of assassination experience prompting her to spring from the bed, alertly scanning her surroundings. Upon meeting Feng He's fervent gaze, her expression shifted dramatically. It is you, Feng He. Eva hissed through clenched teeth, her face pale with rage. Among the power users, there had been her childhood betrothed, now reduced to a memory, brutally slain by Feng He. Feng He. At that moment, Karina also regained consciousness. Her face contorted with hatred as she glared at him, wishing to rend him to pieces. Her boyfriend had also been among the power users, mercilessly tortured by Feng He. My dear ladies, I am quite intrigued by your abilities. Should you cooperate willingly, I can assure you a modicum of mercy, Feng He said, slowly advancing to the bedside, his desire intensifying. Never. I am a princess of the Mellon family, and I shall never bow to an Eastern invalid. Eva retorted defiantly, but as she attempted to strike, she found her body trembling, her powers suppressed, reduced to the capabilities of an ordinary person. Do not waste your energy. The rings around your neck can suppress abilities and weaken your physical prowess. Without my permission, escape is impossible, Feng He stated coldly. What? Eva and Karina exclaimed in horror, their faces drained of color as they instinctively recoiled from Feng He, trembling like fragile maidens ensconced in fear. Tonight, you shall belong to me, Feng He declared, his hands sweeping through the air as silver lightning coiled around the two women, binding them tightly without inflicting harm. No, you cannot do this. I am a princess of the Rockefeller family. My purity is a treasure of my kin. Should you dare to lay a hand on me, you will face unending retribution from the Rockefeller family. Karina cried out in terror as she beheld Feng He's imposing figure, especially his prominent manhood, causing her to tremble uncontrollably, desperately struggling against her restraints. The Rockefeller family? Mere ants. Even if they do not come for me, I shall seek them out. Since you have chosen to attack me, be prepared for retribution. Captives have no right to negotiate, Feng He replied expressionlessly, casting a glance at the cornered Karina before lifting the struggling Eva and tearing away her clothing, exposing her smooth skin to the air. Chapter 81. The Purple Scale Empire gazing upon the alluring figure before him. Feng He maintained an impassive countenance, yet within his heart, an inferno blazed, fervent and unrelenting. Though Eva was no longer in her youth, the longevity granted to those with extraordinary abilities rendered her youthful allure akin to that of a 20-year-old maiden. Coupled with the noble demeanor cultivated from her upbringing and the maturity bestowed by her years, she embodied a captivating dichotomy, both innocent and sophisticated, igniting a restless yearning within Feng He. Regardless of Eva's pleas or curses, Feng He leaned in, penetrating her defenses. A searing pain surged through Eva, eliciting a cry of anguish. Feng He's considerable size overwhelmed her weakened constitution, and her fingers clutched desperately at his back, her sharp nails leaving crimson trails upon his skin. Her eyes glazed with crimson, tears glistened upon her cheeks, falling onto the pristine sheets. Overcome by humiliation at being forcefully claimed by a man she had previously scorned, an unusual sensation enveloped her, rendering her limbs weak and tingling, as if she floated amidst the clouds, waves of ecstasy flooding her consciousness even as she gasped and cursed. Nearby, Karina beheld the unspeakable act unfolding, her visage drained of color, and as she contemplated that it could have been her in Eva's place, tears cascaded down her cheeks. After 30 minutes of relentless pursuit, Eva cried out, her body trembling, her eyes rolling back as she succumbed to unconsciousness. Setting her aside, Feng He turned to embrace Karina. "No, please. Spare me. I can offer you wealth. I can grant you the riches of the Rockefeller family. Please, do not," she pleaded amidst her sobs, but Feng He, resolute, thrust forward, cleaving her defenses as Karina's screams echoed in the air, marking the onset of a new conquest. Observing the two slumbering maidens, Feng He felt not a ripple of emotion. Suddenly, his heart surged, pounding violently as a formidable force coursed through him, an unparalleled aura erupting forth. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of silver lightning, piercing the sturdy underground chamber crafted by Elder Feng. A kaleidoscopic radiance burst from Feng He, illuminating the entire basement. Gradually, the light coalesced, forming a colossal cocoon of rainbow hues that enveloped him. Within this luminous chrysalis, Feng He curled inward, silver lightning crackling across his form, while tendrils of radiant light extended from the cocoon, merging with his being, siphoning away the chill within him to be consumed as nourishment by the light. The chrysalis pulsed with a rhythm akin to a colossal heartbeat, absorbing energy from its surroundings, metamorphosing Feng He's very essence. Elder Feng, sensing the anomaly, hastened to the underground chamber, his countenance shifting to one of astonishment upon witnessing the immense cocoon. Despite his extensive experience in 8th-level civilization, he had never encountered such a phenomenon, and concern etched his features. Employing all available instruments, he found no peril within the chrysalis. Rather, Feng He was evolving at an unprecedented pace, akin to a butterfly poised to emerge from its cocoon. Elder Feng marveled at the silhouette discernible through the chrysalis. Recognizing the uniqueness of the situation, he lamented the extraordinary fortune bestowed upon the young master and, realizing the colossal energy demand, activated the reserve power supply to facilitate the chrysalis's absorption of energy. As time swiftly passed, dawn broke. After enduring Feng He's relentless advances throughout the night, both Eva and Karina awoke feeling sore, reluctant even to move their fingers. "Karina, why is that scoundrel's image all that lingers in my mind?" Eva lamented. Propping herself up, her enticing shoulders exposed to the air, her cheeks still flushed as her gaze, dreamy and unfocused, settled on Karina. "I cannot fathom it either. Since waking, his visage haunts my thoughts. How could I become so preoccupied with a man who violated me? It is disgraceful," Karina reflected, bitterness creeping into her heart as she recalled her former lover, slain by Feng He. With a self-deprecating smile, she rose from the bed, the covers slipping away and revealing her alluring form, sunlight flooding the room to reveal the many crimson marks adorning her fair skin. Stealing her trembling legs, she descended from the bed and drew back the partially opened curtains, allowing a brilliant beam of sunlight to pour in, prompting Eva to squint as she slowly rose and embraced Karina from behind. "We have been claimed by that man. Our families will no longer accept us. Where do we truly belong?" Eva sighed, contemplating their family strictures. "I will kill that man. Absolutely," Karina declared, her resolve firm. After a moment of silence, both women felt the fiery ache in their lower bodies. A fierce determination flickered in Eva's eyes as she gritted her teeth, vowing, no matter the cost, "I will make him pay for his actions last night. We are no match for him. Merely regaining our freedom would be a victory," Karina replied, trembling at the thought of Feng He's inhuman stamina. "Karina, we cannot surrender. Even the mightiest have weaknesses, and in this world, there are many stronger than him. Additionally, my Melon family possesses artifacts from ancient ruins capable of obliterating him," Eva asserted, releasing her embrace and turning to meet Karina's gaze with fierce determination. "Indeed," Karina replied, her eyes shimmering with newfound hope. "First, we must earn his trust, relinquishing our dignity to please him. Once we have secured his confidence, and he believes we have submitted, we shall strike decisively. Eva whispered conspiratorially in Karina's ear, unaware that her moment of submission had already planted the seeds of servitude within her heart. Especially now, as she and Feng He were entwined, having accepted his very essence, they bore his mark at a genetic level, destined to become irrevocably loyal subordinates. Had it not been for the suppression ring around their necks, they would have been irrevocably transformed. Chapter 82. Viral Outbreak. The two young ladies. Breakfast has been prepared. Eva and Karina descended the staircase, greeted by the smiling butler, who softly addressed them. The dining table was laden with a sumptuous spread. In the butler's eyes, irrespective of the countries Eva and Karina hailed from or the factions they had once pledged allegiance to, any woman favored by Feng He, who had established a marital bond with him, was considered his. "Who are you?" Eva inquired, noticing a frown on the butler's brow. An inexplicable sense of foreboding washed over her as she sensed an unparalleled pressure emanating from him, stronger than that exerted by Feng He. "I am the young master's butler. You may call me Feng Lao," he replied with a smile, pulling out chairs for the two ladies. As they sat before the lavish breakfast, a conflict brewed within them, torn between the desire to eat and the uncertainty of doing so. "Where's that man?" After a brief silence, Karina asked. "He's gone out," Eva responded, her brow furrowing, a click of annoyance escaping her lips as her gaze flickered, her expression wavering. "Yes," Feng Lao confirmed before leaving the dining room. "Karina, this is our opportunity," Eva whispered as Feng Lao vanished from sight. "What opportunity?" Karina asked, puzzled. "But we are already captives. Will our family still believe in us?" Karina's eyes lit up momentarily before dimming with concern. "They will. We still possess value. That detestable man desires our bodies, which serves as our greatest weapon. As long as we remain close to him, our family will do everything in their power to assist us. After all, he poses a significant threat to the United States and those families," Eva asserted with conviction. "Indeed, there is no better opportunity to assassinate Feng He than from the bed of his closest confidant. Those who wish to harm him must recognize this, and will not let such an opportunity slip away." The two exchanged glances, slowly consuming their breakfast. Seizing the moment while Feng Lao tidied the table, Eva inquired, "Feng Lao, may we have a computer to shop for some clothing online?" "Karina, keep a lookout. If anyone approaches, let me know immediately," Eva instructed as she removed a small chip from her watch, casually taking a USB drive, dismantling and reassembling it before connecting it to the computer's USB port. The screen flickered with a dazzling array of codes, and moments later, it dimmed, revealing a stark black page with a solitary video window. Meanwhile, across the ocean in the United States, Carl Mellon, the patriarch of the Mellon family and Eva's father, sat in his study, enveloped in cigar smoke. Suddenly, the computer before him lit up, and a video window popped open. Carl's eyes gleamed with urgency as he connected, revealing Eva clad in a maid's outfit. "Eva, are you all right? What are you wearing?" Carl asked, concern etched on his face. "Father, as a female captive, do you think I would be unharmed? I am no longer pure. As you can see, this device suppresses my powers and physique, rendering me weaker than an ordinary person. At the mercy of others," Eva replied, her gaze darkening as she pointed to the suppression ring around her neck. "Is that truly the case?" Carl paused, momentarily stunned, before asking with hope, "What about the others?" "They're dead. That loathsome Feng He killed them all. Only Karina and I have survived, but as you see, we have become captives, mere playthings for Feng He." A deep-seated hatred marred her features, and a glint of murderous intent flashed in her eyes as she gritted her teeth. Addressing Carl, "Feng He desires Karina and me for our bodies. I will feign submission to gain his trust. Father, I need you to send me a vial of poison. I intend to send him to hell myself. As long as Feng He lives, his twin group will forever loom over us, and the Mellon family will never see the light of day again, perhaps even crumbling under the shadow of the twin group." "Very well, I can provide it. But how can you ensure its safe delivery while in enemy territory?" Carl contemplated for a moment before decisively stating, "I will use my Amazon account to purchase clothing, snacks, and other items. You will swiftly set up an online shop to conceal the poison. Once I place the order, dispatch someone disguised as a courier to deliver it. It must be quick. That man has just left the villa, leaving only the butler behind." "Understood. I will send my loyal assassins to you immediately. Stay vigilant. Additionally, for safety's sake, I will send several types of poison to apply to your lips, chest, and intimate areas. If Feng He makes any intimate contact, he will meet his demise without a trace. Agreed. A fierce glint flashed in Eva's eyes as she acknowledged and then disconnected the video. Removing the USB drive and restoring the desktop, she opened her browser, logged into Amazon, accessed the Mellon family store, and ordered the concealed deadly items. Across the ocean, upon receiving the order, the Mellon family quickly forged a courier service, dispatching their most loyal brainwashed assassins to pose as delivery personnel, boarding the fastest flight to Huagua. On the morning of November 19, 2020, the Mellon family's assassins disembarked from the plane at their stronghold in Modu. As Eva's packages began to arrive, the assassins, masquerading as couriers, proceeded to Feng He's villa to deliver the concealed poison-laden package to Eva, inscribing a secret code in her palm. Chapter 83. A simple and brutal method, how intriguing, yet poisonous. Elder Feng observed Eva as she ascended the staircase. His eyelids lowered and a smirk gracing his lips as his gaze shifted towards the basement, where a glint of brilliance sparkled in his eyes. The entire web of the world's networks lay under Elder Feng's control. Yesterday, Eva's video call with her father was seamlessly transmitted to Elder Feng by the artificial intelligence of the Dragon Empire beneath the Pacific Ocean. Every action they took was under his vigilant surveillance. Eva received a package containing a deadly poison as she entered the villa, and the detectors of the Gemini civilization began their work, meticulously analyzing the lethal substance in her hands. This poison was indeed fascinating. It was a cytotoxin that directly dismantled cellular structures, capable of exterminating foes at the cellular level. This was a genetic toxin, specifically lethal to males. How intriguing. A stream of information flooded his mind, and Elder Feng broke into a smile, murmuring softly. Eva had procured 3 types of poison. The first and most potent was a deadly toxin obtained by the Mellon family from ancient ruins. This poison could devastate the human body at the cellular level, requiring merely a milligram to obliterate an S-class, imperial, supernatural being, with no antidote to counteract its effects. Encountering it meant certain death. The second was a peculiar toxin that, when applied to a woman's most intimate areas, posed no threat to females, but would only affect those with a Y chromosome, i.e., males. It would spread from the point of contact throughout the male's body, ultimately converging on the heart, disrupting its function and leading to sudden cardiac death akin to a heart attack. The third was a colorless, odorless poison that, when applied to the skin after consuming its antidote, would be rendered harmless. However, upon contact with the skin of an individual coated with this toxin, it would swiftly penetrate the skin and invade the bloodstream, accumulating in the brain and resulting in fatal consequences similar to a cerebral hemorrhage. These 3 poisons were lethal to ordinary individuals and even to most supernatural beings, yet for Feng He, they merely posed a moderate danger. As long as Feng He successfully merged the powers of time and space, even the most formidable poisons would prove ineffective. "Father, I have retrieved the items," Eva declared, removing a coat from the box and tearing open a compartment to reveal 3 small vials, excitement gleaming in her eyes. "Eva, take heed. The smallest vial contains the most potent poison, capable of killing an S-class supernatural being with just 1 milligram. Exercise utmost caution, ensuring that Feng He ingests it directly. The white powder is the latest male-targeted toxin, which only becomes harmful upon contact with female bodily fluids. It must be applied to intimate areas, ensuring Feng He touches you. He will succumb within 3 minutes. The third, a colorless liquid, can penetrate the skin and enter the bloodstream, accumulating in the brain and causing a brain hemorrhage. Simply apply it to your skin, and after mere 10 minutes of contact, it will be lethal. However, this toxin is a double-edged sword. You must take the antidote beforehand, or you too will be poisoned." Carl suppressed his overwhelming excitement as he cautioned Eva in a low voice. "Understood." Eva's eyes flickered with determination as she softly murmured, "Feng He, your time of demise approaches swiftly." "Very well, Eva, sever all communications. Do not contact anyone until you have succeeded to avoid detection. Remember, act with caution and ensure you have absolute confidence in your strike before proceeding." "Yes." With that, Carl ended the communication, and Eva concealed the modified USB drive. Time passed, and soon another day had elapsed. On November 20th, 2020, shortly after 6 in the evening, the luminous cocoon in the villa's basement began to tremble violently, its glow flickering with considerable commotion. Elder Feng, noticing the disturbance, hurried to the basement and activated the spatial isolation device. sealing the area off so that no external forces could perceive any upheaval. Crack, crack, crack. Just as Elder Feng initiated the spatial isolation, the luminous cocoon began to fracture, resembling a shattered egg as pieces fell to the floor. The remnants of the cocoon transformed into radiant beams of light, shooting towards the central figure of Feng He, enveloping the entire basement in a kaleidoscope of vibrant hues. As the brilliance subsided, an enchanting silhouette emerged. Her silver hair cascaded to her waist, gently swaying, while her porcelain skin radiated a soft flush. With a statuesque figure, including high curves and shapely legs, her delicate feet captivated all who beheld her. Her exquisite visage, adorned with finely sculpted features, housed silver pupils that reflected a serene indifference, possessing a noble and ethereal allure. Has it transformed again? How bothersome, Feng He thought, glancing down at his altered form. As a man, he detested the notion of being rendered female. Chapter 84. The spatial energy beneath the sea. At this moment, Old Wind softly called out, handing a robe to Feng He. Feng He swiftly donned the robe, securing it at his waist, concealing his perfect physique as he slowly approached the center of the basement. Ziz. Standing at the basement's heart, Feng He extended his hands before him, a flicker of thought igniting a storm of thunder within his palms. However, this thunder was markedly different from what had preceded it. Previously, Feng He had wielded a silver lightning, a distinct force capable of striking elemental beings even without spiritual energy, inflicting tremendous damage. The silver lightning harbored a formidable destructive power, reducing whatever it struck to mere dust, vanishing without a trace. Now, however, Feng He's lightning had transformed into a pristine white, devoid of any impurities, appearing utterly gentle and devoid of destructive capability. Why did this white lightning evoke no sense of threat? Had the young master's evolution faltered? Old Wind observed the white lightning in Feng He's hands. Furrowing his brow in grave contemplation, he sensed no threat emanating from it, as if this white lightning possessed no capacity for destruction. A far cry from the previous silver lightning. If the silver lightning felt akin to a nuclear bomb, the white lightning resembled a cold weapon, utterly innocuous. No threat. Old Wind, you are mistaken. This white lightning surpasses the silver in might. It embodies the most potent lightning in this universe. Feng He, unfazed by Old Wind's doubts, maintained a calm demeanor, yet his eyes sparkled with euphoric delight. With that, Feng He, noticing Old Wind's disbelief, thought it futile to merely speak of it. He flicked his right index finger, unleashing a white lightning bolt the size of an earthworm, which shot forth and struck a nearby metal box. Ziz. Upon impact, the white lightning enveloped the metal box, expanding instantaneously, and within a heartbeat, the box vanished without a trace, leaving no remnants behind. It has disappeared, completely vanished. How is this possible? Old Wind was astounded, his heart racing as he exclaimed in disbelief. This was utterly inconceivable. No force in existence could entirely obliterate an object. It could only transform it into another state, such as reducing a living being to dust, which would still persist. What astonished Old Wind was that Feng He's strike had wholly erased the metal box's existence, not leaving even an atom behind, defying the laws of the universe. This is the power of time and space. Observing Old Wind's astonishment, Feng He couldn't help but smile radiantly. The power of time and space. Did that last strike truly erase the box from both time and space? If so, it was beyond comprehension. Feng Luan, hearing this, widened his eyes, staring at the white lightning in Feng He's hand with fervent admiration. This is simply too extraordinary. Old Wind gazed at Feng He, his eyes gleaming with brilliance, his tone filled with excitement. No entity in the universe has ever combined the powers of time and space. Young master, you are truly unprecedented. Then, having grown weary of testing his temporal abilities, Feng He began to explore his spatial powers. Imagining Old Wind before him, he blinked and instantly appeared right in front of him, startling him. With the thought of the villa's entrance, he vanished again, reappearing there in an instant. He envisioned the Dragon Empire and promptly materialized within its confines. He then thought of the United States and Japan, yet found himself unable to teleport there. This is instantaneous movement. As long as one has previously been to a location, they can reappear there instantly. However, an unvisited place on Earth remains inaccessible unless it lies within the range of one's perception. Returning to the basement, Feng He extended his right hand, which passed through the fabric of space, creating ripples akin to those on the surface of water. Soon, a circular portal manifested, revealing a realm entirely detached from reality, gray and devoid of any objects. The portal was veiled by a thin membrane, segregating the two worlds. Feng He casually tossed a pin into the void and sealed the portal. Upon reopening it in another direction, the space appeared identical to before, with the pin suspended in midair, unmoving, maintaining the exact posture it had before. How fascinating. This equates to possessing a personal space, a delightful prospect. Satisfied, Feng He closed the alternate dimension, recalling the realm Eva had drawn him into. With a flick of thought, the basement's space fractured inch by inch, allowing Feng He and Old Wind to enter that alternate world, where they could observe everything outside, save for living beings. Everything else mirrored the real world. Yet within this mirrored realm, even if an object were shattered, it would not affect its counterpart in the reality outside. They were entirely independent realms. Regrettably, the ice-type abilities replicated from Su Yenshan had been devoured by the time abilities, or else he would have achieved the prowess of a four-element wielder. Feng He tested the abilities he now commanded, letting out a slight sigh. Though his tone held a trace of melancholy, his eyes shimmered with wild elation. Chapter 85. Arrival at the Empire of Duskmaster Feng. What is today's date? Feng He inquired, suppressing his extraordinary abilities as he addressed Elder Feng. November 20th. Has 3 days already passed? What has become of those two women? Feng He murmured, suddenly posing the question. Poison? Intriguing, but alas, you have encountered me. Upon hearing this, a peculiar smile graced Feng He's lips as he declared, I am quite curious to see how they intend to administer the poison. By the way, Elder Feng, how are my parents faring? The master and madam are both in excellent health. True to their former strength, they have already managed to harness the full power of their battle armor within just 3 days. Moreover, thanks to the armor's repair, their hidden injuries are gradually healing. Although the process is slow, it is expected to improve with the armor's self-evolution. That is reassuring. Upon hearing of his parents' well-being, Feng He exhaled in relief and turned to ascend the stairs. Oh, Elder Feng, do you possess a Gemini lock? I would rather not unleash my powers indiscriminately upon encountering a woman. Having taken a few steps, Feng He suddenly recalled an important matter and directed his question to Elder Feng. The Gemini lock, a device capable of sealing the extraordinary genetic abilities of Gemini beings, prevents any leakage. This lock emits a unique energy that suppresses the replication abilities within the cells of Gemini individuals. With a Gemini lock in place, even during intimate encounters, one's powers remain contained, which also implies that replication of another's abilities is not possible. Developed by Gemini civilization to safeguard their kind's supernatural abilities from exposure. The Gemini lock is compact and can take various forms, including rings, earrings, and bracelets. The most common is the implanted version, as it provides effective protection of one's genetic abilities even if captured by other civilizations. Feng He, a staunch advocate of unencumbered encounters, was delighted to remember that such a remarkable device existed within Gemini technology, allowing him to indulge without hesitation. Indeed, the Gemini lock is straightforward to manufacture. Even a civilization as primitive as Earth can procure the necessary materials, Elder Feng affirmed, nodding as he retrieved a small box from his spatial device and handed it to Feng He. Upon receiving the box, Feng He opened it to reveal a ring-shaped Gemini lock. He placed the lock on his left pinky finger and proceeded to the upper floor. Bang! Just as the two were seated on the bed discussing matters, Feng He burst through the door with a swagger, startling both women. Eva and Karina, upon seeing Feng He in his robe, exchanged surprised glances, quickly masking their initial discomfort. Come and serve me, or you shall know the consequences, Feng He declared as he plopped down onto the sofa, a mischievous glint in his eyes. His robust physique was partially concealed by the loose robe, provoking a mix of anger and resentment in the two women. However, recalling their scheme, Eva and Karina immediately approached Feng He, uncertain of how to proceed. Uncertain, are we? No matter, learn from the techniques in this video. As he spoke, Feng He manipulated his phone to project a video onto the expansive 72-inch television screen, revealing an exceedingly decadent scene. After a moment of silence, Eva steeled herself, shedding her robe to reveal her exquisite form, kneeling on the woolen rug. With trembling hands, she unfastened Feng He's clothing and bowed her head, commencing her task. Observing Eva's actions, Karina resolved her hesitation and similarly knelt to join in. Feng He reclined comfortably, relishing the service of two stunning beauties, his eyes narrowing in pleasure as he savored the transition from unfamiliarity to proficiency of their skilled tongues. That night, Eva and Karina emulated the techniques of their mentor, providing Feng He with an all-encompassing experience that left him yearning for more. Ultimately, he indulged in his desires until the dawn broke, releasing the unconscious Eva and Karina, embracing both as he succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, far away in the ancient ruins of Shenangjia, various clans, factions, and official extraordinary beings, all in pursuit of a remedy for the formidable warrior Sun Zhongshan, encountered a dire crisis. At that moment, numerous factions had sustained significant losses, their members battered yet exhilarated, for despite their casualties, they had unearthed invaluable relics of ancient civilization, sufficient to elevate their status. Although each individual had garnered substantial spoils, their primary objective remained elusive, and they placed their last hope on a vast, uncharted subterranean palace. Gathered before the entrance of the palace, no one dared to be the first to step inside, paralyzed by trepidation. This was the heart of the ruins, where the outer periphery had already claimed many, and it was easy to imagine the perils that lay within the final palace. No one wished to be the first to clear the path for others, potentially benefiting competitors. After deliberation, they decided to enter together, shunning the role of pioneers. A throng of individuals surged into the palace, only to be met with bewilderment upon crossing the threshold. Before them lay dozens of distinct entrances, arranged in a circular formation that enveloped them, leaving them uncertain of where the other openings might lead, save for the one from which they had entered. The extraordinary beings from various factions contemplated briefly, ultimately deciding that luck would dictate their fates. Each selected an appealing entrance and plunged inside, only to find themselves ensnared in a vast, treacherous labyrinth, fraught with peril. Chapter 86. A powerful backing in the City of Magic, the Lin and Su families, united by marriage, naturally acted in concert. The Lin family comprised Lin Shiv, the elder brother of Lin Shiyun, Lin Weihua, the eldest son, Su Yinshan's maternal uncle, Lin Shixiang, Lin Shiv's cousin, Lin Shiyun, the mother of Su Yinshan, Lin Xiu, the younger sister of Lin Shiyun, and Su Yinshan's maternal aunt, Lin Zizong. The eldest son of Lin Shiv, Lin Ziki, the only son of Lin Shixiang, and the Su family included Su Hua, the father of Su Yinshan. The head of the Lin family, and the patriarch of the Magic City clan, Su Jie, the eldest son of Su Hua's second uncle, Su Mingda, Su Ji, the second son of Su Hua's second uncle, Su Qing, the eldest son of Su Hua's third uncle, Su Mingfa, Su Yinjia, the only son of Su Jia, Su Yinyu, the only daughter of Su Ji, and Su Yanbing, the only son of Su Qing, totaling 13 individuals. Originally, there was another family with 13 assassins, but they had long perished in the perilous ancient ruins, leaving no trace behind. We had visited this place before. It seems we are trapped. Lin Shiv gazed at the markings he had left on the labyrinth walls, his expression darkening. The labyrinth was vast, with myriad forks, and both above and below were sealed off, leaving no choice but to advance or retreat. There were too many paths. Our supplies would only last a day and a half at most, making it impossible to try each route one by one. Su Hua, contemplating the supplies carried by everyone, felt a sinking sensation as he realized that with the current supply, they would be exhausted in a day and a half, and attempting to navigate through the labyrinth would take over 10 days. Upon hearing Su Hua's words, the group fell into a heavy silence, their expressions grim. "Darling, do you recognize the reliefs on the wall? They seem rather familiar." Suddenly, Lin Shiyun, glancing at the wall's reliefs, pointed and exclaimed towards Su Hua, awakening the previously silent group. Each person immediately directed their illumination toward the wall, revealing a series of eerily familiar reliefs. "Isn't this the temple we encountered before? Look, even the statues inside are identical." Lin Xiu, Lin Shiyun's sister, suddenly pointed at one relief and exclaimed, causing everyone to turn and confirm that it was indeed identical to the ancient temple they had previously encountered. "Indeed, it is that temple. Quickly, let us check the others for any familiarity." Su Hua's eyes gleamed as he encouraged the others to explore the remaining reliefs. These reliefs appeared one after another, distinct on each side, yet cycling in repetition. Among them, some depicted places they had traversed within the ancient ruins, while others were entirely unfamiliar. Out of the 32 reliefs, they recognized only 5, each location fraught with peril that could lead to their demise with a single misstep. I understand. I understand. Dad, Uncle, come look. After examining the reliefs for a long while, Lin Zitsong suddenly shouted with excitement, jolting the group and eliciting expressions of joy as they gathered around him. Zitsong, what have you discovered? Lin Shiv inquired, his face filled with anticipation. Well, Lin Zitsong nodded, pointing to one relief, if you observe closely. This relief differs slightly from those we encountered before. Each one features an inconspicuous symbol in the bottom right corner that is nearly imperceptible unless scrutinized. I noticed that each distinct relief corresponds to a different symbol, but at the junction of two paths. One relief has the same symbol, while the other differs from the previous one. As he spoke, Lin Zitsong selected the relief depicting the temple and approached the next fork, first turning right, only to find that the symbol corresponding to the temple relief was different. He then turned left and, indeed, found that the symbol matched the previous one. Confirming this, the group's eyes sparkled with realization as they quickly verified each relief, uncovering a thought-provoking pattern. The symbol corresponding to one relief was on the left, while the adjacent relief bore the opposite symbol. Each passageway featured 16 reliefs on either side, facing the direction of advance, with the first matching symbol on the left and the first differing symbol on the right, continuing in this alternating manner until the last relief at the fork was the exact opposite of the first. Dad, do you think it could be this way? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Zitsong suggested, if we start here and choose left first, it would be left then right. If we choose right first, it would be right then left. That makes sense. It is worth trying. After pondering Lin Zitsong's proposal, Lin Shiv nodded and addressed the group. Let us follow Zitsong's method and proceed to the right. Lin Zitsong stepped forward and gently pressed the relief, causing it to dim while the wall's relief illuminated with a white glow. Next to it appeared a light screen reminiscent of a modern computer interface, displaying content identical to the relief, albeit with 9 additional options beside the symbols. It seems that as long as we can solve the issues posed by this ancient civilization, we can surpass this first trial. Lin Shiv sighed with a slight sense of relief as he regarded the light screen, though his expression remained serious as he turned to Lin Shiyun and inquired, Shiyun, have you deciphered the text? I've deciphered part of it. This should be the numerals of an ancient civilization corresponding to our modern 1 through 9. The problem on this screen appears to be a Sudoku puzzle. But this Sudoku is more complex than any we have encountered before. Even without the aid of a computer, it would take me several days to solve, she replied. Chapter 87, Spatial Fragmentation Device, is currently being typed. Please hold on for a moment. Once the content is updated, kindly refresh the page to obtain the latest updates. Chapter 88, the final battle begins at this moment. Lin Zitsong diligently transcribed the 9 ancient civilization numbers and addressed the crowd. All right, Zitsong, give it a try. Lin Shiwu nodded in approval. Among their group, Lin Zitsong was exceptionally intelligent, possessing the highest IQ. Encouraged by his father's nod, Lin Zitsong stepped forward, gazing at the luminous screen. With a gentle touch of his finger, it felt as if he had pressed a real display, smooth and cold to the touch. What advanced technology! This screen has a tangible presence. How is that possible? Beside him, Lin Shiyun also reached out, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, yearning to explore the screen in detail. But recognizing that this was not the time for investigation, she sighed. This technology is far beyond our understanding. The ancient civilization is truly formidable. Indeed, the ancient era, before humanity's birth, is utterly enchanting. It not only birthed countless formidable beings, but also advanced scientific marvels. When will humanity ever catch up to them? Su Hua, as an official, possessed more knowledge than the average person and couldn't help but express his sentiment. His gaze fixed on Lin Zitsong. At that moment, Lin Zitsong became the focal point of attention, as everyone awaited his solution to this ancient civilization's super Sudoku. As Lin Zitsong studied the numbers on the screen, his mind raced, calculating possibilities at a speed comparable to a computer. Time passed swiftly, and an hour later, Lin Zitsong's eyes lit up. His hands moved swiftly across the screen, filling in the blanks. Suddenly, the screen erupted with brilliance, illuminating the entire passageway while the ground trembled slightly. With a resounding crash, a seamless wall ahead split open, revealing a grand door before them. Under the dim lighting, a straight staircase leading further down became visible. Let's go, Lin Shiwu exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he was the first to descend. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the long staircase, and soon they arrived in a vast chamber, where the beam of their flashlights revealed an empty expanse devoid of any objects. A low growl from the darkness suddenly resonated, causing Lin Shiwu and the others to change their expressions, instinctively huddling together, warily scanning their surroundings. The sound of footsteps grew louder, and the group wore expressions of unprecedented seriousness as a massive beast emerged from the shadows, locking its gaze onto Lin Shiwu and the others. The colossal creature stood a towering 2 meters tall, resembling a tiger with striking yellow fur adorned with vivid stripes. However, unlike a regular tiger, this beast possessed 2 sharp fangs reminiscent of a saber-toothed tiger, dripping foul-smelling saliva onto the ground, making the onlookers' pupils constrict. Upon closer inspection, they noticed the beast had 4 eyes, fixated intensely on Lin Shiwu and Su Hua, causing beads of cold sweat to trickle down their brows, their expressions grave. The sight of flames erupting from the creature's back only amplified their fear. How is this possible? This ancient relic has been sealed for at least 30 million years. How can there still be living creatures? Lin Shiyun gasped, her beautiful eyes wide in shock. Analysis indicated that this chamber had remained unopened for at least 30 million years, rendering the existence of any living beings improbable. Yet, here stood a living flame beast before them, leaving everyone in astonishment. As the flame beast drooled, its ordinary saliva transformed into molten lava, dripping onto the ground and creating small craters, eliciting alarmed expressions from Lin Shiwu and the others. Goodness, this tiger's saliva is made of lava, Su Yinjie exclaimed, observing the small skeletons on the ground. Lin Ziki rolled her eyes in exasperation, as if to say, seriously, this is not the time for sarcasm. Look at the situation. This is a life or death matter. Suddenly, the flame beast let out a thunderous roar, opening its cavernous mouth as a torrent of crimson flames surged towards Lin Shiwu and the others. Not good, as the heat radiated from the flames, particularly the energy contained within. Su Hua was taken aback, shouting urgently as a chilling aura enveloped him. A thick ice wall surged upward to intercept the raging flames. The impact of the crimson flames against the ice wall produced a thunderous sound, the searing heat distorting the surrounding air. The ice wall began to crack and melt, the flames transforming it into steam that permeated the air. What formidable flames! Su Hua and Lin Shiwu, the 2 strongest among the group, were both astonished by the scene. It was known that Su Hua was a level-worthy ability user, on the brink of ascending to the rank of a king-level ability user, with combat strength comparable to that of a typical king-level user. His ice was extraordinarily cold, nearly reaching -160 degrees Celsius, and as hard as steel. Yet, the flame beast's fire could effortlessly melt Su Hua's ice, converting it into scalding steam, leaving both Su Hua and Lin Shiwu, who understood Su Hua's prowess, in utter disbelief. Unprecedented. This was the first encounter with a living ferocious beast within an ancient relic, and it was a creature capable of wielding flames. Su Hua's expression darkened as he assessed the flame beast. Experience indicated that living creatures within ancient relics were exceedingly rare, if any existed at all. They were typically mere insects or viruses. The appearance of a living, ferocious beast, let alone one that could manipulate fire, was unheard of. We must take the initiative. That beast is formidable and possesses abilities that counter ours. We need to go all out. Lin Shiwu commanded as he manipulated the water to ensnare the beast within a massive water sphere, shouting to Su Hua, "Hurry, freeze it." Understood. Before Lin Shiwu could finish, Su Hua extended his hands, sending an ice pillar horizontally into the water sphere. The frigid air instantly froze the massive water sphere, encasing the flame beast in ice. As the enormous ice sphere crashed to the ground, the flame beast remained imprisoned within, its flames still burning fiercely while the ice melted from the inside out. Chapter 89. The Decision of the Wind. With a fierce roar, the colossal flame beast broke free from the combined attack of Lin Shiv and Su Hua, transforming into a crimson lightning bolt that charged towards Su Hua. The beast raised its right claw, extending its dark, sharp talons, enveloped in blazing flames, aiming to seize Su Hua. An ominous feeling washed over Su Hua as he realized the beast's incredible speed. Even Lin Shiv had not reacted in time. As the fiery claw approached, Su Hua's face paled, and he swiftly unleashed his powers, conjuring a thick ice wall that rose from the ground to shield him. With a thunderous crash, the massive collision echoed as the ice wall began to crack, a large hole instantly melting through where the beast's fiery claw struck with concentrated force. Shards of ice flew in all directions, landing with a series of crisp sounds. In Su Hua's horrified gaze, the claw of the flame beast tore through the ice wall and struck him directly. At that critical moment, he formed a thick layer of ice around himself. The outermost layer adorned with shimmering silver lightning, yet he was still brutally hit. With a dull thud, Su Hua was sent flying, tumbling across the ground, which cracked beneath him, tossing fragments of earth into the air. A deep imprint scorched into his chest, resembling a brand, filled the air with the acrid scent of charred flesh. "Old Su," Lin Shiv exclaimed, shocked, as streams of water appeared out of nowhere, swirling around him and coalescing into sharp jets resembling high-pressure hoses that aimed for the beast's head. The high-pressure jets struck the flame beast, producing a sizzling sound as white vapor enveloped the air. The beast howled in pain, revealing several spots on its head, exposing skin that looked like solidified lava. Effective. Lin Shiv's eyes brightened at the sight, but his joy was short-lived as the flame beast's fiery tail swept through the air, knocking him back violently. He crashed to the ground, expelling a mouthful of blood from the crushing impact, a charred whip mark searing into his chest, emitting a pungent aroma. Vile creature. Su Hua emerged from the ground, fury etched on his face as he roared at the flame beast, transforming into a blur as he charged forward. In a flash, he appeared above the beast, his right hand clenched into a fist, where cold ice formed a massive punch, shrouded in dark energy. With a powerful swing, the icy fist struck the beast's chin, sending it flying. The flame beast was hurled through the air, its chin emitting plumes of steam as the flames receded, revealing its cold, solidified skin. It landed heavily on the ground with a thunderous crash, shaking the earth and raising a cloud of dust. Die. Lin Shiv, rising from the crater, felt the searing pain in his chest, his face twisted in rage. He summoned a colossal water dragon, cloaked in energy and transformed into an impenetrable black hue. With a fierce gesture, the dragon roared and engulfed the flame beast. The beast instinctively felt a surge of dread at the sight of the water dragon. As it was consumed, its flames intensified, evaporating the surrounding water in an instant. Altogether, Lin Shiv maintained his stance, continuously generating streams of water that cascaded upon the flame beast, sweat beading on his forehead as he commanded. Behind him, the members of the Lin family, Lin Shixiang, Lin Shiyun, Lin Xiu, and Lin Ziki, who possessed water abilities, stepped forward, channeling their powers. Streams of water cascaded down like waterfalls. The flame beast roared, sensing the sudden increase in water flow. Its flames blazed even brighter, resembling a miniature sun that vaporized the water around it. Now is the time. Do not hold back. Let our ice send that beast to hell. Su Hua's eyes gleamed as he bellowed, initiating the offensive. 2 ice tigers, equal in size to the flame beast, materialized beside him, shimmering with dark energy. The tigers roared and charged, their claws raking across the beast's form, their jaws snapping at its flesh. Though the ice claws melted rapidly, transforming into white vapor, it was too late. The hardened ice pierced the flame beast's body, releasing lava-like blood. The other members of the Su family, including Su Jie, Su Ji, Su Qing, Su Yanjia, Su Yanyu, Su Yambing, and Lin Zizong, who had replicated ice abilities, joined the fray, shaping their ice into lions, wolves, leopards, and eagles, launching a spectacular assault on the flame beast. As the ice constructs tore into the beast, it emitted agonized roars, its flesh being shredded, blood cascading onto the ground, leaving gaping wounds. With another roar, the flame beast swept its tail, shattering the icy constructs, unleashing a torrent of fiery breath that surged towards Lin Shiv and his allies. A resounding explosion echoed as the fireball detonated, vaporizing the energy-infused dark water in its path, erupting in a shower of flaming debris that rained down like a meteor shower. Scatter! Lin Shiv and Su Hua shouted in unison, hastily dodging the incoming fireballs. The ground trembled as the volleyball-sized fireballs exploded upon impact, creating deep craters reminiscent of meteor strikes. The sheer force was enough to severely injure Lin Shiv and Su Hua, let alone the lesser-skilled Lin Zizong and others, who would be gravely harmed or even perish upon contact. Seizing the moment while Lin Shiv and Su Hua dodged the fireballs, the flame beast dashed forward, transforming into a bolt of red lightning as it charged towards them. Recognizing their threat, the beast fixated on them while launching fiery projectiles towards the other combatants. Chapter 90. The Battle of Nok Pismark, Get Back. Su Hua shouted to Lin Shiyun and the others, a chilling aura emanating from him as icy spikes erupted from beneath the fiery beast. With a furious roar, the fire beast retaliated, unleashing a scarlet fireball. The impact echoed as the fireball collided with Su Hua's ice wall, causing it to crack and shatter, sending shards flying. A wave of tumultuous energy surged outward, igniting bursts of flame that cascaded to the ground like brilliant fireworks. Take this. Seizing the moment while the fire beast's attention was diverted, Lin Shiwu clenched his fist, conjuring a water-formed arm in the air that mimicked his movements perfectly. With a powerful swing, he struck the fire beast into the ground. Cracks spiderwebbed from beneath the beast, resembling an intricate web. The fire beast howled in agony as the water-infused punch struck, extinguishing the flames on its back and revealing its charred, lava-like skin. It rolled away and retreated several steps, reigniting its flames while eyeing Su Hua and Lin Shiwu warily. Exchanging glances, Su Hua and Lin Shiwu charged forward. The fire beast, sensing their approach, glared with ferocity as it propelled itself forward like a fireball. The collision between Su Hua, Lin Shiwu, and the fire beast was thunderous, sending shockwaves that rippled outward. The ground beneath them fractured under the force, stones lifting and shattering, creating numerous holes in the underground space. Su Hua and Lin Shiwu were propelled back, leaving deep footprints in the surface as they halted. The fire beast too was hurled back, landing heavily after a somersault. Regaining their footing, both sides rushed towards each other once more. The fire beast, engulfed in flames, particularly its claws and tail, melted the ground into a molten pool, transforming the battlefield into a sea of red lava that radiated a terrifying heat, causing those nearby to pale in fear. It was evident this battle was beyond their ability to intervene, relegating them to offering minor assistance to Su Hua and Lin Shiwu. As the conflict intensified, Su Hua and Lin Shiwu suffered numerous burns from the searing flames, their clothing tattered and disheveled. The fire beast bore visible wounds from their water and ice attacks, indicating their efforts were effectively weakening its power. With 3 resounding thuds, they were sent hurtling backwards, tumbling across the ground. Su Hua clawed at the earth, slowing his backward momentum, while Lin Shiwu, scorched and grimacing, managed to regain his balance after a few rolls, fixing a steely gaze upon the rising fire beast. "What's that?" Lin Shiyun, who had been observing, suddenly exclaimed, pointing at a fleeting red crystal-like object beneath the fire beast's neck. "Hurry, look at what's on its neck." Su Hua and Lin Shiwu turned their attention to the fire beast's neck, obscured by flames. Believing in his sister's observation, Lin Shiwu acted swiftly, sending a stream of water to douse the flames, revealing the red crystal. "Distract that beast with your strongest moves. Su and I will deliver the final blow," he commanded, soaring into the air, conjuring water whips that ensnared the fire beast's limbs, neck, and tail, firmly binding it. With its limbs restrained, the fire beast roared in defiance, revealing an expression of sheer terror as it struggled against Lin Shiwu's hold. "Su, remove that red crystal from its neck. If necessary, destroy it." Lin Shiwu, drenched in sweat, urged Su Hua, realizing the difficulty of restraining the beast. "Understood," Su Hua acknowledged, rushing towards the fire beast. Taking advantage of its entrapment, he enveloped his right hand in frost and thrust it into the fire beast's neck, dislodging the red crystal. With a mournful howl, the fire beast's flames were drawn into the crystal, its massive form gradually losing vitality, transforming into a colossal statue seemingly carved from solidified lava. The stone beast cracked and crumbled, dust swirling in the air. "Indeed, this red crystal is the core of the monster," Lin Shiyun exclaimed, her eyes alight with excitement as she rushed to Su Hua's side, examining the crystal closely. "Incredible! What is this substance? How can it bestow life and such extraordinary power? This could propel our families and the entire nation to unprecedented heights," she mused, her fervor evident as she longed to delve into research. Were it not for the pressing circumstances, the others, overwhelmed by the events, sank to the ground, resting without pretense. Chapter 91. The wind's intervention. What constitutes this crimson crystal, imbued with such formidable power that it can bestow life upon inanimate objects? Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Lin Shiyun retrieved a rudimentary analyzer and directed it at the red crystal, yet yielded no results. She could not even discern its composition. With a resigned sigh, she put away the device and gazed at the crimson gem. Even the most brilliant of scientists, like Lin Shiyun, cannot decipher the nature of the red crystal without advanced equipment. The truth is, even the most sophisticated instruments on Earth would struggle to analyze it. For this red crystal is a relic from the ancient Third Era, beyond the reach of contemporary technology. This is a remarkable find. I believe that with a suitable vessel, we could potentially revive that fiery creature. However, the only drawback is the uncertainty of whether the beast would heed our commands. If it harbors the same animosity towards us, it would be better left untouched, Su Hua remarked, casting a wistful glance at Lin Shiyun, who seemed utterly absorbed in the red crystal. As Lin Shiyun's husband, he felt a pang of jealousy. After sustaining injuries in battle, he was astonished that his wife had so quickly forgotten him. Offering only a bottle of healing medicine without a word of concern, her focus solely on the alluring crystal. All right, let us proceed. Su Hua eventually announced after an hour had passed, the group's strength returning to a semblance of normalcy. Lin Shirwang, his wounds healing, stood and moved towards the front door. Su Hua followed suit, calling out as the others hurried to keep pace. Upon reaching the entrance leading to the lower level, Su Hua and Lin Shirwang inhaled deeply. Approaching the tightly shut door, with a synchronized effort, they pushed against it, straining to open it. Creak. The door, having remained unopened for millions of years, emitted a shrill sound as rusted hinges protested against the force. As it swung open, a pitch-black corridor was revealed. Suddenly, the ceiling of the corridor illuminated, transforming it into a realm of blinding brightness, reminiscent of day. Let us go, Su Hua urged, as the dust settled from the door's opening. He cautiously stepped inside, remaining vigilant for potential traps. Having suffered losses from traps in other parts of the ruins, they approached with trepidation, fearing that any misstep might trigger hidden mechanisms. Yet, to their astonishment, the corridor bore no traps. The only defenses had long since diminished, rendered ineffective by the passage of time. At the corridor's end stood a grand door, resplendent in its sci-fi aesthetics, gleaming white with barely perceptible seams. To the right lay a small black screen, devoid of color, indicating that the door's power system had failed. We must proceed manually. Zitsong, retreat a bit. None can ascertain what lies beyond this door, Lin Shirwang instructed, signaling for them to step back while he and Su Hua braced themselves, muscles taut, to force the door open. With a forceful heave, the door yielded to their strength, and the room within burst to life with light. Lin Shiyun's eyes sparkled with delight as she rushed forward, mesmerized by the laboratory's layout. The room was filled with an array of instruments previously only imagined in science fiction, particularly rows of incubation chambers filled with vibrant liquids, reds, blues, and more, each housing a crystalline entity. Lin Shiyun approached the chambers, her heart racing with excitement. Upon closer inspection, she noticed fine, almost invisible threads connecting the crystals. And to her astonishment, the monitors beneath each chamber were operational, indicating that the incubation process was still underway. Incredible! After 30 million years, this underground palace still possesses energy. How is this possible? Lin Shiyun marveled, while Su Hua, Lin Shirwang, and the others looked on in disbelief. However, the instruments were far too large for her to transport single-handedly. She resolved to explore the ruins further before arranging for a military team to retrieve them. Suddenly, a small metallic shard caught Su Hua's eye on a nearby workstation. What is this? He exclaimed, drawing the attention of the others. As he reached for the metallic piece, it emitted a radiant light, projecting a system unlike any current operating systems onto a display screen. This system featured a singular icon resembling a notepad, yet its capabilities were far superior, enabling video recording and efficient operation. This appears to be a diary of a researcher from the ancient Third Era, chronicling their daily experiences, complete with textual and video entries. Lin Shiyun leaned closer, examining the characters from the Third Era, her brow furrowing as she began to decipher them. The ancient texts encountered here had already been sent to the capital, where historians and linguists were engaged in their translation. Fortune favored the diligent. Most characters had been successfully interpreted and relayed to the official personnel within the ruins, including Su Hua and Lin Shiyun. While Lin Shiyun focused on the translations, the others began to wander. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from a corner, causing Su Yinyu to pale as she gazed at something in horror. Responding swiftly to her cry, Su Hua and Lin Shiwang rushed over, only to be met with a sight that sent chills down their spines. There lay a skeleton from the ancient Third Era, remarkably well-preserved, akin to a mummy, save for the desiccation of moisture. This was a priceless treasure, the sole specimen for studying the genetics of humanity from the ancient Third Era, truly invaluable. Chapter 92. Logan takes action. This is the remains of an ancient civilization's humanity, truly astonishing. After 30 million years, it remains in such remarkable condition. Lin Shiyun bent down, gazing at the remains in awe, exclaiming, having explored numerous ancient relics, this is the first time I have encountered the remains of ancient humans. They are invaluable. We must ensure that nothing goes amiss. Indeed, this corpse could bestow unimaginable wealth upon us. Regardless of the circumstances, we must not allow it to be harmed and must safeguard it diligently, ensuring that it does not fall into the hands of others. Su Hua, as the head of the Yin group in the Demon City, understood the significance of these ancient remains, his expression grave as he spoke. During the era of ancient civilization, humanity was extraordinarily powerful, with both technology and physical prowess far exceeding that of the present day. If we can uncover the reasons behind the strength of these ancient humans from these remains, it could lead to a qualitative leap for human society. And the nation that possesses these remains would undoubtedly rise to global supremacy, becoming the true leader. Of course, this is contingent upon Feng He not having inherited the technology of the twin civilizations. With Feng He's presence, the future of Earth is already predetermined. Quickly, let us search for something to properly house the remains. We must transport it safely, Lin Shiwu urged, his eyes ablaze with excitement as he suppressed his enthusiasm. At that moment, the translation of the ancient Third Era researcher's diary was completed. Lin Shiyun's smart terminal began to sequentially display the contents of the diary, capturing everyone's attention once again. Solar Calendar Year 3, Era 2536, March 25th. I have finally graduated from the Royal Academy of Earthstar, becoming a proud Imperial researcher. After graduation, following rigorous selection, I was fortunate enough to enter the Earthstar First Research Institute, the very research base beneath my feet. Solar Calendar Year 3, Era 2536. March 26th. Reality is not as I had envisioned. I thought I would immediately participate in research projects, but instead, I was assigned menial tasks, serving tea to those seasoned researchers, a complete waste of my talents. The subsequent year's diaries were filled with complaints about the monotonous duties assigned to him, performing trivial tasks devoid of any technical challenge. Solar Calendar Year 3, Era 2537, May 23rd. After more than a year of drudgery, I finally got to participate in a research project, joining the most mysterious team at the Institute. I was overjoyed. This was the happiest moment of my life. To celebrate my entry into the mysterious group, I went to the imperial capital and dined at an upscale restaurant, where I encountered her. She was so beautiful, pure as an elf, utterly captivating, making me lose my senses. Solar Calendar Year 3, Era 2537, May 24th. On my first day with the mysterious group, I was assigned to a lab devoid of any experimental instruments, tasked with calculating a set of data. The data was fragmented and utterly uninformative. What a disappointment. Solar Calendar Year 3, Era 2537, May 25th. Just like yesterday, I was not allowed to know the group's topic. I was merely tasked with calculating various data, such a headache. Solar Calendar Year 3, Era 2537, December 8th. I have grown numb. Every day is spent calculating various data, but today, at last, I received a notice for a position change. Thank heavens, I am finally free from data calculations. I am grateful to His Majesty. Solar Calendar Year 3, Era 2537, December 9th. I have finally entered the core area of the Research Institute. A figure in black brought me to a brand new laboratory, left me with an experiment, and vanished. Thank you, His Majesty. Interesting work has finally arrived. I labored all day on the experiment, yet results remain elusive. It seems I will need at least 7 or 8 days to complete it. This is splendid. I relish this kind of life. Solar Calendar Year 3, Era 2537, December 10th. Today's experiment ended in failure once again. However, I remain optimistic that I can overcome this and discover the correct method. Solar Calendar Year 3, Era 2537, December 19th. Goodness. 11 days have passed without a single success. It is exceedingly challenging, but I enjoy it. Solar Calendar Year 3, Era 2537, December 20th, another failure. Yet today is my happiest day. Blessed by His Majesty, I encountered her once more. Alas, she is a core member of the mysterious group, far above my level. I must work twice as hard. Solar Calendar Year 3, Era 2538, January 7th. I have finally succeeded in creating that object. Haha. I have finally been promoted. I am now a level 6 researcher of the Empire, yet I remain far from her level 1 status. Solar Calendar Year 3, Era 2538, January 8th. I have been assigned a new experiment, completely unrelated to the previous one. How astonishing. What on earth is this mysterious group working on? Why are there so many diverse issues? The entries continue day by day, lacking detailed descriptions of the work, merely providing a brief summary, with all related content intentionally obscured, leaving readers unaware of the specifics. Solar Calendar Year 3, Era 2541, April 13th. After more than 5 years at the Earthstar First Research Institute, I have finally become a level 1 researcher and entered the core team of the mysterious group. I have finally learned the subject of this group's research. How incredible. They aim to create inorganic life. Solar Calendar Year 3, Era 2541, April 15th. Today marks the 541st anniversary of the Empire's conquest of the galaxy and the establishment of the interstellar empire. I confessed my feelings to her, only to be met with a harsh rejection. It turns out she is already engaged. Solar Calendar Year 3, Era 2541, April 16th. I cried all night yesterday and today feel utterly drained. I took a day off, spending it in my room, eventually finding some peace. Solar Calendar Year 3, Era 2545, July 13th. This is exceedingly difficult. Creating a new form of life is a monumental challenge, especially when incorporating various abilities. I feel as though I am losing my hair. Solar Calendar Year 3, Era 2565, July 13th. After 24 years in the core team of the Genesis Group, we finally achieved results. The first artificial inorganic beast was born, though small and feeble. It proves our research direction is correct. Solar Calendar Year 3, Era 2565, July 20th. How unfortunate. It only lived for 7 days before perishing. It appears our research has a long way to go. Solar Calendar Year 3, Era 2566, August 16th. The second inorganic beast has died. Yet it confirms our direction is accurate. Solar Calendar Year 3, Era 2567, March 7th. This is impossible. A wormhole has appeared at the edge of the galaxy. Where on earth did it come from? The Empire has dispatched reconnaissance ships. Let us hope nothing dire occurs. Solar Calendar Year 3, Era 2567, March 8th. My heavens! All the reconnaissance ships have been destroyed. A horde of monsters has emerged from the wormhole, utterly terrifying. The Empire has begun preparations for war. May we prevail in this battle. Solar Calendar Year 3, Era 2568, June 5th. We have been fighting for over a year, losing 99% of our territory. All other colonial planets in the galaxy have been obliterated. Nothing remains save for 2 planets in the solar system, including Earthstar. Solar Calendar Year 3, Era 2568, August 17th. They have arrived. Demons, unlike any that exist in this universe. None of our weapons prove effective. Where they tread, the land turns to wasteland, and all life is obliterated, reverting to its most primal state. Solar Calendar Year 3, Era 2568, September 3rd. The last colony has been destroyed. Standing on Earthstar, one can see the sky ablaze with sparks. Is this truly the end for us? Solar Calendar Year 3, Era 2568, September 4th. They are coming. They are headed for Earthstar. Chaos, unprecedented chaos. The subjects of the Empire were engulfed in despair and madness, liberating their final desires in this last moment. I do not wish to perish. I yearn to survive. On the 5th of September, 2568 in the Third Solar Era, the demons halted, looming high above the Earth, observing the turmoil below. Surely, they were laughing, mocking us. How infuriating. I refused to submit. On the 6th of September, she succumbed, attacked by a madman from the Research Institute. Witnessing her tormented body, my heart was rent asunder. I placed her in a cultivation pod, extracted her genes, and fashioned a clone of her, imprinting her consciousness into a beta crystal and implanting it into her brain, hoping for her revival. On the 7th of September, We were forsaken. Those individuals activated the creation device, depleting all energy from Earth to forge an alternate dimension, fleeing while leaving us to await the demon's arrival in silence. On the 8th of September, I resolved to live alongside her. This time, I would hold her tightly. I cloned myself, imprinting my will into a beta crystal, placing it alongside hers at the lowest level. On the 9th of September, death finally arrived. All were consumed by the demons. I desperately fled into the research institute, activating the last self-preservation mechanism, dragging the entire research facility into this dimension, successfully evading the fate. On the 10th of September, I was nearing my end. My core had been devoured by the demons, and time was short. Before I perish, I must leave behind my knowledge, hoping that new life will emerge on Earth, and that someone might discover my legacy, allowing my wisdom to shine once more. On the 11th of September, I sensed my end was imminent. I recorded all my knowledge onto this chip. Whoever you are, I hope you can awaken both the lowest version of myself and her upon acquiring my knowledge, wishing that the cursed royal lineage remains eternally imprisoned in that realm. Coughing. At the video's conclusion, the figure staggered into a corner, leaning against the wall as he gradually lost consciousness. Then, a white mist enveloped the entire research facility, concluding the recording. With this, the diary entries came to an end, revealing to all the identity of the remains in the corner, the protagonist of the video. After absorbing the contents of the diary, silence fell over the crowd. It appears we have stumbled upon something extraordinary, Suhua remarked thoughtfully. The information contained within the diary was immense. It was no exaggeration to state that any single piece of it, if leaked, would stir a tempest. Ancient civilization's spatial technology, capable of annihilating the formidable civilization that dominated the galaxy, the two clones at the lowest level of the underground palace, and a chip containing all the knowledge of ancient civilization. Each revelation left them utterly astonished. Is this the chip? What a wondrous technology, capable of encapsulating the entirety of a civilization's knowledge, far surpassing our own. Following the video's instructions, Lin Shiyun opened a safe-like object, and a beam of white light shot forth, revealing a chip shimmering with glimmers, captivating everyone's attention. Suddenly, the chip emitted radiant light, shooting directly towards Lin Zizong, embedding itself into his forehead. The onlookers gasped in horror as the chip penetrated Lin Zizong's skin and bone, leaving no trace behind. A tremor coursed through Lin Zizong's body. An excruciating pain seized his head, cold sweat pouring down as he grasped his skull and cried out in agony before collapsing. The crowd stood frozen, struck dumb by the scene. Zizong, Lin Shiwu exclaimed, rushing to his unconscious son, cradling him in his arms, his voice laced with urgency. Brother, Zizong is unharmed. Rather, he has received a tremendous opportunity. Once he awakens, he will master the scientific knowledge of ancient civilization, a monumental boon for him and our family. Lin Shiyun observed the scene with envy, speaking softly to her elder brother. That as for the best, I just wonder if the individual in the video performed any tricks. Lin Shiwu felt a slight relief at her words, but continued to gaze worriedly at Lin Zizong. I have a way to transport all these items. At that moment, Lin Shiyun shifted the conversation. The diary mentioned spatial devices, and this laboratory possesses one. If it remains intact, it could easily accommodate all the items here, including the remains. With that, Lin Shiyun approached the location depicted in the video, following the sequence shown, and opened a concealed cabinet. A box appeared before her. The very spatial device featured in the recording. It was a spherical apparatus, roughly the size of a soccer ball, equipped with a touch button and a black dot resembling an eye. Following the operational instructions from the video, Lin Shiyun gently pressed the button, and a blue beam of light emanated from the black dot, illuminating a cultivation pod. In an instant, the pod shrank and was drawn into the sphere along with the blue light. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd was filled with elation. They could now transport even more items. With the spatial sphere in hand, they collected everything from the laboratory, including the remains, and sat in the now empty facility, awaiting Lin Zizong's awakening. Chapter 93. Wind He vs. Baron, Part 1. Tomorrow, the company is organizing an examination for the climbing certification. Thus, I must devote the night to studying and will pause updates for one day. I hope all readers can understand. The content is currently being typed. Please hold on for a moment. Once the content is updated, kindly refresh the page to access the latest updates. Chapter 94. The End of War After 2 Hours. Lin Zizong slowly awakened. In those fleeting moments, he seemingly traversed through countless centuries, with the entirety of the ancient Third-Era civilization flashing vividly in his mind. All history, all knowledge, meticulously stored within that chip, now belonged to Lin Zizong. He had become the inheritor of the ancient Third-Era civilization on Earth. During the pinnacle of the Third Era, civilization's influence stretched across the Milky Way, yet it never ventured beyond its celestial boundaries. Operating at a technological level classified as a Type 5 civilization, such a civilization possessed mastery over spatial technology and the capability for long-distance interstellar travel, with advancements in all fields of science far surpassing contemporary standards. From the chip, Lin Zizong discerned that beyond the saint level, there existed even greater realms. Within the Third Era, the saint level was merely a common classification of an extraordinary individual, not a term that denoted unparalleled strength. However, should Feng He have glimpsed the information embedded within Lin Zizong's mind, he would undoubtedly be astounded, for it starkly contradicted the established rules of the universe today. While the technological prowess of the Third Era was rated at Type 5, the mightiest among them achieved a level of strength categorized as stellar, creating a profound imbalance. Zizong, how do you feel? Lin Shiwu inquired with palpable concern as he noticed Lin Zizong stirring. I feel fantastic. This has proven to be an extraordinary fortune for me. I now possess all the technological and historical data of the ancient civilization in my mind. I fully comprehend the structure of this crypt, Lin Zizong replied, momentarily taken aback before displaying a confident smile. The others nearby looked at him with envy, wishing they could inherit the chip instead. Such a boon was truly remarkable. Oh, what knowledge have you acquired? Please share, Lin Shiyun exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with interest. The ancient civilization was immensely powerful, both in scientific innovation and individual prowess, far exceeding our capabilities. From the perspective of personal strength, the saint level is merely a starting point. There are higher realms beyond it. As Lin Zizong reflected on the chip's descriptions of the powers of extraordinary individuals, a fervent excitement surged within him. What? The saint level is merely the beginning. Everyone gasped in astonishment. Until now, the texts discovered in other ancient ruins had only hinted at the powers of extraordinary individuals, making this the first complete delineation of their strengths. In the eyes of Lin Shiwu and Su Hua, the saint level had already represented the pinnacle of existence. To suddenly learn that it was merely a threshold was utterly shocking. Above the saint level existed satellite, stellar, galaxy, star river, star domain, stellar universe, and cosmic breaker levels. The satellite level could obliterate a natural satellite with a single decisive strike and venture into the cosmos without any protective measures. The planetary level could annihilate a planet. The stellar level contained energy akin to that of a star, capable of destroying a star in one blow. The galaxy level could devastate an entire star system, such as our own solar system. The star river level could obliterate a galaxy. The star domain level could annihilate a region composed of several galaxies. The stellar universe level could obliterate multiple star domains. The cosmic level could impact the entire universe, and the cosmic breaker level transcended the confines of the universe, roaming the cosmos, an unparalleled realm that no one had yet attained. The satellite level marked a watershed moment, representing a significant leap in the hierarchy of life. The saint level would be incapable of withstanding even a single attack from a satellite-level individual. The satellite level boasts a lifespan of 1,000 years with 55 brain domain development. The planetary level lasts 2,000 years with 60 brain domain development. The stellar level endures for 3,000 years with 65 brain domain development. The galaxy level spans 4,000 years with 70 brain domain development. The star river level lasts 5,000 years with 75 brain domain development. The star domain level endures for 6,000 years with 80 brain domain development. The stellar universe level lasts 8,000 years with 85 brain domain development. The cosmic level spans 10,000 years with 90 brain domain development. The cosmic breaker level transcends the passage of time, granting infinite longevity. One could live on even as the universe itself reaches its end. By the heavens! The crowd exclaimed, their eyes wide with disbelief, unable to suppress their astonishment. Goodness, a satellite-level individual can live for 1,000 years. That's astounding. Su Yanjia murmured enviously, saliva glimmering at the corner of his mouth, prompting Su Yanbing and Lin Ziki to recoil in distaste. The ancient civilization had interacted with others. Understanding the hierarchy of cosmic civilizations and their technological advancements in relation to the strength of their most formidable rulers. Cosmic civilizations are categorized into 9 levels. Level 1 remains on their home planet. Level 2 begins to explore the cosmos. Level 3 can navigate between planets within a star system. Level 4 can traverse between different star systems. Level 5 has developed spatial technology for exploration within their star river. Level 6 can conduct long-distance spatial jumps between different star rivers. Level 7 can shuttle back and forth between star rivers. Level 8 commands several star rivers. And Level 9 oversees multiple star domains. A Level 9 civilization must have at least one cosmic-level individual, while Level 8 requires a stellar universe level. Level 7 necessitates a star domain level. Level 6 demands a star river level. Level 5 must have a galaxy level. Level 4 requires a stellar level. Level 3 needs a planetary level. Level 2 must possess a satellite level. Though the ancient civilization was classified as a Type 5 civilization, its most powerful individuals reached the stellar universe level, an incongruity that created a significant imbalance with their technological capabilities. Currently, the most formidable known presence on Earth is the Saint level, despite its technological standing barely qualifying as Type 2. The absence of any satellite-level extraordinary individuals means it cannot be classified as such. Additionally, this ancient civilization referred to itself as the Third Era, as it was the third civilization to arise on Earth. The previous 2 ultra-ancient civilizations possessed technological prowess that far exceeded that of the Third Era, yet their reasons for vanishing remain a mystery. Among the ruins we currently discover, there are also remnants of the First and Second Eras. It's no wonder the texts we've found bear different styles. The dating reveals discrepancies too. They are not remnants of the same civilization. Lin Shiyun's eyes brightened as she grasped the answer to a perplexing question that had long troubled her. Let us discuss the rest later. For now, we must descend to the lowest level of the crypt and retrieve those 2 clones. We cannot allow others to claim them first. Lin Zizong interjected, sensing the curiosity of the others. I already understand the structure of this crypt. I am aware of all the mechanisms. Follow me, and we shall reach the lowest level in the shortest time possible. With Lin Shiwu's approval, Lin Zizong led the group through the secure passage toward the lowest level, and soon they arrived at the depths of the crypt. Is this the lowest level? It's astonishingly vast, Lin Zizong remarked, gazing around the empty expanse. Approaching the center, he input the information from the chip into a luminous panel, causing the ground to split open with 2 gaping apertures. Chapter 95. Redwood Star. The ground split open, and 2 crystal-like sleep chambers sprang forth from the earth. Inside lay 2 beings from the Third Era, a man and a woman, quietly ensconced within. They were draped in a thin, translucent membrane, revealing their forms in full. Their chests rose and fell slowly, and if one listened closely, the faint sound of heartbeats could be discerned. The man, with tousled golden hair, stood at an impressive height of 2 meters, his robust physique radiating virility. His ears were pointed, reminiscent of the elves from Western lore, exuding an aura of sanctity. His skin, as white as snow, was adorned with shimmering golden lines that flickered as they absorbed energy from the sleep chamber, sustaining their life functions. The woman boasted long, golden hair cascading down to her waist, measuring 1.80 meters in height, with a curvaceous form that was undeniably captivating. Her bosom, round and full like basketballs, stirred the blood of onlookers. With a slender waist and legs as long as jade, estimated to be around 1.10 meters, she embodied the golden ratio, drawing the gaze of numerous men who found themselves ensnared by her beauty. How exquisite, a true masterpiece of the divine, Su Hua remarked, his eyes ablaze with admiration for the woman. Just as he uttered this exclamation, Lin Shiyun beside him cleared her throat, shooting him a sharp glance that sent a shiver down his spine, prompting him to sheepishly avert his gaze. Xiaozong, is there a way to store them within this spatial device? Lin Shiyun asked, her eyes fixed on the 2 sleep chambers as she caressed their icy surfaces. Akin to a lover's touch, her gaze filled with fervor. Originally, this spatial sphere could not contain living beings, but within these chambers, the 2 were effectively inanimate, devoid of life. Moreover, the chambers themselves were equipped with energy sources capable of sustaining their operations for tens of thousands of years, thus allowing for their inclusion. Lin Zizong pondered for a moment before responding, eliciting a wave of excitement from Lin Shiyun, who promptly stored the 2 ancient beings within the spatial sphere. Zizong, How do we escape this ruin? We have been here for nearly a month, and our supplies will run out today. If we do not leave soon, we risk being trapped, Lin Shiwu said, approaching Lin Shiyun after she had secured the ancient figures. Upon hearing this, both Lin Shiwu and Su Hua's eyes widened in astonishment, quickly transforming into expressions of elation. If we possess a dimension independent of Earth as our stronghold, we shall no longer tread cautiously. Even if the prominent families unite against us, we will not falter. Su Hua stammered, suppressing his excitement, while Lin Shiwu mirrored his fervor. Though the Lin and Su families were indeed esteemed, they were among the lesser-known clans, dwarfed by the titans of lineage that had endured for millennia. In the eyes of those top-tier families, the Lin and Su families were easily extinguishable, inconsequential. However, if Lin Zizong could fabricate a spatial generator, creating a realm uniquely theirs, they would possess the means to safeguard themselves from the super families, allowing for unbridled development without fear. Let us go. We must not allow others to seize this opportunity, Lin Shiwu thought, suppressing his joy as he led the group toward the lower realm. Yet they were destined to falter at this juncture. Unbeknownst to them, prior to their arrival at the final layer of the underground palace, others had traversed alternative routes, entering the subterranean caverns. Jin Xinghua of the Jin family, accompanied by the old steward Hai Lao and several distant relatives, had navigated a series of traps and hidden weapons, suffering a loss of 70% of their ranks, before finally reaching this cavern. Jin Xinghua, I did not expect you to arrive here as well, Gu Xiaodian of the ancient Gu family remarked coolly, his tone devoid of any fluctuation. Humph, if your Gu family could reach this point, the Jin family naturally could as well. However, it appears you have suffered considerable losses. Jin Xinghua retorted with a scoff, glancing at the three remaining warriors behind Gu Xiaodian. The enmity between the Jin and Gu families had endured for over a century. A century prior, both families had entered a ruin together, clashing violently over a single treasure. In the ensuing conflict, the treasure was destroyed, and both families incurred heavy losses, thus sowing the seeds of animosity that would lead to inevitable confrontations. Since the early 20th century, the two families had clashed multiple times, each encounter resulting in significant casualties. Their rivalry was particularly pronounced during the triannual family martial arts competitions, where it seemed fate conspired to ensure they faced one another in the very first bout. Having been raised in such an environment, both were prodigies of their respective clans, and upon meeting, they could not help but harbor disdain for one another, leading to fierce confrontations. Humph, Jin Xinghua, do not think yourself superior. This is the final layer of the underground palace, and the most precious treasures must lie within this cavern. The Gu family intends to claim them, Gu Xiaodian declared defiantly. Do not be too confident, Gu. The outcome is still uncertain. The Jin family does not fear you, Jin Xinghua shot back. With steely glares, the two adversaries exchanged haughty snorts. Leading their respective factions toward the same destination, their eyes locked on one another. Each time one advanced, the other quickened their pace, unwilling to yield an inch. As they raced toward the heart of the cavern, suddenly, both parties halted, staring in astonishment at a massive instrument situated between them. A momentary glance exchanged, they surged forward. Get out of my way. Jin Xinghua and Gu Xiaodian bellowed in unison, their fists enveloped in a luminous energy, gleaming like metal as they struck through the air toward each other. Bang! The collision of their fists resonated with a thunderous boom, sending a powerful shockwave radiating outward. Crack! 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 The ground beneath them fractured under the force of the impact, sending debris tumbling in all directions. Hai Lao and Qi Lao stood steadfast behind Jin Xinghua and Gu Xiaodian, remaining composed amidst the chaos, while the other subordinates, already injured, were hurled against the cavern walls, their chests concaving as they spat blood, collapsing unconscious. Bang! 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 Within the cavern, Jin Xinghua and Gu Xiaodian engaged in a reckless exchange, the very structure trembling as stones cascaded from above, creating deep craters upon impact. Bang! As their fists clashed, Jin Xinghua struck Gu Xiaodian in the chest, while Gu's punch landed squarely on Jin's head, sending both men flying. The immense force propelled them uncontrollably, carving a path across the ground. As they expelled blood mid-air, their gazes fiercely locked onto one another. Master, this location is ill-suited for a battle. If we damage the ancient civilization's apparatus, it would be a grievous loss, Hai Lao remarked, effortlessly absorbing Jin Xinghua's formidable force. Qi Lao echoed the sentiment to Gu Xiaodian. prompting a temporary cessation of hostilities. Humph. Regaining their composure and wiping away the blood at the corners of their mouths, Jin Xinghua and Gu Xiaotian exchanged cold glares. Let us set aside our past grievances for now. Once we secure this artifact, we shall determine its rightful owner. If I do not crush your skull, I shall not bear the surname Gu. Heh, the weaker the hound, the louder it barks. Impossible. After 30 million years, how could there still be energy? Jin Xinghua and Gu Xiaotian gazed in horror at the slowly activating spatial device, instinctively retreating a few steps as a profound sense of crisis enveloped them. Even the seasoned elders, Hai Lao and Qi Lao, were taken aback, beads of cold sweat dotting their foreheads. Simultaneously, in a gray and desolate alternate dimension near Earth, a group of tall, golden-haired, golden-eyed beings with elfin ears congregated in a laboratory. Should Lin Zizong and his companions find themselves here, they would be astounded to realize that these were indeed the ancient humans of the Third Era, resembling the two cloned figures they encountered in the deepest chamber of the subterranean palace. Before this assembly of ancient humans, a colossal spatial apparatus roared to life, emitting a beam of ethereal blue light that struck the fabric of space, creating a circular blue veil that resembled a wormhole, swirling like a tempestuous sea current. After 30 million years, liberation from this loathsome realm was finally at hand. In the center of this gathering stood a middle-aged man clad in resplendent robes and crowned regally. His gaze fixed intently upon the gradually stabilizing portal, a glint of cold determination etched across his face. Having languished in this lifeless gray expanse for 3 million decades, their sanity was nearly frayed. Fortunately, the spatial generator, upgraded and modified with every last resource, had reached fruition, successfully igniting under the expectant eyes of the Third Era's royalty and nobility. Earth, it seemed, had acquired new denizens, but the planet would forever belong to the Scott people. Those uncivilized wildlings were unworthy of such a powerful mother world. The regal man spoke coldly, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth, echoed by the chilling laughter of those behind him. Boom. At that moment, the spatial device appeared to have intercepted some signal, emitting a deafening roar as a brilliant blue light suddenly flared, only to vanish almost instantaneously, causing the blue portal to expand dramatically. Concurrently, a beam of blue light shot forth from the device before Jin Xinghua and Gu Xiaotian. In an instant, the two men felt their hairs stand on end, cold sweat soaking their backs as they hastily sidestepped, witnessing the ethereal blue light strike the space before them, forming a spiraling azure vortex that rapidly expanded. The ground trembled violently as the small alternate dimension housing the ruins began to collapse, fissures splitting open, an insatiable force emanating from the dark crevices, pulling countless remnants and their inhabitants into a maelstrom of destruction. Crack! The space fractured like a mirror, quaking violently. With a thunderous crash, a beam of blue light erupted from the vortex, soaring skyward, obliterating everything in its path. Rocks and steel alike reduced to dust. Lin Shiwu and his companions, descending from above, gaped in shock at the luminous column erupting before them, their mouths agape in disbelief. The blue beam ascended, piercing through the subterranean palace and striking the apex of the ruins' alternate dimension. As the column collided with the already fractured space, a tempest swept outward, wreaking havoc upon all structures and trees in its wake, leaving devastation in its path. The entire alternate dimension shattered, revealing the ruins within Earth's tangible realm. The blue beams soared into the heavens, unveiling a massive azure portal, creating a commotion that reverberated across all nations on Earth, prompting them to mobilize satellites to observe this enigmatic blue gateway. Meanwhile, far away in Modu, Feng He sensed a disturbance, abruptly opening his eyes and breaking free from the entangling embrace of Eva and Karina, akin to an octopus clinging to him. He transformed into a streak of white lightning. Ascending to the rooftop, gazing towards the direction of Shenanjia, a wave of unease surging within him. At that moment, someone had opened a spatial wormhole. How could that be possible? How could anyone in this world possess the ability to open a spatial wormhole? As Feng He felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, alarm coursed through him. Young master, it is not impossible. The location of the wormhole lies within Shenanjia, precisely where that ancient ruin is situated. This technology is not of contemporary Earthlings, but rather a creation of the Third Era civilization. At that moment, Feng Lao appeared beside Feng He, both hovering in the air as they gazed toward Shenanjia. With a flick of his wrist, a projection materialized before Feng He, showcasing the immense blue wormhole with crystal clarity.